Welcome to Eternal Dread, where fear never sleeps. Tell us where you're watching from, and what time it is, because terror has no limits. If you're brave enough, share and comment, but beware, something might be watching you too. Now, turn off the lights, and let the dread begin. Initially, my memories of the crash were limited. A fractured, imperfect recollection missing crucial details. When I tried to remember those details, a series of jumbled images played in my mind, like I was reviewing a handful of blurry, out-of-focus Polaroids that someone had shuffled into a non-chronological order. Over time, that changed, my memories became clearer. But in the beginning, everything was a haze of motion and sound. This is what I remembered in the beginning. Divya and I are sitting next to each other. The other two passenger seats on the opposite side of the aisle are empty. The pilot turns around to us, and I only see him for a second, but there's something memorable about him. It's not the fear stitched to his face, nor is it the words he shouts to us. It's something else. Something important. My sister's smiling, big brown eyes alive with infectious excitement. Her lips are moving, trying to tell me something over the mechanical thrums of the aircraft's single engine. I peer out the window, watching the Alps pass under us. Verdant, green valleys. Smatterings of pine trees dotting the landscape, forming unique and cryptic shapes like geological birthmarks. Not birthmarks, actually. More like scars. Which is an important distinction, and I don't know why. An ear-splitting noise. It's deafening and sudden, like an explosion, but there's no fire. Not at first, at least. The gnawing and grinding of metal. Screams, from me, Divya, the pilot, and from someone else. Maybe there was someone else on the plane. The aircraft tilts forward. We enter a death spiral. Violent movement rips the pilot from his chair, and he's gone. There's something important about him. It's not the fear on his face, it's something else. Before I can tell what it is, we're meters from the ground. There's the roaring of atmosphere rushing through the holes in the cabin. Terror swells in my throat. I want to turn my head. I want to see my sister. But there's not enough time. Everything goes black. I'm plunged into the heart of a deep, silent shadow. It's not death, but it's similar. Briefly, I return. My consciousness bubbles up from the depths of that shadow, and my eyes flutter open. It's quiet now. No more screams, no more chewing of metal. Only the humming chorus of cicadas fills my ears. It was early morning when we crashed, now it's twilight. Air moves through my lungs, and it smells faintly of smoke and iron. Finally, I do turn my head, and I see Divya. She's not far, but she's broken. Her battered body hangs in a nearby oak tree like a warning. Dusky red blood stains the bark around Divya. It's sticky and warm on my fingertips when I'm close enough to touch it, leaning against the trunk, reaching to pull her down from the canopy. She's much too high up, but I keep flinging my hands towards the heavens, pleading for a miracle. Again and again I try to get a hold of Divya, as if I'd be able to anchor her soul to the earth with a tight enough grasp on her body. I blink, and when I open my eyes, I'm alone in a hospital room, lying in bed. Now there's no noise at all. Pure, vacuous silence for hours and hours as I slip in and out of awareness, until a question shatters that silence. "What do you remember about what happened to you, son?" says a tall, grizzled man in a dirty white lab coat, gray-blue eyes intensely fixed on my own. That first week in the hospital went by quickly. Dr. Osler and Nurse Annalise were very attentive, practically at my beck and call. My suspicions were at a minimum during that time, so I could actually lay back and rest. When I was finally lucid enough, I explained what I recalled about the crash to Dr. Osler, who listened intently from a wooden chair aside the hospital bed. My sister and I were Boston natives on holiday in the European countryside. We were flying over the Eastern Alps when something went terribly wrong with the plane. I couldn't remember if it was a spontaneous mechanical failure or if the pilot had accidentally collided with something. Either way, we fell to the earth like Icarus. I thought of Divya. A question idled in my vocal cords for a long while. A leech with hooked teeth buried in the flesh of my throat, resisting release. Eventually I asked. Courage was the spark, apathy was the match. The resulting fire singed that leech off my throat and out my mouth. Either she was alive or she wasn't. Do you know if my sister made it to the hospital? And brown hair, mole on her cheek? The doctor inquired, his voice warm and dulcet like a sip of hot apple cider spiked with brandy. I gulped and nodded, bracing myself. Yes, we have her here. She's in critical condition, but we're taking such good care of her. We believe she'll pull through, but she hasn't woken up yet. Relief galloped through my body. and I let my head fall back on the pillow, tears welling under my eyes. As I quietly wept, he continued to fill in the gaps, detailing where I was, how I got here, and what was next. Essentially, the plane crash-landed outside of Bavaria, southeast Germany. A farmer watched our meteoric descent from the sky and immediately called for an ambulance. Now, my sister and I were admitted to a small county hospital about 10 minutes from the wreck site. Both of my legs were broken, and I lost a significant amount of blood, but otherwise I was intact. Divya suffered greater internal injuries, so she was in the intensive care unit. Dr. Osler expected her to make a full recovery. There were no other survivors. He stood up, patted me on the shoulder, told me to sleep, and informed me that Anneliese would be in soon to record my vital signs. When can I see her? When can I see my sister? His footfalls slowed until they came to a complete stop. He remained motionless for an uncomfortably long period of time, with his hand wrapped around the brass doorknob and his back to me. Never said a word. After about a minute of eerie inaction, he twisted the knob, pulled the door open, and left. That's when I first noticed something about my situation was desperately wrong. As the doctor exited my well-lit, windowless hospital room, I glimpsed whatever was outside. In an attempt to conceal it, he didn't swing the door wide open. Instead, he cracked it only slightly, just enough to squeeze his gaunt body through the partition, with his lab coat audibly dragging against the door frame. Despite his attempt to block my view, I saw enough to plant a seed of doubt in my head about Dr. Osler and what he had told me. A clock on the wall read noon, but whatever was outside the door was pitch black. The foreboding darkness outside my room was only the first domino to fall, though. Once I fully registered the uncanniness of that detail, a handful of other equally bizarre details came to the forefront of my mind, and I did not have a satisfactory explanation for any of them. For example, the hospital was completely silent. No PA system asking for the location of a particular surgeon or announcing that visitor hours were over. No ambient noise from a heavy hospital bed thundering down the hallway. Even my room was dead silent. Initially, I didn't notice. The quiet allowed me to fall into sleep without issue. That said, I was wearing an oxygen monitor. I had N4 in my arm. The machines above me appeared to be connected to both things, and yet they were silent too. Shouldn't they beep? Shouldn't they make some kind of sound? The only noises I ever heard were the voices of the hospital's staff members, and only when they were in my room, talking to me. Which brings me to Nurse Anneliese. Initially, she was a tremendous source of comfort. Her very presence was sedating, humble and grandmotherly. Silver hair bustling over her shoulders as moved through the room. A charming, wrinkled smile on her face as she listened to me recount my life history to kill some time. Constant reassuring words about how well the hospital was taking care of me. But like everything else, once I looked a little harder, Anneliese went from likable and endearing to peculiar and terrifying. First off, it seemed like she never left the hospital. For a week straight, she was my only nurse, coming and going from my room at random times. Never anything that implied a shift schedule. One day, she came into my room 3 times within an hour to take my temperature, and didn't appear again until the following day. Another time, I woke up to her determining my blood pressure, the rubbery cuff tightly compressing my bicep. No stethoscope pressed to my arm, which I'm pretty sure is required for the measurement. She wasn't even watching the numbers rise and fall on the instrument's pressure meter. Instead, she was staring right at me, reciting the same phrase over and over again. "Aren't we taking such good care of you? Aren't we taking such good care of you? Aren't we taking such good care of you?" All the while, she was continuously inflating the cuff, pausing for a moment, releasing the air, and then repeating that process. I just pretended to be asleep at first. But after an hour of that, my patience ran thin. "Anneliese, don't you ever go home, or are you the only goddamned nurse in this whole hospital?" I shouted. The cuff's deflating hiss punctuated the tension, slowly fading to silence over a handful of seconds. Eventually, she stood up, walked to the door, and exited, saying nothing at all. The behavior reminded me of how Dr. Osler reacted when I asked him about Divya. Honestly, I never saw Anneliese again. Not alive, at least. Every single nurse from then on out was different than the last. Like somehow my singular complaint had rewritten the entire staffing infrastructure of the hospital. And I mean every single one. Now, instead of having one nurse day in and day out, I'd been visited by 30 different nurses over the course of a few days. It didn't make any sense. I asked for different nurses, and that's sure as shit what I got. After about a month in that room, and with my suspicions rising, I started developing an escape plan. The only thing that was really holding me back was my casts. Since the day I woke up in the hospital, thick, marble-white plaster completely encased each of my legs. The casts didn't appear to have been applied by a professional, though. The surfaces weren't smooth, they were rough and bubbling. Some areas clearly had more plaster than others, and there didn't appear to be a rhyme or reason for that asymmetry. Not only that, but the material seemed unnecessarily dense and heavy, and the casts were tightly molded to each extremity. It was nearly impossible for me to move on my own. Almost like they were created to function like chains, shackling me to that bed. Are my legs truly even broken? I considered, panic sweeping through me like a wildfire. I want to see my sister, I demanded. The nurse, a short man with a thick brown-red beard, dropped the clipboard he had been scribbling on in response to my defiance. It clattered to the floor. With a vacant expression painted on his face, he walked over to the door, opened it, and left. As the door creaked closed, revealing a glimpse of the waiting shadows, I grimaced. The uncertainty of the oppressive darkness that lingered outside my room had, over time, begun to cause me physical discomfort. I needed to know what was actually out there, but God, I desperately didn't want to know either. In a way, it represented my predicament. On the surface, I was in a hospital, but that was farce, an illusion for someone's benefit. In reality, some terrible darkness loomed around me, pulsing just below the surface, spilling in every so often through the cracks in the masquerade. After a few minutes, Dr. Osler paced into the room, letting the door sway shut behind him. Dr. Osler, you've told me Divya is alive. Countless times, you've assured me she's recovering here in this hospital. And yet, I haven't seen her once. Bring her here. If she's not healthy enough to come here, bring me to her. His gray-blue eyes bored vicious holes through me. He was livid, utterly incensed by my insubordination. She's not done yet, he muttered. I stared back at him, dumbfounded and brimming with rage. What the fuck does that mean? The doctor looked away from me with a contemplative glint behind his eyes, recalibrating his response. With his head turned to the side, though, I felt another emotion simmer inside my skull, an uncomfortable familiarity. As I studied a subtle, skin-toned line that coiled down the side of his nose, my mind was pulled to the day of the crash. Before that horrible realization could fully crystallize, he spoke again. Diva's not ready for visitors, I mean. All right, well, what's the holdup? Tell me why she's not ready. His gaze met mine again, now grim and resolute. Soon, as that word crawled from his lips, he turned away from me and marched out into the darkness. I said nothing. No protestations, no name-calling, no angry last words. Instead, I felt my mind race. My nervous system buzzed with furious static, trying to comprehend and reconcile the overflow of information bombarding my psyche. Something about the way Dr. Osler's face contorted as he said that last word made the whole thing click into place. The pilot had a scar just like that. I could see it clear as day in my head, and I could finally recall what he shouted to Divya and I as he turned towards us from the cockpit. Fear sticked across his face. Something just landed on the wing. Moments later, that something violently ripped him from the plane. The impossibility of that realization lulled me to sleep like a concussion. Mental exhaustion just shut my body down minutes after the pilot/Dr. Osler left the room. When I awoke, it was 1:15 midnight. I had been asleep for a little over 6 hours. I may have slept for longer, had it not been for a sharp, stabbing pain in my low back, my salvation disguised as agony. I pushed my torso forward, twisting my hand behind my back to dig for the source of the pain. After a few seconds, my fingers landed on the curve of something metallic that had punctured through the fabric of the ancient bedding. Once I recognized the spiral object, my eyelids excitedly shot open. It was a tempered steel spring. Time and use had eroded the tip to where it had become sharp. The thing wasn't a buzzsaw by any means, but it was something accessible that could maybe dig through the plaster casts that were preventing my escape. However, before I could start trying to tear the spring out, a disturbing change compelled my attention. For the first time in a month, there was no light in my hospital room. As I scanned the darkened scenery, attempting to orient myself, I noticed something else as well. Something that pried the wind from lungs, leaving me breathless and silently begging for air. A motionless blob of contoured shadow in the corner. Someone was in the room with me. Who's there? I whimpered. The silhouette sprung to life, stepping forward until they were looming over the end of my bed. When it grinned, my heart leapt, dancing between relief, disbelief, and terror. never staying on one emotion for too long before moving on to the next in the cycle. Divya? At first, she nodded her head slowly. But over a few seconds, her nodding sped up, becoming frantic. Inhumanly quick vertical pivots that seemed to have enough force to shatter the spine in her neck. Greedy paralysis enveloped my body. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I could just watch as Divya lumbered around the side of the bed until she was right over top of me, still rapidly shaking her head up and down. As she bent over the bed's railing, the nodding stopped abruptly. Nearly forehead to forehead, my sister finally responded. "Yes, it's me. Don't worry, okay? In fact, don't ask about me. I'm fine. They're taking such good care of us here." Her eyes were no longer brown. They were gray-blue, like Dr. Osler's, like Nurse Annalise's, like every nurse's eyes, actually. And with that, she stood up, turned away, and walked out the door. From that night on, I accepted my sister was dead. With my attention undivided, I worked singularly towards escape. Grief could come later, after I was away from the thing that had killed her and commandeered her body. Disassembling the casts with the sharpened end of the spring was laborious. Every minute that thing wasn't in the room, I was scraping away at the plaster, making sure to focus my efforts on the underside of the mold rather than the outside. That way, if it inspected the cast, it wouldn't be as obvious that I had been incrementally weakening the plaster. If it was in the room, camouflaged as a real human, I smiled, engaged in pleasant conversation, profusely displayed my gratitude, thanked it every chance I got. That's what it really wanted, I suppose. It wanted to feel appreciated. Giving it appreciation kept it docile. Eventually, I could tell that I had damaged the cast to the point where I could break myself loose with a few more forceful hits. Once I did, however, I knew there was no going back. My intention to slip out of its clutches would be written all over my freed legs. And as much as I attempted to discern a pattern to its appearances in my room, I just don't think there was one. Unfortunately, that meant there wasn't a right time to make my escape. I had to guess and pray it wasn't nearby when I made my move. Luck was on my side that day. The thing was close, but it was preoccupied. Despite shedding nearly 20 pounds of body weight in that hospital room, barely sustaining myself on the infrequent helpings of brackish meat soup the thing brought me, my legs couldn't hold me upright. They had simply atrophied too damn much, muscleless sleeves burdened with fragile bones and calcified tendons. Thankfully, my arms had retained enough strength to drag my emaciated body across the floor. With my back propped up against the wall aside the door, I halted my feeble movements and just listened. No footsteps running down the hall. No whispers of, "Aren't we taking such good care of you?" coming from right outside. All I could hear was the fevered thumping of my heart slamming into my ribs. I took a deep breath, reached my arm up to the knob, and slowly slid the door open. It wasn't hell on the other side of the door, like my restless mind had theorized on more than one occasion. Not in the literal sense, anyway. I really was in a hospital. It was just abandoned. Had been for a while, apparently. A discarded German newspaper I discovered was dated to September of 1969. The dilapidated medical ward was dimly lit by the natural light that filtered in from various broken windows. Thick dust, shattered glass, and skittering insects littered the floor. I crawled around overturned crash carts and toppled transport beds like I was navigating the tunnels and trenches of Okinawa. At the very end of the hallway, I spied a patch of weeds illuminated by rays of bright white light. There was my escape, an open doorway, a portal to the world outside this place. Flickers of hope were quickly overshadowed by smoldering fear. As I got closer and closer to the exit, an unidentifiable smell was becoming more and more pungent. A mix of rotting fish, bleach, and tanning leather. The thing wasn't gone, it was still here, and when the aroma became truly unbearable, I knew I had reached the place it called home. I didn't see everything when I crawled by, but because the door had been ripped off its hinges and a massive hole in the ceiling was casting a spotlight over its profane workshop, I saw enough to understand. As much as I possibly could understand, anyway. The chamber that the stench was originating from was vast and cavernous. Maybe it served as a lecture hall or a cafeteria at some point in time. Now though, it had a different purpose. It was where the thing kept its costumes. That abomination had pretended to be every person I'd interacted with while in that hospital. Dr. Osler, Annalise, all the other nurses, and most recently Divya. A horrific stage play where it gladly filled all the roles. That entire month, I thought I had talked to dozens of people. In reality, it had been this goddamned mimic every single time, camouflaged by a rotating series of gruesome disguises. Hundreds of eyeless bodies hung around that room like scarecrows, arms held outstretched by the horizontal wooden poles that were tied across their backs. Thick, pulsing gray-blue tethers suspended the bodies in the air at many different elevations from somewhere high above. Despite the ungodly odor, most of them seemed to be in relatively good condition, with limited visible signs of decay. The assortment of fleshy mannequins swayed lifelessly in the breeze that spilled in through the minivan-sized hole in the ceiling, glistening with some sort of varnish as they dipped in and out of beams of sunlight. Then I saw it, a gray-blue mass of muscular pulp roughly in the shape of a human being, cradling Annalise's eyeless corpse in its malformed arms at the center of the room. Thousands of flies' wings jutted from every inch of its flesh. Some were tiny, but others were revoltingly magnified. The largest I could see was about the size of a mailbox. Even though the thing appeared motionless, the wings jerked and twitched constantly, blurring its frame within a cloud of chaotic movement. As far as I could tell, it had its back turned to me and hadn't detected my interloping. Watching in stunned horror, the thing raised one of its hands, and I noticed it was holding something small and wooden. Every few seconds, it brought it down and delicately caressed the nurse's head with the object, dragging weathered bristles over her scalp. It was brushing Annalise's hair. Then it spoke, and I felt uncontrollable terror swim through my veins, causing my entire body to tremor like one of the abomination's wings. It sounded like 20 or 30 separate voices cooing in unison. Men, women, and even children sang the words together, a choir of the damned. "Aren't we taking such good care of you? Aren't we taking such good care of you?" I couldn't restrain my panic. Right before a blood-curdling wail involuntarily surged from my lips, I was saved by the thrumming of helicopter blades in the distance. The thing stopped speaking and tilted its head to the noise. At an unnaturally breakneck speed, it shot into the air and through the hole in the roof, carried into the sky by a legion of convulsing flies' wings. Then I was alone, howling into the airborne graveyard, with the myriad of preserved corpses acting as the only audience to my agony. They observed me crumble from their eyeless sockets, their stolen bodies still silently swaying in the wind. I didn't see Divya's body. Ultimately, though, I think that was for the best. After I crawled out of the hospital, it took me nearly a day to stumble across another living person, a man and his hunting dog. They delivered me to a real hospital, where I spent the next half-year recuperating from the ordeal. I told the police about the plane crash, the abandoned hospital, as well as the thing and its museum of hanging bodies. They didn't dismiss my claims, nor did they call me crazy. But it was clear that they didn't plan on investigating it, either. Whatever that thing was, the detectives knew about it, and they didn't intend on interfering with its proclivities. Maybe it was just safer that way. That all took place a decade ago. Since then, I've salvaged as much of myself as I could. It hasn't been easy, but, in the end, I put my life back together. Got married. Had a few kids. Symbolically buried Divya in a vacant grave with a tombstone. I listed her date of death as the day of the plane crash, and I hope that's actually true, but I don't know for sure, and I don't like to dwell on that fact. My biggest hurdle has been trusting people again, especially when I'm alone in a room with one other person. It feels decidedly unsafe. Checking their eye color helps, but sometimes it's not enough. What if it's that thing in disguise looking to take me back to that godforsaken room? You might be wondering why I'm speaking up after all this time. Well, I've finally decided to post this because of what happened this afternoon. My wife returned home early from work. She's been acting odd, sitting on the couch by herself, listening but not speaking. Her eyes have always been dark blue. Today, though, they look a little different. I'm locked in our bedroom, and I can hear her saying something downstairs, but I can't discern the words. Once I post this, I'm going to open the door and find out, and I hope to God it's not what I think it is. We're going to take such good care of you. My girlfriend left me. I went to work like any normal day, and when I got home she was gone, along with most of my stuff. I had to get a new TV and furniture, as well as kitchen appliances. I got almost everything off Craigslist for a nice price. Good thing the house and car are in my name, or she'd probably try to take that from me too. The thing that has been odd though is now that I am alone. For the first time in 6 years, I don't feel alone. I can feel her in bed with me still. See flashes of her moving around the bedroom, closet, or bathroom. Even though it's a new bed and sheets, I swear I can smell her too, something like her perfume and shampoo. This might make me sound weird, but at first all this was comforting in a way. I felt like I lost everything, like I was an alien in my own home. But these things I noticed were like a flash of my old life. Recently, though, these things have become too real to be just me imagining things. It started in my dreams oddly. I kept having a recurring dream from different perspectives. I would be trapped in a dark room before a masked man would come in and stab me. The icy blade would throw me awake covered in chills. The other one was the same dream from an out-of-body perspective, where the same sequence would happen, but the dream wouldn't end after the knife. Instead, I followed the killer outside. He would put the body in a big metal barrel and set it on fire. Then I would wake up with a hot flash. But when I would wake up from this, I felt comforted by a firm, cold arm wrapped around my waist. I would spin around in bed, for the feeling to release, and see an empty bed. Of course it was empty. Maybe I was still half dreaming when I awoke. But it kept happening. 3 days ago, I swear I heard crying in my closet. I just got off work and was pretty tired as I had been struggling to sleep with everything happening. As such, I almost ignored it and continued making dinner. But the reality set in. Maybe someone was hurt, or maybe I'm just going crazy. Either way, I'm a pretty big guy and I needed to go check. I strode down my hall trying to look and sound confident with my body posture and movement. I definitely wasn't though. As I made my way in my closet and turned on the light, there was nobody. Obviously there was nobody. I live alone. I tried telling myself that over and over while fixating on a point in my closet. My pants parted on the bottom hanging rack in such a way it was like someone was sitting under them. I moved in closer and spread them to check behind. Nothing, except my carpet had some black marks on the floor, in the shape of 2 bare feet. Definitely way smaller than mine. I couldn't have left them. I changed the lock on my door. My ex couldn't have left them. And I vacuumed a few days ago. They couldn't be very old. I went into a panic, investigating my whole house. My pot of water boiled over in this time, and made a huge mess in my kitchen. But I was alone, so I made dinner and went to bed. That night I had a new dream. It started at the same barrel, but the fire was gone. The bones were cool. I watched him remove the charred bones and bring them inside the basement again. The blood was gone from the floor as he laid the burned skeleton down. I woke up on the verge of tears from fear and feeling of sadness I couldn't place. I swear, on trying to go back to sleep I heard an "it's okay" in my ear, followed by a kiss on my forehead. The next night I had the same dream, awoke with the same feelings, except nothing comforted me. Instead I had 2 words ringing in my head. Save me. I barely slept that night and got ready for work in the morning, milling over my dreams and subsequent experiences, trying to see what I was missing. The only thing I could think to do came to me right before I left. I said aloud in my room, "If you need help, you got to tell me how," before walking down the hallway towards my front door. This leads up to tonight. I just woke up from a dream and felt like I need to clear my head, organize my thoughts and such, before I uncover what I think I will. My dream tonight started where my last one ended. In the basement, bones on the floor. The man cut open the bottom of a mattress and removed some of the padding. He then carefully laid the charred bones inside, pressing the padding back inside, and carefully stitched up the hole he cut. He then cleaned his floor and shampooed the mattress. I knew what I asked last morning, and could only assume the worst. My bed is flipped over ready to be checked. I'll finish this when I get back, I guess. I don't know what to think, how to feel. It was true. She was trying to tell me something. It just took me a while to understand her. I've been up all night. I had to call the police after finding burnt human remains in my house. They took my bed as evidence and questioned me to all hell. I told them the truth, how I got my bed off Craigslist. We met at a public parking lot. The paranormal experiences leading up to tonight, followed by me opening the bottom of my mattress and finding her. They checked my hands and house for any evidence I did it, but couldn't find any. I'm terrified by the thought that I've been sleeping on top of a corpse for months. I just had to tell someone, and this is the only place I could so soon after what happened. I'm going to post this and book a stay at a hotel for a few days, as I want out of this house. Always investigate your used furniture. Who knows who the previous owners were or what they did with it. And this is no prank. It's a symptom of something horrifying. Typically, whenever the fruit bowl is empty, I make a note on my phone to restock from the local supermarket. And that was exactly what I did last week. Imagine my puzzlement when, the following morning, I entered the kitchen to find that the bowl had magically refilled itself, but only with a single banana. Very funny, Beckett. I called to my husband. but he insisted that he hadn't restocked the bananas, and that he would certainly have bought more than one. We agreed that I'd simply made a mistake and missed one final banana in the bowl. So grateful that I could delay the supermarket trip for another day, I ate the banana and tossed the peel away. Then I cracked on with my work from home. 2 days later, however, I was startled in a far stranger way. Sitting in the airing cupboard, atop our freshly folded linen sheets, was a single banana. Very funny, I thought again. Actually, it was rather funny to see that solitary banana lounging on its large throne of washed sheets. Anyhow, I told my husband, and he again insisted that I was losing my mind. Then a light bulb seemed to spring to action above his noggin, as he reminded me that I have a proclivity for late-night strolls. I've sleepwalked into the living room and rearranged furniture before. I even once unlocked the attic door and curled into a ball up there. "That'll explain it," Beckett said before grinning. "You must have been peckish and fetched a midnight snack for yourself." I frowned. "Then why did I put it to bed in the cupboard? Why didn't I eat it?" He shrugged, and the matter was dropped again, though I did start to consider that my husband was playing some cruel, drawn-out joke on me. I wasn't impressed by the angular streaks of yellow skin on the linen. I quickly brushed them off, then threw the sheets back in the washing machine. A few days later, there came the third and final banana. This time, the browning culprit sat atop our bedroom's vanity dresser, neatly balancing on a teensy makeup box like a curvaceous acrobat on a tightrope. I sighed and picked the banana up, but this time, before eating it and disposing of the peel, I actually paid attention to its outer coat. For stickers were affixed to the fruit's yellow skin. Stickers that many bananas wear like badges of honor for their particular brands. But this single banana wore 4, and each of the 4 had been shredded, torn and reshaped into a letter. Together, the 4 stickers spelt a titchy word that made me quake, pushing vomit to the top of my throat. "Help!" I dropped the murky omen and stumbled back from the dresser in fear. It has to be a joke, I decided, or I'm losing my mind. I didn't get much work done over the next few hours. In fact, I fell into a sort of trance until my husband got home. "Are you okay?" he asked, finding me sitting on the edge of the bed. I nodded weakly, and he massaged my shoulders moments before noticing the banana on the dresser. He frowned at the stickers, very prominently spelling out that word. Then he began to laugh. "You and your sleepwalking," he teased, squeezing my shoulders. "Come on, Hetty, my love. It's Friday. Date night." That evening, I didn't focus on the fine dining or my husband's attempts at conversation. I thought only about the ominous message on the banana, and I conked out on the bed, head pounding and body inexplicably exhausted, the moment we got home. Then again, that's a weekly occurrence. Too much wine, that's what we always say. But this Friday, I was awoken at some point during the early hours of the morning. I heard little through clogged ears and a still cloudy mind, but there was a voice coming from the ceiling. "Little stunt. Ungrateful. No more going downstairs. Revoke privileges. Forget nice food. Hetty." Then, following those words, came grunts, whimpers, and thumps. Each sound was stunted, succinct, and sinister. But I thought little of it, as the black fog of sleep, or perhaps unconsciousness, swiftly stole me from the world once again. The next morning, I remembered only fragments, but I knew that something strange had happened whilst I slept. Just as I knew that it, whatever it may have been, had happened in the attic. I made my way up there to find a mostly empty space, save for moldy cardboard boxes filled with forgotten possessions and Christmas decorations awaiting their time to shine. I almost shrugged my shoulders and went back downstairs. Almost missed it, but I turned on my phone's torch and saw the evidence towards the back of the room. A damp, muddy, red-smeared patch on the floorboards, a myriad of damp stains, in fact. A collection of food-filled grocery bags, water bottles, tampons, and condoms. Red handprints against the far wall. I shrieked and fled. That was a week ago, and I've been on the road since then. I called the police, obviously, and they wanted me to make a statement in person, but I had to get away from town. I'm not going back. My phone has been ringing incessantly, but I'm too terrified to look at it. Beckett knows that I know, and that means I'm not safe. Who have I been calling my husband for all of these years? Who has he been keeping in the attic? And how did he punish her for talking to me? Welcome to Redacted, one of the most esteemed call centers in your local area. This cassette tape and player are company property, and as long as they remain with you, you will be held responsible for any damages incurred to them. If you have received them, you must be a new employee to our Redacted branch. Please use this opportunity to listen and rewind the tape as often you like to keep the rules of our branch by heart. It is especially important that you keep the rules in mind given the specific situation that you are in. The redacted branch is infamous for having a highly fluid workforce, with most people unable to hold a position for more than 2 months. This is thanks in no small part to the large reports of supernatural occurrences filed by our current and previous employees. Taking into account these reports and previous incidents, we have provided this tape as an add-on to the rulebook you have already been given. It contains a few rules and precautions that you must take while clocked in for your shift. Rule #1. As soon as you clock in, make your way to the desk in the cubicle to the right of yours and wait exactly 3 minutes before moving to your desk. Any more or any less will result in your desktop acting oddly throughout your shift and a subsequent reduction in number in calls. This will have the added effect of impacting your statistics and thus reduce your chance of a bonus at the end of your contract. Rule #2. As a part of your duties, you will receive calls from various customers in regards to their devices and the related issues. These calls will be normal and registered in our database. However, you will receive calls once or twice a week from an individual who will identify himself as John A. Smith. If it helps, previous employees have described his voice as chilly and cold even through the headset. Unlike our registered customers, he will not be on our database and his number will indicate as such. To this caller, you are to repeat the words, "I'm sorry, sir, there is nothing we can do to help you." Employees who have failed to do so have been found unresponsive at their desks and have subsequently died from unidentifiable causes. Rule #3. Every night at 11:03 p.m., your floor will lose power and the lights will switch off as a result. When this happens, immediately use the flashlight we have provided to intermittently illuminate the ceiling for 2 minutes at a pace of 1 click every 2 seconds. 120 seconds, 60 clicks. If you have performed this correctly, the lights will come back on when the clock reads 11:05 p.m. You will not see the beams of your coworkers' flashlights, but do not fail to use your own. If you do not perform it correctly, the lights will not turn back on and the rest of the night will be spent in darkness. Any subsequent attempts to use the flashlight will result in the same conditions as described in rule number 2. Rule #4. There is a small room on your floor labeled B59 with a singular tube light illuminating it. While it appears to be a storage closet, the use of B59, along with the use of any and all items within B59, is prohibited. Anything that goes into the room will cause the tube light to flicker intensely and cause the object within it to disappear once the tube light resumes function normally. This includes humans and other living beings. All attempts to seal off the room have been unsuccessful. We advise to steer clear of the hallway that B59 is located in. Rule #5. Do not fall asleep in the office during working hours. There have been many instances of employees taking a nap around the middle of their shift and not waking up again until months have passed. Nicknamed the Sleeping Beauty Curse, or SBC for short, the sleeping sickness manifests as an unending sleep with the sleeper experiencing intermittently full body twitches, tremors, and even seizures. Attempts to wake up SBC victims have resulted in them turning unnaturally violent, in most cases resulting in collateral damage of property and life, and having to be handled accordingly by our internal security forces. These phenomena have been observed within redacted, and all information about it has been contained within redacted records. In accordance with the contract you have signed, you are to not pass on any information to external parties under any circumstances, as it could harm the reputation that redacted call center has built over the years. Failure to cooperate with the contract and accompanying NDA will result in termination of life. We hope you have a great time at Redacted. See you around, new employee. So, a few days ago I had a weird experience. I would have dropped it if it didn't stick with me like this. I'm putting it here for either answers or assurances. Power outages are a very normal part of my life. It was practically part of my weekly routine. The city couldn't afford to keep everyone at full power all of the time. The lights have never been an issue for me, and I've never had this particular problem before. There's still a chance that this didn't really happen, but I'm not sure anymore. The lights had shuttered off right as I slid the deadbolt of the door closed. The faint scent of mildew suffocated by air freshener welcomed me home to my cramped, dingy apartment. I set down my grocery bags onto the creaky dining table after locking the door, placing the paper bag with my dinner onto the stovetop. I had lived here long enough to know my way around the almost claustrophobic area in the dark. I called out to Boris, my roommate of 5 years, to let him know I was home. Even with the poor condition and small space of the apartment, I couldn't afford it on a single income alone. Customer service doesn't pay enough for me to live on my own. Luckily for us, though, I had managed to take home some leftovers from work, meaning neither of us would have to cook dinner that night. I had been expecting some kind of response. Boris normally would yell back at me to keep my voice down, or that the dishes still needed to get done. Today, however, I was met with silence, the rhythmic tapping of our leaky faucet the only sign of movement. Given the late hour, I had simply assumed that Boris had gone to bed early. After all, Boris had been up all night studying for his calculus exam the night before, so he probably crashed right as he got home. The groceries were methodical, vegetables in their designated drawer of the ice box, placing perishables in the fridge, placing cans in the pantry, ignoring that nagging urge to turn the lights back on. It wouldn't do anything, but being unable to see properly would always take a bit of getting used to. The sink was filled to the brim with precariously placed dishes. We didn't have enough space for an automated dishwasher, and Boris hated doing dishes more than he hated doing his coursework, so the responsibility always fell to me. I figured that since we were having pre-prepared food, I could put off doing dishes until later that evening. I sighed in resignation and decided to make the short walk over to the bedroom. We only had one, taking turns sleeping on the creaky couch. I had to wake Boris so that he knew there was cooling food waiting for him. I flicked on the flashlight of my phone, shining it into the room. There were a few clothes on the floor, tests and papers scattered around the floor, as well as a few dishes. A run-down laptop blinking away in the corner. The bed was empty. I frowned into the empty room. Boris wasn't the most social person, so it was hard to believe that he was having a night out. I would have left it alone, but it really wasn't like Boris to leave without saying anything. He even sent me a text before leaving to go to his classes in the morning, or before he went to work. I turned off the light of my phone and sent him a text. "Where even are you?" I stood in the dark of my apartment, listening to the faint hum of the heater. Boris was never the best at responding rapidly, so I wasn't going to hold my breath for an immediate response. I slowly made my way back to the kitchen area, hoping the lights would turn back on so I could lose this gnawing feeling. I knew it was illogical, but the dark made me feel uneasy. I hated that I didn't know where Boris was. He could be anywhere. My mind jumped to the worst-case scenarios. He could have gotten into a car wreck. He could have been mugged or shot. Boris could be. My phone buzzed. "Go outside." I let out a sigh of relief. It was entirely like Boris to go stargazing during a power outage. I hadn't noticed him on the stretch of lawn the complex had when I had showed up with the groceries, but I had been pretty distracted when coming in, so it's entirely possible that I just missed seeing my roommate. I figured I should still probably let Boris know about the food while it was still relatively fresh, common courtesy and all that. It had long gone cold, but I figured it was better late than never. I stepped out into the sharp night air, feeling a slight shiver as I stepped onto the metal landing of their apartment complex. The dark of the night was almost suffocating. It seems silly saying now, but I could almost feel that childlike fear of monsters returning as I looked out into the black. I couldn't see the stars. I couldn't even see faint city lights. I couldn't see a thing. "Boris?" I called out into the black. There was no response. I took a cautious step forward, moving further onto the landing and pulling out my phone to turn the flashlight back on. The battery was low. "Boris?" I called again, voice shaking slightly. Fear slowly seeped into my thoughts. The light didn't reveal much. It should have gone much further than it actually did. The lawn wasn't even in view, only the rails of the landing. It was unreasonably quiet. Even my shouts couldn't cut through the silence. We live in a big city. There is always shouting and honking, cars driving through no matter the hour. It was eerie to have a quiet so complete. I could only hear my heart beating in my chest. I tried telling myself to calm down, but I couldn't think of a reasonable explanation for what was happening. The city was never quiet. Even with their frequent power outages, you could still hear the thrum of people and cars and life. It was as if the city was dead and I was left with the remains. I called out for Boris again, stepping further and further away from the apartment, calling his name for my neighbors, for anyone who could possibly hear me. There was no response. I was starting to feel the creeping edge of panic, heart thumping and almost imperceptibly increasing in pace. What was I even supposed to do? Go to sleep and pray that it would be over when he woke up? That actually didn't sound like too bad of an idea. I quickly swiveled on my heel and walked the 5 paces to get back inside. I reached my destination, apartment number 426. I pulled on the handle only to be met with the clicks of a closed and locked door. It didn't make any sense. I double-checked the number, trying the door again to no avail. I quickly shoved my phone away and rummaged in my pockets for the keys. I fumbled to unlock the door, sliding the key in the lock and turning, trying for the handle again. The deadbolt had been put in place. I was locked out of my own home. It couldn't be real. It had to be a sick joke. I had started pounding on the door. "This isn't funny, Boris." I yelled at the door, slamming my fist against the door, suddenly furious that my roommate would do something like this. The quick movement of my arms warmed me up slightly. My threats were met with silence. There was no response even when I offered to do his laundry for a month. No matter what I said, I was met with a cold, hollow silence, as if the air was swallowing my cries and pleas. I tried calling Boris, only to have all calls go straight to voicemail. I called 911, my mom, anybody. Nobody picked up. There were no signs that anyone else was even alive. Even Google didn't bring up any results. "Do you need help?" A voice called from the left of me, the noise almost deafening in the silence. I almost jumped out of my skin at the intrusion. The voice sounded strange, almost like a mockery of something familiar. Dimly I registered that the voice had come from the left. The stairs onto the landing were from the right, meaning the voice was from someone who lived in the area. Despite how odd the entire situation was, I wasn't going to turn down the company or the help. Yes. I'm locked out of my apartment. I stumbled back from the door and moved to pull my flashlight out for the man to my left, eager to see the man who had come to my aid. "Don't," he said suddenly, before I had the chance to do anything. I paused. "Don't what?" "That light isn't going to help anything. You'd just be drawing attention to yourself," his voice said smoothly. "Okay," I replied slowly, feeling dread and apprehension crawl into my system. "Well, my roommate won't let me back in and dash. Give me your keys," the man said. I hated the idea of this man going into my house. I didn't want to hand over the keys to my apartment, especially not to this stranger. "No, I can do it," I assured. "It's not about ability. It's about opening the door. Your roommate isn't home to open it," the man said easily. Is there any other way to get inside?" I asked. I could hear the smile on the man's face when he replied. "I suppose we can always look for your friend." I hesitantly agreed, and felt the air shift around me as the stranger walked past. I followed the sound of footsteps. The sound was offset, distorted to my own ears. The sound of shoes against metal muffled and amplified in the space. I followed in almost complete silence before I swallowed my apprehension and eventually asked a question. "So who even are you?" I asked the stranger. "I'm a friend," the voice replied airily, sounding entirely too distorted to be human. "I'm here to help you, to save you." I was unsettled by that answer. I knew I would feel much better if I could see. If only I knew where I was or what was going on. Instead, all I had was the scent of my own breath and the rushing of blood in my ears. I was led down the steps of the apartment, hearing the switch from my shoes clanking on metal to the easy click of cement. My hand on my phone, and the cold of the night grounding me as my thoughts screamed at me that something was wrong. I felt increasingly uneasy as I was led away from the apartment. I was getting further away from my only safe point. Even when trying to keep logical and calm, the panic was settling into my gut. I tried to ground myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept coming back to the voice of the stranger. Something wasn't right. With every step further away, I felt more and more trapped. I was a fly waiting for the spider. I was a rabbit caught in a snare. I had to run, and I had to run now. Whatever was leading me away was not a friend. It was not human. I didn't really know how I knew, besides the realization that the voice that it was speaking in was a direct mirror of my own. Twisted and distorted, but almost unmistakable. Not wanting to second-guess myself, I took my opening and ran as fast as I could, feet pounding to the beat set by my own heart. I fumbled for my phone light, almost dropping the phone in the process. I used the light to see the pavement as I ran. I could hear the sound of something following me. It wasn't footsteps, it wasn't human, it was just following right behind me. I glanced behind me, shining the light as I went and briefly spotting a spindly white limb moving in a blur. I made it to the stairs with whatever it was seconds behind me. Ignoring the ache of my bones and the exhaustion in my frame, I ran, adrenaline fueling my every movement as I clambered up the stairs. On the third landing, I tripped. slamming into the cold metal of the floor. Phone skidding from my hands, the light breaking as the thing got ever closer. The light wasn't consistent anymore, flickering on and off as I moved to my feet, barely managing to pick up the fading light as I stood. Run. I had to run. I managed to get to the 4th landing and grabbed my keys, praying that the door would be unlocked. I tried the door once locked. I jammed the key into the lock as I heard the thing behind me finish climbing up the stairs. Phone held in my teeth as I caught a glimpse of what looked like incredibly pale skin. The door unlocked and opened. I bolted inside and moved to slam the door behind me. The door caught on an arm, long and pale, and forcing the door open with more force than I could possibly fight against. "Don't you want help?" The thing asked, in a twisted alteration of my own voice, trying its best to claw its way into my home. The sound of its voice, of my voice, shattering any bravery or resolve I might have mustered up. I gave up the losing battle of keeping the door closed and ran, shoving past the creaking table and almost tripping over piles of half-folded laundry. I had made it to the bedroom right as my phone finally died. The flickering light stayed off. I scrambled for anything, something to fight with or hide in or anything. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. I was dead. I was going to be torn apart by the thing that had taken my voice and offered me help and lead me away, and I felt something grip my arm, and I froze with pure terror. Unable to move, unable to scream. The lights flicked on. Boris was standing in front of me with a concerned look in his eyes. I nearly cried with relief. The power had returned. Whatever had happened was obviously some kind of messed up nightmare, and I was fine. I had never hallucinated before, but that seemed the most logical answer to why I had a scraped knee right then. Any possible thoughts of other worlds and alternate dimensions were to be shoved out of my thoughts immediately because they were ridiculous. I instinctively dismissed any thoughts that what had happened could have been real. I was in my house, right where I had been when I had sent Boris the first text. Boris probably came back from his stargazing and had found me on the ground. I shakily started to laugh, unable to process the situation any other way. I just had to do something that wasn't scream or run or cry. "Whoa, Boris said, looking nervously at me. "I'm really sorry to have scared you like that," he said, rubbing his hands on his neck. I waved him off, composing myself just enough to be convincingly normal. "I was just wondering why you didn't shut the door," he said. I continued to dismiss him, and we ate dinner. Only after the fact did I really think about what he said. I know that I locked the door, I know that I shut it. I know this for a fact, so it makes no sense that the door was open. Boris had no reason to lie about it. I've never hallucinated before, and I get almost 8 hours of sleep every night, so there's no reason for me to have hallucinated this. But I can't think of anything else that would make this make sense. So I'm wondering if you guys have any ideas or theories as to what happened there. I remember our nights of brutal passion. It was so tragically beautiful, the way you danced in the street, splashing in acrylic puddles of orange glow in the rain. I begged you then to come inside, only to hear you say, "Why should I miss such a gorgeous night?" I admired your childlike sense of wonder. You seized your days with grace and hope. I never understood how someone could be so optimistic given your life and how it transpired. It didn't make sense, but it convinced me to live happily. To live happily with you. You were my burning star of hope. You pulled me out of my misery. It was you that grabbed my arm, and we danced in the rain. Together. It was cold and wet, but your body was warm, and your breath was hot on my neck when you said you loved me for the first time. I'll never forget the way you feel, your warmth. So why? Why did you do it? I loved you. I loved you so deeply that when you left I started to carve pieces of myself to release the bright hot red pain boiling inside of me. What I did to you was a mistake, Anna. I promise it was. I no longer sleep. I haven't since you've been in the backyard. Sometimes I lay on the grave I made for you, just to stay close to the warmth you give the earth. I cry at night, and I started to drink again. My vice you got me to quit, but since you're not here I can't seem to stop myself anymore. I remember the night it happened. When I found that man's shirt tucked away under the bed. The wrapper too. I remember the terse language, then the cursing, then the shouting. How could you do that to me, Anna? How could you say you loved me when you betrayed me? My angel given to me from the heavens above. How could you perform such a vile sin? You rushed me, pounding on my chest and begged for forgiveness with every ounce of your being. But I could not forget, so I could not forgive. You hated that. You claimed that I did not love you, that love was unconditional, forever pure. My dear Anna, I can still love you and despise what you've done. The thin line we walk of love and hate was unbalanced, and so I grabbed that knife and proved that our love was in fact unconditional. It was forever and pure. You seemed to acknowledge my act of passion and saw it for what it was. When the knife dug into your chest, blood pooled on your shirt, and all you did was look up at me and smiled. You knew just as much as I did that we could never be truly apart, and in that moment I forgave your sin, our love baptized in your blood. So why haven't you left? I still hear you at night, wandering the house. The familiar noise of your feet, shuffling through the halls. At first I thought the pain of you being gone was making me mad, but then you began to sing. As clear as day, you sang your bright and joyous song in the dark halls of our home. It startled me awake, and I ran through every room to find you. I ran outside to see if you managed to come out from beneath the peach tree. But you were still there, still nurturing our tree with whatever is left of your body. I eat your fruit every day, and imagine still tasting your sweet lips on mine. I started to catch glimpses of you in our mirrors and windows. Just getting to see you for a fraction of a second brought tears to my eyes. It was so fast, but unmistakably you. You were watching over me from the heavens above, and I knew that it was because of our love that you could be here with me even after death. God himself granted us to be together. Unconditional love. But Anna, seeing you has begun to bring me so much sadness. Last night, when laying in bed, I turned over and smelled your perfume, your beautiful rose and cardamom. I reached out and felt the curves of your body. It made me sob to sleep. I can't help but think of our last night together. Slowly, every time you appear to me, I don't think of you dancing, but of you on your knees, looking up at me with a smile and a knife sticking out of your chest. I asked you to stop. I could no longer prove our love, and I can no longer say I love you. I have to move on, and if you loved me, you would let me go. But you didn't. Maybe I deserve this. I deserve to be haunted by you. It was my wish and everything that I asked for you to be forever mine, but I have to take it back. I deserve this, and maybe that's why you won't leave. You began to hurt me last week. It started with you moving our things across the house, throwing silverware out of drawers, breaking plates on the kitchen floor. Then you started to bring knives to my room. You laid every knife we owned out on the carpet in beautiful spirals and patterns. My Anna, you are still so talented, but you started to cut me. You threw your art at me with precision, and it nearly cut my throat. When that didn't procure what you wanted, you started to scratch me at night. Your nails burned through my flesh, and I screamed out in pain, swinging my fists through the blanket in frustration that I could not reach you. My dear Anna, I cannot say that you love me anymore either. I could understand if you wanted me to be with you in the afterlife, and so you allowed me to drink a poison, or if you actually struck me with that blade, and so we could be together. But no. Recently, I have come to understand that all you want is to make me suffer. Anna, please. Please stop. I can't take this anymore. I haven't slept in days. You are up every night, and ensure I am there to be up with you. But Anna, you must move on. If you truly did love me, then you would let me go. I can't handle the pain anymore. My body is filled with the scars and burned kisses of your onslaught. I am scared of you, Anna. I begged you today to talk to me. I paraded around our house and pleaded for you to come out. I begged for your forgiveness. If I could take it back, I would. I screamed into the void. If I could die instead of you, I would. But you never answered me. But tonight, as I was writing my letter to you, you grabbed my shoulder and finally spoke to me. In your sweet and velvety tone, you don't get to let go. Oh, Anna, our love truly is beyond all reason. I'll continue to live for you, and I will bear the wounds you give me as proof of our love, our eternity together. Suicide mentioned. Be warned. Subject 009. Enter the room and sit on the couch. A man in his early 30s entered the room. He looked around a bit nervously and saw the couch. He sat down and started rubbing his arm. I opened my phone. 15:01. I set it down with a countdown of 1 hour. I then nodded to my coworker to start. He nodded back and looked at the console, flipping a switch. I grabbed the microphone. It was the 8th person this had happened to. I'm not sure why we're still doing this, but whatever. I spoke to the man. Subject 009. Do not scratch the itch. He looked around for the voice. Confused, he called out. What? What itch? I don't have a... He looked down at his arm and started scratching. I spoke out to him again, louder and more tense. Do not scratch the itch, 009. I looked down at my phone. 15:03. He put his arms down, looking at it. He felt it. I could too, but I couldn't scratch it. It'll infect me if I do. It already took him, Maybe he still had a chance, so. I saw him stand up and walk around. He's trying to ignore it. Even he knows that scratching it will only worsen it. It'll only worsen his condition. He was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. His hair had already fallen out, and he agreed to try a new experimental gas that can kill just about anything. All you had to do was not activate it on yourself, as weird as it sounds. All they had to do was survive the itch for an hour. None were successful so far. The highest time someone went was 006 with 43 minutes. He's been walking for about 5 minutes now. He keeps grabbing at it, just tightening his grip against that one spot on his arm. I ask him how he is doing. He responds that he's fine, but even I can see that he won't make it. 15:10. We turned on the television to try and distract him even more, gave him full access to any channels he wanted. We had to make sure he stayed focused on anything else but his itch. How are you feeling, Oliver? Do you need us to bring you anything to eat? Oh, I'd take some spaghetti or something. Why can't I scratch? Why'd you have to ask that question? I sighed and opened the mic back up. It's part of the process. Scratching it will make it worse for you. It attacks your cancer by damaging the tumor, and then it attacks the damaged cells of your cancer. But if you create those damaged cells, it won't be able to identify anymore which one is dead and the ones you need. Meaning it'll kill you slowly, painfully. You have another 47 minutes to go by. We can end the process if you want, but unfortunately your cancer will stay. Oh, no, I can keep going. Just spaghetti, please. And maybe some mittens. Something to help me prevent this. You got it. A sealed room on the other side would open as a small remote-controlled table with wheels. Drove over towards him with the items he requested. He put them on, and he sat down starting to eat his spaghetti. I could see he was still tense about everything, probably even more now. I only hoped this wasn't his last meal. We didn't have the best chefs here. Nothing of this operation was under government surveillance. Everything we did here will have to be destroyed once successful. I have to legally say that these people have signed an understanding that there was a chance that they could die during this treatment. They were aware of the potential consequences that could happen and still decided to go through. Where they are now is not my say. 15:16. Oliver is still eating his spaghetti and watching TV. He had tried to go itch his arm with the mitten, but was able to hold back. He tried distracting himself even more. It was going well, considering. Oh, can I ask a few questions? Since. Of course, but please remember we can only respond with what we're allowed to say. Oh, how did you know about me? Why me? Why do I get this treatment? What happened to the others? We chose you because we've seen your academic potential. You've worked hard all your life. What you were burdened with isn't fair. You deserve a good life, a long life. You get this treatment because, as desperate as you are, you decided to live, and we only wish to help you with that. This treatment is not approved by the government, but you might be able to make it so. Human trials are needed for this. Animals don't listen, and they'll just scratch. Please, understand you are not a pawn, you are not a guinea pig. You are a person who wants help and with it might even save the world. I took a deep breath afterwards and spoke out again, in a more warning tone. The others scratched the itch. Do not scratch the itch, Oliver. I could see his eyes widen a bit. Everything I had just said stuck with him. He felt more important than ever. Maybe that was the push he needed. You'd be surprised at how heavy this toll can be. 5:23. I know what you're wondering. Why don't we just tie them up? Make them unable to move during the procedure. We couldn't contain them after the 38-minute mark. It has been 22 minutes since the gas had entered Oliver's body, and I'll have to tell him soon that he'll feel a lot of pressure to scratch it. Subject 001 broke his upper torso, dislocated his arms, broke his joints, tore his muscles, trying to free himself, he bled out. Subject 002, we made sure he couldn't move at all passing the 42-minute mark. He bit out his tongue. As paramedics tried to contain him, he bled out, scratching the itch. Subject 003, we put a mouth guard and blocked his mouth from closing, giving the same restraints as 002. Died from overforcing himself and his body. He tensed up so hard that his brain vessels rendered him brain dead, soon after killing him. Quite literally blowing his fuses. Why are we so weird about how we talk? That's because of our boss. I couldn't tell you anything more other than he specified us to focus on that line. Don't scratch the itch. Maybe it had some powerful mental power. We didn't really get in that situation. Honestly, it made me want to scratch my non-existent itch more. I had been doing this for 4 months now. I could turn it on and off by now, but it was still annoying. Like saying the manual breathing. Sorry. Anyway, we had our orders, we had our pay. It was horrible seeing those people die, don't get me wrong, but this gas was working. I personally looked at the charts of the other people. They were dead, but they no longer had tumors or diseases. The gas worked. Other than the side effects, it was a cure. Maybe in my mind I was trying to convince myself that this was ethical since they did sign, knowing what could happen. I suppose they did, because what else could they lose? I'll get back to it now. I pushed up my glasses, put my drink down, and picked up the microphone. 15:29. Oliver, you're soon about to hit a time mark which everything will get even more stressful and tense. We have not tried to do this yet, but we're willing to give you a choice. We can give you some anesthesia to help your body, but that can increase the chance of failure, or we can let you do your thing and trust you won't scratch it. Oh, what am I going to feel? We've noticed an increase of anger in people hitting this time mark. We'll stay silent until you can tell us that you feel okay, or... Oh, I've dealt with anger all my life. How hard can this one be? I have my methods. So you choose nothing? Oh, can I get some white noises? We can do that for you. He smiled a bit, sitting on the ground as the room started emitting white noise. For the last few people we had done these tests on, I became hopeless, feeling like it was impossible to actually surpass this challenge. But Oliver had fired back a flame of hope inside of me. I remembered the others. I'm sure you're a bit curious. Subject 004. We let her into the room. At that point it was empty, nothing to distract herself with. It didn't last long, about 12 minutes. She begged us to stop. I wish we could have, but the minute after she was already peeling the damn skin off of her body. We had to close the room for 2 weeks to clean up everything. Subject 005. We let him have his phone, but no service, no one to call, but he could play his games. We even put a game console, but that proved to be even worse. It made him lose after not even 8 minutes. He scratched and scratched, not even realizing we were talking to him. When he realized he was too weak to even get up, scalping his muscles out of his body, his veins. The things I've seen in the past month have made me question a lot about the human body, its limits, its potential, its everything. It was in a way. It was incredible, incredibly disgusting and putrid, but it was amazing. The sheer will of what we can accomplish. Sorry again, I'm getting sidetracked, and 006. What she did whilst she was distracting herself, with television, white noises, she was a yoga teacher. She knew how to relax, stay calm and all that. She had a tumor in her brain, unfortunately, and as I've said, she lasted the longest, but without even realizing she had digged her own brain out of her head and the tumor. We have a few theories now about what the gas actually could be, since we don't exactly know. All we know is that it can work. We think it could be a type of invasive hive that attacks abnormalities in the human body, a simple self-correcting gas that heals and destroys the diseases and such. It all comes back to destroying and healing the body. 15:31. Oliver has started humming to himself the song, Should I Stay or Should I Go by The Clash. I asked him, Oliver, what are you going to do after this? This is something I had asked most people who had made it past 20 minutes. I may have seemed like a bad man. I know a lot of people would have probably seen it like this if I wasn't the one telling the story, but I did care for these people. I hoped nothing but the best for them. I wished for them to succeed. I wished for this drug to succeed. This would cure the world. A lot of them mostly answered with getting back with their family, lovers, make a successful life for helping people. Only for me to see the colors of their eyes leave this world, having left their families quicker than expected. Of course, I couldn't get attached to them, because this was a professional place. I tried not to, but people fighting for their lives, it's inspiring, even if... I'm getting sidetracked again, I apologize. Oliver responded a bit tense. Oh, I might launch my own restaurant. I heard a lot about food healing. You'd be surprised by what food can actually do for you. That sounds lovely, I'd love to visit it. The words, if you make it, almost slipped out, but I held myself back. I couldn't stress him more at all. He needed to focus. He had to make it out. 15:35. It was almost time. I could see Oliver getting more tense. The anger was rising, but he was holding it together. What I didn't tell you before is that it wasn't just Oliver that was being watched, it was us too. At first I could never have told you why. Thankfully that's why I'm still writing this. I don't care if they find me. Not anymore, I sent it far away. Someone will find it, hopefully someone good. I'll tell the world what happened to all of them. What happened to the others. 007 was a younger child, around 12. His parents had unfortunately ended their lives after finding out that their child was only going to live for another month. I never saw him agree to anything. I never saw him sign anything. I was only told about his parents. I didn't like it, but the thought of saving a child, I didn't mind it. Maybe the gas was less effective on him. It wasn't, God, it wasn't. He broke the television screen and scratched his skin with a piece of glass, hitting and splitting all of his veins. 008 used the fork we gave him for food. First it was the inside of his cheek, scratched until blood and skin fell out. I believe even 5 teeth were found, some skin off of his arms and legs, nails. He even stabbed one of his finger, prying it off of him. And without even noticing, he was scratching himself in the chest until he reached his heart. The fork was bent inside of his chest. He died the minute after. 009. 1539. Oliver was passing around the room. He was struggling. He wasn't exactly hiding it anymore. He tightened his fists. We know what would happen if we tried to communicate with him, but we had to remind him, just in case. Oliver, don't. Oh, don't scratch the fucking itch. I know. You don't need to fucking repeat it. I apologize. Weirdly enough, this seemed to have reminded him of what was happening. He uncurled his fist and gripped the television as hard as he could. He was sweating a lot. He needed something. What could I do, though? I kept looking around the room and back at Oliver, hoping I could help him, but I couldn't. I had to let him do this. 1540. Oh, can you remind me why you guys do this? My eyes widened a bit. I weirdly felt proud. I picked up the microphone and spoke out. Yeah, of course. We do this because this experimental drug is something we have never seen before. The other subjects unfortunately passed away, but the gas had done its work. It removed their diseases. Oh, but they died, right? They did, but I believe that only one person needs to make it through this, and it'll help quite literally everyone in the world. I can't guarantee it, but it's definitely one of the best steps in medicine anyone could take, and you only have 20 minutes and 29 seconds left. He started nodding, agreeing with what I was saying. 1541. I get it. I'm important to you guys right now, maybe even humanity. What an honor. He chuckled to himself, gripping onto the TV even more. I'm pretty sure I could see the bent in it. In case of emergency, in case of anything, gas leak, anything, I had a button to stop everything. I wanted to push it. I wanted this man to live the rest of his life. My boss would have definitely been mad, even probably fired me. If not killed me. I had a lot of information about this place that could shut everything down. I've since then hated myself for not stopping it. He could have lived a normal life. 1545. Oliver had officially broken the record, but he also dented the television. In the last few minutes or so, he broke the television, ripped the couch apart, threw his plate at the wall, and now he was gripping onto what was left of the couch, and he was yelling in pain. The itch was getting into his head. Even I could feel it. But of course mine was fake. It wasn't real. 1549. Oliver was yelling until his voice went quiet. He took raspy breaths, attempting to get all of his anger and temptation out of his body. His arm went limp. I was afraid he was going to lose it like 003. His brain might damage itself with everything he's doing. I kept peeking at the button, knowing I could, but he was doing so well. I just had to keep him going. 1551. I was about to open the microphone again, telling him to hang on, but his entire body went limp, falling to the ground with a loud bang. I asked out, Oliver? Are you okay? Oliver, please answer me. Come on. This wasn't the first person we had lost yet. It felt like someone close. I closed my documents and my notes. Time of death. 1551, new record. 50 minutes. 1553. I heard a loud coughing and gasping in the other room as I was about to leave. I looked up and immediately ran back over to look through. It was Oliver. He was alive. He was standing up. I could see blood pumping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. I gripped the microphone. Oliver? Can you hear me? Are you all right? He stood there for a moment, seeming like he was lost, but he quickly regained his memories as he spoke out. Oh, my body feels lighter. I can breathe so easily. I can smell so perfectly. I can feel everything that's touching me. He took one of the deepest breaths I have ever heard. 1554. He cleaned the blood off of his body and walked up to the window, looking at me. He smiled. 1555. The treatment had worked, or it was finalizing. The world could become a better place for everyone. No more diseases, no more. 1556. I was a bit confused as to why. We were told the treatment was a full hour. Everything seemed fine until the door finally opened. 1557. I remember everything that had happened in those few seconds. I remember seeing those 2 guards walking in, and they opened fire on Oliver. unloading their magazines into him. I had taken cover as some of the bullets pierced the glass. What the hell? Why would they shoot him? He cured himself, he freed himself. He could have lived longer. 1558. Afterwards, I poked my head out to see Oliver still standing. I looked at him and saw he was still alive. He could move, talk, and do everything. Only he had about 20 holes punctured in his body. "Oh, Oliver?" He looked back at me and smiled. He fell over, his blood leaking out of his body. 1559. They killed him. I remember seeing his eyes leaving our world. I looked up at the guards. "Why the hell did you do that? What's wrong with you?" "He made it." The guards looked at me and stepped up. "Guard 009 had to be terminated for safety reasons. He came back." "What does that mean?" "He was fine." "Guard, step back, doctor." They had raised their guns at me. I instinctively stepped back, my foot hitting the corpse of the man I once hoped that he was the one that could make it out of this. What was all of this for then? You've kept all of us in the dark about this project. If it's not meant to be a cure for humanity, what the hell is it supposed to be? The guards put their fingers on the triggers ready to fire, until Oliver suddenly stood back up. His wounds had recovered. 1601. Guard. The procedure was to make him immortal. His cells are no longer capable of being damaged, not permanently. Oliver looked up at his body, seeing the holes close up on their own. He started walking past me, and the guards began gunning him down again. I had to move out of the way. A bullet grazed me, but I was fine. Oliver took their guns, and in an instant I couldn't hear their voices anymore. I looked up to him to see that he had murdered both of them in a single motion. Everything afterwards happened so fast. He ran out of the building, and I assumed he escaped because not one of the corpses we found was his. As of October 20th, 2018, the program was shut down. We were let go, what remained of the staff. But I do believe we are being watched, ready to be taken out if needed. I'm writing this in case you read this, Oliver. Whatever you've become, don't let them find you. I'm not sure who you can trust today, but you have a gift. It'd be wise to let people know about it. I'm not sure who though, I'm sorry. I believe they've caught on to what I'm doing, so I believe this is all I can say. I might die tonight, who knows? I've done my part for the world. Just finished 1 HR ago. It's hard to describe an impulse with words. By definition, it's an unreflective urge. An overwhelming feeling that compels action, disentangled from the stickiness of logic and forethought. For example, I couldn't verbalize exactly why I had slammed the key to my Dodge Pontiac through the soft flesh under the security guard's mandible. Other than the painting relieved my headache, and he was trying to pull me away from it. But the investigating officer had already dismissed that explanation as unsatisfactory. But that's the truth I had access to at that moment. After what felt like the 40th time he asked, all I could do was shrug. The resurrection of my lifelong headache wasn't doing me any favors either. As soon as my eyes left the painting, the pain came crashing back. It felt like my entire skull had its own pulse. A paralysis-inducing ache I was all too familiar with. This searing misery has been my stalwart companion for about 15 years. An undiagnosed migraine disorder that started when I was 3. Every doctor's visit would begin with a review of my family history. No migraines on my dad's side, and my mother deserted the both of us when I was a toddler. Left in the middle of the night, no note. According to my father, she was never very forthcoming about her medical history either. We both assumed I inherited this curse from her. No scan of my brain ever revealed deformity or dysfunction. The pain was not an atypical seizure. As far as Western medicine could tell, I was healthy as a horse. Psychiatrists blame subconscious trauma from abandonment, but it's not like antidepressants lessen the pain either. I've learned to live with it, even weather bad dates through it. I'd never been to a museum before today. Dad always made it seem incredibly dull. A waste of time for people that had nothing better to do. The one time my school went on a field trip to a local museum, Dad forbade me from going. Weird in retrospect, but at the age of 9, I was just happy to miss a day of school. Today, my boyfriend insisted we go, and I simply didn't have the energy to argue. I figured Dad would say I couldn't go, and that would be that. To my surprise, that isn't what he said at all. Sure, honey. I think today is the perfect day, actually. Dad was right. The experience was an absolute slog. Excluding the aforementioned miracle painting, of course. When my eyes were pointed in its direction, regardless of distance, the pain lessened. I wasn't even consciously looking at it in the beginning. Instead, unexpected relief magnetized my body, guiding me through the labyrinthine halls until I found myself right in front of it, basking in the intoxication of relief. Transfixed, I stood motionless. It was a small, square watercolor, each side only a half a foot long, unassuming to everyone but me. I couldn't tell precisely what the composition depicted. The canvas was a maelstrom of color, a surface completely consumed by a veritable tempest of animated pigment. I couldn't believe the eroded wooden frame was able to hold the vast, cyclonic energy contained within. At any moment, it felt like the piece's color could rupture its meager cage and explode out into the surrounding museum, swallowing its patrons in a rushing wave of indigo and crimson. As I stared, the hypnotic swirls gave me more respite than morphine ever did. The plaque next to the painting read, "My Last Red Cradle Asterisk, by Dupuy Asterisk." Considered by many to be the last great work of modernism, it is said the architecture of an umbilical cord inspired this haunting piece. When asked about the painting, Ms. Dupuy responded with this cryptic message: "Meaningful art is inevitably built on sacrifice. Desperation is the canvas. Blood is the paint. When it's finally time to become legion, do not be afraid to give in." I didn't even register that my nose was touching the canvas until after I impulsively pushed blunt metal through that man's jaw. As another example of an impulse, when the guard let go of me, I reflexively jumped between him and the painting to shield it from the ensuing blood sprays. I didn't know why I cared about protecting the canvas, but in that moment, nothing was more important to me. Not to say impulses are arbitrary. It's more that you may not have a perfect understanding of what's driving your actions at first. As soon as I made bail and got my phone back, I sprinted to my car and hopped in, my eyes glued to the screen as I searched online for the painting. It didn't take long to find it, but it didn't work like the original in the museum, either. No matter how large I made it on the screen, no matter what resolution the picture was, it didn't provide me with an ounce of relief. Instead, pain and frustration danced hectic circles against the rim of my skull, and I almost broke down completely. Before I could erupt, however, I noticed something on the screen that gave me pause. A familiarity of sorts. The artist, Dupuy, looked a hell of a lot like me. When I got home, I confronted my dad with what I found. Dupuy, he informed me, is my mother's maiden name. He had known this entire time where she'd been, and what she had been doing, and chose not to tell me. His words, not mine. Suddenly my headache roared, louder and fiercer than it ever had in the past. My knees buckled from the discomfort, and I fell to the floor. As Dad bent over me, I felt my teeth reach for his neck, guided by the same relieving magnetism I experienced with the painting in the museum. Before I could sink my canines into him, however, I stopped myself, my mind pushing back against the new and deadly impulse. I didn't want to hurt him. To my confusion, Dad didn't move away as I rested my teeth on his neck, fighting to keep my jaw open. If I bit down, he was dead, but Dad didn't move an inch. He waited, patient and understanding. After about a minute of that horrible standstill, he finally spoke. As he did, I could feel the subtle pulsations of blood swimming through his jugular vein under my upper lip. "Do it, Felicity. This is what we've all been waiting for. Turn your suffering into purpose. Your desperation, the canvas. With my blood, you can paint the red cradle. Go be with your mother. You've earned it." It took every bit of willpower I had, but I pulled myself away from my father. Slowly, I lifted my teeth from his neck and took a few steps back. For the first time, I refused to give in to impulse. Nothing, not even the gut-wrenching pain, would control me like that. In response, Dad slumped to the kitchen floor, letting his head rest awkwardly against the oven once he was on his back. He was silent for a moment, then his voice exploded with laughter. Between bouts of cackling, I heard him say, "What an absolute waste. Ms. Dupuy is going to be so angry." As his laughing continued, strained and maniacal, blood started flowing down from the corners of his eyes. It wasn't like crying, the stream was too quick, unnaturally forceful too, pressurized to the point where it made an audible hissing sound as it poured from his tear ducts. As more and more blood escaped, the whites of his eyes became pitch black, and his skin seemed to liquefy like candle wax. When the blood hit the floor, it didn't just form a puddle either. Instead, the liquid kept its rapid pace and started moving towards me, chasing closely behind my footfalls as I sprinted out the door. Stepping into the car, I watched a horde of crimson streaks spill over the door frame, and I heard Dad screaming something in a language I didn't recognize. The same few nonsense words, deep and guttural, over and over and over again. I'm holed up in a motel on the edge of town as I type this, trying to put it all together. My boyfriend is on his way over, and I'm not sure he'll believe me when I tell him what happened. I don't think that man was my real father. Dupuis may be my mother, though. As much as I want it not to be true, it feels right. I'm trying not to give in to the pain. My skull is absolutely pounding, though. That said, I've noticed something new about the pain as well. It's almost become like a compass. When I turn my head, the pain doesn't stay in the same place. Instead, it moves the exact opposite way, making sure it's always pointed in the same direction, regardless of how my head is positioned. Some infernal weather vane buried deep within my psyche. My impulse is to follow the pain wherever it leads me. As much as I don't want to give in, I feel my resistance wavering, worn down by years of searing torment. What in God's name am I? Is there a point in resistance, or am I just delaying the inevitable? Does anyone know what this all means? It was something of an open secret in my family, a secret that could get you killed if you weren't prepared. In my family, there are always very specific rules about certain things. We cut our meat very small, we don't drink too fast, we don't go into water deeper than our waist, and we don't put our face in the water when we do. It's something you come to understand pretty quickly, or you don't live very long. I remember losing breath for the first time when I was 6, and it scared the hell out of me. It was a simple thing, but those are usually the things that trip us up. I had been out playing in the yard, the July heat beating down on me, and I was sweating profusely as I came pelting up to the hose pipe by the house. I should have gone inside to get my drink. Mom had told me that 1,000 times, but I was so thirsty. The water was cold and nice at first, running down my face as I took a long drink. I was guzzling before I knew it, drinking like a dog as my tongue stuck out, and that was when it happened. Suddenly I was coughing and gagging, but the more I coughed, the harder it became to breathe. It wasn't like I couldn't catch my breath. It felt like someone had their hands around my throat, and they were choking the life out of me. I was scared. A child of 6 isn't supposed to be scared like that, and as the little black spots started appearing in front of my eyes, I started to see something. It was like looking at a photonegative person, an outline made real. It had long, spindly fingers, 3 times as long as a normal person's, and it had them wrapped around my neck as it throttled me. All I could do was look up at it, watching as it shook me slowly and firmly by the throat. I was blacking out, slowly dying in the clutches of this monster. But that's when I heard someone screaming from behind me. Elgnarts, Elgnarts, Elgnarts. Just as quickly as it appeared, the creature was gone again. It had broken apart like smoke on a breeze, and my mother was holding me as I lay in her arms. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm so sorry. I told you to be careful. You always have to be careful. The Elgnarts is always waiting to get you." Back then, I didn't even think to ask her what this creature was. I was a child, and children believe in monsters. We don't question whether there are monsters or not. We question when they will come for us, and if we will be prepared. My mother had saved me, but she had also taught me how to save myself. I was lucky that day. Some members of my family were not so lucky when the Elgnarts comes for them. Despite the curse that follows us, I had a few siblings. 2 brothers and 2 sisters, neither of whom made it to adulthood. I had 2 older siblings, Sam and Gabriel, and 2 younger siblings, Nikki and Matthew, a boy and a girl of each. I was what you would call a middle child, but I wouldn't be for long. Their deaths were too much for my father. He died before I finished high school, but my mother lived on. It was like she would not allow herself to die, knowing that she had to protect her children, then just her child, me. My sister was the first to go. She was older than me, 2 years older, and we often played together. I don't think she believed in this creature, but she had always been lucky. She didn't have a chance to see it like I did, but when I was 8 and she was 10, she died very suddenly. I'm not sure if she believed then, but I believe that she saw the Elgnarts before she went. Mom was busy that day. My baby brother was less than a year old, and he needed a lot of care. My sister and I were home. My older brother was out with friends, and my younger sister was at an aunt's house with her daughter for a play date, and we were sitting around the house being bored. We were watching cartoons, lying on the couch, when we heard a sound that all children hope for. It was the gentle music of an ice cream truck. We both got excited, running to our rooms to get our money, and we were out the door before our mother could even think to stop us. She was in the back, trying to get Matthew to sleep, and when the truck pulled up to the curb, we made our orders. Gabby got a bomb pop, and I got a Choco Crunch. I was eating slowly, taking my time as Mother had taught us, but Gabby was excited. She had wanted a bomb pop all summer, but the ice cream truck didn't come down here very often. She was practically dancing on the sidewalk, dropping the wrapper beside the curb as the truck drove slowly up the road and away from us. She took a big bite, getting almost the entire tip of the bomb pop in one giant chomp, and I saw as her throat worked in an attempt to get it all down. She wheezed, her air cutting off as the ice cream bulged her throat. I got scared, watching her hands scrabble at his throat as she tried to breathe. And as her eyes got wide, I saw something in them that made me remember that day 2 years before. She was seeing it, the Elgnarts, and it was proving itself much more lively than she had believed it could be. I couldn't see it, but I watched as something took hold of her throat. It pressed the sides of her neck, breaking the ice cream and sending it sliding down even as her windpipe was closed off by those treacherous fingers. A paramedic would later claim that the ice cream must have melted enough to slide down the rest of the way, but I knew what I had seen. I had seen those fingers as they made indentions in her throat. I had seen her look of terror as it killed her. I stood there, fear gripping me like those fingers, and tried to make my lips speak its name. That's where my mother found us, my still trying to speak and Gabriel already dead in the street. I never forgot that day, the day I watched my sister die, and it was something that stuck with me for the rest of my life. Sam went next, but it wasn't entirely due to his lack of caution. Sam, like me, had experienced something at a very young age, and he had seen the Elgnarts before our mother had made it go away. It had made him incredibly cautious. Sam didn't take chances, he cut his meat fine enough to eat without teeth, he drank most liquids with a straw, and he never took a bite big enough to choke him. He took showers, he didn't go into water that went over his knee, and he didn't put his face into any water. No, what killed Sam was his work ethic. He was 4 years older than me, and when I was 12 he got a job. He worked nights, wanting to buy a car, and he worked almost every day after school. He was coming home on his bike one night, going over the bridge that would take him into the residential area where we lived when a drunk driver came over the bridge and hit him. He fell off his bike, flying over the side of the bridge and into the water. The water there wasn't deep. It was barely 4 feet, but when they pulled him out of the water, the coroner was puzzled. I know he must have drowned, but it almost appears that he was strangled. He had shown Mother the bruises, and, though she said that sounded dreadful, I could see in her eyes that she knew. I was 12 when she took me aside and told me that I was the oldest now. Your younger siblings need you now more than ever. Never forget that it is up to you to keep an eye on them, to keep them safe from the Elgnarts before he strikes again. That's just a story, I blurted before I could think better of it. My mother shook her head at me. If you believe that, then I'll be having this discussion with your younger sister soon. You know better. You watched it kill Gabby, and you saw it when it tried to kill you. Believe in this, and be cautious in everything you do. But why? I asked, why does it follow us? It has always followed the members of my side of the family. It's what killed your grandfather, 2 of your aunts, and both of your uncles. It nearly killed your Aunt Stacy, but I stopped it. It has followed us since the old country, ever since your great-great-great-grandfather did something unforgivable. We were sitting in the living room after Sam's funeral, still dressed in our Sunday best, and it occurred to me that this was the same room Gabby and I were sitting in when we heard the ice cream truck. That seemed like 1,000,000 years ago, not just 4, and I felt an odd sense of vertigo as I thought about it. Your thrice great-grandfather was a lumberman in Russia. He was respected, he was a pillar of the community, but the one thing he wanted was beyond his reach. He desired a woman who would not have him. He became desperate, so he went to speak with a bruja, a witch, that lived on the outskirts of the village. He told the witch what he wanted, and she told him the price would be steep. He was a man of means, and he paid what she asked. She gave him potions and charms, and spoke the words of mysticism, but none of it worked. The woman spurned his advances, and when he told the witch, she shook her head and said, "Then it is not meant to be. If your stars cannot be entangled, then they cannot. There is nothing to be done about it." He became irate, telling her that she would give him his money back if she couldn't get him what he wanted. She told him that could not be, that he had paid and taken his chances. Your great-great-great-grandfather became irate, and what he did next could not be taken back. He leapt across her table, knocking her crystals and baubles to the ground, and wrapped his fingers around her throat. He throttled her right there at her table, watching her face purpling, but the witch was not done yet. They say her lips never stopped moving, even as he strangled the life from her, and though he could not hear her words, he would remember them later. "Elgnarts, Elgnarts, Elgnarts." She repeated it again, and even as he strangled the life from her, he felt his own throat closing a little as the rage took him. When he finished, he let go of her and stepped back, He realized what he had done, and he sure was sorry, but there was no taking it back. Unknown to him, the witch had thrown her death curse on him, and it followed his bloodline for the rest of time. The Elgnarts follows us now, just waiting for the opportunity to squash us. It killed all but one of your great-great-great-grandfather's children, and your great-great-grandfather's children, and so on and so forth. It would have left only me, I suppose, but I saved your aunt and have kept a close eye on her. I told her husband about the legend, and now he watches her so I don't have to. That's why you have to help me watch your siblings, so it doesn't happen to them. And so I did. I watched over Nikki and Matthew like they were made of glass, and that's why they nearly made it to adulthood. Matthew was 4 years younger than me, Nikki too, and it was strange to think of what they might get up to if given the opportunity. It didn't matter, I watched them like a hawk, I hovered over them ceaselessly, and though I think they resented it, they also understood. I stopped Matthew from choking on spaghetti when he was 9. I stopped Nikki from drowning in the kiddie pool when she was 11. I stopped Matthew from choking on a soda when he was 12. I stopped Nikki from choking on ice when she was 13. It was a full-time job, but thinking of Gabby made it easier. I had to save them, like I should have saved her, and it worked until Nikki suddenly went off script. She wanted to go to the beach with her class in the 10th grade. Nikki, I don't think it's a good idea. I was 20 then, still living at home and watching after them. Nikki was 16 and Matthew was 14, and Dad had been dead for nearly 3 years. It was a heart attack. There had been a close call with Nikki. She had nearly died after an incident with an allergic reaction to cigarette smoke. He had collapsed during it and never gotten up again. After that, I was even more attentive, watching for Dad and me, and this seemed like just the chance that the Elgnarts had been looking for. Well, I'm tired of never doing anything fun. I want to live a little. I'll be fine, don't worry so much. Well, what if I chaperone the trip? What if I? No, she said, but she said it gently. I have to be responsible for myself sometimes, even if it's just for a little while. My mother and I tried to talk sense into her, but she wouldn't listen. I went anyway, watching with binoculars from my car, but I was too late to save her. She washed up an hour after the riptide got her, and then it was just me and Matthew. Matthew almost made it. He was so close, 17, and on the cusp of graduation. He had become like Sam, careful in the extreme. He saw the writing on the wall, had seen the Elgnarts more times than he could count, and intended to beat the odds. He went nowhere, he came straight home, and he seemed to be certain that if he could make it to adulthood, he might beat the odds. He was sure of it, and as his 18th birthday approached, I kept an extra close eye on him. He was never far from my sight, we went everywhere together, and Mom commended me for my determination. I had failed Nikki, I would not fail Matt. In the end, I never had a chance. We were watching TV, something mindless, when Matt got up and went to the bathroom. I got up too, but he shook his head, saying he would only be gone for a second. He just needed to pee, it wasn't life-threatening. He went to the hall bathroom, and a moment later I heard the toilet flush. I heard the water come on, I heard it go off, and then I heard a thump that had me running right away. He was sprawled on the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air. Elgnarts, Elgnarts, Elgnarts. I cried, not wasting time looking for fingers as I acted quickly. Nothing happened. Elgnarts, Elgnarts, Elgnarts. I cried again, but still nothing. I called for Mom, but she was out back hanging laundry and wouldn't discover that her youngest was dead until it was too late. I tried CPR, but his chest wouldn't rise. I checked for finger marks, but there were none. Nothing was squeezing his neck, I would later find out. What had happened was just bad luck. He had slipped on a floor mat and hit his throat just right, so that his windpipe was crushed. It was a 1 in a million injury, but it didn't stop the family curse from being fulfilled. So, I stood there and held his hand, being with him as he died. He was scared, God he was scared, but I gave him all the love and all the support I could as he passed on. After that, it was just Mom and I, but I've decided that it ends with us. I'm scheduled for a vasectomy next month. I do not intend to have children that I will then have to watch die. Mom didn't understand, she was furious at first, but I think now she gets it. If I never procreate, then the curse ends with me. If I have to remain celibacy or become a priest or something, that's what I'll do. Either way, there will never be another target for the Elgnarts. And so he will strangle out as he has strangled out my bloodline. It seems the least I can do to honor the siblings I couldn't save. Have you ever heard something you weren't supposed to? I'm not talking about an overheard whisper in a darkened hallway, or a hushed conversation you accidentally eavesdropped on. No, this was different. This was something impossible, something that shouldn't exist yet. Something from the future. I did. And now, I don't think I have much time left. It started 2 nights ago. I was up late, too late, mindlessly flipping through stations on my old radio. The kind with a stiff tuning dial and a scratched-up casing. The kind you don't really see anymore. I'd found it at a garage sale months back, drawn to its nostalgic charm, and ever since, it had become my companion during long, restless nights. I'm one of those people who need background noise while working, static-filled music, late-night talk shows, even those strange, distant signals that flicker in and out of dead frequencies. But that night, something different came through. At first, it was barely a whisper beneath the crackle of empty airwaves, a thin, ghostly hum fighting to be heard. I almost ignored it, almost turned the dial again. But then, a voice came. This is an emergency alert for all residents. This is not a test. I froze. The voice wasn't like the usual robotic warnings I'd heard before. It was off, slower, almost hesitant, like it was being forced out against some invisible resistance. A deep, mechanical distortion coated every word, stretching them out unnaturally. Please listen carefully. This broadcast is coming from the future. A nervous chuckle slipped from my lips. A joke. Had to be. Some underground station, having fun with late-night listeners. Maybe a creepypasta-inspired prank, trying to get under people's skin. But then, the voice came again. If you are hearing this, you have less than 24 hours. They're already here. They are watching. A shiver ran down my spine. And then a sudden burst of static, deafening, swallowing everything. The radio hissing like a living thing before cutting off entirely. I just sat there, staring at the radio. My fingers clenched tight around the armrest of my chair, the tremble in my hands betraying the fear I didn't want to acknowledge. It had to be fake. Some weird experimental transmission. A trick, a hoax, something, anything. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, the unease crawled beneath my skin, settling deep into my bones. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. 12:03 a.m. A perfectly ordinary moment in a perfectly ordinary night. And yet, nothing felt ordinary anymore. With a shaky breath, I switched the radio off, buried myself under my blankets, and squeezed my eyes shut. I forced my mind to push it away, to label it as nothing more than late-night paranoia. I was wrong. I didn't want to hear anything else. I turned everything off and headed to my room. I lay in bed. My eyelids were heavy, my body sinking into the mattress, exhaustion pulling at me like unseen hands. The strange radio broadcast from earlier still lingered in my mind, but I had almost convinced myself it was nothing. Just a hoax, a trick of my overtired brain. I was just about to sleep. And then, at exactly 2 a.m., my phone buzzed. A sharp, urgent vibration against my nightstand. My stomach twisted as I reached for it, dread pooling in my chest like ice-cold water. An emergency alert. But something was wrong. There was no text, no explanation. Just a pulsing, red notification swallowing the screen, beating like a heart. And then, I saw the radio, sitting on the table near my bed. I didn't put it there. I knew I hadn't put it there. But it was there. And before I could even process what I was looking at, before I could breathe or think or react, it turned on. By itself. The dial didn't move. No one touched it. But the second the static cleared, the voice came through again. Clearer this time. Stronger. You ignored the first warning. A cold sensation slid down my spine, like icy fingers pressing into my skin. Do not acknowledge them. Do not answer if they knock. Do not let them in. A loud, ear-piercing screech of static ripped through the air, rattling the speakers, then silence. The room felt unbearably still. And then, knock, knock, knock. A sharp, deliberate sound. I nearly dropped my phone. The knocking had come from my front door. I live alone. I wasn't expecting anyone. No one should be here. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Knock, knock, knock. Again. It was slow, even. The kind of knocking that didn't ask for permission, but announced its presence. I forced my legs to move, each step feeling heavier than the last. My breath felt too loud in the suffocating quiet. I reached the door and pressed my eye against the peephole. Nothing. No one was there. But the knocking continued. I backed away, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My phone buzzed again. A new message. Do not look outside. My stomach twisted. A sick feeling spread through me like something was crawling beneath my skin. I couldn't resist. I moved toward the window, inching forward like something unseen was pushing against my chest. Slowly, carefully, I pulled the blinds back just enough to peek through. And I saw a man standing. Or at least, I think it was a man. He stood on the sidewalk, directly facing my house. Perfectly still. Too still. His posture was unnatural, rigid like a mannequin. His face was turned toward me, but he wasn't looking at me. His head was tilted at an impossible angle, as if something inside his neck had snapped. He wasn't moving, but he was there, watching. My phone buzzed again. They know you see them. A breath caught in my throat. My hands went numb. I stumbled back from the window, yanking the blinds shut so hard they rattled. And then, the knocking stopped. But the silence that followed, it was worse. Much, much worse. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I sat in my room, back pressed against the cold wall, gripping my phone so tightly my knuckles ached. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath shallow and uneven. I waited. I waited for another message, another warning, another sound that would prove I wasn't losing my mind. But nothing came. Hours crawled by, stretching endlessly as the darkness outside deepened. The house was suffocatingly silent, every shadow stretching too far, every sound making me flinch. When the sun finally rose, I let out a shaky breath. The golden light seeped through my window, washing over the room like a safety net, chasing away the night's horrors. And suddenly it all felt stupid. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe some underground radio stunt designed to freak people out. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, weaving fear into something bigger than it was. I told myself I was fine. I told myself it was over. But then, at exactly midnight, the radio switched on. By itself. The static was deafening, crackling like fire, growing louder and louder until it spoke. This is your final warning. My entire body locked up. The voice was different now. Heavier. Darker. They will come inside tonight. You must not run. You must not scream. You must not speak. It said. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened as if something invisible was pressing down on it. My fingers curled around my bed sheets, my body frozen in place. Then, BZZZ. My phone vibrated. I swallowed, hesitating, then slowly lowered my gaze. A message. Do not let them take you. My stomach dropped. The screen flickered. Then it went completely black. At that exact moment, the lights in my house flickered. Once. Twice. Then, click. The front door unlocked by itself. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. My mouth went dry. I did not unlock that door, but it had opened. I grabbed the baseball bat leaning against my closet, clutching it so tightly my fingers ached. I didn't know if it would do anything, but I needed something. Anything. I backed into the farthest corner of my room, my entire body tensed, ears straining for any sound. Then I heard them. Footsteps. Slow. Dragging. They weren't heavy, but they weren't light either. They sounded wrong, like something that wasn't entirely sure how to move properly. I clenched my jaw, biting down on the urge to scream. Then, I heard breathing. Too slow. Too deep. Like someone trying to imitate what a human should sound like. Creak. Then a slow, agonizing creak echoed through the hallway. The floorboards groaned beneath them as they moved through the house. They were looking for me. My phone buzzed again. One last message. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see what it said. But I did. Do not blink. It said. I stiffened. Then, a shadow, right outside my bedroom door. I could see it, a sliver of darkness beneath the gap. It didn't move. It didn't shift. It just stood there, waiting. I could hear my own heartbeat hammering in my skull, blood rushing through my ears so loudly it felt like a roar. And then, it moved, towards me. Every cell in my body screamed for me to run, but I couldn't. My muscles refused to obey. And the warning, I couldn't ignore it. Do not blink. So I didn't. My eyes locked on the shadow, burning from the strain. Tears welled up, spilling down my cheeks, but I did not blink. I couldn't. And then, the lights flickered. The radio let out a final burst of static. And just like that, they were gone. The shadow disappeared. The air went still. The house was empty. I don't know what would have happened if I had blinked. But I never want to find out. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know what they were. But I know one thing. I am still here. But something has changed. The radio? It doesn't work anymore. Every station is just dead air. My phone? It doesn't receive emergency alerts anymore. But last night, I looked outside. He was there, standing across the street. The same stiff posture, the same tilted head, waiting, watching. I don't think this is over, and I don't think I have much time left. I stepped into the black building, my girlfriend by my side. The lights were dim as we headed for the elevator. I briefly recalled what she said earlier about this city having a lot of haunted buildings, but tried to set that thought aside. "So, you guys do this a lot?" I asked. "Yeah, it's a very popular activity," my girlfriend said cheerfully. The elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and we stepped out. Walking down dimly lit corridors, we arrived at room 414. We stepped inside, and my girlfriend smiled from ear to ear. All her friends were inside, and she hadn't seen them for quite some time. This was also my first time meeting them. Happiness filled the air, and beer bottles filled the tables. I met her cousin. He was a pretty cool guy. We communicated through translator apps. Despite the language barrier, I still felt that I got along with him well. Some people just give off a good vibe. The strobe lights in the room danced as they gleefully sang along to their favorite songs. I couldn't really participate, but I still had a good time regardless. After all, it was a new experience for me. I did sing some duets with my girlfriend when she'd occasionally pick an English pop song. I had no musical talent, so it was slightly embarrassing, but I'll get over it. After a while, I had to go to the bathroom. I had no clue where it was, so I asked my girlfriend to go with me. We walked down a few hallways until we found it. I took her with me because I was afraid I would get lost going back to the room. I'm very directionally impaired. That is in fact what happened. When I was done, I stepped outside the restroom. I waited around for a little bit for my girlfriend, and after a few minutes, I decided she must have gone back to the room. I wandered the halls, but I got turned around. All the rooms looked the same to me. I couldn't seem to figure out which way I came from. As I wandered the halls, I noticed how quiet it is. Before, I could hear plenty of people singing from different rooms. And speaking of people, I hadn't seen anybody this entire time I've been walking about, until I turned the corner. Rounding the corner in a panic, I completely stopped in my tracks. Standing at the edge of the hallway was a man. He was dressed normally, and everything about him appeared normal, except he stared. Eyes completely open, just staring. A chill ran down my spine. I did not want to go near him. In a daze, I stepped into a random room. Sitting on the furniture were these strange things. I think they wore masks or some sort of costume, but the facial expressions were far too realistic. It was uncanny. They were pale white, covered in fur, and they wore suits. Their faces were cat-like. The way they stared, it was pure disdain. I felt like a bug just waited to be squashed. Slamming the door, I ran back the other way and finally had some luck. I noticed the door I had just exited was room 416, so I darted down towards room 414. Yanking the door open, I was met with an empty room. No sign of anybody even having been here. No beer bottles, no food. Even my jacket I had left in the chair was gone. Puzzled, I frantically pondered what to do when I noticed something on the screen. A timer with no set number. I looked over at the door. Peering in the small window was that man from before. I heard the door lock from the outside. The man in the window looked at me. I watched his gaze shift, transfixing on the screen before me. He kept moving his head, motioning towards it. Why was he motioning towards the TV? What was up with the infinite timer on the screen? The strange man continued to motion towards the television. I eventually got the message. I selected a song and nervously began to sing. My eyes shifted back and forth to the man. He looked pleased now. A smile appeared on his face. After the song finished, the screen changed. The timer blinked. It now read 1 million. I had no idea how I ended up in this predicament, but I understood what I had to do. I continued singing, song after song. The whole time, the man watched in glee. It was strange. I never grew hungry or needed to use the bathroom. It was as if I was frozen in time. This continued for ages. I soon came to realize those numbers represented years. If ever I stopped, the timer paused too. I had to keep singing if I ever wanted to get out of here. I sang for longer than any human has ever been alive. For longer than any human civilization has lasted. I felt enraged at the scenario. I'd often daydreamed of being able to just freeze everything and read my books. Having all the time in the world, this would have been the perfect opportunity. But instead I was forced to sing karaoke songs by myself. I've sung and memorized every popular song possibly ever released, at least at the time of my imprisonment. I've learned every main language in the world and can speak them fluently. I had to find some way to bide the time besides just singing after all. I'd sing a song in a language I didn't know for years, and then switch to an English version of the same song. I'd perfected my singing chops too. I could sing and rap flawlessly. After longer than anyone could even dream of, I was done. "Hey babe, you were in the bathroom a long time. Are you okay?" My girlfriend said with a concerned look on her face. One look at her, and I started bawling. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tight. She would never know what I'd experienced. I couldn't tell her. How would she believe me? And if she did believe me, I didn't want to break her spirit. She was the most positive person I knew. I had to move on somehow. But I live in fear. It may seem like I can live a wonderful life, having possibly the most beautiful singing voice in human history, and knowing so many languages. It would seem that I can do anything I set my mind to at this point. But everywhere I look, around every corner, I still see that man. Those eyes peering at me when I'm not looking. I'll never escape them. It all began with a bright light, then a deafening roar. All it took was that, for my home to disappear. My home wasn't the biggest village. There were maybe 100 of us, but as a newly built village it felt like we were doing okay. My tribe was originally hunters, before one of our elders learned about the best way to get food. Just grow your own. This allowed us to finally set up permanent homes, instead of having to move around constantly. Even though growing food was tough, and honestly pretty boring, we were all happy with finally settling down. We had even heard of other tribes similar to us doing the same. We sent envoys to these other tribes, seeing if they needed help or wanted to trade with us. Anything to make life a little easier. I was sent to one of these other tribes that had just established their own community. When we saw them in the sky, I had just finished my negotiations, when suddenly the tribe's leader and I heard terrified screaming and panicked whispers coming from outside of the leader's hut. We both rushed outside to see what the issue was, thinking maybe a wild beast had broken through the community's newly built wall. As soon as I stepped out of the hut, I stopped dead in my tracks. There in the sky were these things. Like nothing I had ever seen before, they seemed to shine in the light as they hovered in the air. These massive things hovered above the community menacingly, slowly creeping towards us, slowly blocking out the light. We watched in horror as suddenly these smaller things dropped off the giant behemoth in the sky. We saw as fire seemed to shoot off the bottoms of these things as they shot off into different directions. There were hundreds, maybe even thousands of the smaller creatures falling off the behemoth that seemed to take up the entire sky now. I slowly started to panic. What were these things? Did my home know about this? Were they safe? I needed to warn my home about these monstrous creatures that just seemed to appear in the sky. I looked around me, at all of the looks of terror, panic, even some grim acceptance as I slowly turned and ran for the community's gate, trying to run to my home as quickly as possible. I ran as fast and as hard as I could, trying to will the distance to my home to shorten itself. I had run for a long time, feeling my fear and panic rise as time went by. Was everyone alive? Were those creatures at my home too, or just at the other community? I ran harder and faster. I was about to reach my home. It was just over the next hill when suddenly it happened. Another massive behemoth suddenly appeared in the sky, seemingly appearing from nothing. I estimated it was settled right over my home. I stopped and waited for those small creatures to detach themselves from the behemoth, so I could gauge a good hiding spot from them. That never happened though. As I looked at the behemoth waiting, I instead suddenly was blinded by a great flash of light. It was so bright it felt as if I was staring directly into a fire, and it was causing my eyes themselves to melt. I let out a shriek of pain as I fell to my knees. With myself being blinded, I was unprepared for what happened next. A great and sudden rush of wind hit me. It was so strong that it flung me back onto the ground, and caused me to roll for a short distance. Following the wind, there was a deafening roar. This sound caused me even more pain, as it felt like my head was going to explode from the sound. After a short time, the roar seemed to soften before dying out. The wind seemed to stop, and I slowly waited for my eyesight to return. I felt pain from being thrown back by the wind, and my eyes and head were killing me. After another amount of time, I slowly gained my vision again. I saw that the behemoth was still in the sky, but now it was different. On the bottom of it, these two slabs were open, pointing towards the ground. I could only assume that it was its mouth, and it had just opened it and unleashed a roar that could almost kill me. I watched as its mouth closed, and finally those small creatures started to detach from it. I quickly tried standing up. I had to get to my home before those creatures could. I slowly stood and started to carefully make my way over the hill. As I crested it, I could only stand in shock and horror as I looked at the remains of what was once my home. Where once was a small community of huts, people, animals, and even a small wall, there was now nothing. There was a massive hole in the ground. The ground was blackened as if it was set aflame. Whatever that behemoth was, its roar could destroy entire communities. I felt the overwhelming grief and sorrow hit me all at once as I stared into the destruction of my home. I needed to grieve, but I first needed to warn the other communities. I rushed back towards the tribe I had just left. The pain burned deep as I moved. I kept feeling like I was being watched, as if a hungry predator was stalking me, waiting for a chance to strike and gain a quick meal. I glanced up at the behemoth in the sky. It wasn't that, please don't be, that I kept thinking to myself. As I moved, the feeling of being watched got worse and worse. Every step felt like I was stepping into the mouth of one of those behemoths, and it scared me. I kept moving though. The other tribes needed to be warned. As I made my way back to where the other tribe's community was, it was not as I left it. Where once there were huts and a wall to keep predators out, there were now many of those smaller creatures that came from the behemoth. These smaller creatures seemed to be following orders, almost like a hound listening to its master giving them directions. I could only dread the thought that the behemoth was these hounds' master. The hounds reflected the light off of their skin. They were not as small as they appeared to be when coming from the behemoth. They were the size of the chief's hut. They were large. I saw the hounds had their mouths open, just like the behemoth. I watched as coming from the hounds, even smaller creatures came out. How many creatures are there? I asked myself. These new creatures were different. There was much variation in size. Some were tall, some were short. Some looked wider than others. They all walked upright, just like me though. I noticed there were some similarities between them. First, they were extremely pale. They must not have ever seen the light before. Second was their large round heads that seemed to contain only one eye that took up their entire face. The eye was shiny, almost like the other creatures. It seemed to almost show their surroundings if you looked directly at it. Finally, each creature seemed to have a bulge coming from their back. It was flat, almost like a carved stone, but it took up a majority of their backs. They looked like spirits, vengeful from beyond, wanting to reclaim the land for their own. I hid, trying to keep out of sight of these many spirits. All I could do was watch in horror as these spirits captured the tribe. They hit the ones that tried to escape, and dragged them off to the hounds from which they came. I could hear the screams and wails of the tribe as they were dragged into the mouths of the giant hounds. I watched for what felt like an eternity, listening to the screams of fear slowly turn into wails of agony. Even though I was not close to the spirits or the hounds, I could hear the sound of ripping, cutting, carving. It sounded exactly like when the tribe butchers the creature we hunted for dinner that night. I tried thinking of a way that I could help the tribe, but I could not think of how I could combat so many terrifying beasts. I realized in horror that I would have to leave them. I would have to abandon this tribe and try to warn the next one. I went to turn to leave, but as I did, I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. As I turned to look, everything went black as I felt a sharp and terrible pain hit me in the face. Everything after that is difficult to remember. I remember seeing one of the spirits standing over me, speaking in some rough, horrible-sounding language. Next, I remember being slowly dragged to the community I had just been watching, the ground digging painfully in my back as I was dragged. Next, I saw the hound. Its mouth opened wide as the spirit dragged me inside. I saw the hound's mouth slowly close, locking the light out as it slowly consumed the both of us whole. I remember being tied down, the wails of agony surrounding me. I looked to the side to witness the tribe's chief hanging on a wall, his chest cut open, skin pulled back. I saw his insides were now on the outside. One of the spirits held a small object and walked around the chief, pointing the object towards the chief. I looked up, trying to put this horrifying sight behind me. Only now I was blinded by the brightest light I had ever seen. I closed my eyes, trying to block the light and the sound of screams from my mind. Suddenly the light was blocked. I opened my eyes only to see the terrifying visage of one of the spirits looking down at me. I saw my reflection in its one giant eye. I saw the terror, pain, and despair reflected in that eye. I watched as it raised a small object, just like the one the other spirit had pointed at the chief. After the spirit played with it for a moment, it raised its other hand. This hand was holding a small, but extremely sharp knife. I watched in despair as the knife descended towards me. From there I only remember agony. Pure and utter agony. They sliced my chest, and just like the chief pulled my insides outside. Every cut left me in the worst pain I have ever felt, but every time I could also hear the spirit speak in the horrifying language. Once they pulled the last of my insides out, the spirit did many things with them. It put them on weird devices, spoke even more in that horrible language, and even tossed them into the air, before slowly putting them back inside of me. This process was even more painful than them being removed, as the creature basically threw them back inside me without any care. After the creature finished, it raised the knife again, this time cutting my neck. This time the spirit was quick. After it peeled my skin away from my neck, it pointed the small object towards it, before putting down the knife and grabbing a tiny object that was near it. The object was small, almost invisible except for the glint in the light when the spirit moved its hand. The spirit moved this object and shoved it into my neck. I felt as this spirit's hand moved around in my neck, pulling my very life around as it seemed to reposition the inside of my neck to its liking. After an eternity, it pulled its hand back before slowly putting my skin back in place and moving on. Next, it checked my face. It opened my mouth and with a yank ripped a tooth from my mouth. With all of this happening, I kept trying to scream, but it was as if I was paralyzed and couldn't move or scream. I felt everything. I felt as it pulled one of my eyes from its socket. There was a strand connected to the back of my eye, but I realized in horror that I could still see in the eye. I watched in excruciating pain as the spirit turned my eye around, and I realized I could see myself. I mentally screamed as the spirit pulled the strand from the back of my eye, and I realized I had lost sight in that eye. Next, it drove a spike into one of my ears. The spike was as long as my hand, and as sharp as the spirit's knife. As soon as it was placed, everything started to spin. I cried tears of pain, despair, and most of all, unbearable suffering. As I wept, I noticed something strange, the harsh language spoken by these spirits. I could slowly understand it. I listened and realized I could only understand it when a spirit spoke on the side. The spike was in my ear. The other side still sounded harsh and unforgiving. "Sir, the language translation device has been implanted and should be functional," the spirit said. Another spirit on my other side responded, but I could not understand it. Suddenly the device I was strapped to rose and lifted me into a standing position. Just like the chief, I was now tied to the wall, chest cut open, and watching in horror as my insides seemed to move and try to fall outside once again. There seemed to be some type of cloth that ensured that didn't happen, but it was terrifying as well as agonizing to see and feel my insides move and struggle to come out. There was a spirit standing in front of me. Its one giant eye staring at me, taunting me. I saw there was another cloth wrapped around my neck, keeping me from reaching the release of death. This spirit and I stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. Slowly I watched as the spirit reached up and pushed a small object on the side of its head. I watched in horror as the yellow eye slowly disappeared, replaced with a clear visage. Inside I saw a creature. It had a face similar to ours. It had eyes, a mouth, a nose, and hair. The only difference was this creature had pale skin, not as pale as the skin on the outside, but still pale enough to show a lack of time in the light. This sight only strengthened my belief that these were vengeful spirits, beings from the past here to reclaim what was once theirs. This spirit and I stared at each other for a while longer before finally I heard it say, "Hello, unidentified alien species. My name is Major Robert Gardner of the United Nations Space Defense Force, and I have a few questions for you." I knew something was wrong the moment I stepped into the boarding house. It wasn't the air, though it felt heavier than it should have been. It wasn't the lighting, though the dim yellow bulbs flickered as if struggling to stay awake. It wasn't even the silence, though it was the kind that pressed against my ears, thick and expectant. No, it was something else, something deeper, something unseen. An unsettling sensation crawled under my skin, cold and unshakable, like the walls themselves were watching, whispering in a language I couldn't hear. I had walked into a place that didn't want me there. The landlady, Mrs. Carter, stood behind the counter, her frail hands folded neatly in front of her. Her face was lined with deep wrinkles, as though time had carved its story into her skin. Her gray eyes, dull, unreadable, rested on me in a way that made my stomach tighten. She said nothing at first, just reached under the counter and handed me a small brass key, along with a neatly folded piece of paper. Her fingers lingered on the edges of the paper as I took it from her. "Read this carefully," she said, her voice quiet, measured, "and follow every rule." There was no warmth in her words, no unnecessary pleasantries. Just a warning wrapped in a simple instruction. I hesitated, glancing toward the wall near the entrance. A faded list of rules was taped there, its edges curling with age, the ink smudged and uneven. I barely glanced at it, assuming it was the usual: no smoking, no loud music, no guests after 10 p.m. I should have paid more attention. I should have stopped and read every word. Instead, I unfolded the paper in my hands, and as my eyes scanned the list, my stomach twisted into a tight knot. Boarding house rules. Lock your door before midnight. Do not open it for anyone until sunrise. If you hear knocking past midnight, ignore it. No matter who they claim to be, they are not real. Always greet the old man in room 7 if you see him in the hallway. If he doesn't greet you back, hide in the nearest room immediately. Do not eat food left outside your door. No one in this house leaves food for others. If you wake up and feel someone watching you, do not move. Do not speak. Close your eyes until morning. If you hear the landlady humming past midnight, do not look out of your window. Do not let her know you are awake. My hands tightened around the paper, the words blurring slightly as I reread them. My mouth felt dry. This isn't a joke, is it? I asked, my voice quieter than I had intended. Mrs. Carter didn't answer immediately. She only studied me, her expression blank, before shaking her head once. Follow the rules, you'll be fine, she repeated. And just like that, she turned and walked away, her slow, deliberate steps echoing down the hallway. I stood there, my heart hammering. The paper felt heavier in my hands now. My mind told me it was ridiculous, some weird tradition, an old superstition meant to scare new tenants. But deep down, somewhere in the part of my brain that still clung to instinct, I knew. I had just made a terrible mistake by moving in. I went to my room. It was small but clean. A bed, a wooden desk, a single chair near the window. The walls were a dull beige, bare except for a single painting of a forest that looked too dark, too deep. I ran a hand along the desk's surface. Dust-free. Everything was strangely spotless, as if no one had truly lived here before. The walls were thin. I could hear faint shuffling, the quiet murmurs of my neighbors settling in for the night. A floorboard creaked somewhere in the hallway. I swallowed hard and double-checked my door, twisting the lock with a sharp click. Then, I climbed into bed, the folded paper resting on the nightstand beside me. The rules ran through my mind like a looping whisper. I wasn't sure how long I lay there, staring at the ceiling. At some point, my eyelids grew heavy. Sleep crept in. The silence of the room wrapped around me like a thick fog. And then I heard something. A knock. Again and again. My eyes snapped open. A cold wave of fear crashed through me. A voice followed. "Hey man, it's Adam. My key isn't working. Can you open up?" Adam, my next-door neighbor. I had met him earlier, friendly, talkative, the kind of guy who could make any place feel normal. He had been here for 3 months. He had smiled when he introduced himself. He had seemed real. But the second rule echoed in my mind. If you hear knocking past midnight, ignore it. No matter who they claim to be, they are not real. I gripped the blanket, my breath shallow. My heartbeat thudded against my ribs. Knock. 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 Adam's voice again. This time, there was a slight edge to it. "Come on, man. I just need you to open the door for a second. Please." I almost answered. Almost. But something was wrong. His voice, it sounded close, too close, like he was whispering right against the wood. And yet, there was something else. A flatness. A hollowness. Like an imitation of a voice. Someone trying to sound like Adam, but failing in the smallest, most unnatural ways. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to stay silent. The knocking stopped. I didn't move, didn't breathe. For the rest of the night, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the sun to rise. The next morning, I stepped into the hallway, feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing on me. I hadn't slept. Not really. Every creak of the floor, every distant sound in the walls, every whisper of wind outside had kept me frozen beneath my blanket, listening, waiting, for something I couldn't see. When morning finally came, it didn't feel like relief. It felt like a temporary escape, like something was letting me go, just for a little while. The hallway was quiet, bathed in dull gray light filtering in from a small, dust-covered window at the end of the corridor. I turned toward the kitchen, the thought of coffee the only thing keeping me upright. And then, I saw him, the old man from room 7. He stood completely still in the middle of the hallway, his frail frame wrapped in a tattered, oversized sweater that hung off his shoulders like it belonged to someone else. His skin was pale, almost gray, stretched too thin over sharp cheekbones. His lips were cracked, and his eyes dark, sunken, hollow. They stared at me, unblinking. The air shifted. A chill ran up my spine, sharp and immediate. I forced myself to speak. "Good morning." The words felt small, insignificant against the weight of the silence between us. He didn't respond. My throat tightened. Always greet the old man in room 7. If he doesn't greet you back, hide immediately. Third rule flashed in my mind. My pulse quickened. I glanced around, searching for the nearest door, calculating how fast I could reach it. The hallway stretched longer than it had before, or maybe that was just my fear twisting reality. Seconds dragged. The silence felt alive, pressing against my skin. Then finally he moved. A slow, deliberate nod. No words, no expression. Just that single motion before he turned, shuffling toward his door. I let out a shaky breath. I had followed the rule. But as his door clicked shut behind him, a cold thought crawled into my mind. What would have happened if I hadn't? Well, shaking off that clingy feeling, I went to work. That evening, I returned from work, exhausted. The day had been long, but my mind had been longer. I had spent most of it replaying the morning, the old man's face, the weight of that silence. I told myself I was overreacting. It was just an old man, just a weird set of rules. That was all. But when I reached my door, I stopped. A plate of food sat neatly on the floor. A bowl of soup and a slice of bread. My stomach twisted, hunger gnawing at me after skipping breakfast and barely touching lunch. My first thought was maybe Mrs. Carter left it. Maybe it was some sort of welcome gesture. And then my fingers curled into fists as I repeated the rule number. For in my head, do not eat food left outside your door. No one in this house leaves food for others. I swallowed hard. The hallway was empty. I bent down, hesitating before picking up the plate. The ceramic was cool, the silver lid covering the bowl gleaming under the dim hallway light. The smell of something familiar, something faintly metallic, drifted up. My unease deepened. I carried the plate to the kitchen, every step heavier than the last. I wasn't going to eat it, obviously, but I needed to see what was inside. With a slow breath, I lifted the lid. The stench hit me instantly. Rotting meat. Foul, wet, wrong. My stomach lurched, while rising in my throat. This wasn't soup. It was something thick, dark, clotted in strange, pulsing lumps. Something moved beneath the surface, shifting sluggishly like it was alive but struggling to stay that way. I gagged, my hands trembling as I hurled the plate into the trash, the bowl shattering against the inside of the bin. The stench lingered, curling into my nostrils, clinging to the back of my throat. I turned to leave, and then I saw him, the old man from room 7, standing in the hallway, watching me. His face was blank, unreadable. His dark eyes never blinked. Then slowly, deliberately, he nodded once, and walked away. That night, I lay in bed, every muscle in my body was tense. I had locked the door. I had checked it twice. I had pulled the blanket up to my chin like it could protect me from whatever lurked beyond these walls. But none of that mattered. Not really, because something was wrong in this house. And then, at exactly 3:12 a.m., I heard it. A soft humming, drifting through the hallway like a lullaby meant for something else. My stomach twisted. I knew that tune. I had heard it earlier that day, Mrs. Carter, humming to herself as she wiped the counter, her voice light and distant. It had seemed harmless then. But now it feels different. The sound grew clearer, threading its way through the thin walls, curling into the cracks of my room like smoke. It was calm, slow, too slow, like someone drawing out each note deliberately. And the 6th rule says, if you hear the landlady humming past midnight, do not look out of your window. Do not let her know you are awake. I gripped my blanket, my pulse hammering in my ears. Don't look. Don't move. The humming grew louder and closer. And then footsteps. Soft, measured, dragging lightly across the wooden floor outside my room. Each step deliberate, stretching out the distance between them, like whoever was walking was listening for something. They stopped, right outside my door. My breath caught in my throat. The door. Locked. It was locked. But the footsteps didn't leave. And then the doorknob rattled. A slow, testing turn. Once. Twice. My entire body locked up. I clenched my eyes shut, forcing myself not to move, not to breathe too loud, not to exist in that moment. Maybe if I stayed still enough, she would go away. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the humming stopped. The air in the room felt suffocating, thick with something unseen. For a long, agonizing moment, silence. And then, a whisper. Soft. Right outside the door. I know you're awake. A cold shiver crawled down my spine, sinking deep into my bones. I didn't react. I didn't move. I couldn't. Seconds stretched into eternity. Then, finally, footsteps again. Moving away. Slow. Measured. The humming started up once more, fading, drifting down the hallway, melting into the night. I lay there, frozen, staring into the darkness until morning. By the next evening, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I couldn't stay in this house, not after last night, not after the rules kept proving themselves real. I shoved my clothes into my bag, my hands shaking, my mind screaming at me to hurry. Just get out. Don't look back. Don't question it. Just leave. But as I stepped into the hallway, a cold wave of dread washed over me. I froze. At the far end of the hall, the old man from room 7 stood perfectly still. His frail frame seemed smaller in the dim light, his hollow eyes locked onto me. Waiting. Watching. I swallowed hard. Greet him. Say something. Good evening. I forced out, my voice tight. Silence. He didn't move. He didn't blink. He didn't greet me back. My stomach twisted violently. If he doesn't greet you back, hide in the nearest room immediately. I turned, heart hammering, scanning for an open door, any door. But before I could move, the hallway lights flickered. A deep, wet breathing sound slithered through the air, thick and unnatural, coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. And then, something shifted in the shadows. The space at the end of the hall stretched, as if the walls were bending, pulling apart. Something was there. Something big. Something wrong. The nearest door creaked open. I didn't hesitate. I ran. I dove inside and slammed the door shut behind me. From outside, a dragging sound came. Slow. Heavy. Scraping against the floor. Something was moving down the hallway. And then, knock. Knock. I squeezed my eyes shut. No. Not again. A voice muffled through the door. Hey man, it's Adam. My key isn't working. Can you open up? I clamped a hand over my mouth. Not real. It's not real. The knocking didn't stop. Knock. Knock. My breath hitched in my throat, every muscle in my body screaming, stay silent. Then, a pause. A whisper. Right against the door. I know you're awake. The lights in the room flickered. And then, the door handle started to turn. The handle twisted. The door swung open. And something unseen, something cold, something hungry grabbed me. The air rushed out of my lungs as an invisible force dragged me forward. The walls twisted, stretched, swallowed me whole. Darkness. Pressure. Like I had fallen into something deep, something endless, something that didn't want to let go. I tried to scream, but there was no sound. No air. No me. I don't remember what happened after that. But when I woke up in the morning, my room was still there. My bags still packed. The bed untouched. But I was gone. Outside room 7, a fresh piece of paper was taped to the wall. The rules unchanged, except for one. A new line, written in dark, uneven letters, pressed deep into the page. If you hear someone knocking and claiming to be the new tenant, ignore them. They are not real. I always wanted to photograph the Scottish Highlands. The way the mist curls over the mountains, the way the heather turns the hills into a sea of purple. It's like something from another world. I never expected to find out just how true that was. It was late September when I made the trip. I'd planned for a full week of hiking and photography, working my way north. I had a tent, plenty of food, and my camera gear. I wanted solitude. Instead, I found something ancient, something terrible. The first few days were uneventful. I set up camp near a loch one night, and the wind howled through the valley, but nothing unusual happened. On the 4th day, I decided to explore a particularly remote glen I'd spotted on the map. It had no roads leading to it, just a winding deer trail. Exactly what I was looking for. I don't know when I first felt it, like I was being watched. I brushed it off as paranoia. You're alone in the wilderness, of course you feel watched. But as I climbed higher into the hills, the feeling didn't go away. And then I saw them. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, just movement in the heather. But then I saw figures, half naked, covered in blue woad, their bodies wiry and hardened by a life spent fighting the land. They stood on the ridge above me, watching. I called out, stupidly I realize now. No answer. Just silence, except for the wind. My stomach clenched. Every instinct told me to turn back, but I didn't. I had my camera, after all. I raised it, focused the lens. Pain. Something struck my head. The world spun. I hit the ground, my vision filled with sky, then dark shapes closing in. I tried to scream, but rough hands clamped over my mouth. The last thing I saw before blacking out was a face above me, streaked with blue, eyes like ice. I woke up in a stone hut, bound at the wrists and ankles with rope made of twisted sinew. My head throbbed, and my camera was gone. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and something raw. Meat, maybe. I wasn't alone. A man crouched by the fire, watching me. His face was streaked with blue spirals, his long hair matted with dirt. He wore a cloak of animal hides, but his chest was bare, crisscrossed with scars. "You are in our land," he said, his voice thick with an accent I couldn't place. I tried to speak, to tell him I was just a traveler, that I meant no harm. But my mouth was dry, my throat raw. He didn't care. Over the next few days, I learned what real fear was. They weren't ghosts. They weren't some reenactment group gone too far. These people were real. Flesh and blood. They spoke a guttural form of Pictish, a language long thought extinct. And they were ruthless. They hunted. I saw them drag in deer, their throats slit with flint knives. But I also saw human remains among the bones scattered near the fire pits. The gnawed femurs. The skulls cracked open. I understood then. I wasn't a prisoner. I was food. I don't know how long I was there. Maybe a week. Maybe longer. Time blurred together between beatings, interrogations in a language I couldn't understand, and the constant, gnawing hunger. They barely fed me, keeping me weak. But I watched. I waited. One night, they drank themselves into a stupor around the fire. It must have been some kind of ritual. I could hear their chants, see the way they smeared blood onto their faces. I didn't wait. I worked the rope against the sharp edge of a stone for hours. My wrists bled, but I didn't stop. When the rope finally snapped, I nearly sobbed. I crept out of the hut, heart hammering. The fire was low, casting flickering shadows. The Picts lay sprawled around it, drunk or asleep. I ran. I don't know how long I ran. I just know that when I finally saw the first hints of modern civilization, a road, a car, a sign written in English, I collapsed. A local found me, called the police. They didn't believe me, of course. Who would? A lost traveler, delusional from exposure? That's the story they settled on. But I know what I saw. I know what's still out there. I made it home. Try to go back to normal. But there's something wrong. At night, I hear whispering outside my window. Low, guttural words in a language I don't understand. I see figures standing at the edge of the woods behind my house. And this morning, I found something on my doorstep. A stone knife, its edge still stained red. They let me go. But I don't think they meant to. I didn't think. I just grabbed my keys and ran. The moment I saw that knife, I knew they weren't done with me. My hands shook as I turned the ignition, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The car's headlights carved through the darkness, illuminating the quiet suburban street. Nothing moved. No figures. No blue-painted faces. But I could feel them. The engine roared as I sped down the empty roads, my mind racing. Where could I go? Home wasn't safe. Nowhere was safe. But then I remembered my hotel. The one I'd stayed in before the trip. Walls. Locks. People. The roads twisted beneath my tires as I tore through the highlands, my headlights barely piercing the inky blackness of the wilderness. Every shadow on the roadside looked like them. Every flicker in my peripheral vision made my heart slam against my ribs. And then I saw them, in the rearview mirror, silhouettes standing at the edge of the road. A dozen, maybe more. Just standing. Watching. I slammed the gas, my pulse hammering. The further I drove, the more I saw them, standing motionless on the hills, half hidden in the heather, their eyes glowing in the moonlight like animals. They were everywhere. By the time I reached the hotel, my hands were numb from gripping the wheel. I practically fell out of the car, stumbling to the entrance. The night receptionist, some poor guy in his 20s, looked up from his phone, startled. "Sir? Are you okay?" I could barely get the words out. "I need a room. Now." He hesitated, probably taking in my wild-eyed, sweat-drenched state. But when I slammed my credit card on the desk, he nodded and handed me a key. 3rd floor, end of the hall. I didn't even bother thanking him. I sprinted to the elevator, jabbing the button over and over like a madman. The ride up was agonizingly slow, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. When the doors finally slid open, I practically threw myself down the hall and into my room. Locked the door, bolted it, pulled the curtains shut. Only then did I collapse against the bed, my chest heaving. Safe. For now. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the walls, waiting for my pulse to slow. Then, just as my breathing steadied, knock, knock, knock. Soft, deliberate, right outside my door. I froze. Every hair on my body stood on end. Another knock. Harder. I reached for my phone, my fingers fumbling. I pulled up the hotel's front desk number and dialed. The receptionist picked up on the first ring. "This is the front desk. How can I help you?" I swallowed, my voice barely a whisper. "There's someone outside my room." A pause. Then, "Sir, are you sure? We don't have any guests on your floor." The blood drained from my face. Knock. 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 My heart pounded so hard it hurt. And then silence. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, the phone still clutched in my hand. Eventually, when I couldn't take it anymore, I crept toward the peephole. And I looked. Nothing. Just the empty hallway. But as I pulled away, something caught my eye. A smudge on the door. Blue. Woad. I didn't sleep that night. I kept the lights on, a chair wedged against the door. Morning came, but it brought no comfort. The pics, they're real. They survived. Hidden in the wild places, in the cracks of the world where no one looks. And they don't like being seen. I don't know why they let me go. Maybe they wanted me to tell this story. Maybe they just like to hunt. Either way, I know one thing. This isn't over. And if you ever find yourself alone in the highlands, with the mist curling around the hills and the wind whispering through the heather, run. I've always been the outdoorsy type. Hiking, camping, backpacking, it's what I live for. So when I found a remote trail deep in the woods that no one seemed to talk about, I thought I had struck gold. I was wrong. It started on a crisp autumn afternoon. The air was fresh, and the trees seemed to whisper as I walked deeper into the forest. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue on everything around me. That's when I saw something strange out of the corner of my eye movement, but too quick to be a deer. I chalked it up to my imagination. I had been on the trail for hours, after all. As night began to fall, I set up camp by a small clearing, the flickering flames of my fire doing little to ease the growing unease in my chest. That's when I heard a rustling in the underbrush, followed by a low growl. I froze, trying to make sense of the sound. Then, through the shadows, it stepped into the clearing. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, with lanky limbs that twisted at unnatural angles. Its face was a horrific blend of a goblin, and something else. Its eyes glowed faintly in the firelight, a sickly yellow that made my stomach churn. Its skin, mottled and stretched like old leather, hung loosely on its bones. It had the features of a skinwalker, but its movements so agile and animalistic suggested it was something much worse. I stumbled back, almost knocking over my pack. The thing snarled, its mouth splitting open to reveal rows of jagged teeth. I couldn't look away, frozen in terror. It took a step closer, its claws clicking against the rocks. That's when I heard a voice, small but clear, coming from the darkness. "Don't move, human." I turned, and there just beyond the treeline was a tiny figure, barely 3 feet tall. It was wearing a ragged cloak, and its long, hooked nose gleamed in the moonlight. A gnome. "Stay still," it repeated, its voice strangely calm. "It won't hurt you if you don't move." I was too terrified to speak. The skinwalker goblin hybrid was only a few feet away now, its gaze fixed on me. I thought for sure I was about to die. But the gnome raised a tiny hand, and suddenly the creature stopped, as if some unseen force held it back. The gnome stepped into the clearing, slowly but confidently, and began chanting under its breath in a language I couldn't understand. The skinwalker goblin hybrid snarled, struggling against the invisible restraint. Slowly, the creature backed off, retreating into the shadows from which it had emerged. The gnome turned to me, its eyes now soft but still wary. "Don't go any deeper into the woods," it said. "That thing hunts at night. It's not a creature of the forest. It was made, a twisted thing, and if you stay here, it'll come back." I didn't need to be told twice. Without another word, I grabbed my pack and bolted, not stopping until I was back at the trailhead and in my car. I haven't gone near those woods since, but I've heard whispers about others who've gone in, and I know what's waiting for them. So, if you're ever hiking deep in the woods and you hear something that doesn't sound right, just remember there's something out there that's neither man nor beast. And if you're lucky, maybe you'll get a warning. But most aren't. Stay safe. To help you better understand why I am where, I'll provide some context on how I ended up trapped inside of these bizarre walls. And then maybe you could help me. I'm a young architecture student living near an upper-class neighborhood in my town. I've always wanted to explore it and learn more by observing how luxury homes are built. as this is the career path I want to pursue. However, I never had the courage to start my adventure. I'm a middle-class boy, and I would clearly stand out like a sore thumb in a place where I don't belong. I've always been excluded, and I didn't need another place to feel inferior. But now, at the beginning of the semester, our professor assigned us an urbanism project. We'd have to analyze houses, report their characteristics, interview residents, analyze this information, and align them with the neighborhood's location and how it interacts with its surroundings. For me, this was a sign. So I decided to muster up my courage and, overcoming the sense of inferiority that has always weighed on me, I went to explore the beautiful streets I've always been curious about. Now, I know this was a mistake. The neighborhood is very noble and antique, similar to the beautiful suburbs filled with millionaires per square meter, isolated in their mini pieces of heaven outside the city. The level of security, even though it's in a central region, seems quite high, as most of the houses I passed had low walls or none at all. They were imposing and grand, yet welcoming and cozy, with charming adornments and references to old styles, bringing a bold and interesting vibe to the neighborhood. The streets are framed by wide sidewalks made of well-cut cobblestones and flower beds where trees, certainly older than me, stood. Walking under the shade of the trees, I came across a huge, dense wall. It was very strange because, in those 30 minutes of walking, I had gotten used to the open view that allowed me to even see inside some of the residences. The wall was covered in numerous types of climbing plants that clung to the stones that formed it, almost invisible due to how dense the layer of plants was. Although apparently healthy, it hadn't been cared for in years. The vines grew freely but organized themselves in a pattern, as if a perfect ecosystem had been created on the stone blocks by itself. But contrary to what you might be thinking, like a messy, chaotic tangle, the vines and moss grew in an orderly pattern, as if they knew how to look beautiful. It was so attractive that as I walked along the sidewalk following the wall, I ran my hand through the foliage, following the beautiful curved patterns that formed. I was in love with the beauty of those plants. I continued walking for a few more meters. It was incredibly relaxing. The weather was cool, the air moist and light, filling my lungs with the distinct freshness of natural plants. My hand, already damp from the moss, continued its journey along the elliptical patterns, and on my shoulders, I felt the dew from the large trees dripping. Even now, I think it was strange how much water was in there. I don't remember the last time it rained here, and the leaves of the trees sparkled with drops as delicate as small diamonds. The walls were also quite damp, but that was justifiable due to the large presence of lichens and moss. I was so distracted by the patterns of the vines that I didn't even notice when I reached a protrusion in the wall of leaves. Surprised, I looked around, trying to orient myself. I had walked almost an entire block. Indeed, it's no wonder why the house is walled. Even in this neighborhood, the other houses looked small compared to it. As I gathered my thoughts, I noticed a woman in my peripheral vision while trying to figure out where I was. She appeared to be around 50 years old, or maybe a bit younger. The woman seemed to sense that I didn't belong there, just as I had feared, almost as if she could smell my middle-class scent. So on impulse, I approached her and asked very politely, "Hello, ma'am. I'm an architecture student conducting field research in this neighborhood, analyzing the houses. Basically, I tried to smile, and surprisingly she smiled back but crossed her arms. Then I continued, "So haha, I noticed that these high walls really stand out around here. Do you know who owns this place, where the entrance is, so I can ask a few questions?" As I turned to point out which walls I was talking about, even though it was clearly obvious since they ran along the entire street, I was shocked to realize that it was already dusk. I had arrived in the neighborhood at exactly 11 a.m. to start my work. I had walked a lot, but it still didn't make sense to me that more than 5 hours had passed. I had explored 2 streets before coming across the wall and following it. As I pointed to the large mass of foliage, I noticed from the distance that the wall was much more peculiar than I had imagined. It was almost totally covered in vines, which now, from farther away across the street, definitely formed a complex pattern unnatural. Moreover, near the protrusion where I almost hit my face, there was a narrow, very tall door, at least 3.5 meters high. It was a distinct color, quite unusual for modern houses, but it matched the wall perfectly. A blue that resembled bronze when it starts to oxidize. The door was incredibly decorated and seemed to have been handmade, as its detailing and carvings were very delicate and small, covering every inch of its surface. On the side of the door, several monoliths of the same color, although with different heights, stretched out of the wall, forming an upward curve to the top of the wall, which was about 4 meters above the door. One thing that caught my attention was that none of them were covered by the vines, leaving them perfectly visible and somehow following the same pattern as the plants. Were they installed later? I wondered. Now I'm starting to think there's something strange behind this. I continued following with my eyes and came across huge metal plates that seemed to weigh tons. I don't know how an old stone wall full of vines could still support so many plates, especially at the top. They were squares of about 1.5 meters, as detailed as the door, but certainly made of a different material, with a rougher texture and a matte finish. They were all colored: burnt pink, absinthe green, deep blue, bloody red, and pale purple. Looking carefully, I could see that, unlike the gate, where some parts were missing and it was clearly poorly maintained, the plates seemed perfect. Even though I felt they were older than my grandparents. They were all carved with grooves and recesses that formed images of countless types of fungi, algae, and plants that I had no idea what they were, aside from some insects, which stood out for being golden. All these elements together formed different symbols, totaling 7. For in the center of each plate, and 3 at the intersections between them. I was snapped out of the hypnosis I was in by a drop of dew on my forehead. After this dazzling vision, I looked again at the little bit of sky visible between the trees and realized it was already getting dark. Until now, I have the feeling that time doesn't make sense anymore. This definitely snapped me out of the trance that those plates had put me in, and I looked around again. The woman, the neighbor of the wall, was no longer there. I guess she got tired of me standing there like an idiot and left. So, I made the stupid decision to go to the gate. When I got close, I felt extremely uncomfortable. Now up close, the details of the gate were even more noticeable. It probably took years to design every centimeter. And now it was in decay, with moss accumulating in the deeper details and a kind of slime covering the wear, as if trying to hide it. It was as if nature wanted to preserve the perfection of something as beautiful as that gate. I covered my hand with my coat and went to knock, but at that exact moment, I was blinded. My eyes burned, and I was disoriented in the midst of a bright light. I staggered back 3 steps and saw a damn spotlight, almost like a sun, turn on right above me, a vibrant, almost toxic yellow. As my eyes burned, I squished them trying to see, and noticed a small door opening at the top of the gate. It was a boy, apparently. I couldn't see the face in detail because the light was blinding anything near it. I decided to continue my endeavor, ignoring the sensation running through my body. The curiosity of knowing who owned the house, and where those incredible pieces came from, blinded me completely. If regret could kill, I'd already be 6 feet under, buried. Like a moth to a flame, I needed to know more. So I said, "Hi, you live here, right? I'm an architecture student, and I think the architecture of the house is amazing. Can I?" Before I could finish, the person had disappeared, and I only heard a decompression sound, like when you open a jar of pickles and all the compressed air is released, along with a sound of rusty metal scraping against itself, sending shivers down my spine. A strong, earthy smell of dust, mites, and mold invaded my nose. I felt some of the mold falling on my face. I blew it off quickly while opening my eyes again. As my eyes focused, I saw a boy, apparently around his 16. I'm quite thin, but I could certainly carry that boy in my arms. He was fucking skinny. With a hesitant look, he stared at me and almost whispered, "You can come in. It's been a while since I've seen anyone. I mean, no one comes here." Then, in a bizarre attempt to soften the terrible mood before stepping through the gate, I said, "Ah, but you'll definitely make more friends, and they'll come visit you. I used to be introverted too." At that moment, he looked at me out of the corner of his eye, over his shoulder, which had some level of lordosis. His amber-yellow eyes stared at me intensely, and he said dryly and firmly, "Now you're my friend." Almost automatically, I said a trembling yes and walked through the gate. Another stupid decision for the list. "Come, I'll show you the house. I'm sure an architect will appreciate the house like we do, unlike others," he murmured. The gate closed, and I felt the air compressing again, as if it wanted to suffocate me. I felt something dense around me, and the sensation of rarefied air, as if the oxygen was being sucked out of me before it even reached my lungs. The air was stale, and the smell I had noticed at the entrance became much worse as I entered. The feeling that I was dirty made me shiver under my coat, as if the mass of gas mixed with dusty mold was clinging to me. I found myself in a very small hall, but it maintained the height of the door, which made the room even more claustrophobic. Tiles the size of my palm covered the entire floor, with the same designs as the plates. There were hundreds of them, all certainly handmade. Their delicate painting and golden details were standing out even in the dust and dim light. The light fixtures reminded me of the Art Nouveau style, around the 1890s, the end of the period. Many houses were still built in this style until the 1900s, as it demonstrated great wealth since many pieces required highly specialized human labor. However, the beautiful crystal flowers proved to be weak, and with the lack of any windows, I felt like I was sinking in a lake of murky water. Lost and making notes and sketches of the small hall, which was with only me, light fixtures, tiles, and a small table, I felt a cold hand on my back. My soul shivered like drops of cold water when they hit hot oil. My eyes, which were still not fully adjusted to the dim light as they are now, searched for the origin of the chill. I looked to the side and saw the boy staring at me, his vibrant yellow eyes, just like the scarabs drawn on the floor shining in the light of the fixture, staring at me. His pupils were huge, absorbing as much light as possible. As I stared at him uneasy, he adjusted his posture, seeming much more comfortable. He changed and said, "Beautiful, aren't they?" I still remember the first time I saw them being unpacked and arranged on the floor. I was enchanted. I said with a forced smile, "Yes, very beautiful. I'm amazed by the work done in this house." At the time, I hadn't even realized what he had said, but what did he mean by having seen the pieces being unpacked? Had they been restored and reinstalled? Even without noticing his words, I had a discomfort stained on my face that I couldn't hide. No matter how cordial and friendly he seemed, he carried a strangeness that I can't explain. "Follow me," he said softly, stepping in front of a staircase with a beautiful arch made of the same material as the door, which now locked showed the details of its interior, intact on this side, allowing me to see the capital letter, N, in the center. He repeated, "Follow me," seeming annoyed that I hadn't complied with his request. When I turned in his direction, he was already going up the stairs in the narrow staircase. A more robust person would never fit there. There was at most 70 centimeters of space between the walls. I probably entered through a passage that wasn't the main one. The floor of the staircase was also made of tiles, but these were matte and unique, one for each step. They were very well finished and watercolored, looking as if they were made of water, so perfect was the painting. The corners of each step were rounded with a metal piece, forming a triangle with an eye in the middle, golden like the boy's eyes. Getting lost in the notes and sketches that I was making on my iPad, and trying to remember the dates when each technique I saw before emerged, I was abruptly interrupted. "We're arrived," I heard in my mind. The boy was standing in front of a wooden door, two beautiful light fixtures illuminating its surroundings. With a bit more light, I could finally see more details of the boy. He was wearing a beautiful blue cardigan, with somewhere spots and slightly stained, but still nice and clearly very expensive. One thing I can't stop thinking about now is that the stain seemed a little puffy on the fabric and had a slightly velvety texture, exactly like the lichen that was covering the defects of the gate. How long had he not worn that cardigan, or did he wear it regularly without washing it? The more I think about it, the weirder everything feels. Returning to the moment I truly entered the house, which I now know is a mansion, the boy had knocked on the door 3 times. He looked at me over his shoulder without moving any other muscle, like a damn owl. Now I understood why he had no friends. I used to be emo, but this was way weirder than anything I've ever done. "Now we can enter," he said, exposing all his slightly yellowed teeth in a wide robotic smile. Rich people have more useless social protocols than I can enumerate, but knocking on the door of your own house before entering was new. But nothing was bothering me more at that moment than the happiness of that boy to receive a strange, nosy visitor at home me. Until something else caught my attention. Sounds of stuff being dragged across a wooden floor, metal creaking and footsteps. What was I going for, entering a fucking banker? Before I could sink into paranoid thoughts, he opened the door with effort. It was indeed a massive wooden door, most likely made of ebony, which would make it one of the most unique doors in the world, incredibly heavy and expensive. I passed through it, and now I'm here, alone, sitting in an armchair in the large entrance hall. Everything here seems untouched for years. My footprints are printed in the dust that sits on the floor. From where I'm sitting, I can see the dust dancing in the faint light of the wall fixtures and the large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. There are countless paintings on the walls, ranging from still lives to family portraits, but one then stands out, is right in the middle of the wall where the stairs to the second floor are located. It's at least 5 meters tall, and the ceiling here is even higher than the walls outside. This painting, from what I can see from where I'm at, appears to be a mother and her two children. A baby resting in her arms and an older boy, around 10 years old, standing beside them. It's certainly an old painting, both because of the style and size, but mainly because of the level of oxidation in the varnish, which is very yellowed. I'm trying to focus on analyzing every corner of this place to occupy my mind and not give space for a breakdown. The boy went down some stairs, which I can only see from the end of a corridor that is located in the other room on the right. He said he would call the governess since his mother was busy and could only meet me later, so he wanted her help to welcome me with excellence. That boy has been gone for over 30 minutes. I really don't know what to do. The large door I entered is locked. I don't see any doorknobs or locks, just the same crest with a large N in the center. After testing the door, I slowly, trying not to make the floor creak, walked over to one of the large curtains that stretched from the floor to the ceiling between the paintings. When I looked behind them, trying to move them as little as possible, hoping to see traditional 19th century windows, I was surprised by beautiful, incredibly detailed herbal-themed stained glass windows that took up much of the space the curtains covered. Hoping for a possibility of an escape to the outside, I pulled the heavy velvet curtain a bit more, and a cloud of dust, carrying that characteristic earthy, musty smell, flew over me. I waved my arms, trying to disperse it while coughing. After regaining control of my breathing, I turned my eyes back to the stained glass, and at that moment, I knew I was fucked. The damn stained glass was fake, attached on the wall and artificially illuminated by some kind of fluorescent monolith that glowed in a toxic yellow behind it. Several of these glowing stones extended across the entire stained glass, making it shine. It was a beautiful sight, but all I wanted to see was the sidewalk with its lampposts, or at least an external garden that could be my way out of this crap. That's why I'm writing this. I'm trapped, cornered, and I don't know what to do. I just heard a noise of something heavy being dragged upstairs. I have a few options. Wait for that damn boy to come back with the governess. Stay sitting here until the mother shows up, or explore for an exit. I have the room next door that has the hallway that leads downstairs, the stairs to the second floor, and also another opening on the opposite side that looks like it leads to another large hall. I've tried calling everyone. My dad is on a work trip. I've called him 3 times, and he didn't answer. I tried my 2 best friends too, and both haven't called me back. I think the bitches are still sick from the frat party they went to yesterday, even though they knew about the work we had to do. I hate reckless people. They do crazy shit and still always get away with it. They've always been adventurous. They even broke into an abandoned theme park and nothing happened. But now if I do something a little different, it ends in me being stuck in a weirdo's mansion that is apparently occupied by a governess, an absent mother, and mold. I even called the emergency, but they simply said it was wrong to make prank calls and hung up on me. I really don't know what to do. I'm scared to death, and it seems like every second I feel more trapped and spied on. While I'm writing this, the sound from upstairs continues, and it seems like I'm also feeling a vibration coming from the floor, but it might just be my anxiety creeping me up even more. The battery of my phone is half dead, and I decided to write this to try to ask for help and also leave proof that I was here. I think I'll investigate the paintings a little more, look at the stained glass windows, and maybe I'll find a door behind the curtains. Wish me luck. I'll update here if I find a way out or something else. My dog Max is almost 6 years now. He's always been a calm, easygoing boy. The kind of dog who lets you know if someone's at the door, then flops down for a belly rub once you tell him everything's fine. He's never been much of a barker, and I've always taken it as a good sign that he only makes noise when there's a reason. That's why I couldn't ignore it when the barking started. It was about a month ago, always around 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd be just about asleep, and suddenly Max would go off, sharp and frantic. Not as usual, someone's walking past bark. This was desperate, panicked, the kind of bark that makes your stomach drop before you even know why. Every time, I'd get up, check the windows, check the front yard, even the backyard. There was never anything there. No animals, no branches tapping the glass, nothing out of place. Still, Max would stand stiff-legged at the back door, barking at the dining room window like his life depended on it. I tried everything, closing the curtains, leaving a light on, sitting with him until he calmed down. But no matter what I did, as soon as I went back upstairs, the barking would start again, sharp bursts, then long pauses, like he was waiting for something to move. I kept telling myself it was a fox or some stray cat he could smell, something out there I just couldn't see. But Max wasn't barking at the yard. He was barking at the window itself. 2 weeks in, I was wrecked. 3 hours of sleep a night, if I was lucky. I was barely functioning at work, and at home, I was starting to flinch at every creak the house made. Even during the day, Max would drift over to the dining room, stare at the curtains, then wander away again like he was expecting something to be there. Then one night I forgot to draw the dining room curtains before bed. I'd been too tired after a long shift at work, and it slipped my mind. When the barking started around 2 a.m., I was already half awake. I was halfway down the stairs before I realized the house felt colder than usual. Max was standing in the middle of the living room, completely still, body tense, ears flat against his head. His whole body was rigid, but his mouth was shut. Instead, a low growl rolled from his chest, deep enough that I felt it more than heard it. I followed his gaze. There was a face in the dining room window. It was pressed against the glass, just inches away, too pale, the skin stretched too tightly over the bones beneath. But it was the eyes that stopped me cold. They weren't just staring into the house, they were locked directly on me. Wide, bulging, too round for the face they were set in. The whites seemed almost gray, veined with something darker, and the irises were a washed-out yellow, like old paper left in the sun too long. They didn't blink, didn't move, just held my eyes in place like it was waiting to see if I'd come closer. The mouth was stretched into something almost like a smile, but too eager, too sharp at the edges, like it was trying to mimic a human expression but couldn't quite get it right. Max let out another low growl, louder this time, vibrating in the space between us, and I broke. My hand slammed into the light switch, and the second the room flooded with light, the face was gone. I ran outside, barefoot, heart pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. The yard was empty. The street was still. No footprints, no sign anyone had been there. Just silence, thick, heavy silence, and the cold, damp air clinging to my skin. When I came back inside, Max hadn't moved. He was still standing there, trembling all over, eyes locked on the window, even though the curtain was now drawn. It took me 3 tries to get him to follow me upstairs, and even then, he only came because I begged him. That was 2 weeks ago. Max hasn't barked at night since. In fact, he won't go near that window anymore. During the day, he gives it a wide berth, skirting around the edges of the room like something's still there, even though I can't see a thing. At night, the curtains stay drawn. They always will now. And I'll never forget to draw them again. My dog Max is almost 6 years now. He's always been a calm, easygoing boy. The kind of dog who lets you know if someone's at the door, then flops down for a belly rub once you tell him everything's fine. He's never been much of a barker, and I've always taken it as a good sign that he only makes noise when there's a reason. That's why I couldn't ignore it when the barking started. It was about a month ago, always around 2 or 3 in the morning. I'd be just about asleep, and suddenly Max would go off, sharp and frantic. Not as usual, someone's walking past bark. This was desperate, panicked, the kind of bark that makes your stomach drop before you even know why. Every time, I'd get up, check the windows, check the front yard, even the backyard. There was never anything there. No animals, no branches tapping the glass, nothing out of place. Still, Max would stand stiff-legged at the back door, barking at the dining room window like his life depended on it. I tried everything, closing the curtains, leaving a light on, sitting with him until he calmed down. But no matter what I did, as soon as I went back upstairs, the barking would start again, sharp bursts, then long pauses, like he was waiting for something to move. I kept telling myself it was a fox or some stray cat he could smell, something out there I just couldn't see. But Max wasn't barking at the yard. He was barking at the window itself. 2 weeks in, I was wrecked. 3 hours of sleep a night, if I was lucky. I was barely functioning at work, and at home, I was starting to flinch at every creak the house made. Even during the day, Max would drift over to the dining room, stare at the curtains, then wander away again like he was expecting something to be there. Then one night, I forgot to draw the dining room curtains before bed. I'd been too tired after a long shift at work, and it slipped my mind. When the barking started around 2 a.m., I was already half awake. I was halfway down the stairs before I realized the house felt colder than usual. Max was standing in the middle of the living room, completely still, body tense, ears flat against his head. His whole body was rigid, but his mouth was shut. Instead, a low growl rolled from his chest, deep enough that I felt it more than heard it. I followed his gaze. There was a face in the dining room window. It was pressed against the glass, just inches away, too pale, the skin stretched too tightly over the bones beneath. But it was the eyes that stopped me cold. They weren't just staring into the house, they were locked directly on me. Wide, bulging, too round for the face they were set in. The whites seemed almost gray, veined with something darker, and the irises were a washed-out yellow, like old paper left in the sun too long. They didn't blink, didn't move, just held my eyes in place like it was waiting to see if I'd come closer. The mouth was stretched into something almost like a smile, but too eager, too sharp at the edges, like it was trying to mimic a human expression, but couldn't quite get it right. Max let out another low growl, louder this time, vibrating in the space between us, and I broke. My hand slammed into the light switch, and the second the room flooded with light, the face was gone. I ran outside, barefoot, heart pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. The yard was empty. The street was still. No footprints, no sign anyone had been there. Just silence, thick, heavy silence, and the cold, damp air clinging to my skin. When I came back inside, Max hadn't moved. He was still standing there, trembling all over, eyes locked on the window, even though the curtain was now drawn. It took me 3 tries to get him to follow me upstairs, and even then, he only came because I begged him. That was 2 weeks ago. Max hasn't barked at night since. In fact, he won't go near that window anymore. During the day, he gives it a wide berth, skirting around the edges of the room like something's still there, even though I can't see a thing. At night, the curtains stay drawn, they always will now, and I'll never forget to draw them again. The note is handwritten. I think it's my wife's. Maybe not. I'm not so sure at this point. I am an attentive man. I was born in a big household with 3 brothers. I was the only one among them who didn't get an education. My parents made sure of that. But I did not complain. Even though I had to work my way up, I was the one who got a prestigious career at a law firm. My brother, Gerald, contented himself with being a bookstore clerk, and my sister Sarah became a housewife. I am the one who rose above that. This is such an obvious fact. I can't fathom why anyone else would think so. When they ask me to stay at the office because we have a big case tomorrow, I pay my dues and stay until 10 to make sure everything's been reviewed properly. When my ailing father's not doing well, I'm the one who remembers to pay for his medicines. When my daughter Claire asks me for some money to play with her friends, I always have some change in hand. But if it is true, if I am so attentive, why does this note surprise me so? The ink looks fresh. In fact, I can tell you exactly from which pen this ink came from. It's my pen, the one I have right next to my laptop in the second floor study. It's the only one I never use, so it's the one with the most ink. The paper looks neat, so it's probably from one of the office sheets lying on that same study. But I still can't tell you if this is my wife's handwriting or a forgery, if this note is for real or not, nor what could have even led to this. I ponder this, sitting beside my car in the dead of night. It is 11 p.m., another late night at work. The partners made me stay up late again, just so they could take credit, but it's okay. The house is dark, no sense of living light comes out from its tall windows. It's difficult for me to admit it, but I get a sense of dread whenever I enter the garage late at night. It feels as if the house's mouth is swallowing me whole, as if a shadow encroaches upon me. This is a weekly occurrence, but tonight is different. The darkness envelopes me, but the dread has given way to panic. A cold sensation trickles down my spine, and my bones resonate with a short, spastic quiver. Within the dark, a spark of thought emerges, but it is not a comforting thought. If I can't decide if this note is real, then there is the possibility that my wife is still alive, of course. Claire is off staying at her uncle's, so there's no risk of her being in danger. But what matters is, if my wife is all right, why is the house dark? Is she asleep? Who left the note, then? Is there someone inside the house right now? Rancid, palpitating panic possesses me, and my feet take a mind of their own. In a daze, I open the side door and enter our kitchen. Nothing seems amiss, but I don't really want to look. I leave the kitchen and bolt to the living room. Once again, I don't really want to look. My focus is on the stairs leading upwards to the second floor. Taking the steps, 2 at a time, I nearly trip on the way up. It's amazing how much our bodies abandon our minds at times like these. As I race for the study, it feels as if my thoughts have divorced themselves from a physical plane. I am my body, but my mind is also myself. The study doesn't seem ransacked nor invaded. Quickly, I turn on the desk light. I can't bear the dark, not anymore. Nothing seems amiss, save, of course, for the pen, and the sheet of papers has been slightly moved. Someone did come in here and leave the note on the garage floor. Someone wanted me to find it, because they knew I'd only checked these 2 rooms today before going to bed. I remember the urban legend of the madman who licks a girl's toes when she goes to bed, and the brief flash of that type of imagery makes me sit down next to the desk. But there's another thought, worming and coiling itself around my brain. A madman wouldn't know so much about me, unless they had been stalking me for days, and I am not that interesting a person. No one is as attentive as me. No, the only person who would know is Lily, my wife. My dear, sweet, and possibly dead wife. My lip shakes, and a small moan comes out involuntarily out of my mouth. This can't be happening, not to me. Why would she do this? It can't be. I pull out my phone. I'm still in a daze, so my voice feels distant, like waves crashing against a faraway coast. Gerald, I need your help. My brother sounds as if I had just woken him up. He obviously gets the pleasure of being loved and going to sleep early. Gareth, it's past 11. What are you doing? Gerald, I think my wife just killed herself and I need your help. Fuck. Please, can you just shut up and come here? What? What happened? I don't know. Someone left a note in the garage, and I'm here in the study. Take your keys and come here right now. Gerald takes his sweet time. He doesn't leave near me, so maybe I should cut him some slack. But the time gives me ample opportunity to think. I don't move from the study chair, no. I don't dare. But boy, do I think. Lily. She is my whole life. I met her over 20 years ago. I wasn't the most attractive man, nor the one with the most money. I simply promised her one thing, that I was going to be the one who took care of things. As long as she stuck with me, she wouldn't want for anything, because I wasn't the type of person to give up. To my credit, I did keep that promise for a time. My breath fails me. I'm exhaling short gasps as I think of a long, decadent chain of failures. The time Lily had to drive alone to her mother's funeral because I chose work. She and Claire were inconsolable. That incorrigible weekend when she told me to pick up Claire from camp, but I got the dates wrong. I am an attentive man. How could I forget? The times I stayed up late at the office, but not because of work. I keep a separate cell phone to call Dana, but I'm not discreet. You tell yourself that keeping your phone in your nightstand is enough. That as long as you don't flaunt it in her face, your exquisite and long chain of infidelities are somehow forgiven. But it is wrong, it seems. Now a death has occurred, and the dead are not silent. There is a long, vertical line of darkness in the far left corner of the room. A simple misplacement of the light, of course. The way my desk lamp is settled, this small patch of shadow is inevitable. But isn't it appropriate? A disgusting, long dark line that threatens to gorge itself on all that is around it. I hear rumblings coming from other rooms. The shadow grows. I don't know where my wife is. The shadow grows. Maybe, just maybe, her dead body is lying right next to me, her decaying face judging me without uttering a sound. The shadow grows. Of course I am not attentive. If I had been, I would have already known what ill had befallen my family before getting this note. Gerald finally arrives. Somehow, I am able to explain what is going on. I show him the note. He looks aghast. For a moment, I wonder what his own wife would think of me when she finds out. But why would she do this to you? He says. Perhaps, I respond, because she wants to punish me. She wants me to pay more attention. Gerald tries to hug me, but I back away. I don't even recognize his face at this point. I can't even recognize the room I am in right now. Come with me, he says. I'm sure she's fine. This isn't your fault. We'll look for her together. I know she isn't alive. We start out slowly. Gerald assures me he didn't see anything in the living room. I think it's too big of a house, and he might have missed her. He dismisses me, saying a body is too obvious to ignore. The way he says the word body makes me recoil. Is that what my wife is now? Just a body? Is it my fault? Leaving the study, we head for the game room. There's nothing there. Just a pool table, a TV, and a PlayStation. Of course she wouldn't be here. Still holding the note in my hand, something tells me to go to Claire's room. The door's open, but there's nobody there. But that's exactly what I'm afraid of. That there's nobody here but us. No robber, no big reveal. Gerald, I managed to say after a while, let's cut the crap. Let's check the master bedroom. That's where Lily and I sleep. If she isn't there, nor in the kitchen, it'll be all right. Everything's fine. I am not being punished for not being attentive enough. I get a second chance. Please, let there be a second chance. We enter the master bedroom. Our bed, in the center, arranged perfectly. There's no one else. Everything is in its right place. Just like I left it this morning. Except for one thing. The door to the bathroom is closed. Gerald, can you? Sure. No, maybe don't. Let's call the police. Gar, shut up. It's fine. There's no one here. Please. No, Gerald, stop. I can't look as he opens the door. My eyes go in every other possible direction. But in the 3 seconds Gerald takes to open the door, I start to see things. Things that I hadn't noticed before. I am an attentive man, after all. The floor is wet. Not too wet, but it is wet. The drawer to my nightstand is open. The second cell phone is gone. Oh my God! Gareth, don't look. Call the police. Gerald belts this out from the bathroom. I manage to see a pair of feet sticking out the frame of the bathroom's doorway. A pair of pale feet, and one of them has Lily's distinctive ankle mole. My stomach bile attempts to come out of my throat. Gerald was never the strongest one out of the two, but he manages to pull me away from the bedroom as I drench the floor in vomit. My sweet Lily. My eyes water, my mind races. There's nothing I can do to make this right. We stop moving until we reach the living room. Gerald attempts to say something. He mentions calling the authorities. He doesn't want me to move, but I'm simply pacing around until I'm resting against the kitchen table nearby. Gar, are you sure you knew what was going on with Lily? He asks. What the fuck kind of question is that? Gerald realizes his mistake. He pulls out his phone and leaves through the front door. He leaves it open just to make sure I'm not going to run up the stairs. Gerald, what did she look like? He doesn't answer. What did she look like? I yell. It's past midnight, but I don't care about the noise. Bad, she looked bad. She hit her head pretty bad against the floor. No, my Lily. Don't come up there, Gar. I don't want you to see her like that. She's all bloodied, naked, unrecognizable. Is that what you want me to say? Stay here while I call the cops. I turn away from him. I cry, but something sparks up inside my head. Another terrible thought. Why would she be naked? Why is the floor wet? Because she slipped. Why would she slip? The drawer. I start making connections. Lily takes a bath right before she goes to bed, always. Maybe. It can't be that. My wife killed herself because of me. This much is true. And if I have to overthink the details, maybe I should look closer at my actions, not hers. The cheating, the missed moments, the drained seconds I will never get back. Her face, her beautiful face, is something I will never get to see again. Unless I go up the stairs and bring a worthwhile finality to it all. If I have the courage to see the bloodied, bulbous facade that used to be Lily, splattered over the white ceramic. But just picturing it in my head is enough. Her eyes are wide open, not quite looking at me, just stuck in perpetual horror. A purple, amorphous mass covers her right cheek, born from the sudden impact. Hours from inattention have given way to the natural process of decomposition. Despite the gaping, wide expression her mouth has managed to convey, one can tell it's just the beginning of a much more dreadful transformation. One I cannot bear to look at. Looking at her face would be the end of me. But the thought begins again. Why is she in the bathroom? It doesn't matter, surely. But I try to focus on the process of analyzing the details again. Lily comes up to take a bath before bed. I remember how I usually like looking at her undress. She leaves the clothes underneath her pillow. She turns on the bathwater. Since she's careless, she usually lets it flow a bit while she undresses. What if she was doing this and Dana called? Dana left the office quite early. Maybe Dana called my cell phone, assuming I had brought it to the office with me. But I don't have it on me. I had left it in the drawer which is now empty. Oh no, Lily must have grabbed it and started looking at the messages, the pictures, the calls. And while she was looking, the water kept running. She slipped and hit her face. My wife is gone, and it's all my fault. I need to lie down. I need to run away from this. I begin to move. Gar, where are you going? Don't you go up. You need to stay here. I pay him no mind, heading for the garage door. I'm going to ride my car. I need you to stay here, Gar. Please, for the love of God. Just wait for the cops. You want me to call Claire for you? I'm in the garage already, looking for the car keys. What do you mean? What did you tell her before you left? What do you mean before I left? Claire isn't staying with me tonight. Of course she is. She told me she'd be staying with you tonight. Gerald, please, I don't have time for this right now. I say, almost crying at this point. Why can't he be a nurturing figure just this once? His voice comes in from the kitchen, very near me now. Gar, Claire stayed with me last week. I stay silent. He speaks again. Oh God, you forgot again, didn't you? I don't answer. Sweet Mother of God, I'm going to call her. I feel something slip out of my hand. It's the note. But I notice something new this time. There's something else written on the backside. It simply reads, "It's all your fault," in a very delicate handwriting. A familiar one, but it isn't Lily's, of course. She couldn't have written a note if she slipped in the bathroom. Then, a familiar ringtone erupts in the dead of night. The garage turns the sound into a cacophonic storm that assaults my ears. I recognize that tune, but it doesn't belong to me. I don't have to ask myself to whom it belongs to in order to know the answer. A flash of light, too small to notice during the day, but blindingly incandescent in the middle of the night. It's coming from the same phone emitting the ringtone. Gerald's calling Claire, and the tone is coming from this room, from the garage. My eyes follow the source. The light, it plays with the dark. There's another line of deep dark shadow that stretches itself out from a faraway corner. I can see an open toolbox, with a bloody screwdriver lying on the ground. My eyes follow upwards, to the tumultuous darkness. I stare at the darkness, and my daughter's dead eyes stare back at me. Chapter 1. The Quiet That Listens. It started subtly. I was inside of my apartment, around 2 p.m. I believe. The distant murmur of the city outside my window had vanished. But it wasn't silent. I wasn't silent. I heard some wind clasping through my ear. Upon realizing it was my breathing, my footsteps struck the floor like hammer blows. The world wasn't muted. Everything I did was deafening. I thought I was going crazy. Maybe I was having a panic attack. I tried snapping my fingers only for it sound like a thunder strike, and then I spoke out, curiously. "Hello!" It was unbearable, a roar inside my skull, bouncing off the walls and crashing back into me. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. Every movement, every shift of my fingers was a cacophony of sound, grinding, snapping, creaking. And then I heard something hitting like a wrecking ball was smashing against a bell. It was inside me, a hollow, deliberate knock that didn't come from my apartment, my door, or the walls. It came from my chest. I pressed my hand against my ribs, trying to convince myself I imagined it. My heartbeat was normal. Or maybe not. It felt wrong. Like it wasn't beating, it was knocking. It was fast knocking. Maybe I was having a panic attack. I made my way to my phone on my bed. The noise was unbearable. How could I even make a phone call like this? I didn't have time to think about that. I had to get help. I opened my phone. The clicking felt like a whip hitting my ear. I hit the emergency contact and dialed 911. After a few seconds, I realized I didn't have any service. What the hell? I was in the city. How could I not have any service? I looked up from my screen and looked out the windows. It was black. Everything was a void. No lights. No presence of anything but me and my apartment. I ran to my doors, not even caring about the noise that my roaring feet made. And just like the windows, there was nothing outside. Without even realizing it, my anger took over me, and I slammed the door shut. The impact was catastrophic, rattling the entire apartment like an explosion. My ears started ringing, but very soon after, the silence swelled around me. Pressing, squeezing, listening. Then I heard another knock, a different one this time, from behind me. Chapter 2. The Voice Beneath the Noise. I turned so fast my bones cracked, the sound slicing through the room like a gunshot. My apartment was unchanged. My furniture sat in place. My television was off. But the air was thick, heavy, almost fluid. And then, beneath the crushing weight of silence, a voice slithered through the noise. "You can hear, can't you?" It wasn't spoken aloud. It was something deeper, more invasive felt rather than heard. I tried to answer, but my throat was tight, like something had crept inside and wrapped itself around my vocal cords. I gasped, and the breath escaping my lips was a terrible, rasping howl. "You were not meant to hear, not in this place. You'll die if you do." A single, slow creak sounded behind me. Something was in the room. I ran. The floor beneath me roared with every step. The walls trembled from the force of my breath, but the thing behind me, it made no sound. Not a single footstep. Not one movement. Just its presence, and to me, it was enough. Running through my apartment with each noise possibly having the chance to destroy my eardrums, I stumbled into the bathroom and slammed the door. The echo so loud my vision blurred. My lungs burned, but I forced myself to stay quiet, pressing my hand over my mouth. Even my heartbeat was too loud, each pulse like a hammer against my ribs. I could hear the sink, dripping small amount of water. It felt like a waterfall, the grinding of the pipes, the light buzzing. After a good 10 or 20 minutes, I looked around making sure I was safe, whatever that meant here. I stood up, and then I saw the mirror, and I wasn't alone. I couldn't see him in the room, But he was there, a figure, identical to me, stood behind. Faceless. Hollow. Its head tilted, and though it had no mouth, I felt it whisper. "You brought the noise with you." For some reason when he spoke it felt like a normal voice talking to me, and I could hear leather crunching and bones snapping. And when I looked down, I saw its filthy long hand reach up to my eye, bolted for the door. I didn't know what it wanted. I didn't want to know either. Chapter 3. The Voice of the Void. My house had distorted sizes. Everything was wrong. Nothing was right. The walls pulsed around me, breathing in slow, soundless waves. The mirror distorted, stretching into an abyss, pulling at my reflection. "You hear too much. You need to be silenced." I clutched my ears, but it didn't matter. The noise was inside me. The crack of my joints. The rasp of my own thoughts. The unbearable weight of my existence pressing against a world that no longer wanted me here. Then, for the first time, the figure made a sound. A soft, rhythmic tap. Its hand lifted, long, thin fingers reaching forward, and tapped against my chest. Knock. 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 A pulse of sound exploded outward, tearing the walls apart, the mirror shattering into nothingness. The apartment was gone. I was somewhere else, somewhere quiet. Somewhere I was not meant to be. It was not meant to be. No one is meant to be here. Not me, not you, not anything, not even the thing I saw. Am I to become it? So many questions yet, no noise to answer them. Chapter 4. I remembered the silence. I'm not sure how long I've been here. Time doesn't exist in the silence. I walk, but I have no footsteps. I breathe, but there is no air. I try to scream, but nothing comes out. The silence is not the absence of sound. It is something alive, watching, learning, and it has taken me into itself. I was never meant to hear it, but now I am it. I think it's been 3 years now. There's no way to tell, but my phone does say 2015, and I've been gone since 2012. I've been walking endlessly through this abyssal silence. I feel it all. I know it all. I taste it all. Everything that could happen. Except hearing. I remember everything so clearly, impressive as that is. I could remember when I started writing this, the loud thundering and mechanical wiring happening in my ears. It stopped soon enough. I still had my phone in my pocket. I hadn't even realized until it buzzed. I felt it, no sound, and for some reason, my story reached here. I could type. I could let people know what happens now. Not that it matters. You won't be able to find me, but that's okay. I don't need to be found. I'm not sure if I want to go back. The noises, it'll just bother me. My grandmother's house felt smaller without her in it. Not empty, far from it. The place was crammed with family, noise, and the ugly business of moving on. My uncle grumbled about all the junk. A cousin sneaked off with a lamp. Someone argued over the TV. Ryan was slouched on the couch, phone in hand, checked out. His grandmother, my great-aunt, was here too, sorting through my grandmother's dishes. She was humming. Soft, almost lost beneath the noise. But the second I heard it, my stomach turned. I knew that tune. I just didn't know why. "Hey," I nudged Ryan. "You hear that?" He barely looked up. "She hums all the time." That wasn't what I asked. I cleared my throat, humming along under my breath. And without thinking, I whispered the words. "Boil the water, pour the tea. Leave the kettle cold, and he'll come for me." I barely realized I was speaking until my own voice cut off. His grandmother stopped humming. She blinked, like she hadn't realized she'd been doing it. Then, she gave a small, absent-minded smile. "Your grandma and I used to hum that all the time. I just can't remember why." The words landed wrong, like something missing from a sentence, a space where meaning used to be. I laughed, brushing the feeling off, just an old song. But I couldn't shake the feeling that my great-aunt was lying. Later, after most of the family had left, I was back in the basement. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, something personal that still felt like her. But instead, I found a photo. An old class picture, black and white, curling at the edges. Rows of girls in identical uniforms. I scanned the faces, recognizing my grandmother. And beside her, Ryan's grandmother. I smiled faintly. There they were, together, decades before we were ever born. Then my eyes drifted lower. In the bottom right corner, sitting in the dirt, a rusted kettle. A chill ran through me. I flipped the photo over. My stomach twisted. Thin, shaky handwriting. "Boil the water, pour the tea. Leave the kettle cold, and he'll come for me." I swallowed hard. "Ryan." He was standing near an old record player, flipping through dusty vinyl. He barely glanced up. "What do you make of this?" I held up the photo. Ryan leaned in, squinting. His fingers tapped against his arm, a restless habit. Kinda creepy, but like, why do you care? Do you recognize that tune? His fingers stilled. A frown. A shift in his weight. I dunno. Maybe? Sounds familiar. You heard your grandma humming it today. She hums all the time. Yeah, but does she hum that tune? His frown deepened. I could see the struggle on his face, like something was blocking him. He tapped his fingers against his leg, frustrated. Finally, he let out a small huff of irritation. Forget it! And just like that, he moved on. Like it never mattered. Like he was never supposed to remember. The following day, I woke up uneasy. That tune was still in my head. I found myself back in the basement. Not searching. Just drawn there. That's when I saw it. A kettle. Old. Rusted. Placed on a wooden crate, like someone had left it just for me. I swallowed, stepping closer. The handle was smooth, too smooth, worn by years of touch. I lifted the lid. Inside, a yellowed slip of paper. I unfolded it. One sentence, written in the same shaky handwriting from the photo. Stay out of the crawl space, or Mr. Kettles will get you. My breath hitched. The air felt wrong. The lights flickered. From upstairs, a whistle. I slammed the lid shut, hands shaking. Fumbled for my phone. Me dude. You home? Ryan. Nah, church with grandma. Me weird shit happening. Call me later. Ryan bet. I stared at the screen. Something cold and horrible settled in my stomach. My phone rang an hour later. Ryan. I answered immediately. Dude. Heavy breathing. The distant sound of tires skidding. Bro, I. A horn blaring. His breath caught. Like he'd just realized something. Like something had clicked into place. Then, in a whisper, I remember. The sound of screeching metal. A crash. A sharp inhale. Then, silence. The call cut out. Asterisk. I couldn't look at Ryan's picture board. I wouldn't. Instead, I wandered to his grandmother's. And froze. There, taped to the board, nestled among the other memories. The same school photo. I stepped closer. My pulse thundered in my ears. Ryan's grandmother was gone. Ryan stood in her place, smiling. My breath hitched. My hands shook as I reached out, ripped it from the board. I turned it over. More shaky handwriting. A whistle cries, the door is shut. Once remembered, your time is up. A chill slid down my spine. Somewhere in the funeral home, a kettle began to whistle. I'm being hunted, and I need someone's help. If I don't get out of this fucking town by midnight, he's coming for me. And this bastard is going to fucking kill me. I don't know what he is becoming. I'm so out of my depth right now. Look, before I start, I want to let you know my ability has nothing to do with the person hunting me down. I just want to clarify. Yes, this phenomenon is part of what is happening to me. But it's not why I'm scared for my life. All you need to know is that it developed around puberty. Since I was about 12 years old, I have been able to jump into people's bodies. It's not permanent, and there are limitations, so it's not an ability at all. It's more of a nuisance. This phenomenon happens during prolonged skin-to-skin contact. I can hug someone without anything happening, but if the hug lasts a certain amount of time, or a handshake, for example, a kiss, or any kind of intimacy, that's the trigger. When it first happened, I was shaking my middle school principal's hand. If I could describe it, it feels like drowning, like being stuck, suffocating, before coming up for air. And this time, I was staring at myself. I remember my vision was blurry and feathered, and for some reason, I think I was slightly tipped to the side. I thought it was an out-of-body experience, but then it happened again. The next time was with my mom, when she was hugging me. This time, it lasted longer, and I could actually feel myself in my mother's body. I could wiggle her fingers and look down at her hands. I think I can speak for any kid with this kind of Freaky Friday crap happening to them. I took advantage of it, duh. I tested my limitations. Exactly 4 minutes and 3 seconds was my durability in someone's body before I was violently yanked back to my own. Think of it like elastic. If I pulled too far, I would bounce back. Children were easier to jump into. Parents were harder to establish myself inside, but my own age was easy. I tried my friends and started to build my durability. By age 15, I could last 15 minutes and 13 seconds inside an adult body, 20 minutes and 8 seconds inside a child. Babies were a no-go. I tried to jump into my neighbor's newborn daughter and was immediately flung back. In my teens, I built up my endurance. I was 18, starting college, when I ran into another limitation. I don't know if it's always been like this, or if this thing changes and mutates like a virus. During my first week at college, I tried to jump into my roommate to check out her schedule. So I hugged her. Just a simple hug which triggered the jump. Confusing, yes, and the symptoms post-jumping are a pain in the ass. In her body, I went through her backpack, and I was careful to count under my breath. If I'm in a body for too long, they will start to bleed from the nose. I think it's something to do with pressure on the brain, but I'm not sure. I haven't explained what happens to my own body during a jump, and truthfully, I don't actually really know. I don't know if consciousness is swapped between bodies or gets pushed back inside the brain. What I do know is my own body goes into a sort of stasis. Okay, still with me? Good. Let's talk about Rowan. Rowan was always kind of fucking weird, but he wasn't always like this. Ever since he moved out of his frat house, it's like he's become a different person. I've known of him since freshman year. He was that pretentious know-it-all in my philosophy classes, always acting like he had the universe figured out. Trench coat, hands shoved in his pockets, a permanent smirk on his lips. He looked like a 20th century detective with a stick up his ass. The most insufferable guy on campus. He debated everyone, never admitting when he was wrong, insisting his opinion was concrete, while everyone else was a fucking moron for not watching old black and white noir movies. Even when Rowan was wrong, when someone proved he was wrong, dangling the evidence in his face, citing real sources, he'd still double down, leaning back in his chair, heeled shoes resting on his desk. I literally have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude, he'd say when someone brought up a valid point. With a curl on his lip and a triumphant glint in his eye, he'd remind them that he was top of his class in everything at school, and his ADHD just made him smarter, better wired, a true intellectual. A nihilist riddled with his own existential dread. Because nothing comes after death, he argued. Over the years, he just got worse. Even as a 22-year-old, he still acted like his obnoxious teenage self. There is nothing, and there will never be anything, Rowan said loudly. Religion is a playground created by old people who were fucking bored. I'm gonna die. You're going to die. We're all going to die. He raised his voice, intentionally cutting off the girl trying to argue for life after death. We are all going to be consumed by nothing, end in nothing, and never think again. We won't even be conscious enough to know we're not thinking. Which is fucking crazy, right? His lips spread into a grin. We live up to 100 years, and how does it end, huh? It ends in fucking nothing. Rowan turned his gaze towards us, eyes narrowed, challenging us to correct him. Wealthy or poor, we all end up 6 feet under the ground. We rot, and our memories rot with us until even the slightest speck of our existence, our names rarely whispered, our photos ingrained in reality, fade too. The human race has come so far in evolution, so far in bettering ourselves, yet not even we can stop the creeping inevitability of our own demise. He laughed, but his voice was shaking, his teeth gritted together, breath coming out in sharp pants, like he was both reveling in and terrified of his conclusion. We just end. And who says there's even an ending or a beginning? How can we be sure we're even real? This guy just went on and on. Because what's the point? Life, then death, then darkness. Forever. That's what we're subjected to from birth, the inevitable reality that one day we will cease to exist. Something twitched in his expression at that word. Forever. It was almost like he was giving in, his muscles relaxing as he exhaled a shaky breath. Oblivion, he continued, projecting his voice. Oblivion never stops. It never falters. It cannot be fought or reasoned with. It is a disease that keeps going, spreading, expanding, eating away across the universe until there is nothing, and everyone in this room will become nothing. Again his lip curled, fists tightening. He was scared. Rowan was scared of his own hypothesis, that dying meant ceasing to exist. And one day, he too would fall prey to that oblivion. Rowan. Professor F enjoyed the debate initially, but after almost 2 hours of Rowan's obnoxious ranting, even he was starting to sink into his chair, twirling a pen between his fingers. Maybe chill out a little, huh? I'm speaking, Professor, Rowan spoke calmly, and to my surprise, the professor nodded, gesturing for the boy to continue. Go ahead. You're wrong. Clary, a petite brunette, spoke up. Rowan's head snapped around, lips curling into a smirk, or maybe he was hopeful. Oh! Instead of resuming his rant from his chair, Rowan jumped to his feet, and in 3 strides, he was looming over his opponent's desk. Clary, who just wanted to take part in the discussion. I could tell by her face, wide frantic eyes and wobbling lips, she was regretting her decision to raise her hand to debate him. Anyone who did ended up in tears or leaving class. Clarissa politely argued that there was a lot of scientific evidence of life after death. Oh yeah? Like what? He demanded in a scoff. Clarissa, raising her voice over his, spoke timidly, her eyes glued to her workbooks. Well, there's I watched him, like a predator, lean over the girl's desk. There's what? Clary ducked her head, refusing to look him in the eye. Clarissa, you're not looking at me, Rowan murmured in a sing-song, his tone a carefully constructed facade, smooth, almost gentle, designed to unravel the knot in her gut. The use of her full name was just another manipulation tactic. He leaned closer, hands curled into fists, resting on her desk. Rowan's presence alone made it difficult to talk back to him. He towered over her at an impressive 6-foot-something, dark brown curls pushed back by a pair of Ray-Bans that never left the crown of his head, a single lone curl hanging in challenging eyes. Rowan knew he was attractive. He knew his looks alone could swing everyone's opinions his way. When Clary slowly lifted her head, meeting his gaze, his frown softened into a smile. Triumph. Are you religious, Clarissa? He asked in a friendly tone, dragging a chair in front of her desk and plunking himself down on it, resting his chin on his fist. I could sense a collective breath being held across the room. I am, she said. I believe in reincarnation. Rebirth. Rowan nodded. His smile was patronizing. Okay, so let's say I pull out a gun right now and shoot you in the face. Rowan, our professor warned. He groaned, throwing his hands up with an eye roll. Okay, Phythian. Let's say a hypothetical ally dropped dead right now from a peanut allergy. Rowan was enjoying the girl's discomfort, the way she tried to lean back. His grin was spiteful, brow raised, challenging her to throw a rebuttal. What will happen to me after I die, Clarissa? Clary straightened up in her seat, her cheeks turning pink. You would be reincarnated, she said. No, before that, Rowan snapped, his lips curling. Yes, I get reincarnated, but is that straight away? How do you know it's not years, centuries, light years before I am reincarnated? And what happens in the time between, He leaned closer, so close that the girl was visibly shaking. His voice dropped into an almost seductive murmur, his wild eyes begging for her answer. Tell me oblivion doesn't exist between me dying and my rebirth. Oh, please. Another voice joined in from the back of the class. Her voice was like wind chimes, immediately attracting eyes, including Rowan's. The girl had an eccentric sense of style, a multicolored knitted jacket over a pair of overalls, blonde curls piled into a messy top bun. She grinned at Rowan, her pen lodged between her teeth. Sweetie, it's clear you're scared of death, and you're just looking for someone to tell you otherwise. You're full of BS. You're not some genius intellectual. You're desperate for answers. Rowan's lips pricked. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but I don't care. Imogen, she said, introducing herself. I've been sitting here for half a semester. Rowan's eyes narrowed. So, you're a stalker. I'm just a good listener. Rowan sat back on his chair. Go ahead. I'm sure the whole class is curious. He gestured to himself. I'm curious to know why you think I'm full of bullshit. You're scared of death, Imogen repeated. That's why you just spent over an hour ranting about the impossibility of life after death. You're trying to convince yourself against your own belief. Because deep down, you're terrified of what you believe in. She pulled the pen from her mouth with a pop. Oblivion. Rowan's lips pricked into a small smile. Somehow, his expression relaxed. Was it that obvious? The girl shrugged, now in full control of the debate. You were practically foaming at the mouth, so yes, it was obvious. Her smile was friendly. If I might ask, why are you so obsessed with death? I don't want to die, he deadpanned. Okay, but why? She leaned forward, her lips curling into a challenging smile. Just like you said, we all die. Dying is natural. It's part of life. So why are you so scared? It was as if she were tearing down the impenetrable walls he'd built around himself. For once, Rowan was speechless. He tapped his foot against the floor, his expression softening. He wasn't used to being challenged, and that was evident in his body language. The sweat glistening on his brow, his fingers clenching and unclenching into a fist. Because oblivion is endless, he said, tripping over his words. And I don't want to be stuck inside it. I don't want to lose my self-awareness, my ability to think and realize. But that's just peace, Imogen said, inclining her head. You're just describing dying. Why do you want to be aware when you're dead? Because I do, he snapped. Okay, but why? She challenged him, clearly enjoying the attention. Why do you keep asking why? Rowan demanded. Imogen. Professor F spoke up. That's enough. I think we're done here today. You keep saying you're scared of dying, scared of losing your self-awareness. Imogen continued, raising her voice. So what? Do you want to be constantly aware of being inside an endless void of nothing? Do you really want to be awake? That's not what I said, Rowan gritted out. She nodded. Sounds like you did. Imogen shot him a grin. In the words of the great Hanson, in a bop, you're gone. You can't stop it. So why be scared? Rowan's lips twitched into the smallest of smiles. I never said I wanted to stop it. Imogen cocked her head. Do you believe in the supernatural? Her words slid into me like ice-cold needles. Rowan scoffed. What, like fucking vampires and shit? Obviously not. But you do want to believe in self-awareness after death, she said, which arguably could be seen as supernatural. Rowan let out an incredulous laugh. You're twisting my words. That's not what I said. So prove it. What? Prove to me you're right. About what? I said that's enough, Professor F said sharply. If you want to debate in your own time, that's your choice. Sit down, both of you. I hadn't even realized Imogen had stood up, her arms crossed, wearing a smug smile. To everyone's surprise, though, Rowan was smiling too. That was the start of a beautiful and increasingly curious friendship. Let me explain. Initially, the two were just friends. They hung out in class. Imogen moved seats to sit next to him, and I saw them on campus getting coffee, or just chilling out. Rowan was always talking, going on and on and on, and Imogen was either sunbathing next to him, while he sat with his knees to his chest, or her head of curls buried in her arms. Sometimes she would rest her head on his shoulder. I expected him to shove her away, but he didn't. The two looked comfortable together. Imogen had a significant effect on him, turning him from an egotistical asshole to a more tolerable, quieter version of himself. Rowan was a very obvious pick-me boy. He joined a frat house, despite their cruel hazing rituals. Rowan struck me as someone who was terrified of being alone, so he was insistent on finding others. I admit, I was kind of obsessed with this guy. I watched his hazing ritual from afar, comfortably hidden under the turnstiles. 12 guys stood in the rain in their boxers, balancing on one leg, led by their frat leader, a guy towering over them. They were mocked and laughed at, told to roll around in the dirt, and confess their darkest secrets. This was like literal torture. 11 of them gave up, but Rowan stayed, trembling, holding himself up for hours as the day went on. At first, he had an audience, and he seemed to revel in it. But one by one, they drifted away, ducking out of the downpour. When the last student was gone, it was just him, standing there, shivering under a sky that grew ever darker. When the rain came down harder, I started to see the cracks form in his expression. He swayed to the left, then the right, forcing himself to stay upright. I gave up and ran to him, ready to offer my jacket. But he just leered at me, wet strands of hair plastered to his face. Do you have any water? He asked through clenched teeth. When I shook my head, he snorted and looked away. Well, get the fuck away from me. I'm not a zoo attraction. So I did, as I ran for shelter, though Rowan was already tearing into someone else. I glanced back, curious. This time, it was a guy trying to drape a bright yellow sweatshirt over Rowan's shoulders. Rowan shoved it off with a scowl. I don't want your corny fucking sweater, dude. But you're cold. The guy's voice was smooth like chocolate. I recognized it. I didn't know his name, but I knew of him. There was a rumor that his parents were in the mafia. I only knew his voice from him standing up in the middle of the class and denouncing the rumors, never once losing his cool. He readjusted the sweater when Rowan shrugged it off with a grumble. You're going to catch something. And Rowan, very quickly losing his concentration, started stumbling on one leg. Hey, you're going to make me fall. The guy stepped forward and stabled Rowan's shoulders. Better. Rowan folded his arms. Maybe. Through the downpour, I caught only flashes of the guy, dark blonde curls nestled under his hood. When he stepped back, sweater still in hand, Rowan groaned. Okay, fine. Leave the sweater if you insist. He paused. Thanks. Rowan. Behind me, a familiar blur of blonde curls peeked out from under an umbrella, balancing 2 styrofoam cups. Imogen. Like a disappointed parent, she marched over to him. What did I say? Still stubbornly balancing on one leg, Rowan scowled. Come off it, Imogen. You're not my mom. Fine. I'll just take these coffees and drink them myself. When she pivoted on her heel to leave, Rowan sighed. Thanks for the coffee. Imogen turned, her scowl morphing into a grin. She handed him the coffee, and he took it gratefully, hopping to keep balance. You're an idiot. I'm too cold to argue. Agreed. The blonde guy joined in with a chuckle. He tugged his hood over his eyes, shoved his hands into his pockets, and nodded to Imogen. "I'll see you back at the house." Imogen nodded. "Yep. I'll buy groceries tonight. Oh, I cleaned the kitchen, so don't get your grubby shoes on my pristine floor." The guy stepped back, offering them a two-fingered salute. "Sure. I'll start cooking dinner when I get back." Rowan stumbled, hopping on one leg. "Wait, you two know each other?" "Well, yeah." Imogen shoved him with a grin. "Kaz is my roommate." "Idiot. Charlie." The guy corrected, shooting Rowan a smile. "But everyone calls me Kaz." "Oh, it was Stoner Charlie. I did know him. I asked him out as a joke, and he started like uncontrollably laughing. That was where I left the three of them, already soaked through to the bone. But in the days that followed, it became clear that Rowan and Charlie were getting closer. I saw them walking to class together, Imogen squeezed between them, and then later, at a party. You're probably calling me a stalker, but I need you to understand. What happened between these three strangers was insane. And the more I discovered, the more intrigued I became. I was firmly convinced that Charlie was adopting outsiders and converting them into his roommates. Charlie owned one of the most expensive houses in this city. The Bolivia Residence, the last remaining elder house in town. Also an antique gold mine. As someone who's poor and definitely uses my ability to scam people, this detail stood out. I overheard a group of girls talking about Imogen. The rumor was that she had slept with half of the freshman class, and swiftly became an outsider before moving in with Charlie. So this guy had taken Imogen under his wing. Now Rowan, I shouldn't have cared. But beyond the fortune sitting in that house, those three students became impossible to ignore. Whoever Charlie was, his influence was slowly bleeding into Rowan and Imogen. It's like they went from normal college kids to something else entirely. It started innocently enough. Rowan, now fully tamed and more of a pretentious know-it-all than ever, began drawing stares the moment he entered a room. I couldn't explain why. It was like he carried an aura, an unearthly glow that demanded attention. Charlie and Imogen kept their heads down, buried under layers of clothing and hoods, but Rowan wanted to be noticed, despite his permanent scowl. Something about him had changed, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Everything, his posture, the way he held himself, his expression, even his voice, was different. His tone had softened into a smooth murmur, dripping with contempt and amusement, a far cry from defensive hissing. He ditched the 1920s-style threads for band shirts and jeans, finally wearing his Ray-Bans instead of using them to slick back his hair. Once a well-known frat boy, Rowan started ignoring his old friends, sticking to Charlie's side. But what really stuck out about the Bolivia House residents was that they were pale. Not just pale. Under bright lights, the three were practically translucent. Charlie's face was thinner, gaunt, even, while Imogen's cheeks had lost their glow, her eyes sunken and drained of color. They were beautiful but almost grotesque, like freshly embalmed corpses. If I could describe them in a way that you would understand, imagine a fading photograph. Here's where it starts getting weird. There are many diseases that could have made them look like plague victims. I also considered the possibility of mold poisoning, or maybe carbon monoxide, since they all lived together. But then their behavior grew slightly disturbing. They looked noticeably less dead, walking into a party one Friday night. Color returned to their cheeks, their eyes were no longer sunken. They looked fantastic. I watched them from my seat on someone's Craigslist couch, intrigued by their increasingly erratic behavior. Rowan went straight into the kitchen, pulling all the blinds shut. Very normal behavior. I thought that was off, but it didn't bother me at that moment. Imogen became insanely talkative, jumping into a random guy's lap. But it was Charlie I was worried about. I was hunting down food to combat the nausea twisting in my gut when I walked straight into him raiding the refrigerator. I could already see his blonde curls, and for once, Rowan wasn't clinging to his side. At first, I thought he was scarfing down cold pizza slices, until I caught sight of his twitching hands curled around a pack of raw bacon. Strands of fat slithered between his teeth. I didn't question him. I couldn't question him. Every time I tried, he just grunted. This was a very different Charlie from what I knew. He was an intelligent, smooth talker, always in control, always high. This guy's eyes were half-lidded, vacant. "Charlie?" I managed to get out in a whisper. This would have been the perfect time to take him over. I could last 20 minutes in an adult body, and I was gunning for his. Not just because of his house, but because of his influence on the other two. Whoever or whatever Charlie was, he was controlling his roommates. And I was desperate to know how. "Charlie!" I hissed again, this time grabbing his shoulders. He surprised me with an uncharacteristic yelp, his body jerking, curling into itself, claw-like fingers digging into the plastic. Charlie's head snapped around, wild, unfocused eyes finding mine. It was almost territorial, like he was afraid I was going to take it from him. It's okay, never mind. I managed to get out, well aware of Charlie's tracking glare, watching my every movement. I took a single step back, and his whole body jolted, his nose flaring, lips curling into a snarl. When I made it clear I wasn't a threat, he slowly inclined his head, before turning back to his snack. I edged away from him, and walked straight into Rowan, who was mid-conversation with another guy. The two were tucked into the hallway, away from the crowd. The guy had long blonde hair tied into a ponytail, a plaid shirt over jeans. Australian, by the sound of his accent. "Rowan, just please." The Australian grabbed him, forcing him to look at him. "Tell me what's going on, okay? You've been flaking out. You're not answering my texts. Whatever it is, you can tell me." Rowan, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, rolled his eyes. He was in yesterday's clothes, I noticed. The exact same shirt and jeans. He was trying to act nonchalant, but I saw his gaze flick back and forth between each window, like he was scared of something behind it. Rowan sighed. I was sacrificed to a werewolf-worshipping cult, and now I crave the taste of human flesh. Sam scoffed. "That's not funny." Rowan didn't laugh, raising a brow. "I'm sorry, did it say it was?" "Rowan." "I'm fine, Sam." "Yeah, but the way you were acting the other night." Rowan shoved the guy away with a snort. "All right, well, I'm gonna get another drink. Have fun playing detective, Sammy." I followed him into the kitchen, where he made out with a random guy, who seemed surprised but into it, only to shove the guy away when the stranger tried to get closer. He grabbed a dancing Imogen's arm, pulling her to his side. I couldn't register what they were saying, so I moved closer, blending in with the crowd of drunk students. "It's almost time," Rowan said in a sing-song, trying not to panic but definitely panicking tone. "Where's Kaz?" Imogen, maintaining a wide smile, tugged him closer, so close that he stumbled, almost losing his footing. "I'm pretty sure we drew straws, and you picked the short one." Rowan dumped his drink down the sink. I noticed he never looked up. His gaze stayed glued to the ground, or hidden behind his glasses. I mean, I was babysitting, but then he ran off. He's like a fucking cockroach. I think I've cornered him, and then he scuttles from my grasp. "Well, we need to find him," Imogen hissed, diving into the crowd. "You go that way, and I'll check the smoking spot." "But what if he's outside?" Rowan hissed back. Imogen was gone, leaving him alone. I watched Rowan, clearly panicking, pushing through the crowd of party-goers, before he found Charlie standing on the doorstep. Charlie was stupid still, almost paralyzed, a can of beer still in his hand. When it slipped from his grasp and hit the ground, something slimy slithered up my throat. Rowan, after stopping dead in his tracks, joined him, his head tipping back, eyes on the sky. On a perfect full moon. "Oh fuck!" Imogen shoved past me, shading her eyes. She marched toward them, trying to pull them back. But Rowan didn't move. Charlie stood perfectly still. I watched Imogen's expression twist with fear, with hopelessness, as she tried and failed to pull the boys back. She lifted her head in an attempt to grasp Rowan's shoulders and yank him back. Her resolve was already bleeding away the second her eyes fell on the illuminated sky. I swore at that moment. I watched moonlight fill, almost suffocate, her eyes. Imogen's arms dropped to her side, and she joined the other two, just staring at the sky. After that night, the Bolivia House kids started to build a reputation for being weird. I was convinced Charlie was at the center of it all. He was the one who was affected first, and the other two followed. After months of watching 3 students turn into something more, I came to the conclusion. The only way I was going to find answers was to jump into Rowan's body. He was my safest bet. I had a feeling Charlie wasn't human. If he wasn't, then surely he would detect me. Rowan, however, was a classmate, and easy to perfect the jump. I could take his body, go back to his house, take what I needed, and jump back. I hadn't seen him in a few weeks, though. I figured he was still sick from the gas poisoning on campus. It wasn't fatal, but it did cause some students to have vivid hallucinations. The sun was gone. Some students claimed, very clearly suffering from poisoning. Now, I knew these were just delusions, but my gut still twisted into knots. Notably, Rowan and Imogen were fairly normal again. They ditched their shades and no longer had that aura. I decided to jump into Rowan's body last night. Stupid idea. I know that now. But just keep reading. Towards the end of class, I slid into the seat in front of him. I tried not to notice the entire class keeping their distance from Rowan. And by that, I mean physically moving their desks away. He didn't seem to mind. In fact, Rowan was the quietest he had ever been. "Are you free tonight?" I asked conversationally. Rowan lifted his head, settling me with a smile. "Sure." No smirk, no amused eyes, not even an eyebrow twitch. His smile was so genuine, I thought he was mocking me. Class ended, students making themselves scarce. I jumped up, only for him to gently pull me back down. "How about now?" Rowan's smile widened, his grip tightening on my wrist. I tried to pull away, but he didn't move, his head dropping onto his shoulder. "How about we hang out now?" Before I could open my mouth, he wrenched my hand back, until the tendons were snapping, his smile never faltering. The pain hit me in waves, sending my body into fight or flight. "Go ahead." Rowan leaned forward, balancing his fist on his chin. There was something new in his eyes, a hollowness I couldn't understand, like staring into oblivion itself, drowning him. A single ignition of light writhing in his pupils. I started to speak, Krayak. He kept going, his gaze never leaving mine, the pressure of his hand pushing mine further and further and further, until I screamed, slamming my free hand over my mouth. "I said go ahead," he said cheerfully, tightening his grip. Like he knew. The pain was scorching, but already fading as I tightened my grip on him. I've always seen jumping as grabbing onto a person's soul and clinging onto it, but with Rowan there was nothing to grab onto. I was aware of his mind, his soul, but it was so cold. I had words in my mouth, but Rowan's mouth wouldn't move. I managed to wrench his lips apart to speak, before I was being catapulted back. Which meant only one thing. Someone had moved my body. Detaching myself from Rowan's soul was like pulling myself out of quicksand. I felt no panic, no pain, no desperation inside him. He was nothing, a void vessel that was somehow alive. I saw glimpses of memories, a skylight taken over by the moon, cruel rope wrapped around his wrists, and two bodies pressed to him. I felt exactly what he did, a steel knife slicing his throat open, and the light above enveloping him. I saw his trembling hands full of slithering strands of flesh. I heard his cries, his screams, his sobbing, the boy's fragmented soul crying for mercy. "Kill me. Please kill me. Fucking kill me. Kill me." His thoughts bled away as fast as they had come. I felt the familiar prick of pain inside my own body. My snapped wrist. I awoke, lying on my back, staring at the dark sky through a thick canopy of trees. Footsteps. So the stalker is awake. Rowan. He towered over me, lost in the moon's shadow. I couldn't take my eyes off the chunk of bone adorning his curls. Like a crown. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Life after death. But did he really want this life? Rowan dropped something onto my head, and when I could move, I dragged my body to a sitting position, dragging my fingers through my hair. It was a crown, this time made of entangled vine and roses. "I want to play a game with you," he murmured. I was so weak, my body betraying me, blood spluttering from my mouth. "You run," he said, his voice teasing, as I forced myself to my feet, biting back a cry. "And I'll catch you." Rowan paused, pulling out a pack of cigarettes, sticking one in his mouth, and lighting it up. He took a drag. His eyes were both beautiful and horrifying, twin stars of illuminated oblivion. "I'll give you a head start." I did start to run, throwing myself into a sprint. He didn't run after me. Rowan didn't move a muscle. When I twisted around, he was still standing there, watching me. It's been maybe 6 hours. I'm still safe, but I don't know how long. I've been inside his body. I've seen and heard his soul crying out. But even now, I can sense him breathing down my neck. He's getting closer. In the dead of silence, I can already hear his slamming footsteps. He's already running, and he's going to fucking catch me. History 160, Aztec History. Room 315, 3rd floor of the Harrison Building. 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. When I first signed up for this class, I was excited beyond belief. In my small community college, you were required to take a history course. I have always been a big history buff, and when I saw this class on the course catalog, I knew I was going to take it. The first day of class only made me more excited, as well as my professor. That day was rainy. Dark clouds loomed over the campus, threatening to spill over any moment. I was thankful I only had morning classes. The forecast called for heavy thunderstorms that afternoon. Walking from my dorm to the Harrison Building, I climbed up 3 flights of stairs to the top floor. Room 315 was at the end of the hallway, but as I exited the stairwell, I could smell the candles. A strong, smoky scent traveled down the hallway, and for a brief moment, I thought something had caught fire. It wouldn't have shocked me. The Harrison building was old and falling apart. When I stepped into the classroom, the scent hit me in the face. A few other students sat in the classroom, and a tall, lanky man was at a desk in the front of the room. "Welcome. Your name is?" he questioned. His voice was deep and hoarse, the voice of a long-time smoker. "Jeremy Mitchell," I answered. I watched as he scanned a sheet, then made a check mark next to what I assumed was my name. "Nice to meet you, Jeremy. Please sit anywhere." He shot me a friendly smile. A small shiver ran down my spine. Something screamed at me that it was wrong. But I was too excited for the class to think about it. I sat on the third row, closer to the wall, and got my laptop out. Looking around the room, there were only 10 other people in the room. Small class. I thought to myself, waiting for my laptop to boot up. A few minutes later, the professor got up and shut the door, trapping the 10 students inside. "Welcome to History 160. I'm Professor Manny," he began, pulling up a slideshow on the screen. "Today we're going to go over the syllabus and all that." It was difficult to tell if he was happy to be here. I noticed a few interesting things about the syllabus. A requirement of buying candles, an Aztec death whistle, an extra credit opportunity if you donated blood to the Red Cross, and the final exam was a camping trip. What the fuck? Alright, so as I'm sure you all are reading, this class is structured differently from your other classes. For starters, the candles and Aztec death whistle are a requirement, he explained. At the end of the semester, we take a camping trip. I'll explain more as we get to that point in the semester, but it's all funded by the university, so you won't need to buy anything. I breathed a sigh of relief. As strange as it was, at least I wouldn't have to buy a ton of camping gear. The donating blood was odd, and he never explained it. Now and then I would donate plasma for money, so it was similar, donate blood for some extra credit. The next few weeks were normal. He taught as any normal professor, with a few small red flags that I didn't think much about. 2 students had dropped the class, so there were a total of 8 of us. I only spoke to 3 of them, Clara, Sydney, and Matt. Clara was an education major and involved in our school's women's soccer. She felt weird, a very stereotypical sporty girl, if that makes sense. If she wasn't studying or practicing, then she was at the gym or with her girlfriend. Sydney was in general studies. She didn't know what she wanted to major in just yet. But she was in a sorority, so she spent most of her time partying. She showed up to class hungover most days, and would text me later asking for the notes. Matt was a forensics major, and he was fucking weird. He had this fascination, no obsession with death. From what I knew, he didn't get out much other than work in class, which wasn't much. He worked at a morgue as an assistant, so he was constantly surrounded by dead people. Although these 3 were a little odd, we seemed to get along well enough. The only thing we had in common was that our professor had contacted us over spring break. I stayed on campus for spring break, working a few extra shifts at the local Starbucks. But on Thursday, I got a notification from my email. "Dear Jeremy, I hope your spring break is going well. I just wanted to inform you that the Red Cross blood donation will be on campus this Friday. I would suggest you go in order to gain extra credit. I wish you the best. Professor Manny." I had never mentioned to him that I was staying on campus for spring break. Did he see me around or at work? I brushed it off as that, figuring I was thinking too much into it. But when I returned back to class, Sydney had asked me if I had gotten the email. "Jeremy, did Mr. Manny send you an email over spring break?" she asked, a tint of worry lacing her voice. "Yeah." I shot her a questioning glance. "About Red Cross? The blood donation extra credit?" Her voice was shaky. Oddly enough, she wasn't hungover. "Yeah. How'd you know?" "Because he sent me the same email. I don't know how, but he knew I was staying on campus for spring break." She sounded scared. "Yeah, same. I just figured he had seen me around or something though. Don't think about it too much." I tried to rationalize. Later, when Clara had arrived, we had the same discussion. She had also stayed on campus for spring break and gotten the same email. I wanted to ignore it. I wanted to believe that Professor Manny had just seen us around campus, but something about it rubbed me the wrong way. I stopped trying to rationalize when I heard that Matt had not only gotten the same email, but had also disappeared. Clara had spoken to Matt over spring break, informing me and Sydney that he had also gotten the strange email. But then he went radio silent. He stopped showing up to class and stopped responding to texts. 2 days later, we finally heard that he just vanished. I tried not to think about it. I tried to rationalize that it was just a coincidence. Deep down, I knew it wasn't, but I guess I wanted to believe that it was. Ever since then, the class has become increasingly strange. We've started talking about Aztec mythology, and that's when everything started going downhill. Professor Manny had started this unit normally, giving an overview of gods and mentioning a few stories that we would need to know. Then, we started talking about Mictlantecuhtli. For those that don't know, Mictlantecuhtli is like the Hades of Aztec mythology. He rules over the underworld and is the god of death. I didn't miss the way that when my professor first mentioned him, his eyes glossed over. I didn't miss how he seemed to ramble about this god for longer than the others. It was odd that the next time we had class, the entire lecture was about Mictlantecuhtli. The way Manny spoke Abu. Matt spoke about death, filled with infatuation and obsession. Ever since, the class has taken a dramatic shift. Anytime Manny gets the opportunity to mention this god of death, he does. I'm trying to do some more research on this god, trying to learn just why my professor likes him so much. I'm also trying to stay updated on Matt, trying to figure out what happened. More and more red flags keep popping up in the class, but none of the other students seem to notice what's going on. Either they aren't bothered or don't show it. It's kind of creepy, but I try not to think much about it. I have bigger things to worry about. The camping trip is right around the corner, and I can't help but feel nervous. It feels like a massive thunderstorm, threatening to create widespread havoc on the town it hits. I have a pit in my stomach. Something is so wrong. I've never believed INR sixth sense bullshit, but what I do believe is that something is about to eat me alive. The first thing I noticed on my way home was the corn. Acres and acres of flat, rich land stretched out on either side of the country road, dotted with young sprouts in a perfect grid. I slowed the car to a crawl before turning into the gravel driveway and rolling to a stop in front of the old farmhouse. I turned the key in the ignition inside. I dreaded coming back here, mostly because corn wasn't the only thing our land produced. There was something else that thrived here. A secret. Something so wildly enormous, most days I couldn't believe it was real. It was something I had spent the last 15 years trying to rationalize and forget. But today, I wasn't thinking about that. I was here for another reason. Mom's funeral. I had been stunned by the news of her heart attack. I had nearly dropped the phone. My ears rang, my heart beat out of control, and my dad talked on, oblivious to my out-of-body experience. Dad met me on the porch. "Hey Dad," I said, bringing him in for an awkward hug. My relationship with my parents had become increasingly strained over the last few years. Every day, the chasm of understanding between us grew wider and wider, until finally I realized we could now only talk in terse, pointless phone calls about weather and sports, the only common ground we had left. "Had anything to eat?" Dad asked. "People have dropped off all kinds of stuff." The kitchen had always been spotless, but today it showed signs of heavy traffic, with muddy footprints on the floor and dishes piled in the sink. Mom's not been gone 2 days, and it's already gone to shit around here, I thought sadly. With the way Dad cleaned, we'd probably have mice within a month. The kitchen was a 1980s decor time capsule that took me instantly back to my childhood. On the counter, a smorgasbord of barely touched casseroles sat ready to eat. I made a plate and joined Dad at the table. As I ate, I listened to Dad talk about the arrangements, the funeral home, and the neighbors that had stopped by. The longer I sat there, the more dismayed I grew with my father. Dad was handling the situation with a morbid practicality that I found distasteful. Meanwhile, just sitting in my parents' kitchen brought tears to my eyes. This place might not be much, but I had a lot of memories here, some good, some bad. I know Mom loved it, but in later years I could tell she was getting tired of the farm life. By the time we washed up it was late, which gave me an excuse to grab my bags and retreat upstairs. My old room was still decorated with posters and photographs. I climbed into the small bed and reached for the lamp. The moment I flipped the switch, the memories came back. I'd spent significant time in therapy, trying to convince myself I'd hallucinated the whole thing. I'd even taken medication for my paranoid delusions. But the instant my head hit the pillow, I knew that was a joke. Outside, branches from our overgrown maple tree scraped against my bedroom window. A storm was coming in. Back and forth they swayed, scratching the glass with an eerie, unsettling sound. All of a sudden I was 12 again, sitting in the armchair with a pair of binoculars looking over our back field during a midnight thunderstorm. That's when I saw the bog man, marching steadily across the wet grass towards Mr. Muron's house. I had dropped the binoculars out of fright, but curiosity made me raise them again. There it was. I wasn't crazy. I had saw something in the quick flash of lightning. A tall, amorphous creature was steadily making his way towards the house on the hill. Warm light spilled from the windows of Mr. Muron's house like a beacon. I adjusted the binoculars and brought it into focus. It had enormous limbs and a tiny head, like an afterthought to such a strange body. Sticks and branches twined together like muscle, dank bog mud dripping from his hands. Each lumbering step he took was as solid as rock, and the wind whipped tendrils of brush behind him as he pushed forward into the night. I could have written that off as a dream, except the next day, Mr. Muron was dead. I knew what killed him. I had seen it, but I couldn't say anything. Not because people wouldn't believe me, but because my dad and I were the ones who unleashed him. At the time, Dad wanted to buy Mr. Muron's farm. It was a great little farm, and it would nearly double our property. So one afternoon Dad drove over to Mr. Muron's house and brought me with him. He dumped me in the dusty living room while they talked business in the kitchen. Mr. Muron liked to hunt, and his living room was full of taxidermied creatures. I was inspecting a stuffed bobcat on top of the TV set when I was startled by Mr. Muron's raised voice. "I'll never sell this land, Bob," the old man wheezed. "It's where I see born. It's where I'll die." Dad didn't waste time getting out of there. As we headed for the door, though, Dad did something strange. He looked over his shoulder to make sure we weren't being watched, and then he slipped a pair of keys from the hook by the door and dropped them into his pocket. Once we were back in the truck, Dad didn't head home. Instead, he took a back road that brought us to the very far side of our property. "Where are we going?" I asked. We didn't even farm this field, just left it fallow. The ground was too wet, and dead in the center was an actual bog. We never went near it. Except today we were. Dad didn't reply as he pulled the truck up and got out. I watched as he pulled a spade from the truck bed and marched towards the brush surrounding the water. I was confused, and I didn't understand why we were here. So after a minute I followed him. Unlike the other overgrown parts of our farm, this spot was silent. No rustling branches or birds singing. I shivered. The bog gave me the creeps. The water was still, and it had a gross, rotten smell. I didn't like it back here, and I wanted to leave. Dad was crouched down, right at the water's edge, digging a shallow hole. He caught me watching him. "He'll wish he'd sold that farm," my dad said quietly, "when the bog man shows up at his place tonight." Then he dropped the keys in the hole and pushed the dirt over top, smoothing it with his hand. I was uncomfortable. The bog man was something Dad made up to scare me when I was little, not something that was actually real. But Dad didn't sound like he thought it was fake. Dad's grip on reality had always been a little weak. He couldn't resist buying a National Enquirer in the grocery line, and he had an unhealthy interest in Area 51. It sounded like this was just something else he was about to latch on to. "This is our land's real treasure," he continued, oblivious to my discomfort. "The Indians called it a tree walker. It's one of their creatures, but when my great-granddad settled the land, it was still here." I said nothing. Dad held my gaze. "The bogman is a fixer," he said softly. "Whenever you have a problem, you take something that belongs to the person who's causing you trouble and bury it in the mud bank here." He paused. "Something small. Personal. Got it?" I nodded, not knowing what to say. "We have to protect it. That's why we never leave. We never sell. There's always one of us on this land." We drove home in silence. I put the incident out of my mind, until later that night when I was playing with the binoculars and I saw what we'd done. Alone in my old room, the wind picked up and mercilessly slammed the branches against the side of the house. I pulled the blankets up around me, trying to get comfortable. Over the years I had thought about that day over and over, obsessed with what I had seen and feeling guilty for my involvement. The day after Mr. Muron died, I had slipped down to our lower field alone. I wanted to prove it had all been a dream, but when I got to the bottom of our field, my heart raced at the sight of giant footprints, each one as large as a car tire. I'd tried hard to forget what I saw in the binoculars, but footprints? How could I explain that away? No amount of therapy had managed to completely erase it from my mind, and the memory came back to me as I tossed and turned in the small twin bed. After a long while, the soft sound of rain falling on our rooftop finally calmed me enough that I fell into a restless sleep. I was initially confused when I woke up the next morning. I didn't recognize my surroundings. Then it all came back to me. Mom's dead, I thought, and there's a bog creature living in our back field. Yep. I was still crazy. With extreme dread, I dressed in a wrinkled suit and drove to the funeral home in the pouring rain. This was the part one didn't want to deal with. I hated crowds, and there would certainly be one today. I didn't want to endure all those kind words from our neighbors and friends. But I would do it for Mom. As I stood there looking into her casket, I was struck by how peaceful she looked. The funeral home had done a good job. Tasteful makeup, her best church suit. My eyes lingered on her, wanting to memorize every detail about this final time we would be together. But something was missing. Mom's golden cross necklace, the one she had worn every day of my entire life. A voice whispered in my head, something small, personal. I turned slowly to face the man beside me, a man I apparently didn't know at all. "Dad," I said slowly, "where's Mom's necklace?" I don't have much time. It started 3 days ago. I was driving home late, exhausted, trying to keep my eyes open. Normally, I take the highway, but I was desperate to get home faster. There was this old side road, one I'd never noticed before. It wasn't on my GPS. No street signs, just a dark, endless stretch of pavement cutting through the woods. I turned onto it. Biggest mistake of my life. At first, it was just quiet. Too quiet. No cars. No lights. Just the hum of my engine and the faint crackle of my radio. Then my headlights flickered. The static on the radio got louder. And then, everything blinked. 1 second, it was midnight. The next, it was daytime. I slammed on the brakes, my pulse hammering. The road looked different. The trees were smaller. The sky was a hazy, washed-out blue. I grabbed my phone, no service. The date on the screen, April 14th, 1994. I was 30 years in the past. I didn't understand what was happening. My brain refused to process it. I needed help, so I drove. I followed the road until I reached a gas station. It looked old, like something out of a faded photograph. The prices on the sign were too low. The cars in the lot looked like they belonged in a museum. I pulled up to the pump. A man in his 30s, wearing a uniform from a gas station that hadn't existed in years, came out. He gave me a weird look. "You lost, kid?" he asked. Yeah, I think so." He leaned in closer. "You know this road doesn't lead anywhere anymore, right? You're in the past." His voice made my stomach drop. "What?" I said, thinking it was a joke. "You didn't see the sign? The one you passed a while ago," he said, pointing back in the direction I came from. "This road was shut down in 1994. No one uses it now." I laughed nervously. "Okay, look, I don't know what's going on, but I need to get home." I didn't wait for him to say anything else. I turned around and drove off, feeling more panicked with each passing second. But the weirdest part? The gas station wasn't on the road anymore. It had just vanished. It was like it was never there. The pavement was completely different, like the past was fading right in front of me. And then I felt it. My hand started to feel lighter, like it was flickering. I blinked and tried to shake it off. I wasn't imagining it. By the time I got back to the highway, my car was shaking. That's when I saw it. A version of me was driving ahead of me. Same car, same everything. I honked the horn, but the version of me in front didn't react. I drove faster to catch up, but when I passed him, I noticed something that made my heart stop. He wasn't driving. It was me, but not the me I knew. He looked wrong. His face was a blur, like he was struggling to exist, like he was about to be erased. I screamed, and that's when my car, slipped off the road, and everything went black. I woke up in my own bed. My room was exactly how it was before. No more gas station. No more past. But now I'm fading. I can see my arm, my leg, everything slowly becoming see-through. I can't tell if this is the end, or if I've slipped into another part of the loop. I don't know if I'm going to fade away completely, but I have to keep moving, keep writing. Before I'm nothing. I thought it wasn't a big deal. My son is on a rock collecting kick. Well, collecting is being generous. He's just digging up the most random, boring, uninteresting rocks and putting them in a box. I've offered to buy him a collection of gemstones or whatever, but apparently the act of digging them up is the whole point. Our backyard looks worse than when our dog, Sadie, dug up everything that one summer. Holes everywhere. Well, today Ben wanted to bring his shovel to the local state park and dig up some. I wasn't sure if it was legal to take rocks from a state park. It probably wasn't. But we weren't taking things of value, you know? It's not like we were panning for gold or digging up fossils. We were just stealing average, completely uninteresting rocks. We hiked out about half a mile on the main trail, then spent an hour filling up his backpack with rocks. It was good for us to get exercise, to be out in the fresh air. As we started for the parking lot, however, I had a weird feeling. Maybe it was just the heavy backpack digging its straps into my shoulder, but I felt a sort of weight pressing down on me. A random anxiety out of nowhere. It was difficult to describe. It didn't quite feel like a panic attack or impending doom or being watched. It felt sort of like a cross between the three. Like something was just wrong. Like the natural order of things was disturbed. A disturbance in the force, if you will. But that was ridiculous. It would be bad, ecologically, to take dumpster truck loads of soil from the forest to use in your garden, or cut down a whole bunch of trees. But to take a small backpack full of rocks from a 100-plus acre state park? How bad could that be, really? Depends on who you ask, I thought as we hiked uphill. To the grubs and the microbes who lived under that rock, very bad. To the rest of the forest, unnoticeable. I followed Ben's little form up the hill, panting now. The trees stretched up around me. I turned back to see the empty forest, the babbling brook, the trail winding behind a hill. It just felt wrong, like I was bringing bad luck on us, or something. I shook the thought out of my mind. We made it to the car, and I hauled the backpack inside. Then we drove out of the parking lot. In the middle of the road stood a deer. It stared at us with its dark eyes, unmoving. The road was narrow, so I couldn't go around it without risking hitting it. I pressed the horn for a second, letting out the tiniest beep to startle it. An ear twitched. I've never seen a deer this close before. Ben shouted from the back seat. Wow! It looked like it was silently judging me. I lay on the horn harder. The deer finally moved and slowly, made its way across the road. We woke up sick the next day. Those fucking lorries, I told my husband. They're always sick. The kids had a play date 2 days ago. No doubt that's where we picked it up. Ben stayed home from school. We set up cartoons in the family room, lots of blankets. I brought my laptop over to try to get some work done, even though I was feeling pretty bad myself. My husband left for work. Colds for me always start with a sore throat, but this one felt different. I was getting chills, my eyes were watery, I was stuffed up, and every so often I'd get a sudden wave of nausea. How are you feeling, buddy? I asked. Nauseous? Tired? He nodded, looking pretty bad. A few minutes later, another one of the nausea waves hit. I started for the bathroom, then redirected as I realized I wasn't going to make it. I vomited in the sink. The awful, projectile kind, where your entire body is convulsing and you can't do anything to stop it. More and more vomit. Tears ran down my cheeks. And then, as I was coughing, I felt something strange coming up my throat. Something solid, like I'd swallowed a stone. Before I could fully process it, my body convulsed, and the thing shot out of my mouth. It looked like some sort of vegetative matter, sitting in the bottom of the sink. The convulsions stopped. I grabbed a paper towel and wet it, wiping down my face. I reached out and poked the mass. It stuck together, like it hadn't been digested at all. I flipped it over, and it was dark brown on the bottom. An earthy smell, like soil after a rain, mixed with the acrid smell of vomit. What the hell? Last night I'd had a salad. I'd had half of a bagel today before the nausea started. Neither of those things could really describe what I saw in the sink, unless I somehow hadn't digested the salad well. But then it would have looked like lettuce. This looked almost like moss. I rinsed it down, drank some water, and went back out to Ben. He looked like he was about to fall asleep. Feeling a little better, I sat down at the laptop and tried to get some work done. In the hazy gray of pre-dawn, a deer stood in our backyard. It was a buck, stately antlers attached to its head, piercing the mist. Don't deer only have antlers in the fall? I thought vaguely, still half asleep. Ben had woken up, and I'd measured out some kid's Advil for him. Now he was settling back to sleep, and I had nothing to do but look out the window. I didn't want to use my phone, and let the blue light wake me up. I watched as the deer stood there motionless. We'd only had deer in our backyard a few times before. I knew they were crepuscular, active at dawn and dusk, so I guessed this guy was looking for breakfast or something. But then he moved, and I realized just how wrong I was. He started walking towards the woods, but everything about his movements was wrong. It almost reminded me of a bipedal creature, forced to walk on all fours. His rump higher than his shoulders, his back legs too long, bent too much, awkwardly hobbling towards the woods. I ran over to the window, but it was still so dark out. The deer slowly ambled to the woods, spindly, two long legs bending weirdly. My stomach turned. Nothing about this looked right. Then he disappeared. It took me a long time to fall asleep after that. How are you feeling? Terrible, I told my husband, drinking some hot tea. The sore throat had now kicked in, and it felt like I could barely swallow. Ben actually seemed to be doing a bit better than me today. He was able to make it out of bed and was sitting on the rug, playing with his cars. Ben seems better. I know. Thank God for that. I guess it makes sense you feel worse, he said, gesturing to me. How's the nausea? A little better. Then I told him about the deer. But it was hard to describe how weird it looked with words. The dread I felt in my stomach while I watched it. It was probably injured and limping or something, he replied. Or maybe it had that, chronic wasting disease, where the deer look like zombies. I guess that made sense. By midday I was vomiting again. This time, something slimy and long dribbled out of my mouth. I pulled at it to find a long, yellowed fiber, like a strand of long grass. The seed head was broken open, and a black fungus bloomed over it. It was time to call a doctor. Do you have any history of pica? Pica? Eating non-food items, like the grass you described in your vomit. I shook my head. Do you sleepwalk? Not that I know of. Normally I wouldn't be that concerned, but given your condition, he trailed off with a half smile. I'll get in touch with your doctor. He continued asking me questions, but nothing was really leading anywhere. I'd brought the piece of grass with me in a baggie, and he looked at it. Food contamination, pica while sleepwalking, random things brought up that I knew weren't right. Something terrible was going on, and it had to do with those fucking rocks. The deer. The vomiting. We had taken something from the forest, and it was retaliating. I wasn't a superstitious person. Maybe it was my sleep deprivation, and how awful I was feeling, and my current brain fog. But I became obsessed with the thought that it was the rocks doing this. We'd upset the natural balance. We'd angered something. They were worthless to us, but valuable to the forest. After Ben fell asleep, I bagged up all the rocks and drove out to the edge of the woods. My husband offered to come with me, but I refused, saying I was just getting some milk at the Quick Mart. I didn't want him to think I was crazy. I hauled the rocks into the car and drove to the state park. The main entrance was closed for the night, of course, but the forest extended right to the edge of the road. I pulled over on the shoulder and hauled the bag out of the car, dropping it onto the curb. I zipped the bag open and, one by one, began hurling the rocks into the woods. There were 7 in total. 1. I heard the rock soaring through the air, breaking branches with it. Snap, snap, snap. Then a thwack as it landed on the ground. 2. This was a big one, but I was able to lift it a few feet off the ground and sort of toss it a few feet beyond the tree line. It made a heavy clunk sound as it, presumably, collided with another rock on the ground. 3. This one was small, and I gave it a wicked pitch, sailing through the air. Snap, snap, snap. Then nothing. I stood there confused. It shouldn't have met the ground that soon. Unless it hit something. Zizietseep. Something sailed past my ear. Thwack! The rock I'd thrown in moments before whizzed past my ear, hit the side of my car, and dropped to the ground. I stared at it, my heart pounding. Someone's out there. Oh no. Snapping branches. Growing louder and louder. I dove back into the car and slammed the door shut. The engine revved and I pulled away from the curb, leaving the backpack full of rocks where it sat. I swerved onto the road. A deer came bounding out of the woods. Lit in harsh, white light from my headlights. It stumbled out awkwardly, like it was meant to stand on 2 legs. Just like the one I'd seen in our backyard. The hind legs were too long, twisted and bent, and the steps it took were clumsy and uncoordinated. I hit the brakes. The deer stared back at me with unblinking, black eyes. But the more I looked at it, the less it looked like a deer. The proportions were all wrong. The eyes were too big. The snout was too long. The legs were bent weirdly, to accommodate being on all 4s. Even the antlers split, and then rejoined again, completely different from a normal deer's antlers. I should have just swerved around it, but I found myself staring, mesmerized, as it pulled itself onto 2 legs. At its full height, it stood around 8 feet tall, face outside the scope of my headlights, for glinting in the moonlight. I gave them back. I screamed. I gave the rocks back. Not like I expected this thing to actually understand me. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened over the next 5 minutes. I was staring at it, and then I was speeding home through the darkness. I don't remember swerving around the deer. I don't remember if it tried to attack or stop me. I was staring at it, and then suddenly I was speeding home. Horrible, sharp pain needled my abdomen. I let out a half scream as I stomped on the gas pedal harder, careening down the country road. The next day later, the bleeding started. I was having a miscarriage, and as I sobbed on the floor of my bathroom, I couldn't help but think that thing had made things even. I'd taken from the forest, so it took something from me. I walk my dog in another dimension. Here's what we see. Hello. I am writing this before I head out. Where to? I'm still not sure. See, I like to stick to a routine, but lately me and my dog have been going on strange walks. Let me tell you about some. Please, I need to tell someone. My mom got me my dog, Bud, as a present to help me out with my mental health. I had been going downhill, and this boxer managed to pull me up from the depths of my feelings and into a period of happiness. I say period because soon enough, my monsters caught up to me. Anyway, you came to hear about the walks, not my personal problems, so let's get into it. The first day was pretty normal. Maybe too normal. Me and Bud woke up together. He went to grab his leash, and I got dressed to go outside. It looked like a beautiful day outside, so I decided to dress light. Bud got back with his leash just as I finished dressing. I got him a treat for being better than usual at our daily routine, and we headed out. It was in fact a beautiful day. It was very bright, the sun warm on our skin. All of my neighbors were outside, which was odd, as I lived in a more elderly neighborhood. But there they were, all smiling and waving at each other. It was odd, but who was I to judge people being outside on such a day? As I was walking, everyone turned and waved to me, smiling almost in synchrony, one after the other. Again, odd, as most of the people around here were Kaji, old people, more concerned about catching Judge Judy reruns than tending to their dead grass. I looked down, and I don't know much about gardening, but whatever they used, maybe paint, had sure worked on their grass as it shined in the sun. I even stopped to talk to some of them, complimenting their green thumb, and they ran inside to get Bud a treat, which they never did, as they were all very transparent about not wanting to live near a dog, even though Bud almost never barked, and I was very good about picking up after him. "Oh, hello," said a neighbor from behind. I turned to find Pauline, the grumpiest shut-in of our neighborhood, now smiling and jogging in place, now bending over to pet Bud, the target of many police calls about noise disturbances. I grit my teeth in an attempt to make friendly conversation. "Hey there, Ms. Pauline. You've been gone for a while, haven't you?" Bud whines as he pulls away, not a surprising reaction when she yells at him almost on the daily. No, I haven't." "Why? Have I been too quiet?" I asked, genuinely confused. She laughed, grabbing my shoulder. "No, you've been gone," she insisted. I started to walk away, saying some sort of goodbye. I heard nothing else from her. Me and Bud arrived home. He went to his bed and almost immediately went to sleep. He has been taking very long naps, almost only waking up for our walks. I collapsed onto the couch, also falling asleep. When I woke up, it was raining. Hard. I stared out the window, sitting up, before my eyes drifted to the door. Bud was standing there, staring at me expectantly, leash in mouth. I groaned, flopping onto my back. Of course he wanted to walk now. I got dressed and we headed out. Immediately I realized something was wrong. The grass was dead again, and even worse, the houses looked ransacked, boards covering some windows. I turned to my house, but it looked untouched. Bud held his head low, but did his business. As we were making our way back, I noticed something, or someone, staring at me through the broken window. A blank, dark figure, too dark for me to make out any of their features. Bud sensed it and started to bark in the direction I was looking. Me and him ran back to the house, and I slammed the door behind me. Panting, I passed out. I woke up again. I knew I was asleep for a while, but I knew I had to take Bud out. It was funny, my life now revolved around walking a dog. I looked forward to it, usually, but as of late, what with the weird walks, I was now dreading leaving my house. As it turned out, I had good reason to not want to leave the house, as while the clock said that it was around noon, outside of my window said otherwise. It was pitch black, with not even the street lights working. The lights being out was especially odd, because any time there was something wrong with anything, a neighbor would call the city. I had dismissed the previous walk as a dream. It had to be, it just had to be. I went to wake Bud up, and he only woke when he heard me get his leash. As we walked, Bud had an air of hesitation about him. I would soon find out why. There was a car that would pass us every 5 minutes or so. At first I thought that it was a different car, and paid it no mind. But by the third time it passed, I had noticed some similarities, and by the fifth, I knew we were being followed. I turned me and Bud around, and on the opposite side of the street, a dark figure emerged from the only working street light. The figure was like a walking silhouette, no features, and was as dark as the night sky. Just as we finished passing him, I heard the stranger break out into a run, and Bud turned around to bark at him. I only turned around when Bud stopped barking, thinking he recognized the figure as a neighbor. But when I turned to see, the thing was gone, disappeared into the surrounding dark. I woke up at home, with Bud in front of me, leash in mouth, tail ever so still. I was slumped against the island in the kitchen. I knew what to do. It was odd though, he always seemed to want to go for a walk, but now it was almost like he felt the same as me, like we had to keep walking, like it was a duty rather than a convenience of not having to clean up. I wanted a break, I wanted a rest. I would rather clean up a mess than step outside. I don't know what I'll find, I don't know what will find me. I'm so scared, I'm gonna try to not take him for a walk for a little bit. I didn't last too long before anxiety consumed me. I had to walk my dog. As we walked, I didn't recognize anything out of the ordinary, except that I was lost in thought more so than usual. It was like nothing existed, nothing except for me. Walking Bud was fun at first. I enjoyed getting outside, getting exercise. I'm not sure when that changed for me, but then it seemed that I was back in the space I was before I got Bud. Walking him became a chore. I woke up, we walked. Before I go to bed, we walked. Before I showered, we walked. Every 3 to 4 hours, we walked. It became an anxious hell. I still loved Bud, of course, more than life, but the walls were draining me. I must have gone on thinking like this for hours, before I realized that I hadn't moved from my spot on the floor. I had imagined that whole walk. Bud was still in front of me, leash in mouth. Sorry, buddy, but I need to go back to sleep. I woke up in my bed. The sun was out. Yay! I figured that I might as well take a walk with Bud, even if he had gone to the bathroom in the house. I should probably check. Try as I might, I couldn't find Bud anywhere. I called for him, looked for him, but he wasn't there. Even worse, the whole time I was looking, the phone wouldn't stop ringing. It sounded like it was ringing multiple times at once. I checked the voicemail. Turns out I had 42 missed calls. All from my family. Had I really been asleep that long? I decided to start going through them, as it wasn't totally unusual for Bud to play games like this with me. I think he knows how much it bothers me, the bastard. He's such a good boy. The first call was from my mom. She sounded worried. Hi sweetie, give me a call. Hey there, give me a call. Elliot, really call me. Now. Sweetheart, I'm getting very worried. I'm coming over. Weird. I wonder what's wrong. I should walk Bud, I need some sleep. We went for our walk, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The sky was cloudy. There were sirens in the distance, not odd for around this neighborhood. We got back from our walk, and I still hadn't found Bud. What was I walking? This thing that looks at, even as I'm writing this, can't be Bud. It doesn't look real. I want to leave now. I can't do this. Where is my dog? I just want my dog. I love him. And I want to go for a normal walk with my normal dog. I lied. I love our walks. We have some good ones. He's a good boy, really. He didn't mean anything. Please don't do that. I find myself sobbing as I hear what sounds like someone trying to break down the door. They say they are the police. They say they are with my mom. But I don't believe them. They just want to take Bud away. Those neighbors probably called again. I know he barks sometimes, but he's a dog. He's supposed to do that. And then there's the person on my couch. They look just like me, but they aren't me. They can't be, right? I have to move from this spot. Something is dripping from the ceiling, and it's getting on my computer. I'll have to have him clean it up when he wakes up. We all need our rest. They finally manage to break through the door. My mom comes running in. Maybe she can explain all of this. She's always right, after all. She comes running right by me, and towards the person on the couch, though. Weird, I'm her son, not this guy. Wait, why doesn't he have his head on? Where's Bud? I need my dog. It's dark out now. The police had to remove my mom, which she made pretty hard. I don't blame her. I haven't moved myself. Not off of that couch, anyways. Bud stayed with me to the very end, and now, I think I'll take him for my final walk. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Bud. Sincerely, Elliot. I always thought online dating was a modern convenience, until I met Dev. In my early 20s and working long hours in tech, I craved genuine connection. When I matched with him on a dating app, his profile radiated an enigmatic charm. Our conversations were easy, his texts warm and attentive, and soon we arranged a date. Dev drove 100 miles to meet me. Our first date unfolded in a picturesque park, where autumn leaves danced in the crisp air and sunlight filtered through the trees like liquid gold. We talked about everything, from our favorite movies to our wildest dreams. Later, over dinner at a cozy restaurant, his humor and intelligence made me forget the long drive he had taken. I felt a spark of possibility. After dinner, we returned to my small apartment. I was still buzzing from the evening when Dev's demeanor shifted. What started as subtle quirks soon became bizarre behavior. While I set his bag on the table, Dev's eyes darted around, unsettled, as if searching for something invisible. "I'm sorry if I seem odd," he said, his voice trembling slightly. I have a condition. It makes me extremely hungry, an insatiable hunger." I frowned, thinking it was just an eccentric quirk he'd mentioned in passing. "Hungry? Like you haven't eaten enough?" "No," he replied, his tone darkening. "It's different. I crave things, and I need you to help me find food." His words sent a shiver down my spine. At first, I assumed he meant something exotic or perhaps a bizarre dietary fix. But his eyes, wide and frantic, told a different story. Unsure how to respond, I offered to order takeout, hoping to diffuse the tension. Dev's response, however, was chilling. He stood abruptly and walked over to the living room window, pressing his hand against the cold glass as if trying to summon something. The wind outside moaned like a living thing. "Emma," he said, turning to face me with an intensity that made my heart race. "Please, go to the kitchen and get me something to eat." I can't control it." I hesitated, my mind a jumble of confusion and alarm. "Dev, what exactly do you mean? What are you craving?" Before he could answer, his expression contorted into something half human, half something else. In one fluid motion, he strode over and slammed the front door shut, trapping us inside. I reached for the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. My pulse pounded in my ears as Dev's voice lowered to a near whisper. "Call 911, Emma." "Please," he said urgently, his tone laced with panic and something more sinister. "There's a guy under your bed." My breath caught. "What? Under my bed? What are you talking about?" Dev stepped toward me, his eyes glistening with a desperate intensity. "I'm not joking. Listen, go now, call 911. Tell them what's down there." His hand reached out, almost pleadingly. I fumbled for my phone, every instinct screaming to run. The room, once familiar and safe, now felt claustrophobic and hostile. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers, barely hearing my own voice as I reported the emergency. While I waited, Dev watched me with an unreadable expression. The operator's voice came through, calm and measured. 911, what's your emergency?" I tried to explain, stammering about a mysterious figure under my bed, but the words felt hollow and surreal. The operator promised to send help, and I clutched the phone like a lifeline. Dev's behavior was odd even in his calmness. He drifted to the bedroom and stood silently beside the bed. The room was dark, the only light coming from the muted glow of my phone. I mustered the courage to follow him. Slowly, I approached the bed, my heart in my throat. Under the bed, shrouded in darkness, I saw a shadow, a shape that seemed to flicker at the edge of my vision. I leaned in, the hairs on my arms standing on end, and gasped. There, in the half-light, was a figure. It was indistinct, its features blurred as if hidden behind a veil of mist. The figure shifted, its movement unnervingly slow, and then it vanished, leaving behind an oppressive silence. I turned to Dev, desperate for an explanation, but he was already stepping back, as if repulsed by what I had seen. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice cracking. I didn't want this." Confusion and terror tangled within me. "What do you mean, Dev? Who is that?" His eyes filled with a strange mix of regret and dread. "It's been with me for years," he said, his voice barely audible. "I try to keep it hidden, but my hunger, it's more than physical. It's a curse, Emma. I brought it here with me, even if I didn't want to." I felt the world spinning. The phone call with 911 was still active, the operator's words distant and unhelpful in the midst of my mounting panic. Dev's condition, his inexplicable hunger, and the spectral figure under my bed all converged into a nightmare I could barely comprehend. Then, as if in a final act of horror, the lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a split second. When the lights returned, Dev was gone. The door to the living room now stood slightly ajar, letting in a sliver of cold night air. My phone buzzed with the operator's question, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. I searched the room frantically, my heart hammering with dread. The shadow under the bed had reappeared, larger now, more defined. I couldn't see its face, but I sensed a malevolence that chilled me to the core. It was as if the figure was waiting, patiently, for something inevitable. The police arrived soon after, their flashlights cutting swaths through the darkness. They found no sign of Dev, only my terrified expression, the unanswered phone call, and a bed that held nothing but lingering shadows. The officers offered little comfort, dismissing it as a hallucination born of stress and isolation. But I know what I saw, and I know that Dev's curse, that insatiable hunger was real. The figure under my bed remains a mystery, a specter that might have been Dev's tormentor, or perhaps a part of him that he could never escape. Now, every night as I lie in bed, I hear a faint rustling beneath, a reminder that some curses never truly vanish. I'm still waiting for answers, and I'm still haunted by that final chilling order. Call 911. Even as I try to rebuild my life, the shadow under my bed grows bolder, and I can't help but wonder if I've become part of something far darker than I ever imagined. What is the true nature of Dev's hunger, and what, or who, lurks beneath the bed in the darkness? I fear that the answer might be a fate worse than the unknown itself. Alright, Jesse, you're going to start feeling a little woozy. I was too focused on the surgeon to notice his assistant sticking a needle into my arm. By the time I even realized, it was already pumping me full of anesthesia. We've got you hooked up to a good cocktail of drugs, just try to relax into it. His words already began to jumble in my ears, slowing down and drifting into an incomprehensible mess as the anesthetics quickly took its hold. Before I could register it, I was completely unconscious. I had been preparing for this operation for months at this point. Male to female genital reassignment surgery. An incredibly invasive procedure, but one I had been dreaming of having for years. A cure to so much that was wrong with my body, I was lucky enough to get with a good surgeon, one out in New York who specialized in this kind of thing. I was even luckier to have my insurance approve it. I don't even know what saint was looking down on me that day, but I'm not one to question good fortune. I had been closely following all of the instructions my doctor had been giving me leading up to it. Certain medications, the halting of hormones, and a generous diet of Gatorade and laxatives was prescribed. By the time the day of the surgery came, I was honestly looking more forward to finally getting to eat something solid than getting the procedure done in the first place. The surgery itself took place in its own special clinic, found on the outskirts of New York. Everyone there was incredibly nice, and the building was specialized to fit my needs. When I entered on the day of the surgery, I was rushed through, made to sign a series of documents, and finally put under the knife. After what I believed to be 8 hours, I was slowly dragged back to consciousness. I was lying on a hospital bed, the force still placed into my arm, and a tube uncomfortably shoved up my nose. On the arm opposite to the fore was a blood pressure monitor that would tightly squeeze my arm every couple minutes. I could feel 2 tubes painfully connected to my lower region. One was almost certainly a catheter, and the other, I believe, was a drain. My first step was to open my eyes, but even that was harder than it needed to be. My eyelids resisted heavily against any kind of force, seemingly wanting to stay closed. It took almost a minute of considerable effort before I could crack open a tiny slit and finally look back out into the world. The room was pitch black, and it looked like it was night out. I was facing directly towards the roof. I attempted to move my head up and get a better look, but that task was more impossible than opening my eyes. It felt as if a force was dragging my body into that bed, making it extremely difficult to move any of my limbs. At the very least, with considerable effort, I could move my head to either side. On my left I saw a row of empty hospital beds lined up in formation next to each other. To my right were 2 doors, one that led outside the building, and one that led back to the lobby. Both closed shut. There was also a window that was covered by a blackout curtain, but the little light that shone through it was able to reveal to me that my initial assertion was wrong, and it was still day outside. I was completely alone in this room, my only company being the beeping of monitors hooked up to my bed. That's when the pain got even worse, a splitting pain in my lower region, a sign of a successful surgery, but still pain nonetheless. I could feel every inch of my body that had been cut up and rearranged and stitched back together. I could feel the plastic of the tubes that had been roughly inserted into my body. Each breath was agonizing, and each movement made the pain even worse. I knew what I had been getting into, of course. I knew it would be incredibly painful. But there had at least been the assumption that this surgery would come with copious amounts of prescription painkillers. At that moment, though, I had nothing to hold back the pain. I gritted my teeth and tried to breathe through it, until finally, attempting to call out for help. Helgo! Hego! All my voice could produce were drunk, slurred words. Speaking them felt like trying to speak while underwater, the audible version of attempting to walk through mud. I tried again, but to no avail. Is anybody there? It was clear that this would get my nowhere, so I just sat there, teeth clenched, trying to breathe through the pain, and praying for help that would never arrive. The tube shoved up my nostril proved to be the most annoying of the devices I was hooked up to. making my nose drier than a desert and breathing a painful effort. I wanted so badly to rip it out, but I was scared of doing something wrong and messing up the whole operation. And so I sat there lying down in terrible pain, just waiting and waiting for something to happen. Then I heard a noise, a subtle humming coming from across the room. I had almost fallen back asleep when I first heard it. It had been what felt like hours at that point. My pain had all but subsided into a dull and aching background noise. Not enough to make me want to scream like earlier, but not enough for me to just tune out either. Just something I had to sit with. The noise began to get louder, no closer. It was coming closer to me, a sweet, calming, and melodic humming. It sounded like it was being sung by an older man. He couldn't have been older than 50. It would have been calming for me if it wasn't accompanied by the fact that whoever was humming the tune was getting closer. At first, I thought to stay hopeful, maybe anyone was coming to help. At this point, the anesthesia seemed to have worn off a bit, and I was able to move my body a little bit more, and my eyelids didn't fight against me. I lifted up my head slightly off the pillow, using my left arm to support me. Finally, I could see the whole room. On the wall across from my hospital bed, there was a door to what I believe was the surgery room itself. Unlike the first two doors, however, this one was wide open. It was hard to look inside. Actually, it was impossible to. The room was devoid of any and all light. Like a mini black hole had appeared and sucked out everything within. To the left of the door was a series of cabinets, containing pills and tools, and everything a surgeon would need. To the right, another window, this one also covered by a blackout curtain. But at this point it seemed like it had already become nighttime anyways. The most prominent fixture was the lack of one. There was no person to accompany the humming. I could still hear it. It was getting closer, but I didn't know who was getting closer. "Hello? Who's there? Can you help me?" The humming continued. At this point I could tell it was coming from within the operating room, from within that black void. I strained my eyes to look in, but there was nothing, no one. Just a deep, black darkness. Then the pain started again, worse than last time. It felt as if my insides were being pulled out through my lower region. I could feel every stitch, every tube inside me. Like every one of my senses had been cranked to 100. I tried to hold back my groans, but it was impossible at this point. My clenched teeth gave way to an incredible moan of agony. I looked around again. There had to be something, anything. But I couldn't move. I was frozen. Every attempt at movement sent another jolt of pain through my already exhausted nervous system. My head was stuck up in place, completely rigid, staring through the door. Then something reached out to me through the void. A hand, covered in the same exact darkness as the room itself. The humming continued, this time a more menial, routine humming than a calming kind. The hand continued towards me. "Please, you have to help me. Call the doctor back over. Please, do something, anything." My pleas began to mix with tears as I became more desperate. I wanted the pain to end more than anything. I was terrified, but if whatever that hand was could at least end this, end my pain, I'd be okay. Whatever was on the other end continued, the same routine, humming as always. The hand stretched and elongated out of that darkness until it had long gone past the normal length of a human arm. It stretched and stretched, slowly coming towards me. A viscous black substance dripped off of it as it came closer, splashing onto the floor and covering the ground with its void. At this point, it was close enough that I could see something in its hand. A single white pill sitting there, starkly in contrast with its holder. By now, my pleas had long subsided. The pain had only gotten worse, but my terror and confusion had stopped me from begging. I just sat there, crying and trying through all my power not to scream. My eyes were transfixed, mesmerized by whatever was in front of me, and my teeth were clenched shut in an attempt to power through it. At this point the hand had reached me. It thrust up directly towards my face, pushing its disgusting black mud into my mouth. Still humming as if this were a routine job. I could feel it prying into me as it forced my jaws open with very little effort. I tried to resist it, but every attempt intensified the pain throughout my body. Once it had my jaws open, it pushed the pill down my maw. I had no water, and I could feel every part of it as it slowly made its way down my already dry throat. I choked and gagged and almost vomited before finally swallowing it. The effects were immediate, and I collapsed back onto the bed, my pain gone. I could hear the hand slowly shrinking back, and the humming fade away as I slipped into unconsciousness. Only a single realization lay on my mind, one that I had somehow not realized until then. That was the same voice as my surgeon. When I drifted awake, I was sitting slightly up, a pillow beneath my back giving me support. I didn't know how, but someone had moved me. Even the tube in my nostril was gone, finally allowing me to take a full, deep breath. The light was on, and it looked like it was day out. To my left, I finally noticed her. A nurse, someone who could help me. I was elated, and my mouth curled to a weak grin. I couldn't make out much of her features, but I wasn't paying attention to her face anyways. My gaze focused itself on what was in her hands, a bowl of soup. The pain had overridden any thoughts of hunger, but now that I finally saw the food in her hands, it was all I could think about. I was so incredibly hungry. It had only been days, but it felt like it had been decades since I last ate. She picked up a generous amount of the soup with a spoon and lifted it to my dry and weak lips. It was one of the best things I had ever tasted. It's the kind of stuff you think of when reminiscing on your childhood. The kind of soup that makes you feel safe and at home. For once, I wasn't scared or in pain. I was just happy and comfortable, the warmth enveloping my whole body. The events of earlier were completely gone from my mind. Then my gaze turned up, away from the food in front of me, and I finally took a good look at the nurse. She was smiling, a wide, jagged, disgusting grin, like she was trying as hard as she could to look kind, but still failing. Her teeth were eerily white and straight. The edges of her mouth curled unnaturally wide, and she was looking right into me with such elation and such joy. Looking into her eyes felt like staring into the same hollow void as the door. I didn't want to keep looking at her. I wanted to go back to the comfort and safety of the soup, but it was too late. As my eyes moved back down, I didn't see the same stew I was eating before. Looking at the nurse had broken my trance, and I could see it for what it truly was. It was black and rotten and stank like death. The necrotic smell you get when you pass by roadkill on the side of the road. I lurched back, not knowing what to do, and then the nurse was gone. I was back in the pitch-black room, the lights were off, and it was night outside. I sat there for a long time, speechless, not knowing if it was real or not. I tried to convince myself it wasn't, that this was all some trick of the long-gone anesthesia, that something was messing with my brain. I almost convinced myself too, but a sudden pain in my arm convinced me otherwise. It was a dull, aching soreness that originated from the fork currently inserted into my vein. The normally clear tube that had transported fluids into me was replaced by a pitch-black substance, originating from a newly replaced bag, filled to the brim with the same dark viscous fluid. I sat there, stunned in fear, not knowing what to do. I could hear my heartbeat rising, slowly thumping in my skull, over and over again. A blunt sound that slowly got louder and louder until it was all I could hear. I didn't know what this was, but I needed it out now. I started by peeling off the tape, keeping it in place. I was too scared to rip it off fast, and so I took it slowly and methodically. This probably made it even more painful than it needed to be. After the tape was gone, all I had left was the needle itself. I gripped it tightly at the base, mentally preparing myself. I took a deep breath and slowly drew out the needle. I pulled inch by inch, feeling every part of the long, thin metal as it left my arm, tugging at my skin. After a long minute, the four was out. From the tip of the needle spurted the black substance, and I dropped it to the floor in disgust. I looked back down at where it had been, only to see a pool of blood mixed with murky black liquid quickly trailing out. I wanted to try and cover it with a bandage, but with no good substitute around, I elected to just wipe it on my hospital gown. Now, I could finally try and get my bearings. The first and easiest thing that I realized was that I had to leave, as soon as possible. But that was easier said than done. I had still just undergone an extensive surgical procedure. Everything ached and pained in ways I didn't know were possible, but I still had to try. At least the hardest part was done, and my four was out. I started by removing the blood pressure monitor hooked up to my arm. The Velcro came off easily, and the hospital monitor above me began to beep wildly from the lack of readings. It continued to beep like that for the next 5 minutes, or so as I continued. I then looked down at my legs. I had the same 2 bags connected to me down there, one full of blood, the other of piss. There was no conceivable way of taking them out, so I grabbed them from the hooks on the side of my hospital bed and placed them on my lap. My next step was to stand up, but I couldn't exactly figure out how to do that. My upper leg muscles were completely destroyed from the surgery, and it was impossible to move them. No matter how much I willed it, they remained steadfast against my brain power. I decided to make my arms do the work instead. Trying to keep my legs as close together as possible, I lifted and swung them over the side of the bed. Then, holding onto my 2 bags, slid my feet onto the floor. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears at this point. I wanted to scream and cry and curl up into a ball with all this pain and fear, but I couldn't. I had to leave. I could hear them, the figures. I could hear their indecipherable whispers and groans. They were coming closer. I slid my body back around towards the door and began to crawl, slowly but surely, grabbing the smooth hospital floor for dear life, pulling myself along. My crimson blood trailing behind me, being absorbed into the murky void that populated the room. I could feel them coming closer and closer. It felt like these things were grasping desperately at my legs, pulling at me. But somehow, they had no strength to do so. It was like being slapped with water. They were trying to pull me back, pull me into their domain, but they were powerless now. All they could do was futilely grab at my calf. This kept going as I slowly crawled towards the door, the portal that would get me out of this deep pit, until finally, I made it. I grabbed the key and pulled myself through. As soon as I made it out, the incomprehensible whispering stopped and was replaced with a beautiful silence. A silence that was almost louder than the commotion that had come before. Complete, beautiful silence. I crawled towards the door that led outside, my trail of blood and piss still following behind me, the blood starkly contrasting with the pristine hospital floors. I made my way to the door, to my freedom, and tried my best to get myself up towards it. It felt impossible, pulling myself up. My strength was almost completely gone at this point, and there was no question about trying to get up on 2 feet again. I had to drag myself up the door, the same way I dragged myself across the floor. Handprints full of blood and the greasy black substance covered it as I made multiple attempts to drag myself up, before finally, I did it. The key went in smoothly, and made a satisfying click as I turned the lock. With the last of my strength, I pulled the handle down and dragged the door open to the bright, beautiful morning sunlight. It didn't take long for someone to find me. You stand out pretty easily when you're crawling down the street, delirious, covered in blood, half naked in just a hospital gown. An ambulance was immediately called, and I was put under emergency surgery to fix my burst stitches. It was terrifying waking up again from the anesthesia. I felt the same grogginess as last time, struggling against everything to just open my eyes. It was terrifying, but once they were finally open, I could see that the lights were on, and I was safe. My father came over shortly after, and he took care of me for the next couple days, not wanting to risk another incident. Once I could speak legibly, I spoke about everything that had happened. A couple cops were sent down to the clinic, but they didn't find anything. Not a single person or entity could be found, just my trail of blood staining the floor. The official report was that it was some sort of insurance fraud, that the whole clinic had taken all the money from the surgery and ran. It made absolutely no sense, but it's not like they believed my story. The doctors and the police all chalked it all up to some post-anesthesia hallucinations, that the dark had played tricks on me in my delirious state. But I know what I saw, I know what happened. So that's why I'm posting here. I need help or advice or something. I need closure. I need to know what happened. The man walked in at 2 a.m., dragging something black behind him. The way it moved didn't sit right. Neither did he. The receptionist felt it immediately. The way he walked, stiff and uneven, like a scarecrow with one leg shorter than the other. He had greasy blonde hair beneath a 10-gallon hat, spurs clicking as he moved. I watched the security footage later. His lips were white and thin, his teeth crooked. His mouth twisted into a half-smile, like he was seconds from laughter. He was dragging a massive black Rottweiler. The dog resisted, back paws sliding across the floor. The camera didn't pick up sound, but later, the 2 gals at reception told me what he said. He's acting possessed. They handed him intake forms. He hobbled back to a bench, and I watched through the lens as another client, a woman holding a cat carrier, subtly slid a few seats away. I looked up his paperwork. The address led to a warehouse in Tennessee, 3 states away. The name seemed fake too. Keaton Scruggs. No records. No online presence. But the dog's name? Mutt. That was the only detail I believed. You might wonder why I checked. It's not standard protocol. I don't usually do this. But the events of the last few nights led me to my search. When he handed the paperwork back, he sat down again, dragging the dog with him like a sack of flour. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, eyes fixed ahead. He barely moved, like a corpse propped upright. His dog didn't move much either. Just sat there, waiting. We see a lot of characters here. Some genuinely kind folks, too. But this man, something about him was wrong. I stepped into the lobby to bring him into an exam room. It took him a second to register me, like he was in a trance. And then the smell hit me, stale cigarettes, gas fumes, and beneath that, something worse. A rotten, greasy stench that clung to the air. The dog sat still, vacant, a husk. It was like someone had lobotomized it. As it stood there, drool began dripping from its mouth, pooling on the floor. I introduced myself and got to work. So, what's going on with Mutt today? Keaton didn't answer right away. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, like he was watching something flutter above us. Oh, he just ain't acting right. He ain't been eating much. This is usually where clients start rambling. Some could go on for hours if you let them. But he was done, still staring at the ceiling through those dirty locks of hair. When I knelt to take the dog's heart rate, the second my fingers touched its skin, a wrongness crawled into me. That tingle before lightning strikes. That creeping dread when something awful is about to happen. The vitals were normal, heart rate, breathing. But its skin was cold. 97 degrees, lower than we like. It was mildly dehydrated, maybe 4%. But when I peeled back its loose lips to check its gums, I felt like I was too close to something I shouldn't be. The gums were pale. The pupils locked onto me, dilated. It wasn't growling. No hackles raised. Just watching, like it was restraining itself. That feeling of unease was sickening. "Don't turn your back on M," the man said. I paused mid-turn. "Excuse me? If you're gonna walk from him, do it fasten. Otherwise, something bad might happen." I exhaled sharply, irritated. He'd watched me get close to the dog, lean in, listen to it. Yet now he decided to warn me it was aggressive. I liked this situation less and less. The man. The dog. The way this whole thing sat in my gut like spoiled food. I backed away, facing the dog. It watched me, intently, like I was prey, like I was meat. A few moments later, our on-site emergency veterinarian, Dr. Harkham, came in. Old school, no nonsense. He and Keaton exchanged few words. The vet recommended blood work and an overnight stay within 4 fluid drip. The dog needed warming up too. Keaton never lost that dumb smile. That half-cocked grin. Like something was hilarious. But he nodded, accepted the treatment plan. We went to take the dog into the back treatment area. I slipped a muzzle on, of course. And that's when I noticed it wouldn't walk. The owner had dragged it behind him earlier, but now, it wasn't lethargic. It was choosing not to move. I had a larger male staff member, Ryan, carry the dog for me. As he picked it up, he glanced at me. We didn't exchange words, but I knew he felt it too. Not just the dog, the air. When we went to draw blood from its jugular, it didn't even react. Ryan held the dog steady, hands firm on either side of its head, jaws up. The needle slipped in. The syringe filled. The blood was cold. I ran it through the machines. Just mild dehydration. Some elevated lipase hinting at pancreatitis. No infection. Nothing to explain why it was so cold. We placed it into a heated kennel, tucked it in with blankets, hooked up the 4 catheter. I was relieved when Keaton left. That was 3 days ago. That night was quiet, rare for an emergency hospital. We had another dog kenneled 2 spaces down from the Rottweiler. A cattle dog that had undergone emergency laparotomy. It had been doing fine. Normal vitals. Good appetite. Responsive. 2 hours later, I checked on it. And the cattle dog was dead. It had torn open its own incision. Somehow, it had gotten its cone off. And it had attacked itself. Not licking, not nibbling, mutilating. Even when coils of intestine unfurled from its abdomen, it had kept biting at those guts. Like they were coiled snakes, and he was killing them. The dog was slouched over, head limp against the floor. The blood ran in bright ribbons, swirling toward the kennel drain behind him, which slurped up the blood greedily. The kennel was a bloodbath. It streaked the walls, spattered the ceiling. His intestines had leaked bile and partially digested sludge. The cattle dog's eyes were vacant orbs, glistening in the light. I stood still for a moment, taking in the horror, the violence, and 2 kennels down. Mutt, sitting, watching, fluid drip running, heater humming, lips curled back, not panting, not whining, just smiling. His eyes reflected the fluorescent light, and for one sickening second, they looked almost human. Calling that cattle dog's owner was one of the hardest things we've ever done. Dr. Harkham made the call, but I heard every word, every choked sob through the thin walls of our office. The owner didn't just cry. They wailed. I'd seen plenty of death in this job, but this was different. This wasn't bad luck. Something else had its hands in this. The mood in the hospital shifted. In all my years, I'd never seen a dog unzip itself like a gym bag and spill out its intestines. Each time we walked past Mutt's kennel, his head turned slowly to follow. Each bloody towel, each mop bucket. Every time we passed that black body bag, the cattle dog-sized bag, zip-tied and labeled, Mutt watched. That night was quiet, but it didn't feel like a break. It felt like the storm waiting to hit. At some point, hours after the cattle dog's death, I heard the steady beeping of a monitor from the kennel ward, the 4-pump hooked up to Mutt. I didn't want to go, but I did. I brought Ryan. We slipped the muzzle over Mutt's head easily. Too easily. He didn't resist, didn't flinch, just let it happen. His eyes followed the movement of our hands as we buckled it snugly behind his head. Only his eyes moved. Two dark orbs. Watching. Digesting. The dog had kinked the 4-line beneath its paw. We moved it aside, smoothed it out. That should have been it. A simple fix. But as we turned to leave, the light above his kennel flickered. At first, just a slight flicker. Barely noticeable. Then it sputtered, dimmed, and cut out completely. The kennel dropped into shadow. Ryan and I froze. The only light now was a faint glow from the hallway behind us. We exchanged a glance. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us wanted to acknowledge what we were feeling. The air in the room changed. Heavy buzzing like the static before a storm. Then the two tube lights above Mutt's kennel flared so bright it hurt to look at them. A pop, then a sizzle. And they died. Everything was silent. Ryan's back was to Mutt. Mutt lunged. A surge of violence, muzzle strapped tight, body lunging forward. He slammed his head against Ryan's side, ramming into him again and again. Ryan screamed. The dog was silent, except for the mechanical snapping of his jaws, working beneath the muzzle. Spittle flying. Ryan twisted, trying to stand. But the sudden attack had taken him off guard. I reacted without thinking. Threw open the kennel door. Mutt rammed into Ryan again, harder this time. The sheer force knocked him off balance. Ryan writhed around to grab at Mutt. The moment he faced Mutt, the dog stilled. It stood there silent, watching, bathed in the new darkness. Something was wrong with this dog. Not neurologically. Something deeper. It felt intelligent. It felt calculating. It felt evil. Ryan was shaken, and so was I. But we didn't talk about it. We just got out of there. The rest of the night passed without incident. I focused on my other cases. A Chihuahua with pneumonia, a Persian cat having low-grade seizures, a tabby with proprioception deficits. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. Ryan seemed dazed, like something fresh had broken inside of him. It wasn't just shock, or trauma, or fear. It was more profound than that. I left for the night still shaken. Ryan didn't even wave goodbye. I chain-smoked cigarettes in my car before driving home. Flicked the butts out the window. My hands were shaking the entire ride. And when I finally collapsed into bed, I pulled my pistol out of my purse and slipped it under my pillow. And as the sun crept over the horizon, my dreams were wrong. I dreamed of a black face snarling in the dark, leaning in, sniffing, eyes like hollow pits, endless swirling voids, teeth sinking into my flesh, not a bite, not an attack, but a slow, deliberate pressure, easing into my skin. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat. When I came in for my shift that night, I felt a deep sense of disappointment the second I walked past Mutt's kennel. He was still there, heater purring, eyes following. The lights above his kennel were still blown out. The ones beside them had started to flicker. Ryan called out sick, said he'd been throwing up since the night before. I had a feeling there was more to the story, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I shot him a text wishing him well. He read it, didn't reply. And that sinister, eerie man who called himself Keaton? His phone went straight to dial tone when we tried calling for a case update. He wasn't coming back. He'd paid half his bill up front in crisp, old $100 bills. We weren't getting the other half. The night was busier. I told my manager we shouldn't put any other dogs in that ward, but we didn't have a choice. Our small animal ward was on the other side of the building, but for the larger dogs, they had to go there. We admitted a Great Dane with liver disease. There was nowhere else to put him. So I placed him in the kennel farthest from Mutt, 2 down from the cattle dog that had ripped itself apart. When I went back to check on them 10 minutes later, I stopped cold. Mutt's kennel was wide open. The latch was undone. The door swung open. He wasn't on fluids anymore. No pump to beep. No leash. No sign of how it had happened. Just him, sitting at the threshold, staring, slack-jawed. I shut the kennel, latched it securely, left the room, came back with 2 plates of food. Immediately, I felt nauseous. The kennel was open again. I hadn't heard a sound, hadn't seen the door move. The only way to unlatch these kennels is with hands, with opposable thumbs. I slammed it shut again, this time locking it with a makeshift carabiner clip. I slid one plate of food under each kennel, low fat for the Dane, critical care for Mutt. I was walking away when I heard it, a sound that froze me. Not a growl, not a whine. It sounded like someone trying to speak through a mouth full of water, like a deep, male voice gargling on words before spitting them out. A dog trying to talk. I turned. Mutt sat there, watching, silent now. Something tingled in the air. But the Dane had begun to cry. His plate of food lay spilled across the kennel floor. His hackles were raised, his body pressed against the back wall, eyes flicking toward the ceiling. He was feeling something deep and inexplicable. I felt it too. When I reached for the kennel bars, the crying stopped. The Dane's body trembled, then his whimpering changed, deepened. A low, eerie sound, like a tornado siren. Then it stopped altogether. The dog went still. Too still. Then all at once, he attacked his own leg. Not chewing, not licking, ripping, breaking, deep, pulverizing bites. Bone cracked. Blood spattered the kennel floor. It wasn't a dog in pain. It wasn't a dog in distress. It was something else. Something destroying itself with purpose. I couldn't go in there. If I did, he'd likely redirect onto me, send me to the hospital. I turned and ran, shouting for help as I sprinted through the clinic. Dr. Harkham and two other techs, Angie and Denise, came rushing out of an exam room at the sound of my frantic screaming. I grabbed a rabies catch pole. The Dane was still going. The flesh of its leg hung in shreds, barely attached. Blood spurted like shots from a water gun, pulsing in rhythm with its heartbeats from a severed artery. I slipped open the kennel and looped the catch pole around its neck, tightening it hard, wrenching its head just enough to stop it from lunging. It snapped at the air. Frantic, but no emotion behind it. Then it latched onto the metal pole. Not out of panic. Not out of rage. Out of a bizarre corruption of instinct. The sound was unbearable, teeth breaking against metal, splintering, shattering. The flesh of its leg was nearly gone. Just a ragged mess of meat and exposed bone that flapped as it chewed at the metal. I saw part of a fractured canine fall out of its mouth. The catch pole was bloody, dented but holding firm. The dog was weakening by the time Dr. Harkham arrived, slumping over in the pile of its own blood. By the time we managed to inject a sedative, it was too late. The blood loss was too severe. The Dane fully collapsed to the floor, body twitching, biting. All at once, its eyes glazed over, and it went still. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mutt, lips pulled back in a snarl, smiling. When is that fucking dog going to leave? I snapped, pointing at him. Dr. Harkham shot me a sharp look. His white coat was streaked with blood. His eyes were dark, hollowed with exhaustion. Something is wrong with it, I insisted. With him. All I see is a dog who just mutilated itself in our care, he said. The second one in 2 days. Don't worry about that fucking dog. We have bigger issues here. I have another owner to call. Another person I have to tell their pet killed itself. Under my watch. He flicked blood from his fingers, dragged a sleeve across his face. He was years past burnout. A shell of his former self. He couldn't see what I saw. He couldn't see the way Mutt watched. The way his eyes lingered over the carnage pooling beneath my feet. Like he was enjoying it. Dr. Harkham sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. We tried calling that creepy bastard again. Numbers out of service. He ditched the dog on us. That meant we had to rehome it. It could take weeks. I couldn't take weeks with him. None of us could. And as I looked into Angie's eyes, I knew she felt the same. The hospital settled into an uneasy silence. The night shift pressed on, but something had shifted. We were all exhausted, hollowed out by what we'd seen. The cattle dog, the Great Dane, the blood. Mutt still sat in his kennel, untouched food at his feet, heater humming. Watching. 2 more lights flickered out while I cleaned. I mopped blood from the floors, the thick iron scent clinging to my skin. The towels we used to soak up the mess were soaked through a deep, ugly red. And through it all, Mutt never looked away. I told myself I'd figure something out, that I just needed time. But time wasn't on my side. I was dumping a load of bloody towels into the laundry bin when I heard it. Eli Histensen. I dropped everything. A voice, thick and wet, slurred in a way no dog's throat was built to produce. It wasn't a bark. It wasn't a growl. It was trying to speak. And what came out wasn't just a sound. It was a name. My name. Allison. I turned, stomach lurching. Mutt was sitting in his kennel. Still. Muzzle slack. Drool pooling on the blanket beneath him. His pupils swallowed the light. I couldn't move. My brain was trying to rationalize it, trying to shove what I had just heard into a box of normalcy. Maybe I'd misheard. Maybe it was the pipes, or a monitor, or... But then the smell hit me. Rot. Not just the smell of the hospital, not just the faint antiseptic and animal musk that always clung to the air. This was meat left in the sink for weeks. This was something dead wedged into the cracks of the world. And I realized then, the smell I'd caught when Keaton first walked into the lobby, that greasy, putrid stench. It hadn't been him. It had been the dog. I ran. I grabbed the blankets off the floor, shoved them into the laundry bin, and bolted. My hands shook as I crammed the lid shut. My pulse was a hammer in my ears. Don't turn your back on it. The memory of Keaton's words crawled down my spine like a cold hand. He's acting possessed. I knew what Mutt had tried to do to Ryan. I knew what he wanted to do to me. And now I knew. I wasn't waiting for him to act. I was going to kill him. I kept my head down the rest of the shift, biding my time. My mind wasn't on the cases I took. I worked on autopilot. I went through the motions, but my body was moving without me. And when I got a moment alone, I pulled up 20 milliliters of pentobarbital sodium and phenytoin sodium solution. Euthisol, the sparkling pink liquid we used to put animals down. I took enough to kill a dog twice Mutt's size. There'd be a discrepancy in the controlled substance log, but I could smooth it out over the next few weeks. A couple of slightly higher doses on euthanasia cases, logged with enough time between them, and no one would notice. I locked the cabinet, slid the syringe into my pocket. I was committing a crime, breaking DEA laws. I could lose my license, my career, even end up in jail. But deep in my bones, I knew one thing. That thing in the kennel. It needed to die. The next morning, when I arrived for my shift, the hospital was heavy with grief. Everyone was crying. Ryan was dead. He'd taken his own life in his trailer sometime after leaving work. No details. No explanation. Just gone. The police had come by to inform us. They didn't stay long. Didn't need to. I knew then. It cemented in my mind what had to be done. I don't know how, but I knew. I didn't wait. I worked through the grief, through the horror, pushing it all into a place I'd deal with later. I waited for the right moment. A lull between shift changes, when staffing was light. I approached Mutt's kennel. His head was cocked, eyes tracking me. He looked almost expectant. I opened the kennel door and slid the muzzle over his face quickly. My hands moved with a sharpness I hadn't felt before. I yanked the straps too tight. My pulse was steady. I leaned out of the room, peered around the corner. No one coming. I held Mutt's paw, feeling for the vein, my other hand already slipping the needle beneath the skin. The syringe in my palm felt hot. I pushed the plunger. It was difficult, so much volume to inject. But I pushed it all. Every last drop. Normally, when an animal is euthanized, it happens fast. They slump. Their eyes stay open. Their bodies give up. Mutt didn't move. I could have killed a human with this much euthisol. But he just sat there. I stared at him, heart pounding, my breath coming sharp. They usually pass away before the syringe is empty. Their bodies relax, their eyes go distant, the tension of life slipping from them like a sigh. Mutt's body stayed rigid, his breath steady. The drug should have shut him down immediately, but his muscles held, his head remained lifted, eyes locked onto mine. A chill crawled up my spine. This dog should be dead. Then the hallway lights flickered. One by one, the bulbs sizzled out, plunging the kennel ward into darkness. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of something unseen. The heater stopped. The only glow came from the exit sign at the far end of the hall, casting a weak green wash over the kennels. The shadows twisted around me. I couldn't move. The door to the kennel slammed shut behind me. My breath hitched. The silence was absolute. The only sound was the slow, wet rasp of Mutt's breathing. I could feel him in the dark, the weight of his presence sinking like teeth into my skin. Then, Elia Histensen. The voice came from the kennel. Thick, gurgling wrong. A sound like a dog learning to speak, like a throat filled with crunching gravel, trying to shape words. The vowels stretched, dripping with something slick and inhuman. My stomach lurched. I reached for the latch, fingers fumbling, but my hands were slick with sweat. My breathing was too loud. The darkness pressed in. The rot smell thickened, crawling up my throat. Then I felt it. A cold, dead hand closed around my ankle. I choked on a scream. My body jolted as something gripped me. nails pressing into my skin, curling against the fabric of my scrubs. The air turned electric, static snapping against my skin. I turned and ran. The door gave way beneath my shoulder, and I burst into the hallway, feet pounding against the tile. Behind me, I heard the kennel door smash open. The sound of paws, heavy and fast, hitting the ground. He was coming. I sprinted blindly through the dark, my shoulders slamming into the wall as I searched for the door handle. My fingers scraped smooth wood, no knob, no latch, just cold, endless surface. Paws pounded closer. No growling, no snarling, no warning, just movement. A freight train of silence, barreling toward me. I spun, pressing my back against the door. The darkness was absolute, thick and suffocating. The emergency lights had died, swallowing the building in shadow. But I could hear him, breathing. Slow, wet, thick with something I couldn't name. Then a whisper of movement, so close I felt the air shift. I bolted down the hall. No thought, no plan, just instinct. My body moved. I reached my locker, yanked it open, hands scrambling for my purse. The air behind me shifted. A weight, a presence. I felt it before I saw it. A void yawning open. My fingers closed around cold metal. The grip of my handgun. I turned, raised the barrel, and fired. The first shot lit up the hall like a camera flash. In that brief flicker, I saw him, that snarling grin. The second shot. The third. His body jerked, but he didn't fall. His lips were still curled back in that awful rictus. The sixth and final shot hit its mark. The left side of his skull caved inward, the muzzle of his face blown apart. His jaw sagged open, tongue limp. And even as he fell, his head twitched. A violent, unnatural snap of movement. A thick, wet pop echoed down the hall. He swayed. Then finally he dropped. I stood there, gun trembling in my hands, ears ringing. The darkness still pulsed around me, thick and heavy, pressing in from all sides. Then footsteps. Shouts. Voices. Someone grabbed my arm, yanking me back. The lights flickered, buzzed, then flared back to life. And for the first time, I saw what I had done. One shot had buried itself in the tile. The rest had hit him. Mutt lay on his side, his head a ruin of blood and bone. His chest rose once, twice. Then he went still. The bite muzzle was missing. He must have pulled it off somewhere during the chase. I didn't move. The hospital swarmed with people. Cops were called. Questions were asked. I barely registered any of it. They took me into the back office, my hands still shaking, my ears still filled with phantom echoes. I knew what I had to say. I knew how to frame it. Self-defense. I played the part well. The police let me go. Mutt was wrapped, bagged, stuffed in our freezer, waiting for cremation. I took time off work. Spent days in silence, trying to erase the memory of that voice. It didn't work. The morning I was supposed to return for my shift, I got a phone call. Blocked number. I answered. Slow, shaky breathing filled the line. Then, a laugh. Low, drawling, thick with something I couldn't name. A mouthful of tobacco chew. Or blood. You shouldn't have killed it, little lady. Keaton. His voice slithered through the speaker, curling like a snake around my spine. His laughter built, rising, filling the silence. You've just gone and made things so much worse. And as the laughing turned into hollering, the line clicked dead. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, staring at nothing. His words sank into my bones. Gone and made things so much worse. My first thought was confusion. How did he get my number? My second thought was frantic. Those words struck a chord deep inside my marrow. He said I'd made things worse. And for some reason, deep down in my soul, I believed him. The man walked in at 2 a.m., dragging something black behind him. The way it moved didn't sit right. Neither did he. The receptionists felt it immediately. The way he walked, stiff and uneven, like a scarecrow with one leg shorter than the other. He had greasy blonde hair beneath a 10-gallon hat, spurs clicking as he moved. I watched the security footage later. His lips were white and thin, his teeth crooked. His mouth twisted into a half-smile, like he was seconds from laughter. He was dragging a massive black Rottweiler. The dog resisted, back paws sliding across the floor. The camera didn't pick up sound, but later, the two gals at reception told me what he said. He's acting possessed. They handed him intake forms. He hobbled back to a bench, and I watched through the lens as another client, a woman holding a cat carrier, subtly slid a few seats away. I looked up his paperwork. The address led to a warehouse in Tennessee, 3 states away. The name seemed fake too. Keaton Scruggs. No records. No online presence. But the dog's name? Mutt. That was the only detail I believed. You might wonder why I checked. It's not standard protocol. I don't usually do this. But the events of the last few nights led me to my search. When he handed the paperwork back, he sat down again, dragging the dog with him like a sack of flour. He leaned against the wall, arms folded, eyes fixed ahead. He barely moved, like a corpse propped upright. His dog didn't move much either. Just sat there, waiting. We see a lot of characters here. Some genuinely kind folks, too. But this man, something about him was wrong. I stepped into the lobby to bring him into an exam room. It took him a second to register me, like he was in a trance. And then the smell hit me, stale cigarettes, gas fumes, and beneath that, something worse. A rotten, greasy stench that clung to the air. The dog sat still, vacant, a husk. It was like someone had lobotomized it. As it stood there, drool began dripping from its mouth, pooling on the floor. I introduced myself and got to work. So, what's going on with Mutt today? Keaton didn't answer right away. His eyes drifted to the ceiling, like he was watching something flutter above us. Oh, he just ain't acting right. He ain't been eating much. This is usually where clients start rambling. Some could go on for hours if you let them. But he was done, still staring at the ceiling through those dirty locks of hair. When I knelt to take the dog's heart rate, the second my fingers touched its skin, a wrongness crawled into me. That tingle before lightning strikes. That creeping dread when something awful is about to happen. The vitals were normal, heart rate, breathing. But its skin was cold. 97 degrees, lower than we like. It was mildly dehydrated, maybe 4%. But when I peeled back its loose lips to check its gums, I felt like I was too close to something I shouldn't be. The gums were pale. The pupils locked onto me, dilated. It wasn't growling. No hackles raised. Just watching, like it was restraining itself. That feeling of unease was sickening. "Don't turn your back on M," the man said. I paused mid-turn. "Excuse me? If you're gonna walk from him, do it fasten. Otherwise, something bad might happen." I exhaled sharply, irritated. He'd watched me get close to the dog, lean in, listen to it. Yet now he decided to warn me it was aggressive. I liked this situation less and less. The man, the dog, the way this whole thing sat in my gut like spoiled food. I backed away, facing the dog. It watched me, intently, like I was prey, like I was meat. A few moments later, our on-site emergency veterinarian, Dr. Harkham, came in. Old school, no nonsense. He and Keaton exchanged few words. The vet recommended blood work and an overnight stay within 4 fluid drip. The dog needed warming up too. Keaton never lost that dumb smile, that half-cocked grin, like something was hilarious. But he nodded, accepted the treatment plan. We went to take the dog into the back treatment area. I slipped a muzzle on, of course, and that's when I noticed it wouldn't walk. The owner had dragged it behind him earlier, but now, it wasn't lethargic. It was choosing not to move. I had a larger male staff member, Ryan, carry the dog for me. As he picked it up, he glanced at me. We didn't exchange words, but I knew he felt it too. Not just the dog, the air. When we went to draw blood from its jugular, it didn't even react. Ryan held the dog steady, hands firm on either side of its head, jaws up. The needle slipped in. The syringe filled. The blood was cold. I ran it through the machines. Just mild dehydration. Some elevated lipase hinting at pancreatitis. No infection. Nothing to explain why it was so cold. We placed it into a heated kennel, tucked it in with blankets, hooked up the 4 catheter. I was relieved when Keaton left. That was 3 days ago. That night was quiet, rare for an emergency hospital. We had another dog kenneled 2 spaces down from the Rottweiler, a cattle dog that had undergone emergency laparotomy. It had been doing fine. Normal vitals. Good appetite. Responsive. 2 hours later, I checked on it, and the cattle dog was dead. It had torn open its own incision. Somehow, it had gotten its cone off, and it had attacked itself. Not licking, not nibbling, mutilating. Even when coils of intestine unfurled from its abdomen, it had kept biting at those guts. Like they were coiled snakes, and he was killing them. The dog was slouched over, head limp against the floor. The blood ran in bright ribbons, swirling toward the kennel drain behind him, which slurped up the blood greedily. The kennel was a bloodbath. It streaked the walls, spattered the ceiling. His intestines had leaked bile and partially digested sludge. The cattle dog's eyes were vacant orbs, glistening in the light. I stood still for a moment, taking in the horror, the violence, and 2 kennels down. Mutt, sitting, watching, fluid drip running, heater humming, lips curled back, not panting, not whining, just smiling. His eyes reflected the fluorescent light, and for one sickening second, they looked almost human. Calling that cattle dog's owner was one of the hardest things we've ever done. Dr. Harkham made the call, but I heard every word, every choked sob through the thin walls of our office. The owner didn't just cry. They wailed. I'd seen plenty of death in this job, but this was different. This wasn't bad luck. Something else had its hands in this. The mood in the hospital shifted. In all my years, I'd never seen a dog unzip itself like a gym bag and spill out its intestines. Each time we walked past Mutt's kennel, his head turned slowly to follow. Each bloody towel. Each mop bucket. Every time we passed that black body bag, the cattle dog-sized bag, zip-tied and labeled, Mutt watched. That night was quiet, but it didn't feel like a break. It felt like the storm waiting to hit. At some point, hours after the cattle dog's death, I heard the steady beeping of a monitor from the kennel ward. The 4-pump hooked up to Mutt. I didn't want to go, but I did. I brought Ryan. We slipped the muzzle over Mutt's head easily. Too easily. He didn't resist, didn't flinch, just let it happen. His eyes followed the movement of our hands as we buckled it snugly behind his head. Only his eyes moved. Two dark orbs. Watching. Digesting. The dog had kinked the foreline beneath its paw. We moved it aside, smoothed it out. That should have been it. A simple fix. But as we turned to leave, the light above his kennel flickered. At first, just a slight flicker. Barely noticeable. Then it sputtered, dimmed, and cut out completely. The kennel dropped into shadow. Ryan and I froze. The only light now was a faint glow from the hallway behind us. We exchanged a glance. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us wanted to acknowledge what we were feeling. The air in the room changed. Heavy buzzing, like the static before a storm. Then the two tube lights above Mutt's kennel flared so bright it hurt to look at them. A pop, then a sizzle. And they died. Everything was silent. Ryan's back was to Mutt. Mutt lunged. A surge of violence, muzzle strapped tight, body lunging forward. He slammed his head against Ryan's side, ramming into him again and again. Ryan screamed. The dog was silent, except for the mechanical snapping of his jaws, working beneath the muzzle. Spittle flying. Ryan twisted, trying to stand. But the sudden attack had taken him off guard. I reacted without thinking. Threw open the kennel door. Mutt rammed into Ryan again, harder this time. The sheer force knocked him off balance. Ryan writhed around to grab at Mutt. The moment he faced Mutt, the dog stilled. It stood there, silent, watching, bathed in the new darkness. Something was wrong with this dog. Not neurologically. Something deeper. It felt intelligent. It felt calculating. It felt evil. Ryan was shaken, and so was I. But we didn't talk about it. We just got out of there. The rest of the night passed without incident. I focused on my other cases, a Chihuahua with pneumonia, a Persian cat having low-grade seizures, a tabby with proprioception deficits. I went through the motions, but my mind was elsewhere. Ryan seemed dazed, like something fresh had broken inside of him. It wasn't just shock, or trauma, or fear. It was more profound than that. I left for the night still shaken. Ryan didn't even wave goodbye. I chain-smoked cigarettes in my car before driving home. Flicked the butts out the window. My hands were shaking the entire ride. And when I finally collapsed into bed, I pulled my pistol out of my purse and slipped it under my pillow. And as the sun crept over the horizon, my dreams were wrong. I dreamed of a black face snarling in the dark, leaning in, sniffing, eyes like hollow pits, endless swirling voids, teeth sinking into my flesh, not a bite, not an attack, but a slow, deliberate pressure, easing into my skin. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat. When I came in for my shift that night, I felt a deep sense of disappointment the second I walked past Mutt's kennel. He was still there, heater purring, eyes following. The lights above his kennel were still blown out. The ones beside them had started to flicker. Ryan called out sick, said he'd been throwing up since the night before. I had a feeling there was more to the story, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I shot him a text wishing him well. He read it, didn't reply. And that sinister, eerie man who called himself Keaton? His phone went straight to dial tone when we tried calling for a case update. He wasn't coming back. He'd paid half his bill up front in crisp, old $100 bills. We weren't getting the other half. The night was busier. I told my manager we shouldn't put any other dogs in that ward, but we didn't have a choice. Our small animal ward was on the other side of the building, but for the larger dogs, they had to go there. We admitted a Great Dane with liver disease. There was nowhere else to put him. So I placed him in the kennel farthest from Mutt, 2 down from the cattle dog that had ripped itself apart. When I went back to check on them 10 minutes later, I stopped cold. Mutt's kennel was wide open. The latch was undone. The door swung open. He wasn't on fluids anymore. No pump to beep. No leash. No sign of how it had happened. Just him, sitting at the threshold, staring, slack-jawed. I shut the kennel, latched it securely, left the room, came back with 2 plates of food. Immediately, I felt nauseous. The kennel was open again. I hadn't heard a sound, hadn't seen the door move. The only way to unlatch these kennels is with hands, with opposable thumbs. I slammed it shut again, this time locking it with a makeshift carabiner clip. I slid 1 plate of food under each kennel, low fat for the Dane, critical care for Mutt. I was walking away when I heard it. A sound that froze me. Not a growl. Not a whine. It sounded like someone trying to speak through a mouth full of water. Like a deep, male voice gargling on words before spitting them out. A dog trying to talk. I turned. Mutt sat there, watching. Silent now. Something tingled in the air. But the Dane had begun to cry. His plate of food lay spilled across the kennel floor. His hackles were raised, his body pressed against the back wall, eyes flicking toward the ceiling. He was feeling something deep and inexplicable. I felt it too. When I reached for the kennel bars, the crying stopped. The Dane's body trembled, then his whimpering changed, deepened. A low, eerie sound, like a tornado siren. Then it stopped altogether. The dog went still. Too still. Then all at once, he attacked his own leg. Not chewing. Not licking. Ripping. Breaking. Deep, pulverizing bites. Bone cracked. Blood spattered the kennel floor. It wasn't a dog in pain. It wasn't a dog in distress. It was something else. Something destroying itself with purpose. I couldn't go in there. If I did, he'd likely redirect onto me, send me to the hospital. I turned and ran, shouting for help as I sprinted through the clinic. Dr. Harkham and 2 other techs, Angie and Denise, came rushing out of an exam room at the sound of my frantic screaming. I grabbed a rabies catch pole. The Dane was still going. The flesh of its leg hung in shreds, barely attached. Blood spurted like shots from a water gun, pulsing in rhythm with its heartbeats from a severed artery. I slipped open the kennel and looped the catch pole around its neck, tightening it hard, wrenching its head just enough to stop it from lunging. It snapped at the air. Frantic, but no emotion behind it. Then it latched onto the metal pole. Not out of panic. Not out of rage. Out of a bizarre corruption of instinct. The sound was unbearable, teeth breaking against metal, splintering, shattering. The flesh of its leg was nearly gone. Just a ragged mess of meat and exposed bone that flapped as it chewed at the metal. I saw part of a fractured canine fall out of its mouth. The catch pole was bloody, dented, but holding firm. The dog was weakening by the time Dr. Harkham arrived, slumping over in the pile of its own blood. By the time we managed to inject a sedative, it was too late. The blood loss was too severe. The Dane fully collapsed to the floor, body twitching, biting. All at once, its eyes glazed over, and it went still. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mutt. Lips pulled back in a snarl. Smiling. When is that fucking dog going to leave? I snapped, pointing at him. Dr. Harkham shot me a sharp look. His white coat was streaked with blood. His eyes were dark, hollowed with exhaustion. Something is wrong with it, I insisted. With him. All I see is a dog who just mutilated itself in our care, he said. The second one in 2 days. Don't worry about that fucking dog. We have bigger issues here. I have another owner to call. Another person I have to tell their pet killed itself. Under my watch. He flicked blood from his fingers, dragged a sleeve across his face. He was years past burnout. A shell of his former self. He couldn't see what I saw. He couldn't see the way Mutt watched. The way his eyes lingered over the carnage pooling beneath my feet. Like he was enjoying it. Dr. Harkham sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. We tried calling that creepy bastard again. Numbers out of service. He ditched the dog on us. That meant we had to rehome it. It could take weeks. I couldn't take weeks with him. None of us could. And as I looked into Angie's eyes, I knew she felt the same. The hospital settled into an uneasy silence. The night shift pressed on, but something had shifted. We were all exhausted, hollowed out by what we'd seen. The cattle dog. The Great Dane. The blood. Mutt still sat in his kennel, untouched food at his feet, heater humming. Watching. 2 more lights flickered out while I cleaned. I mopped blood from the floors, the thick iron scent clinging to my skin. The towels we used to soak up the mess were soaked through, a deep, ugly red. And through it all, Mutt never looked away. I told myself I'd figure something out, that I just needed time. But time wasn't on my side. I was dumping a load of bloody towels into the laundry bin when I heard it. Eli Histenson. I dropped everything. A voice, thick and wet, slurred in a way no dog's throat was built to produce. It wasn't a bark. It wasn't a growl. It was trying to speak. And what came out wasn't just a sound. It was a name. My name. Allison. I turned, stomach lurching. Mutt was sitting in his kennel. Still. Muzzle slack. Drool pooling on the blanket beneath him. His pupils swallowed the light. I couldn't move. My brain was trying to rationalize it, trying to shove what I had just heard into a box of normalcy. Maybe I'd misheard. Maybe it was the pipes or a monitor or... But then the smell hit me. Rot. Not just the smell of the hospital, not just the faint antiseptic and animal musk that always clung to the air. This was meat left in the sink for weeks. This was something dead wedged into the cracks of the world. And I realized then, the smell I'd caught when Keaton first walked into the lobby, that greasy, putrid stench. It hadn't been him. It had been the dog. I ran. I grabbed the blankets off the floor, shoved them into the laundry bin, and bolted. My hands shook as I crammed the lid shut. My pulse was a hammer in my ears. Don't turn your back on it. The memory of Keaton's words crawled down my spine like a cold hand. He's acting possessed. I knew what Mutt had tried to do to Ryan. I knew what he wanted to do to me. And now I knew. I wasn't waiting for him to act. I was going to kill him. I kept my head down the rest of the shift, biding my time. My mind wasn't on the cases I took. I worked on autopilot. I went through the motions, but my body was moving without me. And when I got a moment alone, I pulled up 20 milliliters of pentobarbital sodium and phenytoin sodium solution. Euthisol, the sparkling pink liquid we used to put animals down. I took enough to kill a dog twice Mutt's size. There'd be a discrepancy in the controlled substance log, but I could smooth it out over the next few weeks. A couple of slightly higher doses on euthanasia cases, logged with enough time between them, and no one would notice. I locked the cabinet, slid the syringe into my pocket. I was committing a crime, breaking DEA laws. I could lose my license, my career, even end up in jail. But deep in my bones, I knew one thing. That thing in the kennel. It needed to die. The next morning, when I arrived for my shift, the hospital was heavy with grief. Everyone was crying. Ryan was dead. He'd taken his own life in his trailer sometime after leaving work. No details. No explanation. Just gone. The police had come by to inform us. They didn't stay long. Didn't need to. I knew then. It cemented in my mind what had to be done. I don't know how, but I knew. I didn't wait. I worked through the grief, through the horror, pushing it all into a place I'd deal with later. I waited for the right moment. A lull between shift changes, when staffing was light. I approached Mutt's kennel. His head was cocked, eyes tracking me. He looked almost expectant. I opened the kennel door and slid the muzzle over his face quickly. My hands moved with a sharpness I hadn't felt before. I yanked the straps too tight. My pulse was steady. I leaned out of the room, peered around the corner. No one coming. I held Mutt's paw, feeling for the vein, my other hand already slipping the needle beneath the skin. The syringe in my palm felt hot. I pushed the plunger. It was difficult, so much volume to inject. But I pushed it all. Every last drop. Normally, when an animal is euthanized, it happens fast. They slump. Their eyes stay open. Their bodies give up. Mutt didn't move. I could have killed a human with this much euthisol. But he just sat there. I stared at him, heart pounding, my breath coming sharp. They usually pass away before the syringe is empty. Their bodies relax, their eyes go distant, the tension of life slipping from them like a sigh. Mutt's body stayed rigid, his breath steady. The drug should have shut him down immediately, but his muscles held, his head remained lifted, eyes locked onto mine. A chill crawled up my spine. This dog should be dead. Then the hallway lights flickered. One by one, the bulbs sizzled out, plunging the kennel ward into darkness. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of something unseen. The heater stopped. The only glow came from the exit sign at the far end of the hall, casting a weak green wash over the kennels. The shadows twisted around me. I couldn't move. The door to the kennel slammed shut behind me. My breath hitched. The silence was absolute. The only sound was the slow, wet rasp of Mutt's breathing. I could feel him in the dark, the weight of his presence sinking like teeth into my skin. Then, Eliahistensen. The voice came from the kennel. Thick, gurgling wrong. A sound like a dog learning to speak, like a throat filled with crunching gravel, trying to shape words. The vowels stretched, dripping with something slick and inhuman. My stomach lurched. I reached for the latch, fingers fumbling, but my hands were slick with sweat. My breathing was too loud. The darkness pressed in. The rot smell thickened, crawling up my throat. Then I felt it. A cold, dead hand closed around my ankle. I choked on a scream. My body jolted as something gripped me, nails pressing into my skin, curling against the fabric of my scrubs. The air turned electric, static snapping against my skin. I turned and ran. The door gave way beneath my shoulder, and I burst into the hallway, feet pounding against the tile. Behind me, I heard the kennel door smash open. The sound of paws, heavy and fast, hitting the ground. He was coming. I sprinted blindly through the dark, my shoulders slamming into the wall as I searched for the door handle. My fingers scraped smooth wood, no knob, no latch, just cold, endless surface. Paws pounded closer. No growling, no snarling, no warning, just movement. A freight train of silence, barreling toward me. I spun, pressing my back against the door. The darkness was absolute, thick and suffocating. The emergency lights had died, swallowing the building in shadow. But I could hear him, breathing. Slow, wet, thick with something I couldn't name. Then a whisper of movement, so close I felt the air shift. I bolted down the hall. No thought, no plan, just instinct. My body moved. I reached my locker, yanked it open, hands scrambling for my purse. The air behind me shifted. A weight. A presence. I felt it before I saw it. A void yawning open. My fingers closed around cold metal. The grip of my handgun. I turned, raised the barrel, and fired. The first shot lit up the hall like a camera flash. In that brief flicker, I saw him, that snarling grin. The second shot. The third. His body jerked, but he didn't fall. His lips were still curled back in that awful rictus. The sixth and final shot hit its mark. The left side of his skull caved inward, the muzzle of his face blown apart. His jaw sagged open, tongue limp. And even as he fell, his head twitched. A violent, unnatural snap of movement. A thick, wet pop echoed down the hall. He swayed. Then finally he dropped. I stood there, gun trembling in my hands, ears ringing. The darkness still pulsed around me, thick and heavy, pressing in from all sides. Then footsteps. Shouts. Voices. Someone grabbed my arm, yanking me back. The lights flickered, buzzed, then flared back to life. And for the first time, I saw what I had done. One shot had buried itself in the tile. The rest had hit him. Mutt lay on his side, his head a ruin of blood and bone. His chest rose once, twice. Then he went still. The bite muzzle was missing. He must have pulled it off somewhere during the chase. I didn't move. The hospital swarmed with people. Cops were called. Questions were asked. I barely registered any of it. They took me into the back office, my hands still shaking, my ears still filled with phantom echoes. I knew what I had to say. I knew how to frame it. Self-defense. I played the part well. The police let me go. Mutt was wrapped, bagged, stuffed in our freezer, waiting for cremation. I took time off work. Spent days in silence, trying to erase the memory of that voice. It didn't work. The morning I was supposed to return for my shift, I got a phone call. Blocked number. I answered. Slow, shaky breathing filled the line. Then, a laugh. Low, drawling, thick with something I couldn't name. A mouthful of tobacco chew. Or blood. You shouldn't have killed it, little lady. Keaton. His voice slithered through the speaker, curling like a snake around my spine. His laughter built, rising, filling the silence. You've just gone and made things so much worse. And as the laughing turned into hollering, the line clicked dead. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, staring at nothing. His words sank into my bones. Gone and made things so much worse. My first thought was confusion. How did he get my number? My second thought was frantic. Those words struck a chord deep inside my marrow. He said I'd made things worse. And for some reason, deep down in my soul, I believed him. My hair was beyond unruly. I was damn near sporting a mullet, so I decided a haircut was long overdue. Especially since it was mid-July, I was sweating my ass off with my hair being this long. When my day off at the shop rolled around, I decided it was a good time to look for a cheap cut. I drove past several high-end haircut places, but due to insufficient funds, I didn't really feel like paying the price. In the long run, I wish I had. Since I didn't have anything else to do, I drove around for quite some time. I stopped for lunch at a gas station. Yeah, I'm that cheap. Eventually, I stumbled across a sign. Haircut, $1.50. Now I know what you're thinking. That sounds like a terrible idea. And I agree. However, I've never been one to care about personal appearance and upkeep. So the prospect of a haircut this cheap greatly appealed to me. I wasn't scared of someone giving me a really horrible hairstyle, as evident by my awful long, greasy hair I currently sported. The only detail that mattered was the frugality of it. I wish I had known just how bad it would be. Then maybe I would have paid the extra bucks for a decent hairstyle. You got what you pay for after all. I pulled into the parking lot that was littered with potholes, just like everywhere in this city, my car bouncing around. I shut off the engine and strolled inside. There was a white front desk with a woman standing behind it. Silky blonde hair sprouted out of her porcelain skin. I'd estimate she was in her mid-40s. She stared at me, her green eyes bloodshot. I already felt kind of sketchy. Hey, I saw the sign outside for a $1.50 haircut. I said, I'd love to cut your hair. She said, breathing heavily. Her eyes were unblinking. Something about the way she said that threw me off. I gulped and nervously backtracked. Actually that's okay. I just realized I'm late for. My words trailed off as she leaped over the counter with brute force. Before I could react, I was pinned to the floor. A rag soon covered my face. When I came to, I felt a scalding hot pain on my scalp. My hair was being washed, but the water was nearly boiling. I tried to scream in agony, but my face was covered. I tried to wrestle myself free, but I was tied to the chair. Tears filled my eyes as the water burned my scalp. At long last, she had finished and grabbed a towel, yanking my head about violently drying it. She then pushed a button, and I heard some mechanical whirring as my seat began to unrecline. I stared helplessly in the mirror at my bound body, terrified of what was to come next. I kept waiting for a giant set of clippers or something to be revealed, but nothing. It was far worse. It happened so quickly I could hardly react. Not that I would have been able to stop it anyways, but before I knew it, I could feel her warm, putrid breath on my neck. I looked up into the mirror, and she leaned down and took a huge bite out of my hair, ripping it from my scalp. This continued. I was in agony as she tore the hair from my head with her teeth. And the worst part, she was eating it. I saw her munching down like it was a 5-star meal. I wanted to vomit, though I feared she may eat that too. She chomped and yanked until there was no hair on my bleeding scalp. I blacked out. When I woke up, I was lying on the concrete, right in front of that store. I clumsily got it and sprinted to my car without turning back. Disobeying all traffic laws, I headed for the police station. I haphazardly parked my car and dashed inside, flinging the door open. Panting, I got a couple of stares from the officers inside. I looked horrible with my bleeding scalp. You've got to help me. I tried to get my hair cut. The sign said haircut for $1.50. Sorry, that's out of our jurisdiction. We can't help you. An officer chimed. What? Out of your jurisdiction? It's not even that far. It's within the city limits. Sir, you need to calm down. Are you serious? I was just attacked, and you're telling me there's nothing you can do about it? Afraid not. We're gonna have to ask you to leave, he said with a glare. I hightailed out of there. Clearly, something was going on here. Were those cops somehow on that lady's payroll? It didn't make any sense. What the hell was going on? I drove home in silence. Normally, I blast music at unreasonable volumes out of my nearly blown-out speakers, but I was in no mood. When I arrived home, I made a decision. Fine. If the cops wouldn't help me, I'd have to take matters into my own hands. I rummaged through the drawer in my nightstand and fished out my pistol. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really have a plan. I just knew I had to do something. My head still ached in pain. I got in my car and raced back to that awful place. The sign parading the cheap haircut waved in the breeze, as if taunting me, when I whipped into the parking lot. I grabbed the pistol out of the passenger seat and put it into my jacket pocket, then stepped out of the car. The sun had set now. The lights were still on in this place. The fluorescents hummed as I carefully stepped inside. This time she wasn't behind the counter. No one was. I crept around like a soldier, waving my gun around, carefully walking past the empty chairs. I spotted a curtain. No light came from inside. I made my way over there. The gun in my hand shook as my body recoiled in fear. I held my breath and yanked back the curtain. In the shadows I was greeted by something unexpected. A figure stood there, completely covered in long hair, brown just like mine. It was as if it was wearing a suit made of hair. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards me. Without hesitation, I fired my pistol for shots. It crumpled to the floor below me, pink goo oozing out of the gunshot wounds. I decided I'd better get out of there and fast. If those cops were really in on whatever this was, they surely would be after me soon. More pink goo oozed from the creature. Normally I like the color pink, but this was a really gross color, almost flesh-like. I could see some movement as I turned around, once again sprinting to my car. As I got to the door, I heard a thump. I didn't turn around, just kept going. By the time I got home, I was incredibly paranoid. I kept expecting that thing, or the cops to find me. I don't know which was worse. I decided to lay low for a week while I plotted my next move. That plan was abruptly cut short 5 days later. As I pondered what to do, I peered out the window. Staring at me from across the street was me. Someone or something that resembled me down to the last detail stood on the sidewalk across the road and just stared at me. Oh God, was I going to be replaced? No way, I couldn't allow that to happen. I popped open my closet and grabbed more ammo. Sprinting out of the front door with my pistol in hand, I ran towards my look-alike. Only he was already gone. Yet again, I hopped into my worn-out car and sped towards that cursed store. As soon as I started my engine, red and blue lights flashed at the end of my cove. I floored it, not looking back. The cops followed closely behind. I was not going to let them replace me. As I whipped corners driving one-handed trying to duck the cops, I noticed something in my rear-view mirror. Sitting in the back of one of the cop cars was my clone, just staring in front of him. What was their plan? Why were they trying to replace me? I pondered this as the cops gained on me. One on each side of me, they continuously rammed into the side of my vehicle, trying to run me off the road. I didn't let up, however. But they noticed. I saw two of them pull out pistols. I ducked and slammed on my brakes. Several shots went off ahead of me. The cop cars swerved out of control. I whipped the steering wheel around and turned the corner down a side street, so fast I nearly tipped my car over. I continued this pace all the way to the hair salon, if you can even call it that. I slammed my door and hurried towards the door. This time the lights were off. I yanked the handle, but the door wouldn't budge. A few seconds later, the lights kicked on. I heard the lock in the door click. It swung open as I pulled on it with all my might. That couldn't be good. Rounding the corner towards the desk was that woman once again. I'd love to cut your hair. Is that the only thing you know how to say? You'll pay for this, I said, waving my pistol towards her. She didn't budge. Bang! I fired off a shot. It hit her square in the forehead, blood seeping from the wound. She crumpled to the floor in an instant. Pink goo spurted up from underneath the desk like a geyser. Before I could react, however, I heard movement behind me. I felt a throbbing pain on the back of my head as I turned around. I was met with two cops wearing bloodied clothes and scowls on their faces. The one held a police baton in his hand. Without time to think, he hit me again. The two men grabbed me and yanked me into the car, cuffing my hands together. Where was my clone? I wondered. They didn't bother blindfolding me, which I assumed was a bad sign. After just 5 minutes of driving, we arrived at an old warehouse. Of course, the battered cops jolted me out of the car angrily and pushed me inside the metal door, slamming it shut behind us. Inside I spotted several cages, mostly empty except for one. It had a woman inside. Her scalp was like mine, torn and bloodied, though the blood had dried. Little strands of hair attempted to grow on this barren scalp. She looked up at me. I met her gaze. I recognized that face, though dirted with blood, dirt, and sweat. The barber shop, it was the same lady. Oh God, they stuffed me into that cage faster than I could comprehend, though I tried to protest. Once that steel door slammed, I turned towards the lady in the cage. Why are we here? So they can feed. She said. How long have you been here? What's your name? I don't know, I lost count, but several weeks by this point. And my name's Jessica. Frank. I say. Jesus. I killed one, I think. Those things. It looked just like you. I shot it in the head, and it turned into some kind of slime or something. Somewhere out there is one that looks just like me. You didn't kill it. What? That's what I thought too. I thought I had killed one, but it put itself back together. I stared. There's got to be some way. So you're telling me that one I killed is still out there? Yes. We just got to find a way to kill them then. Maybe if we completely destroy that pink stuff before it gets put back together. Or maybe they're vulnerable while feeding. That sounds great and all, but how are we going to do that from inside these cages? We're trapped in here. I'm working on it. She sulked. I don't think she was too convinced of my escape plan or lack thereof. Truthfully, I didn't know how we were going to get out of here. How did they get you anyways? I said. My best friend. So shouldn't she be in here now? Where is she? I mean the real her. Yeah, she was here. But they moved her. I don't know why, but she used to be in the cage you're in now. My mind began to think of the worst possible scenarios. Surely if they removed her, it meant they didn't need her anymore. They probably disposed of her. I tried to keep my composure. I didn't want this lady to give up hope. I'm sure she still held on to the idea that her friend was still alive somewhere. We'll find her, don't worry. I said, though I did worry. It's fine, you don't have to pretend. She's probably long gone by now. I didn't know what to say, so I changed the subject. None of this makes any sense. I just don't understand these things. Why do they need to keep feeding on us? I've had a lot of time to think about this. I think at first they need the hair to create, well, the clones to reproduce, I guess. Then after that, it seems that they need the hair to live, because I've only seen one clone for each person. They haven't made more clones of me, and I've been here a while. So maybe if we deprive them of our hair, then they'll die. No, I doubt it. Can't they just find someone else to feed on? And that's what I think happened to my friend. She must not have been useful for them anymore. Good point. I pondered what to do. It really seemed that we were all out of options. But what about those cops? I don't understand their role in this. They bleed like real people, so why are they helping these hair-eating freaks? That I don't know. I believe it goes deeper than we think. And if that's the case, we are truly fucked. Do they feed us in here? Yeah, once a day. A bowl of scrambled eggs and a glass of carrot juice. What the fuck? I assume it has something to do with hair growth. She shrugged. So what's your plan, genius? Hey, watch the attitude. She didn't respond. Sorry, I'm sure you're beyond irritated being stuck in here. I wish I knew what to do. She nodded. Wait, I've seen it in movies. We can escape our handcuffs by breaking our fingers. She didn't look amused. And how will we break our fingers? Okay, maybe not. I scanned the room, looking for something, anything to help us escape. The room was dimly lit, so it was difficult to see. All of a sudden I heard the screeching of that metal door. Light poured into the warehouse. In that light, I caught a glimpse of something way in the back. There was another person in here. An old man. He was caged too. He looked to be in his 80s. His frail body clearly was on the decline. I reckoned he had little time left on this earth. I quickly shot my head back forward when I heard metal locks clicking. The woman next to me, her cage was being opened by those cops. Wait, no! What are you doing? She screamed. I stared in horror as they dragged her away. She kicked and screamed. Wait! Take me instead. She's fine. She has lots of hair left. It was to no avail. The metal door slammed once again, enveloping me in darkness. I felt hopeless and afraid. What was I to do now? How would I help her? But then I remembered my newfound discovery in the midst of all this chaos. The warehouse wasn't as empty as I had thought. There was another trapped in here with me. I know it sounds paranoid. I know it's instinct, muscle memory. Someone knocks, you check. It's normal. It used to be normal for me too, until I learned it wasn't. I've always hated being contacted out of the blue. A random number calls me. I won't pick up. If it's important, they'll leave a message. Ever had a coworker message you on Teams without any prior warning? Took me a while to get used to that. But the worst? The absolute worst is someone knocking on my door unannounced. It started back in university. I was living in a tiny apartment, just me and a lot of bad habits. I'd be smoking or maybe just too busy to clean, and then knock knock. The sound would hit me like a punch to the chest. My whole body would go stiff. I'd tiptoe over, careful not to make a sound, and peek through the peephole. Most of the time, I didn't open the door. Just pretended I wasn't home. Was it introversion? Paranoia? I don't know. But it stuck. 15 years later, in a dozen different apartments, I still did it. When someone knocked, I tiptoed to the door, checked, and if I didn't feel like it, I wouldn't open up. Maybe some unresolved anxiety. It worked. I didn't have to deal with unexpected visitors, and if it was important, they'd find another way to reach me. I thought it was fine, until 2 weeks ago. It was a Friday night. A long week at work. For the first time in a while, I let myself relax. I smoked a little, played video games with some friends. The night was mine. I had my headphones on, fully immersed, when I felt it. A sound like a knock, just on the edge of my awareness. I pulled my headphones off, my heart skipping. I held my breath. Listened. Nothing. It must have been my upstairs neighbors. They have a kid who's probably staying up late. I shrugged it off, put my headphones back on. Mistake. The night went on, but that sound kept coming. Knock, knock. Just faint, rhythmic tapping like something waiting. I ignored it at first. Maybe it was the weed playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just tired. But then, by 2 a.m., I'd had enough. I logged off, crawled into bed, and scrolled through my phone before I could sleep. That's when I heard it again. Slow. Deliberate. No mistaking it now. A knock. Right at my front door. My stomach dropped. I sat up, heart racing. My mind scrambled for answers. Emergency? A late-night visitor? But why hadn't they knocked harder? Why wasn't there panic in the knock? Why so patient? I slid out of bed, my breath shaky. I moved carefully, trying to make no sound. I grabbed my phone, using its flashlight to guide my steps, but I turned it off before reaching the door. I didn't want them to know I was awake. I crept forward, pressing my eye to the peephole. The cold rush of dread flooded my veins. There was someone standing there. Their back was to me. The hallway was a dead end. It's not like they were facing another door. Nothing, just starting at a well. Tall, broad, dressed in black. The sound of their breathing, deep, slow, heavy, echoed through the silence. My skin crawled. My mouth went dry. Every instinct in me screamed at me to move, to do something. But I couldn't. I just stood there, frozen, watching through the peephole. And then it twitched. Not a step, not a turn, but a violent shudder. Like something inside it was broken. A glitch. The body was unhinged, for just a second. It did that a few more times. It seemed to jerk backward, though it didn't turn. It wasn't a normal retreat. It was moving backwards, but not towards me. It was almost mechanical. I kept looking through the peephole. The hallway was empty, and it stayed empty. I barely slept that night. Every little noise made me flinch. Every shadow felt wrong. The knocking, though, it didn't stop. Every night, at exactly 2:30 a.m., it came. Slow, methodical, unhurried, and I couldn't stop myself. I crept to the door, heart pounding, and peered through the peephole. It was always there, always in the same spot, always facing the wall. The second I saw it, my stomach would twist with dread, like ice spreading through my veins. But still I'd check. I had to. Maybe I thought if I didn't, it would get worse. My bad habit had the best of me, and I truly couldn't ignore it. I know what some of you are thinking. Why didn't I call the police or go stay somewhere else? Well, I had nowhere else to stay, and what was I going to tell the police? Some guy knocks on my door, and I don't answer, and then he leaves me alone. This was definitely creepy, but it was probably some stupid prank that's gone too far. Last night, though, something changed. The knocking started like usual, the rhythmic tap, tap, tap against the door. But I was already in bed. I hadn't fallen asleep yet. I sighed and rolled over, ready to check it as I always did. But this time, when I looked through the peephole, there was nothing. Nothing at all. No one stood in the hallway. No tall, broad figure. Just empty space. I was already pulling away from the door when I heard it again. This time, it came from behind me. The knocking was at my bedroom door. My blood ran cold. My body froze. The knocking came again, slow and deliberate. I turned my head, panic rising in my chest. The hallway was dark, the bedroom door shut tight. Knock, knock, knock. Louder, rattling the wood. My legs trembled, and I frozen between my front door and my bedroom door. I didn't know what to do. The doorknob turned. I stumbled backward, gasping. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The air grew thick, suffocating. My breaths came in shallow bursts, like I couldn't get enough oxygen. Knock, knock, knock. The last one was a crash, a thunderous bang that shook the walls. And then silence. I didn't move. I couldn't move. It felt like hours before the first light of morning crept through the blinds. Only then did I dare go into my bedroom. It was empty. Tonight, I know it will come again. But I won't look. Not this time. Because I know if I do, I won't be looking at it. It will be looking at me. I know it sounds paranoid. I know it's instinct, muscle memory. Someone knocks, you check. It's normal. It used to be normal for me too, until I learned it wasn't. I've always hated being contacted out of the blue. A random number calls me, I won't pick up. If it's important, they'll leave a message. Ever had a coworker message you on Teams without any prior warning? Took me a while to get used to that. But the worst, the absolute worst, is someone knocking on my door unannounced. It started back in university. I was living in a tiny apartment, just me and a lot of bad habits. I'd be smoking or maybe just too busy to clean, and then knock knock. The sound would hit me like a punch to the chest. My whole body would go stiff. I'd tiptoe over, careful not to make a sound, and peek through the peephole. Most of the time, I didn't open the door. Just pretended I wasn't home. Was it introversion? Paranoia? I don't know. But it stuck. 15 years later, in a dozen different apartments, I still did it. When someone knocked, I tiptoed to the door, checked, and if I didn't feel like it, I wouldn't open up. Maybe some unresolved anxiety. It worked. I didn't have to deal with unexpected visitors, and if it was important, they'd find another way to reach me. I thought it was fine, until 2 weeks ago. It was a Friday night. A long week at work. For the first time in a while, I let myself relax. I smoked a little, played video games with some friends. The night was mine. I had my headphones on, fully immersed, when I felt it. A sound like a knock, just on the edge of my awareness. I pulled my headphones off, my heart skipping. I held my breath. Listened. Nothing. It must have been my upstairs neighbors. They have a kid who's probably staying up late. I shrugged it off, put my headphones back on. Mistake. The night went on, but that sound kept coming. Knock knock. Just faint, rhythmic tapping like something waiting. I ignored it at first. Maybe it was the weed playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just tired. But then, by 2 a.m., I'd had enough. I logged off, crawled into bed, and scrolled through my phone before I could sleep. That's when I heard it again. Slow. Deliberate. No mistaking it now. A knock. Right at my front door. My stomach dropped. I sat up, heart racing. My mind scrambled for answers. Emergency? A late-night visitor? But why hadn't they knocked harder? Why wasn't there panic in the knock? Why so patient? I slid out of bed, my breath shaky. I moved carefully, trying to make no sound. I grabbed my phone, using its flashlight to guide my steps, but I turned it off before reaching the door. I didn't want them to know I was awake. I crept forward, pressing my eye to the peephole. The cold rush of dread flooded my veins. There was someone standing there. Their back was to me. The hallway was a dead end. It's not like they were facing another door. Nothing, just starting at a well. Tall, broad, dressed in black. The sound of their breathing, deep, slow, heavy, echoed through the silence. My skin crawled. My mouth went dry. Every instinct in me screamed at me to move, to do something. But I couldn't. I just stood there, frozen, watching through the peephole. And then, it twitched. Not a step, not a turn, but a violent shudder. Like something inside it was broken. A glitch. The body was unhinged, for just a second. It did that a few more times. It seemed to jerk backward, though it didn't turn. It wasn't a normal retreat. It was moving backwards, but not towards me. It was almost mechanical. I kept looking through the peephole. The hallway was empty, and it stayed empty. I barely slept that night. Every little noise made me flinch. Every shadow felt wrong. The knocking, though, it didn't stop. Every night, at exactly 2:30 a.m., it came. Slow, methodical, unhurried, and I couldn't stop myself. I crept to the door, heart pounding, and peered through the peephole. It was always there, always in the same spot, always facing the wall. The second I saw it, my stomach would twist with dread, like ice spreading through my veins. But still I'd check. I had to. Maybe I thought if I didn't, it would get worse. My bad habit had the best of me, and I truly couldn't ignore it. I know what some of you are thinking. Why didn't I call the police, or go stay somewhere else? Well, I had nowhere else to stay, and what was I going to tell the police? Some guy knocks on my door, and I don't answer, and then he leaves me alone? This was definitely creepy, but it was probably some stupid prank that's gone too far. Last night, though, something changed. The knocking started like usual, the rhythmic tap, tap, tap against the door. But I was already in bed. I hadn't fallen asleep yet. I sighed and rolled over, ready to check it as I always did. But this time, when I looked through the peephole, there was nothing. Nothing at all. No one stood in the hallway. No tall, broad figure. Just empty space. I was already pulling away from the door when I heard it again. This time, it came from behind me. The knocking was at my bedroom door. My blood ran cold. My body froze. The knocking came again, slow and deliberate. I turned my head, panic rising in my chest. The hallway was dark, the bedroom door shut tight. Knock, knock, knock. Louder, rattling the wood. My legs trembled, and I frozen between my front door and my bedroom door. I didn't know what to do. The doorknob turned. I stumbled backward, gasping. My heart felt like it was about to explode. The air grew thick, suffocating. My breaths came in shallow bursts, like I couldn't get enough oxygen. Knock, knock, knock. The last one was a crash, a thunderous bang that shook the walls. And then silence. I didn't move. I couldn't move. It felt like hours before the first light of morning crept through the blinds. Only then did I dare go into my bedroom. It was empty. Tonight, I know it will come again. But I won't look. Not this time. Because I know if I do, I won't be looking at it. It will be looking at me. It began like any other day. I woke up late, the sunlight filtering weakly through my blinds. I had no particular plans, just the usual routine of scrolling through my phone, sipping some coffee, and maybe taking a walk on the beach later. It wasn't until I noticed the time that I realized it was nearing lunchtime. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since breakfast. A sudden craving hit me for something simple, something nostalgic, the Krusty Krab. I hadn't been there in a while, but I remembered the way the place smelled, the sound of the grill sizzling, the warm, fried patties served by the cheerful employees. It was a staple of my childhood, a comforting spot by the beach where everything always felt okay. I'd heard rumors that the restaurant had undergone some renovations recently, but I didn't pay much attention to the gossip. It was just the Krusty Krab, a family-friendly, cartoonish eatery. As I walked toward the restaurant, the street seemed unusually quiet. The air felt heavy, almost thick, and there was a strange stillness to the world around me. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just one of those days when everyone else was inside, avoiding the scorching midday sun. But the moment I reached the door of the Krusty Krab, a chill ran down my spine. The usual flickering neon sign was absent. The windows, usually clear and inviting, were clouded over. I stood there for a moment, staring at the door, unsure if I should go in. But my stomach reminded me it was time to eat, so I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air hit me first. It was thick, dense, and smelled wrong. It wasn't the fresh scent of grilled seafood or the greasy fryers I remembered. This was rancid, like burnt plastic mixed with something I couldn't place. It made my stomach turn, but I convinced myself it was just a bad batch of something cooking. The restaurant was empty, eerily so. The booths were deserted, the tables untouched. The usual cheerful music was absent, replaced by an unsettling silence that seemed to weigh on me. It was as if the whole place was holding its breath. Then I saw him. Behind the counter, standing motionless, was SpongeBob SquarePants. But not the cheerful, animated sponge I remembered from the cartoons. His once bright yellow color was faded, almost gray, and his square body was crooked, like he had been left in the sun too long. His eyes were wide, unblinking, with an unsettling gleam, like they were staring through me. The usual goofy grin that defined him was replaced by something darker, a grimace stretched unnaturally wide. "Welcome to the Krusty Krab," he said, his voice too deep, too slow, like it was being dragged out from somewhere dark. "How may I serve you today?" I blinked, unsure how to respond. Something in my gut told me I should leave, but the hunger gnawing at me wouldn't let me. I'll have the Krusty Krab Deluxe," I managed to say, trying to sound normal. SpongeBob didn't answer right away. He just turned slowly toward the grill, his movements jerky, unnatural. He seemed to be staring at the empty grill, as if waiting for something. Or someone. My heart skipped a beat, and I looked around, hoping to see someone else. Someone who could reassure me this was all normal. But there was only silence, the sound of my own breathing filling the void. I noticed a shadow moving near the door leading into the back of the kitchen. Squidward. But he wasn't the grumpy cashier I remembered. He looked wrong. His skin had turned a sickly purple, dark veins bulging out of his face and tentacles. His once narrow eyes were wide, bloodshot, and sunken in his skull. His mouth was stretched into a twisted grin, showing jagged teeth that shouldn't belong to a cartoon character. "Another customer?" Squidward rasped, his voice coming out hoarse and unnatural. "Looks like SpongeBob's got this one. Lucky you." He chuckled, but it wasn't a normal laugh. It was deep, guttural, as if the sound of it was being dragged from the bottom of a well. I didn't know what to do. I felt frozen to the spot, unable to move or speak. The smell of burnt food thickened in the air, and the silence between us grew heavier. And then I heard it, the faintest sound, a growl, low and rumbling, coming from the back of the restaurant. It was distant at first, but as the seconds ticked by, it grew louder. My blood ran cold. SpongeBob turned to me, his grin widening even further, revealing rows of sharp, yellow teeth. "It's almost ready," he said, his voice slow, deliberate, like he was savoring each word. The special, just for you. My skin crawled. Something was terribly wrong here. I could feel it in my bones. This was not the crusty crab I remembered. This wasn't even real anymore. Before I could move, I felt the cold, bony hand of Squidward brush against my shoulder. "You're going to love it," he whispered in my ear, his breath foul and rancid. "We don't get many visitors these days." I jerked away from him, but it was too late. The restaurant door slammed shut behind me, and the windows went dark, the world outside disappearing into blackness. I was trapped. "Mr. Krabs?" I gasped, desperate for anyone who might be normal here. But when Mr. Krabs appeared from the back, my blood ran cold. His body was bloated, grotesque, with a cracked, discolored red shell that looked like it had been left to rot in the sun. His eyes were wide and crazed, filled with hunger, with an insatiable thirst for something I couldn't understand. His claws were massive, dripping with thick, black goo that splattered onto the floor. "Ah, there ye are, lad," he growled, his voice deep and full of malice. "We've been waiting for you." I tried to run, but SpongeBob's hand shot out, grabbing me with terrifying speed. His fingers were ice cold, and they dug into my flesh, pulling me closer. "You can't leave," he murmured, his voice sickeningly sweet. "You're part of the menu now." I struggled against him, my body shaking with panic, but I couldn't escape. Squidward's tentacles wrapped around my legs, squeezing tightly, while Mr. Krabs advanced, his claws clicking together with an ominous rhythm. The growling from the back of the restaurant was deafening now, echoing through the walls, shaking the very foundation of the place. Suddenly, the walls seemed to pulse with life. I realized too late that this was no restaurant. It was a trap. It was alive. The Krusty Krab was a living, breathing thing, and it was hungry. "You'll be part of the stew," Mr. Krabs sneered as he grabbed my arm, his claws digging into my flesh. "We don't serve just anyone, you know." The growling grew louder, closer, and before I could fully comprehend what was happening, the kitchen doors burst open. From the darkness stepped a massive, monstrous figure. It was a twisted, rotting version of a sea creature, covered in slick, black scales, its teeth jagged and too numerous to count. "No!" I screamed, trying to pull away, but the grip of the others was too strong. The creature approached, its massive form towering over me, its eyes glowing with a malicious hunger. And then it spoke, its voice a deep, guttural rasp. "Dinner is served." I gasped, the air leaving my lungs, and just as I was about to be consumed by the thing, everything went dark. I awoke with a jolt, gasping for air, my body drenched in sweat. The room was familiar, the soft light of morning filtering through the blinds, the distant hum of traffic outside, but my heart was racing, and I felt a tight knot in my stomach. It had been a nightmare. Just a nightmare. A twisted, horrifying dream, nothing more. I sat up slowly, breathing deeply to calm myself. I glanced around my room, disoriented, still trying to shake the lingering terror of the dream. The Krusty Krab, SpongeBob, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, all of them turned into monstrous figures, their grotesque smiles seared into my mind. No, it was just a dream, just a nightmare. I swore to myself that I'd never watch that show again. No more SpongeBob, no more Krusty Krab. But as I lay back down, I heard it again. The growl I heard inside that nightmare. And this time it sounded closer. I pulled the blanket tightly around me, eyes wide with terror, as I realized the nightmare wasn't finished yet. It was still waiting. I've been holding on to something that's eating me alive. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe none of this is real. But I need to tell someone, and this is the only option left I have to turn to. My name is Sean. Let me take you back to when it all started. At 25, I thought I had it all figured out. Ash and I were high school sweethearts. You know, the kind of love story people write movies about. When I slipped that ring on her finger, the whole world seemed to glow. And the wedding? God, she was radiant. Even her mom outshone every star in the sky that night. I couldn't remember a lot about my childhood, I guess in a way that pushed me towards building a whole new family. Then life decided to throw its first curveball. One wrong move at my union job, and suddenly I was trapped in physical therapy, watching the weeks blur into months. The bills started piling up like the autumn leaves, and that's when the cracks began to show. Ash picked up extra shifts at a local store, while I found comfort at the bottom of a bottle. I should have known better, but I didn't. And that's not the worst part. Not by a long shot. No, this seems like a minuscule compared to what I'm preparing to tell you. The divorce papers came as no surprise. Neither did losing the house. Ash deserved better than what I'd become, and I couldn't blame her for saving herself. So there I was, another statistic, another failed marriage, another guy starting over in the city. Found myself a one-bedroom apartment. You know how it goes, when the city folk flood into the suburbs, us working stiffs can sometimes catch a break on rent in the city. Waiting until they decide to come back, and then my rent will be fucked. Living alone was a big struggle. 25 years old, and I'd never really been by myself before. Not as far as I could remember anyway. Everything was going as well as it could be at the new place. Adjusting was difficult. Unfortunately, though, I started to feel very deeply alone. No surprise, I knew there'd be a sort of grieving period when moving in on my own. But it became mind-numbing. Silence became my enemy. Strange, since I once craved those peaceful moments, but then the quiet felt like a black hole, swallowing everything that once made life worth living. The apartment groaned at night, and each sound was a cruel reminder. No more midnight daddy whispers, no pitter-patter of sleepy feet down the hall. I've never felt more alone than in that king-size bed, a vast wasteland where Ash's warmth used to be. Sometimes I forgot, just for a second. I'd turn to share something funny I saw on my phone with her, my lips already forming the words before reality crashes back. There's only empty space where she should be. Our wedding photo lied buried in a box I couldn't bear to touch, along with Emma's messy finger paintings and Jack's worn baseball mitt. Artifacts of a life I couldn't bear live anymore. My hands still search for them in the dark, muscle memory refusing to accept what my heart knows. Mornings were just motions. Coffee tasted like ash. Breakfast is a symphony of silence, and Ash's chair mocks me from across the table, her half-finished crosswords forever frozen in time. I've started talking to myself, desperate to hear something, anything. But weekends? God, the weekends are just endless. No sideline cheering at soccer games, no blanket forts during family movie nights, no kitchen chaos with pancake batter everywhere and sticky-faced kids giggling at the table. 3 months in this place, and it was still just a shell with furniture. Home was wherever they were, which meant I was left in that husk, suffocating in all that goddamn quiet. One memory surfaced tonight, cutting through decades of fog. I was small, nestled in my mother's lap, and for the first time since everything, I could see her. Really see her. Her hair caught the light like copper wire, waves cascading past her shoulders, and her hazel eyes shifted colors like autumn leaves in a stream, brown to green to something almost blue. Her fingers worked through my hair, gentle at first, until her words turned that tenderness into something else entirely. There are places, she whispered, her voice like honey over broken glass, where existence itself changes. Not empty, exactly. More like a space between spaces, where everything we know just stops. I twisted in her lap to look up at her, but her eyes were fixed on something far beyond our living room walls. We could reach it, leave everything behind, all the weight, all the darkness that follows us. And there are things there, beings that could show us the way. They don't belong in our world, but they understand the paths between. Like monsters? My child's voice seemed to echo strangely in the memory. She flinched, just slightly. No, more like guides. They could take us somewhere safe. Somewhere where pain can't follow. Just you and me, in the right kind of nothing. Would we be safe, Mom? Like we've always. Her voice crackled like static, her attempt at my name fragmenting into impossible sounds. Wanted. The memory releases me, dropping me back into my empty living room like a stone into dark water. Something about that conversation feels wrong, twisted, like a door that shouldn't exist in a familiar hallway. Why surface now, after all these years? Is it connected to my blank space, that yawning chasm between my 13th year, when my mother was attacked and I vanished, and my inexplicable return? The therapists called it trauma response, this wall between me and my past. But this memory, I must have been 9, maybe 10. It's the first glimpse I've ever had of the time before, and now that I've seen it, something has changed. My house started feeling wrong ever since that moment. The shadows don't just darken the corners anymore, they pulse with a sick, hungry rhythm. Each time I lift my beer, they seem to ripple, as if breathing. The emptiness has weight now, pressing against my ribs until each breath becomes a struggle. Something flickers just beyond my vision, too quick to catch but too deliberate to dismiss. And I know, with a certainty that turns my blood to ice, that I'm being watched. The shadows have eyes. They've always had eyes. In crowds, in empty rooms, in the quiet moments between heartbeats, they're listening, waiting. And somehow, I think they've been waiting since that conversation in my mother's lap, patient as only the truly ancient can be. The first few incidents were subtle enough to doubt. My bedroom door, which I'd sworn I'd closed, would be cracked open at midnight, a sliver of darkness peering in. Then came the drawers, gaping open like hungry mouths when I'd return home. Cups vanished from countertops, only to appear days later in impossible places. The TV developed a mind of its own, crackling to life in the dead of night, its screen casting blue light across my walls. But the moment my footsteps approached, it would die, an electric wheeze following the darkness the empty screen brought. The door incidents escalated. No longer content with subtle cracks, I'd wake to find it thrown wide open, as if something had burst through while I slept. I searched every inch of my house, my closet, under my bed, the tiny gap behind the water heater, convinced someone had taken up residence in my walls. But the apartment is small, not much room for people to hide, only shadows that seem to deepen with each passing day. Then, just as suddenly as hell broke loose, everything went still. The silence that followed wasn't peace though, it was worse. I tried to convince myself it was over, desperately clinging to that thought as days melted into weeks. Life took on same facade of normalcy I had before: wake up, work, come home, lose myself in mindless reality shows until sleep came. I caught myself talking more and more to an empty apartment. I guess it had become a habit. Maybe it was the loneliness. That Friday night, 3 bottles of beer deep into a game show marathon, I felt almost normal again. The contestant on screen fumbled an answer, so obvious it might as well have been written in neon. A laugh bubbled up from my chest, loose and genuine. "Idiot," I snorted, shaking my head at the TV. That was an easy question. The response that followed, the response I didn't expect, came from just behind my left ear. "Hey!" The whisper slithered into my ear like ice water down my spine. I whipped around, heart thundering against my ribs. Empty room. Just the TV's laughter echoing, and my ragged breathing. "Hey!" Closer this time. Intimate. As if something had pressed its lips right against my ear. I launched myself off the couch, fists clenched so tight my nails cut half moons into my palms. "Who the fuck is there?" The voice that answered wasn't human. It used my words, but wrong, like someone had recorded my voice and played it backward, but it warped. "Who the fuck is there?" It rasped, a wet, guttural mockery of my own terror. I immediately called the cops. But they were useless. They swept through my house with flashlights and condescending smiles, finding nothing but a man they clearly thought was losing his mind. Maybe I was. The look in their eyes, that mixture of pity and professional detachment, told me everything I needed to know about how I sounded. The activity resurged with vengeance. I tried escaping to bars, surrounding myself with the white noise of humanity, but it followed. Drinks would leap from tables when no one was near. My wallet would slip from my pocket again and again, no matter how securely I tucked it away. My keys would migrate across tables when I looked away, as if pulled by invisible strings. I stopped going out, terrified that whatever haunted me might attach itself to someone else. I knew I couldn't keep waiting, letting whatever it was continue to torment me. So I made a choice, one I'd soon add to my ever-growing list of regrets. I called my father. Our relationship was complicated enough, but ever since I came back, he'd become something else entirely. A shell, a ghost wearing my father's face. The phone rang once, twice, then a voice unfamiliar. "Hello, this is Nurse Hannah at Redacted Nursing Home. How may I help you?" My throat tightened. "This is Sean, Redacted. I need to speak with my father, Austin, Redacted. One moment. Connecting you to room 12. The line crackled, and then, Who the hell is this?" My father's voice, raw and hostile. "Dad? I need to. Son." His tone shifted, broke. "My son died a decade ago. Him and my wife both. Gone." I spread through my chest. "Dad, I didn't die. I'm right here, talking to you. It's Sean. That's not my son's name." He was shouting now. "My boy was Noah. Please, Dad." I pressed my fingers against my temple. "Not this again. I just need Mom's maiden name. Maybe track down some family I never knew about. Diane." His voice softened at her name. "Her brother Kent lives out in the sticks. Weird one, that man." My pulse quickened. "Kent who?" He growled, low and angry, before spitting out, "Redacted." "Thanks, Dad. My son is dead, damn it." I hung up before he could spiral further. He'd been like this since I returned, screaming that I wasn't his son, inventing this Noah person. I tried not to dwell on it, told myself it was just trauma talking. But sometimes, in the dark of night, his words would echo in my head. "We're still not caught up to present day, but I got some work I need to finish up at the office. I'll update tomorrow. Uncle Kent." A new piece of the puzzle I never knew existed. At the local library, I dug through yellowing phone books until I found a Kent, redacted. After several attempts, someone picked up. But instead of a greeting, I got silence. Dead air and static. Hello. My voice sounded so small in the quiet. Uncle, Kent. I was about to hang up, cursing myself for chasing ghosts, when something changed. Breathing. Soft, but definitely there. Who is this? The voice was sandpaper rough. I don't got no nephew. I'm Sean, Diane's son. Your sister's kid. My sister, he said, each word sharp as broken glass, was murdered. Her son vanished. I don't take kindly to cruel jokes. They found me. Dad never told you, but they found me. I'm Sean. Now I know you're lying. His voice turned to ice. That wasn't her boy's name. Please. Desperation made my voice crack. I need your help. It's about Mom. The line went so quiet I thought he'd hung up. Then rapid fire, he rattled off an address and the line went dead. My hands shook as I scribbled down the numbers, wondering what I'd just set in motion. His cabin squatted in the depths of the woods. The drive there felt longer than usual, shadows from the trees creating strange patterns across my windshield. When I finally reached his door, the sound of multiple locks disengaging echoed like gunshots in the quiet forest. A single bloodshot eye appeared in the crack, Kent's eye. Then the door swung wide. You're Sean. Yeah, that's me. He retreated into his house, leaving the door open in silent invitation. I stepped into what looked like a museum of nightmares. Specimens decorated every surface, a yellowed human brain floating in cloudy formaldehyde, animal bones dangling from the ceiling like macabre wind chimes. The bones swayed slightly, though there was no breeze. Neat decorations. Kent's smile was brief and hollow as he settled into his ancient leather chair, gesturing for me to take the couch. Yeah, I'm always finding new trinkets and stuff. Lately coyotes keep trying to attack the chickens, so now their bones decorate my house. But hey, what did you come to see me about, imposter? The words stuck in my throat like tar. How do you tell someone you think the darkness itself is hunting you? It's complicated. I'm honestly not really sure. I don't even know how to dash, my hands scrubbed across my face, as if I could wipe away the fear. Finally, it all spilled out. The doors, the missing objects, the voice that wasn't a voice. Kent listened with unsettling intensity, his fingers twitching against the armrests. When I finished, the silence stretched like a rubber band about to snap. There's a couple different myths and tales where creatures control shadows, he finally said, his voice taking on a professor's tone. Divas, shadow demons that serve as death's instruments. Teriaxic, half-human, half-moose beings that melt into darkness when observed. Melusophilia, shades, jinns. He leaned forward, eyes fever-bright. But they don't just appear. They're invited. Manifested. Have you done anything to invite a malevolent force into your home? No, it all started with the memory of my mom. I don't know why, but it seems important. Well, Maxine was interested in occult things like me, but she didn't like just scratching the surface of haunted items and possessions. No, she looked further into otherworldly things, tales that mortals really shouldn't tamper with. What do you mean otherworldly things? It sounds to me like she summoned some sort of devourer. Devourer? That's the only word that comes to mind. It's not something that exists in religious books or cryptid tales. No, this is something entirely different, something that existed much before we did, before this planet even existed. Kent, please elaborate. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, for one, devourer isn't an official name. That's my original tagline. But there's this theory that me and your mom got really obsessed with for some time. Her so more than me. For me, it was just a cool idea. I think it was a lot more for her, though. We stumbled across this study, that in between space and time, in this space of nothing, had to exist something. Whether it be energy or a creature that's existed since before the beginning of time. It's always there, always listening, watching. There's supposedly a way to open a rift between our worlds, inviting it to the psychical realm. So I invited the embodiment of nothing into my home? I'm not sure. I honestly thought it was all crazy talk. Didn't sound real. It's possible, though. What do I do? If I move, it'll follow. It's probably here right now. The moment the words left my mouth, the bone chimes above us began to sway and click against each other. No windows were open. No doors. No wind. It probably wasn't until you said that. Kent's voice had dropped to a whisper. This isn't fucking funny. Whatever this thing is, it's tormenting me. It won't leave me alone. He sighed and began rummaging through various shelves and boxes. Relax. Nothing has really happened yet. I understand it's scary, but that's why it's getting worse. You can't let it feed on your fear. Stay positive. Find some humor in it. You can't be serious. I have a demon or something in my house, and your suggestion is to just be positive. Sean, I think it's feeding off your fear. You came to me for help. This is what I have to offer. He pressed several purple crystals into my palm, along with a gnarled bundle of sage. Amethyst to ward off negative thoughts. Sage for protection and peace. The bones continued their gentle dance above us, and somewhere in the shadows of Kent's cabin, I saw something flicker in the corner of my eye. At first I thought it was an illusion, or I saw something wrong, but no. It stretched 8 feet into the air, a mockery of human form that made my stomach turn. I'd seen glimpses before, shadows and whispers, but never like this, never so horrifyingly real. Its limbs were like dead branches in winter, impossibly thin and ready to snap. The skin, if you could call it that, was a patchwork of void and midnight, areas of pure, polished blackness interrupted by sections where reality itself seemed to tear away. Where eyes should have been, 2 points of white had been carved into the darkness, like stars shining through holes punched in the fabric of night. I couldn't tell if it had ears or just empty sockets boring into its skull. And there it stood, raising one grotesque hand in greeting. Those fingers, Christ, those fingers. They sprouted from tiny palms like spider legs, stretching endlessly. There! Look! I jabbed my finger toward the horror, but Kent saw nothing when he turned, just another dark corner in another dark room. He kept talking about positive energy and mental fortitude, about how I could push this thing out of my life if I just believed hard enough. But as I left his house that night, I watched my own shadow betray me. When light spilled from Kent's doorway, my shadow jerked away like a startled animal, slithering into the woods with a life all its own. Walking home, I let my mind wander where Kent would have warned me not to go. The thing was becoming physical now. Was that the point of no return? Or was that thought itself the trigger, the belief that would cement its existence? Had it been hiding in my shadow all along, watching, waiting? The questions piled up like autumn leaves, and then a dangerous thought drifted through my mind. If it could manifest physically, maybe I could talk to it. Maybe I could finally get some answers. But no, that was exactly the kind of thinking that would make things worse. I clung to Kent's advice instead. Crystals, incense, positive thoughts. And somehow, remarkably, it worked. The darkness receded, and for a while, I was free. We also had created a rule. Do not, under any circumstances, create a fear relating to this demon. It sounds complicated, I guess, but it just meant don't think about it. Somehow all of this worked. I apologize for the fact that today's passage isn't as long. Didn't really have much to add besides my meeting with Kent. We're still not caught up to present day, so we have more ground to cover. I'll definitely update tomorrow. Thank you for everyone who's shown me support, and any further support is greatly appreciated. If you have any questions or any pieces of advice of what I should do next, please let me know. Thank you all for following this story this far. It all starts with me, 25M, in the shower at no later than 7 p.m. When I get out the shower and begin drying myself, I notice my sink mirror is a lot more steamed up than the rest of the glass panes and my other mirror. I thought this a little odd, but thought nothing of it until I noticed the paint and brick crumbling around the edges of the mirror. This mirror is tacky, no frame, just screwed in, and some silver caps placed on top of those screws. So I just assume it's because the house is tacky too, which it was. Skip a few hours and I get out of bed to piss. I don't bother turning the lights on because it's lit up by the light on the landing. I finish up and start washing my hands, but I notice the mirror isn't really reflecting that well. Much more like it was slightly transparent. Then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. I noticed what looked like the reflection on the lenses of glasses on the other side of the mirror. I thought to myself, if that's actually glasses, that's no further than 2 meters away. This obviously freaked me the fuck out, and I just noped off back to bed. A couple of days went by and I just kind of forgot about it until one day I thought about just checking. So I grabbed a screwdriver, and as soon as I reached up to turn the first screw, I heard clattering behind it. Instead of deterring me, this emboldened me. I had to know what the fuck was going on. I unscrewed the mirror, and to my horror, I found the mirror was in fact a two-way. Not only that, but I found the mirror was hiding a gaping hole in the wall, which led to about a 4-foot gap. And at the end of the crevice, another hole in the wall covered up by a plastic clip thing. Hard to explain, but kind of like a plate that clipped into this hole in the wall. So what do? grab my toothbrush, stick my head and arm through my hole, and poke off this plate. It falls to the ground, and I'm hit with a wave of cold air like I've just opened a window. But was it a window? I look through and I notice old red bricks. Bricks that look 200 years old, even further behind the hole. At this point I'm mortified, but I felt the need to know what this place was. Who, if anyone, was watching me? I thought to myself, if I leave it too late, I'll never know. I've already left too much evidence of me finding out. If the clattering wasn't a person, the plate and two-way surely was. So if I left the plate on their side of the wall, they'd know. I went to my tool cupboard and grabbed my hammer. I couldn't be even slightly bothered that the landlord would definitely kick me out for smashing his wall down. But I just felt compelled to find out. I began knocking my wall down. It took about 5 minutes to make a hole big enough for me to fit through. I climb in and begin on the other wall when I hear a few people talking. This deters me none. If anything, I smash faster. Once I begin making a hole big enough, I notice this room I'm about to enter is fucking huge. Like warehouse-sized. It's old and abandoned looking. Dusty and decrepit. Once I've made a hole big enough, I climb through. Oddly, I still hear people talking. So I thought, I've got the drop on him. So I start creeping about, taking in the sights of this old warehouse, for lack of a better word. A collapsed roof, concrete flooring. Multiple floors, though some had fell through. I get close and closer to the chatter until I notice an old 1960s-ish television. The one with the dials that was wide and had the TV in one half and just some speakers or SMTH in the other. Still on, yet no signs at all of wires or any power source for that matter. As I get closer to the TV, it's playing a talk show. The voices I heard all became clear. When I was about 3 meters away, I noticed a sort of dilapidated wall on my right. Behind this wall was a throne of bricks. Atop the throne, a man, wearing gray overalls, a pair of thick squared glasses, and greasy receding hair. As he makes eye contact with me, he doesn't move. He just murmurs, "You're not supposed to be here." He repeats this while a gradually increasing smile adorns his dirty face. "You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be here." He progressively gets louder and more erratic until I decide, fuck this. I run for the hole, and as I'm climbing through I look back, expecting him to have began chasing me. He hadn't moved. All I could see was the tips of his boots poking around the wall. All the while he'd now began maniacally laughing. I get to the street and look to the side this warehouse should have been on. Nothing, just more houses. Lit up with life like people lived there. I was utterly confused, but not confused enough to go back and check. So I left and went to my mum's around the corner. I told her all about it, and she didn't believe a word I said. She actually got other family members around to find out if I was okay, and the only person who could see I was genuinely terrified was my brother. I don't know if he believed me, but he could tell I thought it was true. After a very rough sleep, I woke up and went into the living room to ask what they thought. They couldn't make heads or tails of me. So I asked my brother. He said, "I believe you." So I asked him to help me, and he said, "Whatever you need." I almost cried knowing that I at least had someone who trusted me. I said to him, "Grab a screwdriver." I don't know why, but I just thought with all the weird stuff like the no power, the weird talk from the guy, and the fact there was no fucking warehouse on the outside, there'd be a need for it. I took him to my house, and I could see on his face he was just entertaining me. He didn't really believe. He just wanted to help his mentally ill little brother at this point. Something my mother was saying about all this. We got to the bathroom, and to my shock and simultaneous roll of the eyes, the bathroom was completely back to normal. Not even a speck of brick dust in sight. I'd left that place so fucked that I just came to the conclusion it was the fucking devil or something. But I began to unscrew the mirror. Once I peeled away the mirror, I noticed immediately behind my wall was a big wooden door, with little bits of graffiti. I noticed my brother's face drop. He knew there should be another house there, or at least more of my fucking wall. I run to my tool cupboard and grab my sledge this time. I go fucking ape shit and smash the sink in the wall. I needed to know. Behind the wall was a door, as I'd expected. I opened this door and stuff fell out. Like an old Hoover, bags, etc., it was a storage cupboard. My brother's face dropped. He was back to having reservations. He must have thought, "That's a fucking cupboard, mate." I was in disbelief too. How could this massive warehouse be gone? I thought this until I noticed something off about it. The wall on the right was really old dark brown brick. The wall in front, light brown. No older than a year. I got a bit closer and noticed the fucking mortar was still wet. I thought, fuck this. I kicked the wall and it bowed and slowly tumbled, revealing exactly what I wanted. The warehouse. I kicked down the rest of the wall, and my brother interrupted with, "I can hear that TV." We both climbed in, and I began pointing out things I'd mentioned to prove I wasn't nuts. Everything I pointed to, my brother's unease grew. He must have been thinking, okay, where's the guy? We checked the throne out properly, and it was just a tall seat made of bricks stacked against the wall. We checked around a little more, but daren't stray too far from the hole we entered through. So we finished up poking around and decided to leave. As we turned around, he was stood about 10 meters away, just staring at the two of us. My brother, with zero hesitation, said, "Fuck no," and bolted for the hole. I was just stuck there, glued to the floor and deeply in shock. I tried to move, but to no avail. The man stood opposite me, and the hole to the right of me, creating a triangle of me, him, and the hole. He muttered, "I thought I told you. You aren't meant to be here." I tried to reply, but I was just frozen. Then he moved as if to take a step toward me, and my body woke up. I sprinted for the hole, and as I got there I turned back to see if he'd not moved like the last time. But instead he had. He'd moved to where I was stood, and he was now on all fours, almost sniffing the floor, or about to lick it or something. I didn't stick around to find out. When I got to my house's front door, my brother was there, white as paper and shaking like a leaf. With no hesitation, and probably an undue lack of sympathy, I said, "I fucking told you." And we have each other a look before bolting back to my mum's house. When we got in, my mum said, "Well, is he lying? My brother just told her to STFU," and we started ringing the police. We didn't know if he'd committed any crime or whatever, but surely the peephole was enough. The police said they'd come and look but couldn't get someone out immediately. They came out early hours in the morning, and me and my brother, who'd not slept a wink, walked them to the house, where they then went inside. I told them just before they entered to check behind the bathroom mirror, as it might be reattached. Officer 1 rolled his eyes, and Officer 2 was already opening the door. They went inside, and about 15 minutes later they came back out. Officer 2 threw up in the bin immediately, and Officer 1 told me to go back to my mum's, where they'd inform us of what they found after they did some police stuff like calling it in, etc. When they got to my mum's, they asked everyone to sit down, and said behind the mirror was a gap of about 2 foot before the next house. In between the two houses was what seemed like 5 to 10 semi-decayed and recently deceased animals, such as dogs and cats, they assumed. I interrupted and said, "What about the fucking warehouse?" They assured us there was no warehouse, but definitely something to look into. After weeks or months of dribs and drabs of information from the police, they finally gave us a definitive answer. Next door to us there had been a man who used to live there. This house had metal on the windows and had been abandoned for years. Before I'd moved in anyway, and he had severe special needs. I asked what he looked like, and they described him as wearing glasses and long receding hair. I said, "That's the guy." But they replied, "He died in that house about 9 years ago." I was in disbelief. There was no warehouse, as they'd ripped down the two houses entirely. There was no man, as he'd died almost a decade ago. No TV, no peephole, no throne. I was at a loss, thinking maybe me and my brother are fucking nuts. Maybe my house was haunted. Maybe this, maybe that. Until the other week I drove through my old street and past my old house. And in place of my old house was a new build. In the front yard of this new build was a man, dirty overalls, long greasy hair, and thick glasses. He looked up to meet eyes with me, and as I stared back, he shot me back a smug little grin bearing his rotten yellow teeth. In shock I stopped the car. I rolled down my passenger window and spoke. "Who are you?" he uttered back, almost proudly, "The man of your dreams." I just rolled my window up, drove home, and cried like a baby. I don't know if this man will be behind my next mirror, or is already in the one I've got. But one thing's for sure, I'm not going to find out. This is not only your usual story about the person who put themselves in trouble because they were too curious. I tried to put an end to something I considered to be the height of unfairness. My real name cannot be mentioned, but for the sake of the story, you can call me Cherry. I used to work for this big brand that I cannot name as well because of the lawsuits, and maybe worse, that has a hand in several and so different sectors that it seems they want to do everything. They have a branch in my country, and I had obtained a job in administration in 2012. Not the fanciest job despite the size of the company and the reputation of the brand, but hey, at least it was a decent income. After around 2 weeks of work only, the rumors and other inside concerning the company reached my very big ears, and I made sure to get all of them. You see, the job was quite demanding. Monday to Saturday, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. with one pause from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., not to mention the frequent and unofficially mandatory overtimes from 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. During each day, there was a supervisor, different for each day and nicknamed after that day, that oversaw everything. They were said to do exactly the same jobs as the rest of us in the administration department, but during the night shifts from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. To this very day, I believe that all of the regular employees only know them by Monday, all the way to the last one, Saturday. So those guys worked for 5 hours only in an entire day, except for the specific day they had to supervise us, and I learnt that they were paid crazy money while doing so less hours. After some time, the crazy money part turned out to be very real and was pretty easy to verify, not from an administration file, since almost everything about them was so secretive, but by just looking at what they parked as they showed up for work. Exotic, expensive machines that looked more like spaceships rather than cars. After 4 months of hard work, I really started to have a real problem with my remuneration and my input compared to theirs. I started communicating with the faceless, voiceless, and always absent manager that we can call Mrs. Vitensen, always via email. I inquired about the requirements to be promoted, if I can call it like that, and join the night shift crew. She told me that one space had to be freed for me to then occupy it. It was crushing but pretty logical. I also learnt through her response that it was not only our department that had a night shift counterpart. However, as soon as the night shift crew and administration learned about my interest to join their ranks, their behavior towards me changed for the worst. Speaking of worst, that is exactly what Monday was. He made a personal mission of his to torment me with work and pressure as if he wanted me to give up and resign altogether, but I considered myself a tough woman and resisted. Tuesday was different, but he had that look towards me, the persistent one that just says, "I'm watching you," and that just makes you feel really uncomfortable. Wednesday enjoyed toying with me, giving me tasks that did not make any sense at all, and that I suspect to be irrelevant for the job and the company. She also liked to order me around and treat me like her personal slave, with that smirk of her that I always dreamt of headbutting off her face. Thursday also liked toying with me, but in a very different manner, asking me strange and cryptic questions such as, "Do you know the meaning of life? What's the most important thing to you? What's the worst decision you ever took in your life?" Really weird stuff given the context. She also had that drained, tired and sad look on her face all the time for whatever reason. Maybe she was not really up to the task. I also remember her for the elegant scent of her perfume. Friday was the mystery and the inspiration fueling the craziest rumors. That supervisor had a black metallic helmet constantly on the head like a medieval knight, and wore a long and fancy black coat that covered their feet and all their features as well, making it impossible to determine if they were a man or a woman. Friday was the only one whose car I never saw, and would just pop up in the office somehow as if they were already there all along. The mysterious supervisor would not speak a word and only communicate with writings or signs. Just like Tuesday, Friday liked to stare at me, which is worse when you cannot even see the facial expressions and have a clue about the intentions. I always wondered why that company chose to employ a strange character who could not at all interact with clients and visitors. Saturday was the chill girl, except towards me of course, and would often let everyone go home early but not me. There was also that strange rule that we had to vacate the building very quickly at 11 p.m. and never show up during midnight and the night shift. You might understand why later. When I completed 1 year and 7 months of good services, the opportunity to upgrade finally presented itself. Thursday stopped showing up for work without any explanation provided, and we had to be off during that specific day each week until they find a replacement. Sure enough, I thought that I would be soon chosen for the position, but instead, they posted a job advertisement. I was stunned but kept pushing by applying. I was about to get that salary raise and be referred to as Thursday. The application process was strange to say the least, and almost comical in some way. If you were to see that ad, you would think it was either a joke or some obvious scam maybe, but certainly nothing serious at all. It contained questions such as, how many rats have you killed in the last 6 months? How do you handle pests and how do you treat flies? What color do you intend to paint your safe room next time? Were they serious? Such a big brand, big company doing that? I did not remember the job advert for my position and my hiring process being so peculiar. I contacted the manager once again to inquire about the requirements for the night shift role, and that time, she decided to just completely shut me down by saying that I was not qualified. I was enraged. I knew I could do better than the previous Thursday, and also, I was convinced that the job was my ticket to early retirement. I made a first plan to uncover the truth, and shared it with a few people that did not appreciate the unfairness. Among them was Elvina from the customer service department, who I believe has very interesting stories about the company for you guys. She might post one day. What was the result of discussing my plans? Well, when the newly appointed Thursday arrived for his first day of work, he approached me and said with his very soothing voice, "Message from the higher-ups. Stop your shenanigans, or there will be consequences." Like I said to you earlier, I considered myself a tough woman. I did not listen, of course. At first, I was convinced that one of my colleagues ratted to be kept in the higher-ups' good books, maybe because they were eyeing the same position as me, especially Green Snake Darlin. That position belonged to me no matter what, or so I thought at the time. Not to some outsider we did not even know, therefore, I decided to act alone. After all, I was a tough woman capable of everything, and by myself. I began taking solo trips in parts of the building that did not have anything to do with my department, and that was when I discovered the black metallic door. It immediately reminded me of Friday, and the moment I wanted to touch it for closer inspection, the supervisor of that day, Tuesday, caught me in the act and forbade me to ever approach that door. I would hide after hours in the surroundings of the building, just watching what unfolded outside during the nights. At 11 p.m., after literally kicking everyone out of the building, including the supervisor of the day, only the security agent, the only one, by the way, for such an immense facility, would be left inside, and he would lock the main entrance at exactly 11:55 p.m. The supervisor of the day would then just go and come back later at 1 a.m., or hang around outside until their peers' arrival in their flashy supercars, except for Friday, who would just be seen walking to the premises almost out of the blue. There were also a few people I was not familiar with, from other departments, which were customer service, marketing, information technology, research, and human resources. What kind of HR work anyone has to do from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. All of them would then wait for the security guard to open the door at 1 a.m. to let them in, only to rush out of the building again at 6 a.m. The cleaners crew arrives in their own van at 4 a.m., and they all stay holed up in their vehicle. At 6 a.m., since they have one of those special inside parking places like the manager, they just start the van and disappear inside the building. I have never seen what they look like. Very bizarre stuff, right? But nothing would stop me from uncovering the truth, even if they told me that death awaited in my workplace. I spent months just watching and monitoring when I could. In 2014, I finally had enough and could not take it anymore. I had to know. According to my observations, Saturday, the day itself and not the supervisor, often came with some laziness and loopholes that I could exploit. That Saturday, I hoped for Saturday the supervisor to let me off the hook, and she did. No overtime that day. However, I exited the building after my shift, changed in my car, waited for the coast to be clear enough, then returned inside the facility, masked, unnoticed, and hid in the restrooms. At around 10:50 p.m., I heard someone enter the restroom I was hiding in. At first, I did not think much of it and just ensured to remain still and quiet, waiting for the person to do their business until they go away. However, I soon realized that whoever it was had a very specific assignment to perform in that particular place. First, the person switched off the lights and plunged us in darkness. I wish I could use my phone to record whatever was going on, but that would have certainly given me away, so I just listened carefully. Then, I heard the sounds of scratching against a wall, as if a sharp object was being used on it. Finally, there was a vivid red light that illuminated the room for about 5 seconds before it abruptly vanished. As soon as the mysterious person left the restroom, the lights came back on. At around 11:43 p.m., I came out to investigate. There was no sign of anything particular on the walls, and I scratched my head trying to make sense of the red light. I ended up just taking random pictures of the walls, hopeful that something would come out of it. I stepped out in the hallway at 11:55 p.m., intending to take advantage of the security guard being busy locking the main entrance. I made my way to Mrs. Vitenson's office and successfully broke in, resolute to fish for any information. Whoever you are reading this, I would be lying to you if I say that I did not get distracted as soon as I was in. You should see the furniture, the designs, the gold, and the space. I would not have minded to live in that office and pay rent, but could I even afford it? I started looking into some paperwork as quietly as possible, hoping she did not have some fancy camera or alert system hidden somewhere. She actually had worse than that. I ended up finding printed versions of my CV and cover letter, clipped together in a dark gray file, which cover had a big red stamp on it consisting of one word, blind. The discovery rendered me perplexed, as I could not interpret what that meant. Also, who put that in her office, since she was seemingly never present there on any day? Did she also work during the night? The moment I tried to take pictures of my files, I heard a group of people approaching. It sounded like soldiers' boots as the army men jogged towards the manager's office to capture me. I ducked behind the desk, still looking at the entrance, and listened carefully with terror when the jogging came to an abrupt stop right behind the door. The lock had been broken by myself, so I knew that there was nothing left to prevent any entry. The moment I saw the doorknob turn, I completely crawled under the desk, hoping for a miracle. I then heard whoever those people were come in. However, it sounded really wrong. It was as if they just poured inside the office for lack of a better explanation, as if they were no longer using their feet, but were rather all rolling on the floor, and making those disturbing and incomprehensible whispers as they moved around, searching for me. From the yellow light and the rusty sounds it made, I could tell that one of them held an old lantern. Out of the blue, a notification then popped up on my phone. You know, the very annoying one that lets you know that, hey, there is Wi-Fi here, you can connect if you want. I wonder what Wi-Fi that was, because I was sure to already be connected to the company's. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Phone, I thought, for trying to connect me to unemployment or worse. The problem was that even being in vibration mode did not ensure total discretion, so the sound made them stop every movement and whispers, in further suspicion of an intruder. After a few seconds, they moved again, and I heard several hands carefully land on the desk, as if they were being cautious not to put too much weight on the expensive furniture and preventing it from breaking. I then saw very pale fingers, coming from numerous hands, appear on the edge of the desk. But something was wrong about their positioning. There were too many hands close to each other, and the fingernails were completely black and ominously razor sharp. I then saw different kinds of hair appear at the edge of the desk, and slowly coming down, as if different heads, and therefore pairs of eyes, were about to peek at me upside down. I shivered in terror, and probably gave away my location, as my trembling made me hit different parts of the desk involuntarily. I do not know what to call it, instinct? Intuition maybe? But something just told me to close my eyes, because if I looked at those faces... My eyes closed. I then saw the blackness suddenly getting warm as they shone the lantern's light on my face. The familiar scent of Thursday's perfume hit my nostrils, almost tempting me to open my eyes. I just opted to keep my eyes closed and to remain as still as possible. They had caught me. My ordeal did not stop there. I felt several cold fingers land on my ski mask in curiosity and examination. I remained still. Suddenly, a whistle resounded from far in the hallway, and they all started whispering again as they rushed outside, fortunately abandoning me in favor of whatever was priority outside there. I then gasped and opened my eyes as if I was underwater for too long, regaining my breath and composure. The investigation was immediately called off. I had to leave. I stepped out of the hallway, hoping to avoid any round two with them, and was taking random turns until I suddenly got grabbed, pulled in a corner, and a firm hand was placed on my mouth before I could let out a scream. If you want to live, come with me. No noise, no talking, no looking back. A man said. He then pushed me in front of him, holding my head forward and leading me to an unknown destination. At some point, the army jogging and the rolling on the floor sound started again, that time in a very disorderly and rushed way. The whispers were replaced by loud and angry gibberish that were getting closer to us from behind, along with the yellow light of the lantern. We rushed towards an open door. I recognized it to be the black door Tuesday forbade me from approaching one day, and we stormed inside the room before the man locked it behind him. I turned around in reflex to see that it was the security guard, and in response, after locking the entrance, he pushed me into a cupboard that he also locked. Meanwhile, the strange people were banging on the room entrance door, and suddenly went from rage to courtesy as the pounding switched to gentle knocks. Security? A soft woman's voice could be heard behind the door. There's a blind rat in the facility. She added, I want it. The voice then yelled, turning into a loud, male growling voice, rattling the door. What the fuck is that? I whispered on the verge of tears as the night was turning into an absolute nightmare. Shut the fuck up, the security guard retorted, whispering, still right behind the cupboard door. The rage and the banging then resumed. I checked the network reception on my phone. intending to call the police before we both die, but it was impossible. When the time reached 1 a.m., the nightmare stopped, so suddenly that it felt like an off button was pressed, and that was it. The security guard left me inside the cupboard despite my protest, and rushed to the main entrance to open the door for the night shift crew, I suppose. He then returned minutes later, and I heard him casually sit on a chair and sighing in relief. Hey, let me out, I shouted, banging on the cupboard door. Don't worry, you'll be out of here and out of job, at 6 in the morning. I've already reported your dumbass to the others. He replied, What? Why did you do that? You just saved me from I don't know what to just throw me under the bus? And what was that? I spoke. Saving you? You broke into the manager's office at midnight while I'm on watch. I wasn't saving you, I was saving my job. And who knows how many pieces of you the cleaners would have to pick up if... I don't want to have to report to those guys. I don't want to see those guys ever again. Never. He responded. Sven, the night shift security guard, kept me there just as he said and refused to answer any of my questions. At 5:55 a.m., he went out and came back at 6:03 a.m. to free me. That was the moment I saw his badge and his name, and especially the inside of that room. Everything in that room was either manufactured black or intentionally painted black afterwards, making the dim light inside almost useless. Strange things upon strange things. The moment I was out and escorted by Sven, we met a boy of approximately 11 years old waiting for us at the entrance of the building. He was smartly dressed and had some mischievous and vicious smile stuck on his delicate face. The kid explained to me why they had to keep my phone, and how they would not attempt anything against me as long as I keep my mouth shut about the company and its staff. He then assured me that my last salary would be paid in full and fired me on the spot. What? But I swear I didn't see anything, and I'll not say any. I tried pleading. Oh, you sure didn't see enough. The kid retorted. If you did, you wouldn't be alive and well to tell. Goodbye, Cherry. Thank you for your services. He added, No, you can't. And who are you? You're just a kid. What are you doing here? I questioned. A kid? To your blind eyes, maybe. I'm one of the supervisors. You can call me Sunday. He said. Out. Now. Sven growled. Unable to argue further, I stepped out not only of the building and the job, but out of the corporate world, my mind showered with much more questions than before my little investigation. The rest of the night shift crews from all the departments was waiting outside to see me go, and Wednesday seized the opportunity to mockingly wave me goodbye. I apologize for not being able to provide you with answers that you probably wish you had concerning my story and this company. I tried to uncover the truth and failed. I ended up opening my own business in 2018. It is not to be compared to that big brand, but at least I can handle a few things on my terms while counting on a few other people of trust, instead of leaving a very important part of my life at the mercy of those shady people, whoever or whatever they are. My father spent a long time trying to speak to God, and one day he claimed God answered, revealing the day the world would end. He was a physics professor at the state university, but had become deeply involved in the occult over the last few years. He set up an office in our backyard, convinced he had found a clue in the Bible leading to something significant. Isaiah 66 verse 1 has always been clear, my dear Alice, he would say to me, his eyes unnervingly intense. God is in the skies, and if science searches among the stars, it will find him. His office had a powerful radio with a huge antenna, an optical telescope, and 3 old laptops, operating non-stop with strange software. He was always checking his old wristwatch, as if it were somehow connected to his investigations. My mother always suspected he had stolen this equipment from the university lab. She was the silent victim of his obsession, trying to remain understanding and patient, hoping he would return to normal eventually. My siblings and I, however, were in high school at the time and had grown tired of hearing that our father was nuts. Other kids thought we were eccentric, seeing my dad taking his telescope down the street at dusk, trying to get the best angle of Venus while reading the Bible out loud, always wearing the same clothes the whole week. I hated it. One day, we all woke at 5 a.m. to his shouting from the garage. He was jumping with excitement over a new signal he had received. It's undeniable proof that he is telling us something, he told us, his hair and beard wild, now untrimmed for months. We thought that maybe he had finally lost his mind. He had found signals before, and they had always turned out to be satellite noise. So, how's the signal, Dad? One of my brothers asked the next morning. He answered nothing, just seriously refilled his coffee and walked back to the garage. We all assumed he had figured out it was another dead end. The day after that, a Saturday, I was really excited about a night birthday party I was invited to. A boy I had a crush on was going to be there. But in the morning, my father called us all to the living room, his face urgent. No one should leave this house. The world is coming to an end today, he muttered, pacing frantically and checking his wristwatch. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. I did everything to interpret his message, hoping I was wrong, but I fear this was the warning. What do you mean? My mother asked, uneasy. God, honey, he murmured, gripping her shoulder. He showed me signals that prove today is of the highest importance. And how do you know it's the date of the end of the world? One of my brothers questioned. Because the message was undeniable. He is coming. And the Bible clearly states that the end will begin when... Dad, come on, not now. I cut him off, sighing. I have something to do tonight. I can't just stay here based on this crazy theory of yours. No one is leaving this house today, he commanded, his voice taking on an authority I had never heard before. We must stay together, and he shall save us. Trust me, you'll understand soon, my dear. Frustrated, I tried to argue back to no success. I looked at my mother in search for support, but she was too stunned by the idea that her husband might actually be insane to say a word. I stormed back to my room in a fit of rage and slammed the door shut. This wasn't fair, and I wouldn't let my father's madness ruin my night. After dinner, I locked myself in my room and waited until it was late enough for me to sneak out through the window. The party was only 2 blocks away, so I just walked there. And it was fun. My crush and I had the chance to talk for hours, though nothing romantic happened. Around 1 or 2 a.m., I checked my phone. It had been on silent the whole time. There were multiple missed calls and messages from my mom. Dozens of messages like, "Where are you? Pick up the phone. Get here now." I replied, telling her I was only 2 blocks away and on my way back. I knew I'd be grounded for this, but it felt worth it. As I walked home, I kept checking my phone for a response, but her number was offline. I assumed they had gone back to sleep. When I reached my address, I felt like I had somehow taken the wrong path. There was nothing there. Just an empty lot full of dirt and grass, surrounded by what I was certain were my usual neighbors, their houses intact. I retraced my steps several times to make sure I wasn't hallucinating, and I wasn't. This was where my house was just a few hours ago, and it was no longer there. The doors, the walls, the fence, and everything inside of it had vanished. There wasn't even a trace of wood or debris left behind. It was as if the house had never existed, and nothing had ever been built there. I tried calling my father, mother, and brothers, but their phones were off. I searched the area frantically, desperate for any clue about what had happened. The only thing I found on the grass was my father's wristwatch, the one he used for his strange transmissions, stuck at exactly midnight. Every member of my family was gone, and the truth is, I never saw them again after that day. They were never found. The case of my family's disappearance was in every newspaper in the state for days, mobilizing the entire town in an effort to find them. The neighbors' security cameras didn't capture any movement or anything suspicious that night, except for a strong flash of light around midnight, the same hour frozen on the wristwatch. No one passed by the street. No one saw anything. They simply vanished from this earth, and no clues were given. Then, the feds arrived some weeks later to investigate. Tall men in black suits and dark glasses combed through the area for days, then left without revealing a single word to the public. Strangely, the news stopped covering it the very next day, returning to their usual programming of burglaries and park renovations. Over time, this case was only mentioned in podcasts or mystery YouTube channels. After all that, I went to live with my grandparents and they took good care of me, but the trauma never faded. A decade has gone by, and no one has found an explanation for my family's disappearance. Now, I'm taking matters into my own hands and sharing this story with everyone I can, determined to uncover the truth, even if too late. Every night, I stare at the sky, wondering if it was really God who took them, or if it was something else. I have changed her name to protect her privacy from online weirdo. I first saw her in an indie film, Clara Voss. She wasn't a household name yet, but she would be. I could tell. There was something about her. The way she lit up the screen, the way she made you feel every word she said. She wasn't like the others. She was real, raw, unpolished in the best way. I couldn't look away. It started innocently enough. I followed her on social media, watched every interview, every short film, every behind-the-scenes clip. She was still an up-and-comer, which made her feel more accessible. She didn't have the entourage or the bodyguards yet. She still went to coffee shops alone, still took the subway, still lived in a modest apartment in Brooklyn. She was normal. She was human. And that made her even more perfect. At first it was just admiration. I'd tell myself, everyone has a favorite actor. But then I noticed things. The way she tucked her hair behind her ear when she was nervous. The way she laughed too loudly at her own jokes. The way she always wore the same silver bracelet, a gift from her grandmother, she'd mentioned in an interview. These details felt like secrets meant only for me. I began to feel chosen, like she was speaking to me through the screen. It wasn't enough. I needed to be closer. I found her apartment. It wasn't hard. She'd posted a photo of her street on Instagram, and I recognized the brick facade from one of her interviews. I told myself I just wanted to see where she lived, to feel connected to her. But when I stood outside her building, my heart pounding, I realized I wanted more. I needed to see her, to breathe the same air. The first time I saw her in person was at a coffee shop near her apartment. She was sitting by the window, typing on her laptop, her hair pulled into a messy bun. She looked ordinary, beautiful but ordinary. I sat at a table across the room, pretending to read a book. I watched her for an hour. The way she sipped her tea. The way she chewed on her pen when she was thinking. The way she smiled at the barista who refilled her cup. I felt alive in a way I never had before. That's when the dreams started. Vivid, surreal dreams where she'd talk to me. Laugh with me. Tell me things she'd never tell anyone else. I'd wake up with my heart racing, the echo of her voice in my ears. It felt real. It was real. She was becoming a part of me. I started leaving her gifts. Nothing intrusive, just small tokens of my admiration. A single daisy on her doorstep. A handwritten note slipped under her door. "You inspire me," I wrote. "Thank you for existing." I knew she'd appreciate the sentiment. She had to. But then I saw the headlines. Clara Voss speaks out about stalker fears. My heart sank. She wasn't grateful. She was scared. Scared of me. I felt a pang of guilt, but it was quickly overshadowed by confusion. How could she not see how much I cared? How much I understood her? I wasn't like the others. I wasn't dangerous. I just loved her. Deeply. Passionately. I needed to make her understand. I am almost too ashamed to admit it, but one night I hired an escort. It wasn't something I'd ever considered before, but the loneliness was becoming unbearable. I spent weeks searching for the right one, someone who looked like her. Not just vaguely similar, but her. The same shade of brown hair. The same wide, expressive eyes. The same soft smile. When I finally found her, it was like staring into a distorted mirror. She wasn't Clara, of course, but she was close enough. We met at a hotel. I asked her to wear a specific sweater, one I'd seen Clara in during an Instagram post. She said that role-playing costs extra. I even brought a book Clara had mentioned loving. She played along. She was kind and accommodating. I made her tell me that she loved me, that she'd never leave me. But it wasn't enough. She didn't feel like Clara. Her voice was wrong, her mannerisms off. I left feeling emptier than before. Then I saw the photos. Clara and him name redacted. Some guy from her new film, all smirks and perfectly tousled hair. They were holding hands and laughing, their faces inches apart. The headlines were relentless. Clara Voss's new romance. Hollywood's hottest new couple. I felt like the world had tilted on its axis. How could she do this? How could she not see that he was the problem, not me? He didn't understand her like I did. He didn't deserve her. But then it hit me. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Clara was playing hard to get. She was testing me. She wanted to see how far I'd go, how much I cared. She was pushing me to prove my love. And I would. I did. I started following him instead. I learned his routines and habits. He was careless, arrogant. He didn't deserve her. He didn't deserve to breathe the same air as her. I began to fantasize about what it would feel like to hurt him. Not to kill him. No, that would be too easy. I wanted him to suffer. I wanted him to know what it felt like to be unwanted. Unloved. One night, I broke into his apartment. He wasn't home, but I left a message. I slashed his favorite leather jacket. The one he always wore in interviews. I wrote on his mirror in red lipstick that probably belonged to her. Stay away from her. I knew he'd call the police, but I didn't care. Let him. Let them all see how far I was willing to go. Clara started posting less online. She canceled public appearances. I knew it was because of me. She was scared, yes. But she was also thinking about me. I could feel it. She was starting to understand. She was starting to see. True love really can be scary when you experience it for the first time. I broke into her apartment again last night. She wasn't there, probably staying at a friend's place. Or a hotel. I didn't mind. I left another photograph on her nightstand, this one of her and him. I'd altered it so that his face was scratched out, replaced with mine. I wrote on the back, "You don't need him. You have me." And now here I am, in his apartment. He's tied up in the corner, his head lolling to one side. I'll wake him soon. I need him to understand, just like Clara will. This isn't about hate. It's about love. Love that's pure, unyielding, eternal. Clara and I are meant to be. And redacted? He's just a stepping stone. A lesson. A story to tell our children someday. I've been going through his phone. Clara's coming over tonight. I saw the texts. She's worried about him. She thinks something's wrong. Little does she know, everything is about to go so right. Tonight will be our first date. I've got everything planned. Candles, music, a bottle of wine, her favorite, a Pinot Noir she mentioned in an interview once. I even have a ring in my pocket, just in case things go really well. I know it might seem rushed, but true love waits for no one. And Clara? She's been waiting for me her whole life, even if she doesn't know it yet. I'll make her understand. I'll make them all understand. This is just the beginning of something beautiful. Clara and I, our story, will be told for generations. Our children, our grandchildren, they'll want to know how it all began. How love conquered everything, even fear. For those of you who don't know, I've been living on my grandfather's farm after he had a stroke. If you haven't already read my first post, you can find it here. Sorry for taking so long to post an update, but running a farm is hard work. I've finally been able to head back in town, where I can connect to the internet. I appreciate the advice I got in the comments for my last post as well. Some suggested just informing the neighbors of the situation and leaving. I actually considered it, but recently found out I can't. One of you suggested taking advantage of the well to profit it from it, but my grandfather already has optimized the farm for profit. This is with the exception of one person's suggestion to plant poppies on the farm. I don't think I want the DEA to raid my grandfather's farm, so I'm probably not going to grow illicit drugs. Anyways, it's been a rough couple days. I don't know entirely where to start, so I'll just jump into it. I drove home from town after my last update. I spent as long as I could enjoying the small piece of civilization I still get to experience on occasion, and ended up driving home at night. Nighttime in the country is a different kind of dark compared to the cities. The only thing in the world is the little patch of reality carved out by your headlights and the sea of stars crowding the sky above. I had planned to get home, call Pearson the coroner, and leave him a voicemail at his office explaining that I was leaving and someone else would have to feed the well. I would gather all my things, pack up my car, and drive back to the city I called home in the morning. I would leave the ravenous hole in the ground for some other poor soul to enslave and escape back to a real life to live. I could probably get my job back at the warehouse pretty quickly, and my mother had been kind enough to cover the rent on my one-bedroom apartment, so I knew there was a life to go back to. It may have been mediocre and even a little depressing at times, but it was nothing compared to being stranded on this island in a sea of corn. I felt like a shipwrecked sailor, looking out at the golden waves around me and wishing for a rescue that wouldn't come. I pulled into the driveway after midnight, watching as the farmhouse materialized from the darkness. I couldn't see it in the night, but I knew the well was lying a short distance away down the path next to the house. I could feel its presence even if I couldn't see it. I could feel its indifference to the horror it had inflicted on 3 generations of my family now. I could feel it waiting for its next meal, patient and foreboding. Mostly, I could feel its hunger. I did my best to not look in its direction as I climbed the wooded steps of the porch to go inside. I walked in and was met with a wave of exhaustion. There are no days off on a farm and work starts early, so my nighttime foray into town had sapped every bit of the energy I had left. I went upstairs and didn't even bother changing before falling into bed. Sleep didn't take long to overtake me, but it was far from restful. There's a question that has been eating at me since I first learned of my grandfather's secret in the well. He said that his father had negotiated with the thing and made a deal. I have yelled into that well quite a few times, but it had never spoken a word. I was left with the distinct impression that it couldn't form human words, so I wondered how my great-grandfather had communicated with it. That night, I got my answer. I had the most horrifying dream I have ever had in my entire life. It started with me looking up from a hole in the ground. I remember feeling so hungry that it hurt. I could hear movement around the top of the hole, accompanied by human voices. I know now that I was hearing people, but in the dream, I didn't think of them as people. In my dream, my mind told me that it was food above me, not people. I could feel the need to fill my stomach gnawing in my guts, salivating as the food crept closer. I saw a figure in the sunlight shining above me, and suddenly, I was bursting through the surrounding ground, my oversized mouth closing around the man above me. I noticed in the split second before I snatched him up that he was a Native American, then heard him screaming as my teeth ground wriggling flesh and snapped bones. I could feel the warm blood bursting from the body as the screaming stopped, could feel it mixing with the chewed flesh as I greedily swallowed. Then I was back in the hole looking up. This time it was different. An old man came and stood over the lip of the hole, chanting with outstretched arms in a perfect tableau of worship. While the words should have been foreign to my ears, in the dream, I understood them in an instinctual way. There was one word that stood out though. I learned the thing's name. Adesea, we ask you to accept this offering in return for your blessing. We are your humble servants, and you, our magnanimous master. We feed you, Adesea, and in return you feed us. With that, the old man withdrew from the edge, stepping backwards. A young woman came forward, calmly standing above me. She held her arms outstretched as the old man had, then let herself fall forward. Again came the sensation of flesh and bone being broken as wet crunching filled my ears, echoing all around me in the confines of my subterranean dwelling. Over it, I could hear the old man speaking again. Praise Adesea. He is the well of life. We feed the well, and the well feeds us. The next scene to come to me was the most surreal of all. I saw a young man in a field who looked eerily similar to me. He was digging, alternating between a shovel and pickaxe. He kept looking over his shoulder in my direction as he worked, a worried expression on his familiar face. I looked over to the farmhouse nearby, its fresh-cut wooden planks instantly recognizable to me. It was the farm I currently inhabited. There, on the porch, was a young woman holding an infant child in her arms. I realized I was looking at my great-grandmother, my grandfather sleeping in her arms. When I looked back at the young man, he was stacking stones in a ring around the boundary of the hole he had dug. As he placed the last one, he looked at me. So that's it then. You stay there and restrict yourself to human meat once a year, and I'll see to it that you never go hungry. My descendants will keep this covenant as well. My child and my child's child, and so on shall uphold it until the end of time. In return, you bless our crops and cease hunting us. That's the deal. We feed the well, and the well feeds us. Then, I was looking up from the well, an abnormally large moon shining down the ring of stones above. A bright moon. A harvest moon. I saw the young face of my grandfather look down it, a grim expression fixed on his features. That's when I heard the screams. A man in chains was led to the edge, 3 men forcing him over the stone barrier as he cried out, "No, please, I don't want to die. This is inhuman." In response, one of the young men wrestling with him punched him in the back of the head hard enough to cause the man to start bleeding, scarlet rivulets dripping down his neck. The man who had hit him was dressed as a police officer. He held the man by the collar of his shirt and pushed him until he was staring me in the eyes. "Please, please don't do this," the man continued to beg. A short second later, he was tumbling towards me, eyes widened with fear as he screamed. When I awoke, I could still taste the man's flesh in my mouth, could still feel his blood gushing from his body with every crushing bite. My ears could still hear the wet crunch as well, but beneath it, a voice that sounded like a cross between the crackling of a fire and stone grinding on stone spoke very low. "Uphold the covenant." The first thing I did was jump out of bed and run to the bathroom to vomit. The flavor of human flesh was still fresh in my mouth, a foul taste of copper and raw meat. I heaved over the toilet for 20 minutes, my stomach aching as it emptied its contents. I half expected to see bits of flesh with bones jutting up through them when I looked in the toilet to flush, but thankfully, it was just the half-digested remains of last night's dinner. I rinsed my mouth out, then stared in the mirror. The man looking back had dark rings under his eyes and a tired expression. It was still my face, but I could see the pain and horror of my experience etched into every line of it. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying not to remember the voice I had heard as I had awoke and failing. The voice of Adesea. The voice of the well. I tried not to think about it as I began the daily chores of running a farm. I spread fertilizer over fields, fed cattle, sprayed insecticide. The whole time, a deep feeling of dread spread through me. I knew it was down there, lying in wait beneath my feet, its hunger growing. I tried avoiding the well all day, taking care to walk widely around it as I passed. I couldn't help but envision an enormous arm reaching out from it and grabbing me as I screamed, pulling me into its unfathomable depths to become nothing more than another meal. The covenant my great-grandfather had made with the thing seemed a flimsy protection from such a creature. Inevitably, the time came for me to feed it. As I tossed the hunk of beef into the pit, I quickly plugged my ears with my fingers to avoid hearing the sound of meat and bone being snapped and chewed. Regardless, the sound still reached me and made me feel nauseous. I turned towards the house, walking away from the well as quickly as possible and trying not to get sick again. This time, I succeeded, but immediately felt ill in a completely different way when I got to the end of the path leading from the well. A car was parked alongside my own, and my brother, Daniel, was standing beside it. It's not that I didn't love Daniel. After all, he was my brother. We had grown up together, shared a childhood together. It's just that as his life went one way, mine went another. He was successful, which I hated to say, made me more than a little envious. At my age, I didn't have a girlfriend, much less a wife. I didn't have a job with great prospects, just my little forklift gig, which I was now fired from. While he had a wife, a great job and money, all I had was this farm that I desperately wanted to leave. While he had a life, I had the well. "Hey Chester," he said to me when I approached. "I'm sorry I took so long to get here. What are you doing here?" I asked him, a little more harshly than I intended to. "Well, I came to check on you," he responded unconvincingly. "I'm fine. Thanks for coming." "Chester, there's no need to be hostile. I just wanted to pay my respects to Grandpa Silas. More like pick over the farm for anything of value before attempting to sell it, I thought." "His funeral isn't for a few more days," I said coldly. "There's a hotel in town you can stay in." "Why wouldn't I stay here?" he shot back with some indignation in his voice. "There's no Wi-Fi or cell service out here. If you really want to sleep here, you can, but it's pretty boring." "That's fine. I'll take the guest bedroom. After all, I want to be present when we start trying to sell the place." "We're not selling the farm," I replied. "This place is half mine, Cheese. I know you can't buy me out, so I'm selling it. We can split the money after." I took a deep breath. After all, this was my brother. Maybe I could trust him. "You don't understand. There's something going on here. We can't just sell this place." "Yeah, what's going on?" he asked harshly. "There's something in the well." "What? Have you lost your mind?" he responded with a look of derision. "I know it sounds crazy," I explained, "but there's something down there. Something evil. Grandpa Silas told me to feed it." I spent the next hour sitting at the kitchen table with him, explaining everything that had happened. I even showed him our great-grandfather's journal, hoping he'd understand the grave situation we were in. But instead, he responded with incredulity. "Chester, you've either lost your mind, or this is some stupid hoax to cheat me out of my half of the farm." "Damn it, Danny, how do you explain the journal?" His face changed into one of genuine concern. "You clearly wrote it. I'm worried about you, Chester. If you really believe this, you need help. Let's just go see Mom." "You don't believe me? Fine, come with me." I led him from the house, stopping in the cellar to grab a hunk of meat, and headed for the well. Once we stood before it, I tossed it in and waited for the crunch of Adicea feeding to ring out from it, but it never came. "I'm calling someone, Chester. You need help. I'm telling you it's down there. If you get me committed, it'll get loose and kill everyone around here." Danny pulled out his phone, which I slapped out of his hand. He responded by giving me a hard shove. "Knock it off, Chester. I don't know if you're just crazy or trying to fool me, but we're selling the place and splitting the money. It's time to accept it. You're going to get people killed, Danny. I'm not going to sell it." I screamed. "Fine, you've given me enough here to have you committed anyways. Once I sell it, I'll send you your half of the money. It's time to stop playing farmer and go home, Cheese." He bent down to pick up the phone that had dropped to the ground, so I shoved him away from it. He managed to keep his feet and responded by punching me in the face. "Stop it, Danny. You don't understand what's down there." Daniel hit me again, so I kicked him in the leg. After that, we were on one another, punching and hitting each other repeatedly. This culminated in Daniel catching my chin with a strong swing that left me sprawling on the ground, the world dimming and swirling as I tried to regain my senses. Through my blurred vision, I watched him pick up his cell phone and turn back towards me. "You're scaring me, Chester. I'm calling the police." Maybe jail will be better than an asylum anyways. I could taste blood in my mouth, reminding me of the dream I had last night. I spat the blood onto the dirt and rolled to my side. Danny was unlocking his phone and dialing what I knew was 911. With a gasp of effort, I pushed myself into a sitting position. If Danny made that call, I'd go to jail, and the thing in the well would be free to renew its hunting. People would die. I forced myself onto my feet and charged at Danny, tackling him hard enough to take us both off our feet. We both landed hard on the ground, but I was dazed and Danny wasn't. He hammered me with blows, managing to roll us over and get on top of me. He struck down hard enough for me to feel my cheeks split and begin bleeding. "Fuck you, Chester. I ought to throw you down that damn well for this shit." He stood up, yanking me to my feet and dragging me to the edge of the well. "I don't see anything down there, do you?" he cried out, forcing me to bend over the stone barrier and peer into the inky depths below. "Danny, stop!" I managed to choke out. "In a few minutes, I'll get the cops here and you're going to jail. Then, I'm going to sell this damn place and go home. I don't know what kind of help you need, but you better pull it the hell together." He pushed me a little lower, my feet leaving the ground as I gripped the stones I was now balanced on. "Do you see anything down there yet? Are you ready to get a grip yet?" I felt a surge of anger and frustration shoot through me as I spun around and punched Danny in the face as hard as I could. As he stumbled back, my feet found the ground again. I grabbed him by the shoulders and spun him around, shoving him into the stone wall of the well as hard as I could. I hadn't really thought about it, just knowing there was an object there that I could drive him into to stun him. However, as he made contact with the well, I watched in horror as he tumbled over the side. I ran forward, intending to help him, but already knowing it was too late. As I reached the edge and peered down the hole, I was just in time to hear it. A loud, wet crunch. Then another. I stumbled back and fell to the ground, tears streaming down my face as another rang out. "No," I said in disbelief. I sat there for a long time as the chewing subsided, and the air was filled with the sound of wind whispering over crops and insects buzzing lazily. I buried my bruised face in my hands and sobbed, overcome with guilt. I didn't care that Danny had attacked me, he was my brother. He had every reason to think I had lost my mind. Hell, I had wondered the same thing hundreds of times since coming here. Why couldn't you just listen to me? I screamed, though the person it was intended for was now incapable of hearing me. I finally stood up, walking over to where he had dropped the phone on the ground, and picked it up. I could see that it was attempting to dial out to emergency services, the number on the screen showing 911. I put it to my ear, hearing the busy signal, and remembered there was no cell service in this area. I pocketed the phone as I was overcome with a fresh wave of grief and realized my brother had died for nothing. I walked back to the house, noting Danny's car still parked next to mine. I felt cold and numb at this point, not fully accepting what I had done. I sat down on the porch and stared at the sun as it began to set and paint the world in its gold and rose hues. Finally, I made the decision I hadn't even realized I was considering. I knew the well had to be fed, but I was done. In that moment, I had finally reached what was my breaking point and decided someone besides me would have to figure out what to do. The whole town could get swallowed up for all I cared. I couldn't keep living with the fact that I had killed my one and only brother. I walked inside the house and picked up the old, corded phone fixed to the wall in the kitchen and dialed out to 911. I asked to speak to the police and after a short pause was connected to a gruff male voice. "You said you have a crime to report?" "Yes. I would like to report a murder." There was a pause and a sharp intake of breath. I swallowed hard, the fear and finality of what I was about to do hitting home. I almost hung up the phone, but thought of my brother going over the side of the well. I realized that thought would repeat in my mind until the day I died. I pushed on. "Hello, are you still there?" I asked. Yeah. Okay, can I have your address?" I gave him the exact address, and when I was done, I added, "I killed my brother." "Please remain where you are," the voice responded in a terse tone. I didn't have to wait long. In less than 15 minutes, I could hear cars pulling up outside the house, so I went outside to meet them. I exited with my hands above my head, expecting drawn guns and loud commands, but none of that came. Instead, they were just getting out of their vehicles. I decided to say something to get their attention. "Don't worry," I called out to the 4 police officers, who just calmly meandered from their cars at a slow pace to stand in front of the farmhouse. I planned to come quietly. 2 of the police stared at me from a distance, while the other 2 leaned close to one another and held some whispered conversation. Then, they parted and one of them walked to me. "Okay, Chester, let's go inside for a little talk." I didn't know how these things normally go, but the last thing I had expected was for a conversation at the kitchen table. I took a seat as the officer sat down across from me, where my brother had been sitting a few hours earlier when he was alive. The police officer had short, black hair and piercing eyes. He was maybe in his mid-30s or late 20s. He stared at me for a few seconds before speaking. "So, you're saying you killed your brother?" "Yes, sir. It was an accident. I shoved him near the well out back, and he fell over the side." "I see. I would like to turn myself in," I added. "Listen, Chester, I understand that you're worried about your brother, but going to jail won't bring him back," the officer said sympathetically. "What do you mean?" "I killed a man. I killed my brother. I have to face justice. Just be sure to feed the well while I'm locked up." "I know that sounds weird, but The officer cut me off. "Chester, your brother went missing. His wife will be getting a note tomorrow stating that he has decided to leave the country. I know you miss him, but doing this won't bring him back." I suddenly felt all the blood drain from my face. "What are you talking about?" "I killed him. Take me to jail." "Don't worry, Chester. We'll try to find him, but with these things, who knows?" The officer stood up, just as I heard wheels on the gravel road outside. I followed the officer to the door, berating him the whole way. "This is insane. I killed him. I killed him." "Chester, if you did that, there'd be a body," he responded in an even voice as he opened up the front door and went outside. I followed him out the door, ready to continue protesting, but fell silent when I walked onto the porch. I could see a tow truck just starting to turn the corner of the road in the distance, my brother's car being pulled behind it. "We'll keep looking, Chester," the officer said, walking back down the porch steps towards his car. "In the meantime, get some rest and try not to worry. Oh, and don't forget." He turned around and looked me in the eyes, one hand on the door of his car. He had an angry look on his face, full of threats unsaid. He didn't need to say them. The way he gripped the gun strapped to his side with his other hand said everything he needed to convey. "Feed the well, and the well feeds us." The message was clear. They knew about Danny's wife. They likely knew about my mother. I wouldn't be the one suffering if I didn't do what was expected from me. After that, the 2 squad cars began to drive away. I sat down on the steps of the porch as the sun completely vanished behind the horizon and the deep night of the rural countryside fell over the land. I didn't even know how to fathom what had just happened. I understood it in an analytical sense, but I just couldn't comprehend that it had really happened. Danny was gone, and I couldn't even be punished for it. If I had felt trapped before, it was nothing compared to the sensation that now overwhelmed me. I wondered if the rest of my life would be spent here on this farm, yearning for the city lights of my old life, yearning to face justice for killing my own brother, a slave to Adesea, a servant of the well. In some ways, maybe that's what I deserved. Killing my brother was an accident, but I felt a need to be punished for it. I had originally intended to spend the rest of my life inside a prison cell to atone for it. But I suppose this farm isn't entirely dissimilar. I reached in my pocket, pulling out Danny's phone, and hit the button on the side of the device. The phone lit up, and I could see his lock screen. It was a picture of the both of us as kids, here on the farm. I remembered that picture. My mom had taken it while Danny and I were running around and playing in front of the cornfield. We were both smiling with an arm around each other. We couldn't have been older than 8 and 9. I buried my head in my arms and sobbed. I decided I'd keep his phone, making a point to look at the picture on it every day, never letting myself forget what I had done. To rub salt in this wound, I could see that his wife had texted him just a little while earlier. "Miss you, honey." I knew she'd never receive a response. She'd get a note tomorrow. Maybe she would hold out hope for a little while, but one day, she'd accept that he was never coming home. At least she'd persist with the lie that he was still alive somewhere. The same goes for my mother. Only I would know the truth, a truth I would have to carry alone. I looked at the picture on his phone again, realizing that Daniel had loved me and cared about me, even if he had been unable to express it. That picture was all the proof I needed to see. Looking at it now, I can feel my chest growing heavy with anguish and my eyes stinging with the force of holding back tears. I miss my little brother. I traveled here last week, a town so tiny and isolated that it no longer existed on most maps of India. I suspect that the government had forgotten its existence years ago. My parents sent me here to look after my grandfather. Apparently they're looking for elderly homes for him. but I think they're just waiting for him to die off, so they can sell the rundown houses in the village and be free of them. Being unemployed, I didn't have the nerve to turn down free boarding and lodging. But God, I already regret it. The village isn't just dying, it's fossilizing. The roads are barely more than fading dirt trails, potholes eroding further with each monsoon season. The houses have been stripped down to skeletal brick. I'm unsure how some of them are still standing. Even the farmland, once the beating heart of agrarian India, has become barren. Their open fields sprawl like a beggar's hands, dutifully waiting for alms of rain from the heavens. According to my dad, it had once been a vibrant colony long ago, before he departed and took off for Hyderabad all those years ago. Today, the few remaining folks here in this village look closer to death's door than life's. They likely barely make it on pension checks and rationed rice grains. My granddad, Venkat, is no exception to the rule. He's a living cadaver, a walking specter. The man hardly speaks anymore. I'm not sure if it's due to a loss of ability or a loss of will. The man's life was pitiful. It takes him an hour to chew through a meal. Each bite sounded like punishment. He labored to clench and unclench his jaw for each bite, gasping and wheezing as it obstructed his throat. Rarely when he did get up did his joints creak and his lungs strain at the exertion. It was a scary sight to behold, his bony physique bringing to mind photographs of famine victims in our history books. He lies in bed all day, eyes shut, as if getting ready for death. Which is why I nearly dropped my phone this morning when he walked out the door. No warning, no words, only that skeletal frame stumbling into the white-hot glow of noon. I chased after him, crying Thathaya in my mangled Telugu. He braked, cane trembling, and glared at me, and then he went on walking. Half a mile below, we reached the forest edge. I still don't know how he did it. The man who could barely stand for more than a minute had just power-walked a marathon. And why did he do this Olympic feat? A tree that was somehow even more lifeless than himself. All right, it was no ordinary tree. I could see that it must have bore religious significance of some sort. It had been wrapped in holy string, dipped in orange saffron. The tree trunk had yellowed and the dust coated it, but I could see some markings made in yellow turmeric powder. Mystical symbols of sorts. Maybe desperate pleas for rain or unanswered prayers for food. He began to kneel before it, holding onto his cane for support as he descended. I moved forward to catch him immediately, but he brushed my arms aside. He was a stubborn man, too stubborn for his own good. He did manage to get down on his knees in front of that husk of wood, though. He clasped his hands together, palms against palms in supplication, and began to chant. I was actually a bit embarrassed. I didn't know what to do. After a minute or two, when it looked like this prayer wasn't going anywhere anytime soon, I decided to sit down some distance from the tree and just keep going on my phone. I don't know how long we sat there, me browsing on my phone and him praying by the tree, but it took forever. When at last I heard his wheezing voice fade, I got up and went over to him. I didn't even bother to try to help him to his feet, figuring the danger of being hit by him wasn't worth it. He did manage to stand, though very painfully. He then walked over to the tree itself and tied a new thread onto one of its lower branches. He motioned for me to come closer and gave me a thread to tie to the tree as well. I was hesitant, but followed suit, even crossing my palms in front of me at the end, doing my best to mirror whatever this was. He smiled. I guess I did a decent job of mimicking. The silent return home was as difficult as the journey out, but my grandfather's mood was lighter, almost triumphant. When we returned, he collapsed onto his bed with a sigh, his brief burst of energy spent. I retreated to my own cot in the corner of the little house, the thread still on my wrist. It stung gently, as if a rash, but I wore it out of some vague sense of obligation, or not wishing to offend whatever deity my grandfather had called upon. Night fell quickly, the village shrouded in a darkness so thick it felt alive. Heat clung to my body like a second skin, and rest was a distant dream. When I finally slept more than a few minutes, my mind was immediately plunged into dreamscapes. I stood in front of the tree again, its gnarled roots emitting a faint, yellow-green glow, throbbing like a heartbeat. The saffron filaments that wrapped its trunk had unraveled, coagulated like blood at the ground. The air was metallic, stinging, and I had leaden limbs, as if the ground itself was restraining me. That's when I saw her. She stepped out from the shelter of the tree, her form smooth serpentine. Her lower half was a coil of rainbow-colored scales, glinting black, scraping soundlessly along the ground. Her upper body was human, or almost. Her arms were too long, fingers lengthening into bony claws. Her neck curved unnaturally, pushing her head forward. Her hair spread wide around her head, like a cobra's hood. But it was her face that froze me. Symmetrical to perfection, inhumanly beautiful with dark, molten amber eyes that fixed on mine unblinking. My body stiffened. I tried to scream, to run, but my lungs refused to draw breath. My muscles froze. She moved closer, her pace hypnotic, until her face was inches from mine. She smelled of earth and ash. Her mouth opened, revealing a line of human teeth accompanied by long fawn-like canines, but no sound came out. Only a low, vibrating hum, resonating in my head. The threads on the tree began to squirm, curling towards me, encircling my ankle and wrists, constricting. Her clawed hand rose, raking across my wrist. It burned where she touched it, searing my skin. She looked at me, she looked inside me. Her golden eyes bore right through me, stripping away thoughts, memories, fear. I was exposed, hollowed out, as if she were sucking something from me. I awoke with a start, rays of sunlight slicing directly onto my face. I sat there for a minute trying to get my bearings, trying to distinguish reality from dream, truth from fantasy. I shrugged it off on the first day, and just went back to wasting time on my computer. But nightmares returned for me the second night, and the third night. Later, I talked to my grandfather and informed him of the odd visions. He stared at me seriously, not saying a word back, lost in thought. Suddenly, he stood up and grabbed my wrist. We walked silently as he led me to the tree. He gestured for me to pray along with him this time, and I did. I did not know the words or all the gestures, yet I knelt down before the tree, doing my best to be respectful. After the prayers finished, and we rose to our feet again, he walked over to the tree. He ripped off a small piece of cloth that had covered it. He wrapped it around his own wrist, and then grasped my wrist and tied it on me too. For some strange reason, that had done the job. The nightmares stopped. The days after the first dream were indistinct. Every day was the same, waking up and visiting the tree with my grandfather. The cloth around my wrist prickled continually, a dull, nagging tingle that I couldn't remove. At first, I figured it was just the heat, the dust, the odd beats of country living. This was normal, I lied to myself, attempting to attribute it to foreign surroundings and practices. I made every effort to explain away what was transpiring around me. And then the snakes crept in. It started with a sound in the underbrush when I walked up to the well. I froze, my skin crawling, as a cobra glided over the path, its hood open, its eyes on me. It didn't strike. It didn't even hiss. It just looked at me, its eyes strangely human, then disappeared into the high grass. I comforted myself that it was a coincidence, a fluke, an oddity, a quirk of the country. But the next day, I saw another, one curled up in the shade of our doorway, its scales glinting in the sun like oil. My grandfather walked over it with no more regard than to a stray cat. The villagers, however, reacted differently. They inclined their heads, moving past the snakes, whispering prayers. Some left offerings, milk, flowers, even coins, at the base of the tree where my grandfather prayed. When I asked an elderly woman why, she simply said, "They are her children," as though that made any sense. The dreams also returned, although not with such clarity as the first. Blasts of the serpent woman's face burned in my brain when I slept, her eyes golden and bright, her long fingers, her voice humming through my head with no words. I rose each morning more drained than the last, as though the dreams were sucking something out of me. My grandfather, however, grew stronger by the day. He needed his cane no more. His voice, which was a rasp, grew strong and deep. He even began eating greedily, devouring meals that would have taken him hours to eat only weeks before. I struggled to force away the discomfort bubbling within me, but the thread around my wrist grew tighter, the fibers sinking deeper into my skin like tiny needles. One night, after another sleepless night, I hit my limit. I unwound the tightly knotted thread from around my wrist with effort and discarded it. The release was immediate, as if shedding something I hadn't realized I'd been carrying. I fell onto my cot, exhausted but exhilarated. That night, the dream came in full force. I stood before the tree again, its roots colorless with a gentle radiance, the scent of damp earth and decay hanging in the air. The serpent woman emerged from the shadows, her scales shining like melted metal. She did not come toward me this time. She simply stood there, her amber eyes burning with rage and sorrow. The threads at the tree squirmed, slithering toward me, but stopped, as if held back by an invisible force. Then the ground beneath me shifted. I looked down to see a pit open before my feet, its bottom teeming with writhing, hissing shapes. Snakes, dozens of them, their eyes aglow like hot coals. They began to climb, their chill bodies writhing over my legs, my torso, my arms. I screamed, but nothing came out. The serpent woman remained still as the snakes wound themselves closer, their fangs scraping along my flesh. I woke up covered in sweat, my heart racing. The string was on the ground where I had dropped it, its threads frayed but still whole. My grandfather stood in the doorway, his face emotionless. Without saying a word, he picked up the string and handed it to me. His eyes looked into mine, and for the first time, I saw something akin to fear in them. I tied the string back on. The next few days were a haze. My grandfather's change just kept on coming, his body becoming almost spry again, his laughter echoing through the house. The villagers started treating him with a respect that was almost worship-like, taking him gifts and seeking his blessings. He accepted it all with a quiet dignity, as if it were rightfully his. I, however, was shrinking quickly. My hands shook unceasingly. My eyesight was blurry around the edges. Even menial tasks, carrying water, chopping vegetables, left me gasping. The string around my wrist seemed to radiate a sickly, feeble light, its strands now so deeply inserted into my skin that I couldn't be taken out of it without ripping flesh. The snakes were everywhere, unavoidable. They slithered down the village streets, coiled around doorways, even draped over the branches of the tree. The villagers welcomed them, leaving bowls of milk and honey in their path. I attempted to avoid them, but they always seemed to find me, their eyes locking onto mine with a seeming familiarity that made me shiver. One night, as we ate dinner together, my grandfather spoke to me. "We must go to the tree tomorrow," he said, his voice clear. "It is time." I didn't ask him what he meant. He was a devout man on the edge of dementia. I didn't think I could possibly understand. The next day, we walked to the tree silently. The air was heavy with floral scents, but I saw no flowers in the rotting forest around me. My grandfather knelt before the tree, his chant deeper and stronger than the previous time. I knelt beside him, my body trembling from exhaustion. During a crescendo in the chant, the ground began to rumble under our feet. A low hiss hung in the air, and a cobra slithered out of the roots, its hood flared, its eyes locked onto my grandfather. He didn't blink as it slithered up his frame and wrapped itself around his neck, settling like a rosary around him. He glanced at me once, his eyes full of a horrible gratitude, and nodded. He stood up slowly and went away, into the darkness of the forest. I was unable to scream, unable to shift, as paralysis had caught me. Hours later, when it released me, I found the tree transformed. Resin oozed from its bark, green shoots bursting from dead wood. My grandfather's cane coiled around a root. The wood was smooth, young. It had some new carvings on it. They were in Telugu, so it took me a while to understand. It had only one word, my name. A few years ago, I bought a farm for me and my son. It started out as a hobby, a way to distract myself from the death of my ex-wife. Eventually, it grew into a small business, and I began supplying local diners with produce. Things were going great, but it all started to fall apart after I met my new girlfriend, Mindy. Weird things started appearing in my mailbox, like grains of uncooked rice, a bouquet of dead flowers, and oddly enough, my old wedding band. At the same time, some chickens had begun to go missing from one of the hen houses in my backyard. I assumed it was the work of coyotes or wolves, and I set up motion detector lights and cameras to catch them in the act, but none of them ever worked. After trying out my fifth set, I gave up on them entirely. My son, Sean, had just reached the age where he began losing baby teeth. And after receiving his first dollar from the tooth fairy, he became obsessed with the idea of cash for teeth. I caught him stuffing little black pebbles under his pillow one night, and when I asked him what he was doing, he told me he had put chicken teeth under there to trick the tooth fairy. I laughed and tried to explain to him that chickens didn't have teeth, but he was adamant they did because he found them in the hen house. I decided to humor him, and after dinner that night, we armed ourselves with flashlights and headed out the kitchen's back door to the farm so Sean could search for some of his elusive hen veneers. As we passed the barn, something felt off. The pigs were awake and had wandered to a corner of their pen to stare at the hen house. I heard them softly snorting in quick succession, like they were hyperventilating or something. Sean didn't seem to notice, or maybe he just didn't care. He skipped along singing some impromptu song about chicken teeth. As I walked away from the pigs, I began to hear something else, like wet smacking and crunching sounds coming from the hen house. I knew it had to be whatever was killing my chickens, and quickly scooped Sean up and ran back to the house to drop him off and get my gun. I raced back to the hen house, rifle ready in my hands, but I couldn't hear the munching anymore. Instead, I found a message written in hen's blood on the floor of the coop that read, "Till death do us part." Just as I finished reading it, I heard a scream from the house. Sean, I thought, and began running back to the house. I tried the back door, but it was locked. I heard another scream, and I kicked the knob until it gave way. The first thing I saw were more messages written in chicken blood on the floor, walls, and countertops. Cheater, liar, adulterer. I didn't have time to read them all as I barreled towards Sean's room. I burst through the door and saw poor Sean in the corner of his bed, his sheets pulled up to his eyes. "Sean, are you okay?" I said. He didn't respond, but it looked like he was staring at something behind me. I slowly began to turn around, and found myself face to face with the rotting corpse of my ex-wife. She shrieked and pounced on me. I was so shocked I lost my balance, and found myself on my back with the corpse of my ex trying to bite and claw at my face. Still clutching my rifle, I pushed the length of it into her chest to keep her snapping maw away from me. My hands were getting sweaty, and I was losing the grip on my gun. I looked up and saw a centipede crawl out from one of her nostrils and slip under her left eye. All of a sudden she stopped biting, and her head began to violently shake around like a cocktail mixer. She opened her mouth, and a sea of bugs and insects flooded out, covering my face. I rolled over, dropping my rifle to wipe bugs off my face and out of my mouth, when my wife bit down on my arm hard. I heard bones snap, and I went blind with pain as my arm wilted in my dead wife's jaws. I screamed and swiftly tore my limp arm out of her mouth, taking several of her little rotting teeth with it. I began scooting backward and blindly reaching for my gun, and by luck I found it. I put the stock to my shoulder, rested the barrel on my shattered arm, and fired into her face, sending her nose somewhere into the depths of her skull. The thing sputtered on the floor while viscous and bugs oozed out of its new face hole. I ran over to the bed, grabbed Sean with my good arm, and sped outside the house. My ex-wife's wails followed us all the way out to my truck, and were only muted by the radio blaring to life. We raced down the road, and were about halfway to the police station when my heart sank. Mindy was supposed to come over sometime after dinner. With only one good arm, I had Sean use my cell phone to call Mindy, but it went to voicemail every time. I turned the car around and put my foot to the floor until we were about a block away from the house. I could see Mindy's car in the driveway, and I skidded my truck onto the front lawn, locked Sean in, and I ran inside. The house was dead quiet. So quiet, my own breathing was deafening, and every squeaky floorboard felt like an atom bomb going off. I checked every room in the house until all I was left with was my bedroom. I put a hand on the knob and slowly cracked the door just an inch or so, and was greeted with the most rancid odor I had ever smelled in my entire life. I took a deep breath in and held it as I opened the door, then immediately exhaled into a coughing fit as I fought the urge to vomit. On the bed was Mindy. Her stomach was hollowed out like somebody had taken a giant ice cream scoop to her abdomen. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I think I went into shock because I couldn't explain to you just why I began walking over to her. The tips of her ribs gleamed in the moonlight creeping in from the window. It shone over the black, empty cavity, making her bones look like teeth in the cavernous maw of a beast. I was now standing beside Mindy, and could see that something was carved into her forehead. Gutless bitch. I knew the words were meant for me. The etching was so deep, I could see the white of her skull. I stumbled back, slipping on a piece of intestine that had been carelessly discarded, and rushed back outside to see Sean. I hopped back into the truck, and it dawned on me that in the whirlwind of chaos that had just unfolded, I hadn't even called the police yet. Almost worse, I didn't know what the fuck to tell them. Me and Sean have since moved, and I ended up telling the cops a deranged woman had broken in and chased us out before butchering my girlfriend when she got home. It was all true. They said my story checked out, but they never found who killed her. Rather, they never found my wife. We've traded the farm life for a nice safe apartment with very few hiding spots, and have been living modestly. But the reason I've decided to share all this is because this morning, Sean ran up to me, hands cupped. "Look, Dad," he said before uncupping his hands to reveal small, dark, rotten-looking pebbles. "I found chicken teeth under my bed this morning." When I was in 8th grade, something unexplainable happened to my best friend Gerald. Like any other summer night, he came to my house to sleep over. Outside, mosquitoes buzzed, rain drizzled, and frogs croaked. The fragrance of raindrops was among my favorite sensations, so I kept the window open. My room was upstairs, far away from my parents, so we were always noisy. At around 11 p.m., my older brother Sam agreed to take us to Taco Bell. "Dude, seriously, you're just getting water?" I ask. Come on, dude, you know I'm not allowed to drink soda. Gerald says, looking concerned. Your parents aren't here, it's all right, says my brother, putting his hand on Gerald's shoulder. He then motions to Dr. Pepper on the soda machine. Gerald shakes his head and refuses. I wish I could go back and force him to pick a soda instead. There's no telling if it would have even made a difference, but these thoughts persist. That was the last time I'd ever go to Taco Bell. Can't bring myself to go back after what happened, having since cut off anything that serves as a reminder of that night. After enjoying our tacos, Sam drove us back home, and we hung out for a bit before Sam called it a night, saying he was tired. What that really meant was he was going to his room to call his girlfriend. Naturally, Gerald and I headed up to my room for our usual COD zombies. The flickering glow of my ancient television rested on our faces as we plowed through zombies. Unable to handle only getting to round 10 5 times in a row, we shut off the TV and crawled under our respective covers. Of course, we continued to stay up late into the night discussing girls in our class, mostly who had the nicest ass. Gerald rattles his near-empty ice water cup in his hand as he speaks. You can toss your drink over there if you're finished. Besides, kinda gross to leave it out all night. I say, it's fine, he said as he sat it down on the nightstand beside him. Fine, I'm just telling you, my mom always gets onto me for leaving cups out. He nodded. Looking back, God, I wish I had said more. If only I had just made him throw away that cup. Not long after, Gerald and I both drifted to sleep mid-conversation. It's 4 a.m. I wake up to unsettling noises, a horrific hybrid of wheezing and snoring. Its presence sent goosebumps across every inch of my body. Just thinking of it now, my eyes are welling up with tears. What's wrong? I called out, still half asleep, jumping out of my bed towards Gerald's sleeping bag. His face was losing color, and he was trying to say something, holding a cup in his now shaking hand. Blue veins bulged across his face like running rivers. Vehemently, he regained his composure and spoke. Something's in the cup, he said, now sweating immensely. I woke up thirsty, so I grabbed the cup to have a drink. Oh God! It swam into my throat. It had legs. It's moving around in my stomach. I stared in disbelief. That couldn't be right. How would something alive get into his cup like that? It even had the lid still on. Still remains a mystery. Gross as it is, at first I thought it might have been a cockroach. Now I really wish that were the case. Something told me he was serious. I'd never seen him this way in our many years of friendship. He looked frozen like someone who had just been caught doing something wrong. What? How? I couldn't even think straight. I watched on with absolute disgust as I could now see his stomach writhing under the covers. Before I could react, he pulled himself out of the sleeping bag and darted towards the window. It was open, of course, but it didn't matter either way. He broke right through the glass. I still remember the sound when he hit the driveway. His body vanished. By the time I made my way to the window, he was long gone. The local police had a search party looking for weeks, not a trace. I don't know if that thing caused him to jump, or if he couldn't stand it swimming around in his body. I shudder writing this. Every night I have nightmares, and I fear I'll never stop having them. The recurring ones are the worst, especially the one where I wake up to Gerald standing beside my bed, vomiting out blood and organs. To this day, I boil the water I drink, and I only drink from translucent cups. I doubt it helps, but I'm not taking any chances. But 4 months later, they found his body. This poor group of kids geocaching in the woods found his bones arranged into one enormous pile. Everything else was gone. They were traumatized. My nightmares persist too. My most recent one involving me watching Gerald spit up his bones one by one. Today, I went for a stroll with my dog Bella. Took her to the usual spot, because I prefer the isolation. Pine cones littered the forest canopy beneath my feet. Everything was normal, until I smelled it. This horrific stench that permeated the forest air around me. It made my eyes water, and I started gagging. The sound that came after was awful. It was this wheezing noise. Familiarity set in. I panicked. My heart beat at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Bella sensed something was up, too. She started growling. Now, the sound came from behind me. I slowly craned my neck to see. I wish I did not do that. Imagine how a person looks when they're missing their bones and all their internal organs. It's not a pleasant sight. A rotten husk of flesh somehow crawling towards me, gasping for air. The wheezing, the stench. I couldn't stand it as it inched closer and closer to me. It attacked all my senses. My body didn't know how to react. I began to shut down just like that night Gerald disappeared. I didn't stay to discover its intentions. I'm unsure if that was still the same Gerald, or that creature controlling his brain. But either way, I will not be sleeping tonight, not ever. I've decided to relocate. Unbelievable that I've continued living in this godforsaken town after everything. This evening I brushed my teeth as usual. As I stared into the mirror, trying to grasp what I had seen today, I reached for the clear cup on my bathroom counter and rinsed out my mouth. I wish I never did. Jamming my hand into my mouth, I attempt to stop it before it's too late. To no avail. With seemingly just seconds to react, I try to weigh my options. My frantic decision leads me to lock myself in the bathroom. Every piece of furniture that would fit is now pressed up against the door. I can feel my heart pounding all the way in my stomach. Imagine the sharpest stomach pain you've felt, then multiply that by 40. As I writhe on the cold tile floor, the familiar whirring of the garage door briefly shakes the house. I hear the front door pop open. My mom is home. When Craig and I needed to get away, we went to a spot we called No Man's Land. A big dirt patch just outside of our small town of Birdsview. We would come here to talk and watch the stars, as well as the occasional plane or two that would pass every hour or so. No Man's Land was a sacred place that only me, Craig, and a girl or two in town knew of. A place we could visit to rant to one another about life problems, just have a few beers, or to just get away and feel a little smaller. Our town of Birdsview was roughly 30 minutes out from Allentown, where most of the people in our town worked, including us. We were still young, 2 years out of high school, and still couldn't decide on what we should be doing for the rest of our lives. I still lived with my parents, and Craig still lived with his mom. It had just been the two of them ever since his father passed away back when we were in the 2nd grade. So I knew I had to drop whatever I was doing and get the truck ready for No Man's Land when Craig had called me and told me his mom had just passed away. I rushed over to Craig's place where he was sitting on the curb at the end of his driveway. He got up slowly and climbed into the truck. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I guess so," he replied in a broken whisper. The rest of the ride was silent. I drove us to the local liquor store to get us a case of High Life, Craig's favorite beer. Craig stayed in the car leaning to face out the window. Looked back a few times to check on him, but the chill of the wind that night made me turn my back to the truck. When the bell rang against the door, Bruce walked out from behind the counter to shut the door behind me. He muttered something about the damn door can't handle the breeze. I went straight to the fridge where they always keep a 12-pack of Millers. Bruce, a classmate of ours from high school, made his usual snide comments about what he thought me and Craig would be up to in the back of the truck in the middle of nowhere as he scanned the beer. I'm glad I was the one to get the beer, as Craig was not one to take any shit from anyone, and especially never put up with Bruce's jokes. Some small laughs and a rebuttal about what Bruce might be up to when no one else is in the store is always enough to lighten the mood and get him off our backs. Although I still remember something he said to me that night. "Yeah, as long as all these damn ghosts will give me some fucking privacy. Them ghosts must be pretty damn bored to come screw around with you in here," I said jokingly. Bruce's smile faded a bit, and he leaned forward across the counter. "Man, listen man, tonight's been especially active, brother. I'm talking doors swinging open, crazy noises coming from the ceiling, and get this man, my power keeps going out. But whenever I get up to go check it, it all comes alive again." I leaned in close from the other side of the counter. "You better quit testing out your product, Bruce," I muttered. He raised an almost finished fifth of Jim Beam Red Stag and said, "Don't you go tellin' boss man now." Before erupting in a laugh you could hear from the back of the beer freezer. He told me to have a good night as I walked out, and I told him don't work too hard now, which got an even louder laugh than the last one. As I walked back to the truck, Craig was in the same position I left him in until he perked his head up looking past me and into the store. Halfway between the truck and the store, I turned around to see not a single light on in the entire place, like it had never even been opened to begin with. Bruce walked out from the dark to forcefully close the door against the wind. As soon as he managed to get it shut, the store had suddenly come back to life, illuminating the truck, Craig and I, as well as Bruce's Trans Am, as the only things in the parking lot. Bruce looked at us, smiled, shrugged and gave a wave to me and Craig before turning back into the store and returning to his post. I heard one last muffled laugh as I loaded the beers into the truck and left. Still about 20 minutes from the spot, Craig decided to tell me what had happened. At 7 a.m. that morning, his mom had left for her job as a nurse at the hospital in the city. When she arrived at work, She had parked in the garage next to the building when what police believe was a younger man approached her. At around 7:50 her car was seen leaving the parking garage, which is the last they had seen of the vehicle. Shortly after, the police were called about a woman on the ground bleeding. Police and paramedics arrived to see the woman had died from 7 deep stabs into her back just below her neck. Craig had spent the entire day with police being questioned and waiting in the station. Craig being at home sleeping that morning apparently was not a good enough alibi for the police. He said he had only been home for about 15 minutes before he called me. He couldn't handle being at his mother's house after over 10 hours of questions about her. I did my best to console my best friend, and to my relief, he acknowledged that he doesn't expect a professional therapy session from me. He just needed to get away, to feel a little smaller. We made it to our spot around 10 that night and got ourselves posted up in the bed of the truck. I had put in a row of seats from a smaller car to fit in the bed of my truck for nights at no man's land. It was a fun project that me and Craig had done just a few weeks back and was well worth the effort. We sat and did our best to talk over the wind while we drank our beers. To an extent, my mind was at least taken off of the subject. Craig, however, would end our riffing a little sooner than usual and begin to fall quiet. When I ran out of old memories to bring up, I remembered something I had bought that I thought he would like. I jumped down from the truck and rushed to the center console. As I climbed back in, I tossed him a laser pointer. "What is this?" "Bought it at the liquor store. Try it out, see how far it goes," I said. He pointed it in front of us and hit the button. It shot out a green laser as far as we could see. We then heard a low droning noise. We assumed it might just be another car or a big rig somewhere, but we couldn't see any lights around us. We paid no mind to it and continued pointing the laser into the void darkness all around us. We watched the strong gusts of wind carry the dirt and define the laser's beam as far out as we could make it. I was trying to hit a stop sign I had made out about a quarter mile to the left of us when Craig said, "I wish there were some stars out tonight, or maybe even a plane." Still focused on my task at hand, I said without looking up to him, "I think that's illegal, dude." "Well, shining it at the stars isn't." "Let me see it real quick." I kept my eyes locked on the spot where I thought the sign was as I surrendered the pointer to him. I figured he would realize he wouldn't be able to hit anything in space from the back of my truck, so I didn't bother to look and waited for him to hand it back over. A bright green line not 20 feet in front of me broke my stone-solid state. It made me jolt back a bit. I laughed and turned to Craig only to see him fixed on the same diagonal beam coming down from the sky that I had seen roughly 20 feet from the truck. The strange thing, however, was that Craig was still shining the laser directly up into the sky. "Are you hitting a plane or something?" I asked. He didn't say anything. We stared at the pastel green cloud the beam was shining through, trying to see past the cloud. Both of us jumped at the deep droning noise that had come back, breaking our deep focus. The wind had picked up at the same time. The second laser whipped in front of us, but with everything happening, Craig had kept our laser pointed directly up. He decided to try turning it on and off a bunch, keeping it in the same general direction. And when he did, the second laser was doing the same, but would hit the ground in different spots all around us. The wind was really moving now, so fast and harsh we could barely hear one another, but we had both known what was happening. The laser had been reflecting off of something. The light green cloud above us suddenly began to grow a dark red, at which point we rushed to get off the truck and take off. We were pushed down into the bed of the truck by the violent wind. On the floor of the bed, we both looked up to see the clouds split, revealing an incredible metal structure. It was smooth and dark, rounded on the bottom, and emitting a deep red light directly from what we thought was the center of this thing. The wind was at its strongest. We felt helpless and soon to be weightless. Before we could comprehend what was happening to us, we were lifted out of the truck bed, slowly moving towards the light. The wind had pushed us into 2 spinning tunnels of air apart from one another. I could see Craig screaming to me, but the droning had only gotten louder, and the wind tunnel hadn't helped my hearing either. I froze. All I could do was watch Craig do anything he could to get out. He took a knife from his pocket and opened it. I saw him look directly up and yell something before throwing it the best he could directly up along with his keys and wallet and whatever else he could find on him. It seemed to shake up the machine because the wind that had been lifting us shuddered a bit with each item that went up. It had soon stopped. At this point we were roughly 30 feet off the ground, frozen in the air. A thick cloud of vapor had released onto Craig, and his screaming had fallen silent. He was still moving and fighting, but whatever the substance was had begun to sedate him. In one last effort to fight back, he took a lighter from his pocket. I recognized it, a gift from his dad that Craig had always kept with him to remember him, and with whatever strength he had left, he flipped it open and scratched a puny spark from the lighter. Within seconds, the gas had lit into a bright yellow, orange crimson that lit up the night sky like nothing I had ever seen. The flame spiraled up the tunnel of wind, catching every trace of the gas and transforming it into a terrifying inferno. Through the blaze, I could just make out the silhouette of my best friend's skin dripping to the ground like a candle's wax. The flame eventually made its way to the machine to reveal the things, our captors, our abductors. They were not human. Too tall, too long, and just watching what was just seconds ago Craig. Like nothing had even happened. In so much shock I had not realized the wind had picked back up, and I was on my way back up. They had released the same sour vapor into my tunnel, and all I could do was comply. There was nothing I could possibly do but accept that I had no more control. I felt so vulnerable, so helpless, so small. What happened next, I can only describe as dreamlike. Just parts of memories, but whenever I try to recount it to myself, it feels like I'm telling it wrong. I opened my blurry eyes to find myself in what looked like a hospital room. But I knew that it wasn't. Everything was off. 2 TVs in each corner, a door that looked like it belonged in a bedroom, and I had been covered in towels, not blankets. The one detail I know I can remember is moving the towels down to reveal a scar running vertically in the center of my body from my neck through my belly button. That's all I had cared to see or feel. The doorknob had begun shaking, so I flung myself back into the bed and shut my eyes, just barely peeking out. Enormous figures walked in. I assumed the same ones I saw watching Craig. There were a few of them, and one had noticed my eyes. It signaled to the others. They walked over slowly and just touched my eyelids. I couldn't get them back open. The next thing I can recall is waking again, but in another room, the same kind of setup as the last one. Random things that someone might recall being in an operating room. I woke to see more scars all over my body. My vision was still blurry, but I could feel them all over. As my vision cleared, I noticed one of the things in the corner of the room. I looked next to the bed to find a tray of scalpels that didn't look right. Like if you had told me to draw one, it might have looked like this. I grabbed it and tried to stand, tripping over myself. I knew I was being too loud. I knew that the thing had heard me, but I didn't care. I stumbled my way to the thing and threw myself onto it. In a blind rage, I uncontrollably hit the creature and used the tool I had picked up. In an instant, my vision had cleared. I looked around to see where I was. I turned my head to find Craig's mother's car in an empty parking garage, and underneath me, with 7 deep cuts in their back, was Craig's mother. I shot up and panicked. I couldn't comprehend anything at the speed in which it was happening. The pool of blood spread, and I could hear sirens in the distance. I instinctively got into her car and drove out of the garage as fast as I could. I cried and yelled for as long as I could remember. In my screaming fit, I had closed my eyes and laid my foot on the gas just to open them again and find myself back in my own truck. I drove the entire night until I physically couldn't anymore. I found another barren patch of land where I could sleep in my truck for the night. I write this now some months later as an apology. For Craig's mother. For my own parents, who I know are worried sick about where I've been. For Craig, my best friend. I could not even begin to explain how I feel. I have expressed all my guilt and sadness. I feel void of emotion. I felt this way for weeks. Until yesterday, when I felt the breeze. Smelled the sour wind. I know what I have to do. It's what Craig would have done for me. I am as prepared as I think I could be with a few knives, a firearm, a laser pointer, and a lighter. Craig's lighter that I just found in that dirt patch that we loved. That dirt patch I could never forget. That little dirt patch that we called no man's land. On the city lines sits an old, rotting grocery store. It's been there as long as I can remember, which is at least 16 years. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's ever really been in business. Everyone I've ever spoken to has never shopped there. Hell, I'm pretty sure no one has even ever stepped foot in the place. Right now, I'm enrolled in a research class in my high school. The class was structured to where you did 3 projects. 1 group project, 1 research paper about a specific topic given by the teacher, and then the final research paper about any topic of your choosing. My last 2 projects were okay. I made A's on them, but this final is the real reason I took the class. I needed to learn about this old grocery store. I don't know why I had this obsession with it. I live on the other side of town. I have no ties to the store. But something about it is so alluring. It pulls me in like worms on a hook pulling fish. I haven't gotten a good chance to go by the place. There's old police tape all around the parking lot, and the doors are boarded up with 2x4s. There isn't much news about the place, and I've had to do almost all my research at the local library. The librarian, Mrs. Collins, is sweet and lets me use the archives free of charge. I'm grateful for that. She seems to be very interested in my research project. I think she's like me. The old place pulls her in as well, but I don't think it's got its talons in her like it does me. I'd pile up in a small corner of the second floor, pulling 5 or so books off the shelves at a time. Occasionally Mrs. Collins would check in on me, and now and then she'd bring me some snacks or a bottle of water. I have to admit, we've grown quite close. Clara? Dear, it's late, her soft voice spoke, snapping me out of my trance. Okay, I'm busy, I brushed her off. It's 7:30 and I need to head home soon. You've been here for hours, she explained, walking over to me and picking up a few books I had discarded. This was a common conversation we had. I'd get absorbed in my research, and she'd be there to kick me out. I did appreciate her. It was the only reason that I would go home most days. There were only 2 times I found it mentioned in newspapers, its opening and closing dates. It opened on Monday, July 22nd, 1996. Then, the place closed in December of that same year. I couldn't find an exact date of closing, but the headlines were published on Monday, December 16th, 1996. It was run by some old married couple, the Smiths. I have an interview set up with this guy, Samuel Withers, who was close with the Smiths. Mr. Withers is that crazy old man character. Lives at the end of the street in a decaying house. Yells at kids to get off his lawn. You get the picture. Since there was so little information, actually there was no information about the Smiths, I was hoping he could give me some insight. But, before then, I needed to check the place out. I figured that seeing it in person could teach me a lot about it. So that brings me to tonight. About 3 hours ago, I was standing in the parking lot, dressed in all black and hidden in the dark of the night. I had a flashlight, my phone, a camera, a hammer, and a gas mask. I had thought this all through. Take as many pictures as I could and document everything. Don't touch anything, don't breathe in anything, etc. This place had been abandoned for nearly a year. No telling how toxic the air was, hence the gas mask. I parked my car across the street. Nobody was out here, and the police weren't patrolling the area. Nobody ever came this way anyways. Gripping the hammer tightly, I stalked over to the door and evaluated the planks of wood. It looked like the wood boarding up the doors was rotting. I pushed on my gas mask, not wanting to die today, and started swinging. The wood broke with ease, splinters flying everywhere. A few nails fell to the ground, and eventually the whole thing caved in on itself. Stepping inside and shining my light, the smell of rot hit me in the face. Holy shit, I mumbled, taking a small step back and reaching to cover my nose. God, it smelled so bad. Like an old tuna fish sandwich that had been left in a wet sock that was found 2 days later in the woods with animal shit on it. I moved forward, stepping over the splintered wood and avoiding the nails. The first thing I noticed was the registers, coated in a thick layer of dust. I stepped over broken pieces of wood to get a better look and began to take pictures. It looked like everyone had been shopping normally, and then just suddenly disappeared. There was food still on the conveyor belts, a few cans of food here and there, and what I assumed was meat and fruit sat on most others. 2 of the registers were open. Money was still inside the drawers. There were receipts on the ground around the registers, like the cashier had been handing them to the customer. As I continued to walk through the mess, I was astonished by everything. There were bugs and rats everywhere. Every time I watched a roach crawl across the floor, I shuddered. Any noise a rat made had me jumping and looking over my shoulder. The place screamed, "I'm haunted." I looked up and down the vast aisles, taking pictures of everything. Cans of food that had fallen off the shelves and broken open coated the floor. The random and unknown liquids that pooled around the freezers. The place didn't look looted, just a husk of what used to be a busy supermarket. I ended up in a snack aisle. The vast row of unopened chip bags and Jiffy Pop pans were most likely the only thing the rodents and bugs couldn't get into. As I reached the end of the aisle, an even worse smell hit my nose. I was standing at the back of the store, where all the meat was kept. Oh God, it smelt so bad. It looked even worse. Roaches, flies, rats, and maggots were everywhere, much worse than anywhere else in the store. Snapping a few more pictures, I had to turn away from multiple unidentified pieces, just because of how nasty they were. I was shocked there was anything still left, and a part of me really wished it had all already decayed. I thought briefly for a moment. Shouldn't it already be gone? It's been months since this place closed, but I didn't dwell too much on the thought. I honestly just wanted to get away from the smell. As I turned to walk along the back of the store, I noticed two large swinging doors. I know it was stupid to go back there, but I needed to see. I just had to know what was back there. As I swung open the large metal doors, I shined my light across the room and instantly wished I hadn't. Sitting along the back wall was a person. I didn't get a good look at them. The moment their head snapped around to look at me, I booked it out of there. I dropped my hammer, letting out a blood-curdling scream and spinning on my heels. Racing back through the store, I could hear heavy footsteps following. They were yelling, a deep and raspy voice screaming at me to get back here. It sounded like they hadn't spoken in months. The voice was so hoarse and scratchy. I shot out the front door, nearly breaking my stride as I pushed past the rotted wood and across the parking lot. As I made it to my car, I glanced back to see the shadow of a person standing in the door. They were tall, lanky. Hair stretched down far, at least down to their back. From what I could tell, it looked like a man. I couldn't make out many features as I got into my car and slammed the door shut. I sped off quickly, scared out of my mind. I raced home, running 2 red lights and not stopping at stop signs. I'm lucky I didn't get pulled over. That brings me to now. I slinked back inside through my window, showered, and now I'm sitting in my bed typing this out. Shit, I need to know more. As dangerous and scary as it was, some twisted part of me just needed to know more. Who was it? Why were they there? Why had the meat not rotted? Why were the registers untouched? What the hell was going on with the grocery store? On the city line sits an old, rotting grocery store. It's been there as long as I can remember, which is at least 16 years. Honestly, I'm not sure if it's ever really been in business. Everyone I've ever spoken to has never shopped there. Hell, I'm pretty sure no one has even ever stepped foot in the place. Right now, I'm enrolled in a research class in my high school. The class was structured to where you did 3 projects. 1 group project, 1 research paper about a specific topic given by the teacher, and then the final research paper about any topic of your choosing. My last 2 projects were okay. I made A's on them, but this final is the real reason I took the class. I needed to learn about this old grocery store. I don't know why I had this obsession with it. I live on the other side of town. I have no ties to the store. But something about it is so alluring. It pulls me in like worms on a hook pulling fish. I haven't gotten a good chance to go by the place. There's old police tape all around the parking lot, and the doors are boarded up with 2x4s. There isn't much news about the place, and I've had to do almost all my research at the local library. The librarian, Mrs. Collins, is sweet and lets me use the archives free of charge. I'm grateful for that. She seems to be very interested in my research project. I think she's like me. The old place pulls her in as well, but I don't think it's got its talons in her like it does me. I'd pile up in a small corner of the 2nd floor, pulling 5 or so books off the shelves at a time. Occasionally Mrs. Collins would check in on me, and now and then she'd bring me some snacks or a bottle of water. I have to admit, we've grown quite close. Clara? Dear, it's late, her soft voice spoke, snapping me out of my trance. Okay, I'm busy, I brushed her off. It's 7:30 and I need to head home soon. You've been here for hours, she explained, walking over to me and picking up a few books I had discarded. This was a common conversation we had. I'd get absorbed in my research, and she'd be there to kick me out. I did appreciate her. It was the only reason that I would go home most days. There were only 2 times I found it mentioned in newspapers, its opening and closing dates. It opened on Monday, July 22nd, 1996. Then, the place closed in December of that same year. I couldn't find an exact date of closing, but the headlines were published on Monday, December 16th, 1996. It was run by some old married couple, the Smiths. I have an interview set up with this guy, Samuel Withers, who was close with the Smiths. Mr. Withers is that crazy old man character. Lives at the end of the street in a decaying house. Yells at kids to get off his lawn. You get the picture. Since there was so little information, actually there was no information about the Smiths, I was hoping he could give me some insight. But before then, I needed to check the place out. I figured that seeing it in person could teach me a lot about it. So, that brings me to tonight. About 3 hours ago, I was standing in the parking lot, dressed in all black and hidden in the dark of the night. I had a flashlight, my phone, a camera, a hammer, and a gas mask. I had thought this all through. Take as many pictures as I could and document everything. Don't touch anything, don't breathe in anything, etc. This place had been abandoned for nearly a year. No telling how toxic the air was, hence the gas mask. I parked my car across the street. Nobody was out here, and the police weren't patrolling the area. Nobody ever came this way anyways. Gripping the hammer tightly, I stalked over to the door and evaluated the planks of wood. It looked like the wood boarding up the doors was rotting. I pushed on my gas mask, not wanting to die today, and started swinging. The wood broke with ease, splinters flying everywhere. A few nails fell to the ground, and eventually the whole thing caved in on itself. Stepping inside and shining my light, the smell of rot hit me in the face. "Holy shit," I mumbled, taking a small step back and reaching to cover my nose. God, it smelled so bad. Like an old tuna fish sandwich that had been left in a wet sock that was found 2 days later in the woods with animal shit on it. I moved forward, stepping over the splintered wood and avoiding the nails. The first thing I noticed was the registers, coated in a thick layer of dust. I stepped over broken pieces of wood to get a better look and began to take pictures. It looked like everyone had been shopping normally, and then just suddenly disappeared. There was food still on the conveyor belts, a few cans of food here and there, and what I assumed was meat and fruit sat on most others. 2 of the registers were open, money was still inside the drawers. There were receipts on the ground around the registers, like the cashier had been handing them to the customer. As I continued to walk through the mess, I was astonished by everything. There were bugs and rats everywhere. Every time I watched a roach crawl across the floor, I shuddered. Any noise a rat made had me jumping and looking over my shoulder. The place screamed, "I'm haunted." I looked up and down the vast aisles, taking pictures of everything. Cans of food that had fallen off the shelves and broken open coated the floor. The random and unknown liquids that pooled around the freezers. The place didn't look looted, just a husk of what used to be a busy supermarket. I ended up in a snack aisle. The vast row of unopened chip bags and Jiffy Pop pans were most likely the only thing the rodents and bugs couldn't get into. As I reached the end of the aisle, an even worse smell hit my nose. I was standing at the back of the store, where all the meat was kept. Oh God, it smelt so bad. It looked even worse. Roaches, flies, rats, and maggots were everywhere, much worse than anywhere else in the store. Snapping a few more pictures, I had to turn away from multiple unidentified pieces, just because of how nasty they were. I was shocked there was anything still left, and a part of me really wished it had all already decayed. I thought briefly for a moment, shouldn't it already be gone? It's been months since this place closed, but I didn't dwell too much on the thought. I honestly just wanted to get away from the smell. As I turned to walk along the back of the store, I noticed 2 large swinging doors. I know it was stupid to go back there, but I needed to see. I just had to know what was back there. As I swung open the large metal doors, I shined my light across the room and instantly wished I hadn't. Sitting along the back wall was a person. I didn't get a good look at them. The moment their head snapped around to look at me, I booked it out of there. I dropped my hammer, letting out a blood-curdling scream and spinning on my heels. Racing back through the store, I could hear heavy footsteps following. They were yelling, a deep and raspy voice screaming at me to get back here. It sounded like they hadn't spoken in months. The voice was so hoarse and scratchy. I shot out the front door, nearly breaking my stride as I pushed past the rotted wood and across the parking lot. As I made it to my car, I glanced back to see the shadow of a person standing in the door. They were tall, lanky. Hair stretched down far, at least down to their back. From what I could tell, it looked like a man. I couldn't make out many features as I got into my car and slammed the door shut. I sped off quickly, scared out of my mind. I raced home, running 2 red lights and not stopping at stop signs. I'm lucky I didn't get pulled over. That brings me to now. I slinked back inside through my window, showered, and now I'm sitting in my bed typing this out. Shit, I need to know more. As dangerous and scary as it was, some twisted part of me just needed to know more. Who was it? Why were they there? Why had the meat not rotted? Why were the registers untouched? What the hell was going on with the grocery store? Your deal, the sharp-dressed man uttered, swallowing the last bit of his brown drink. Sharp-dressed couldn't begin to describe this man's fit, as the newer generation would denote. A classic 3-piece suit isn't something you see every day, especially from a man around the age of 40. And also, especially in a small town in the Midwest. Sharp-dressed indeed. A double-breasted burgundy vest under a single-breasted burgundy jacket, curiously finished with a white pair of trousers and matching white dress shoes. Okay, dealer's choice, right? Max asked. A silent nod from the sharp-dressed man affirmed. Texas Hold'em it is then. I've enjoyed learning your fancy card games, but I'd like to get into something simpler, something I actually understand. Be my guest then, Maximilian, the sharp-dressed man said, with an open smile. A smile that could seemingly melt ice. Max dealt. One card to his opponent. One to himself, one more to the man across from him, and the next finishing out his hand. The room they were playing in could have been a set from an old noir-style movie. A backroom of sorts, with shelves lining the walls, occupied with back stock of assorted liquors, beer, and wine. A small section of non-perishable groceries took up space behind him. A sink sat in the corner, perpetually dripping. Not like a kitchen or bathroom sink, but one that represented more of a basin that was used for collecting water from a washing machine. Curious. A circular table rounded with what once could have been an expensive wood surrounded a green felt, aged by years of housing card games, holding excess items and discarded trash that couldn't find another home. The light above seemed to barely illuminate the small space. It was as if it was meant to just give enough light to be specific to whatever circumstances needed to play out for this event. Max looked at the sharp-dressed man before checking his cards in a clandestine manner. The man seemingly never let his suspicious smile falter, all while maintaining a visual on him. Creepy, as he had a tinted pair of dark glasses that made it impossible to see any semblance of his pupils. Even creepier being that this windowless room warranted wearing any type of ocular sunglass wear. Unreal, Max thought to himself. 2 queens. I'll bet, the sharp-dressed man said, throwing in 5 blue chips. Max couldn't help but let a little humorous air from his nostrils. Amused? The man asked. Max once again met the gaze of his opponent. I suppose you could say that, friend. Max couldn't remember how long they'd been tossing cards back and forth, but at this point he had a sizable chip advantage compared to the sharp-dressed man. I'll call. Max dealt the flop. First card, 4 of hearts. Second card, 6 spades, and the third card, another queen. Max, now aware he had to put on that classic poker face, awaited the man's move. The sharp-dressed pondered, effortlessly flipping chips in his right hand, while his left glided through his jet-black hair. Another 5. Max hid his growing excitement, now his heartbeat starting to elevate ever so slightly. I'll call. The sharp-dressed man nodded, raising his eyebrows in a "all right, let's play" expression. Max burned one, throwing down the turn. 8 of spades. Looking pretty good for O.L. Maximilian. Without a word or hesitation, the man doubled his bet from the previous turn. Max, a bit cautious but growing with confidence, raised just enough to try to keep his opponent in the game. Let's try to get everything I can out of him on this hand, and not scare him into folding, he gleefully thought. Max tried to read him, without success. Call, the sharp-dressed man said, throwing in the appropriate bet. Max nodded, now realizing that if he won this hand with his trip queens, he would take a sizable stack of chips away and be on his way to finishing this game. Max hadn't realizing how much he was sweating. Hopefully his black Nike track suit hid the perspiration. Okay, sir. Here comes the river. Max burned one final card and slowly revealed the last card. A 3 of clubs. This couldn't have gone any better than a first hand of Texas Hold'em. Absolute trash on the board, and he clearly has no idea that I have pocket queens. Max started to silently count the chips he was going to a tie. All in. What he just wants to give me his money. Must want to end this game early. I'm happy to oblige. Call. The man put his hands out, palms up. Well, let's turn them over then. Cool as ever, the man smiled at Max. Here you go, my man, Max laughed, revealing his 2 pretty queens, joining the one on the board. The night had been long and had had a lot of ups and downs for him, losing, almost out, and now climbing back from the absolute brink of defeat. Clever. It seems you were ahead the whole time, the sharp-dressed man stated, with that confident energy never waning. At that, he unveiled his hand. A 5 of clubs and a 7 of hearts. Straight beats a 3 of a kind, I'm afraid. The man, not gloating, but more matter of fact, started retrieving his winnings. Shit. How did I didn't think you had anything. Why would you go all the way with that hand? A 5-7? No one would play that. Max was now left with a racing heart and no joy to accompany it. His once stack of chips resembling a mini New York skyline, now reduced to a main street of 2 or 3 houses. Sometimes the most unexpected outcomes come from the most dire of circumstances, my boy. The man finished stacking his reward, noticing Max was now smiling, looking down at the table. Something to share, Max? He asked curiously. Haven't thought about this in a while, Max laughed. First time ever I went to Las Vegas. I moved to California as a young 20-something, trying to make it, you know. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Had no idea what I was up against going out to such a foreign environment. I moved in with a friend that just happened to move out there a year or so earlier. So at least I had that. The sharp-dressed man crossed his legs and threaded his fingers, getting comfortable, taking in Max's reminiscing. At the time it seemed like nothing but struggle. We had no money and worked the most menial jobs just to afford the astronomical California rent. Looking back though, we sure had a good time, and that will never be taken away from me. Or any one of us as we age, you know. Anyway, a work associate of my friend's surprised us by driving us to Las Vegas. The nearly 4-hour drive through the desert was all forgotten when that amazing, iconic skyline appeared. This was when the World Series of Poker was getting popular on television. ESPN, of all places, was broadcasting it nearly 24 hours. I only wanted to see one place. Binion's, the home, at the time, of the World Series of Poker. And I did. Being so green, I bought into a limit hold'em game. No idea what I was doing. My first and only hand I was ever dealt in Vegas was the very one I dealt tonight. Pocket queens. And I lost in the exact same way. Didn't see the sneaky straight. The sharp-dressed man uncrossed his legs and leaned forward. So, what was the lesson there, young man? No lesson. Just a funny coincidence that I have forgotten that memory, and even funnier that I have been reminded in this way. There's a lesson in nearly everything, Max. Take that as a lesson, the sharp-dressed man said as he flashed another sharp grin. So, overall, you enjoyed your time there and came back a better man? Max, shuffling now for the next game, stopped. Pondering. I suppose the regret and failure of not making it out there outweighs the enjoyment. I don't know. Deal, my boy. We can play another round of this Texas game. I quite like it. It's most unlike the ones we've played tonight. Max looked up mid-shuffle. Sure. You've played hold'em before, right? The way you say that sounded a little odd. The sharp-dressed man unbuttoned one of the infinite buttons on his vest. I've played all games, Max, but this one is a new one to me. I'm excited to give it another go. Max furrowed his brows. Well then how the hell did you even know that you won? How did you know anything? You just let me deal and kept making bets. Max threw his head back, laughing harder than he had remembered laughing for a long, long time. You're messing with me. I got to stop underestimating you. The man took a long pull from his brown drink. Max wasn't sure how many drinks that makes it tonight. I guess he hadn't noticed all night when, or if he was drinking at all. Usually being sober was the only way Max played any type of game of chance. Heavier odds on the chance. Okay, ZZ Top. One more round of poker, so I can take the rest of your money and get out of this place. Sharp-dressed man extended his right hand toward the table, tapping it twice. Deal. This game started on a polar opposite position than the first. Upon gingerly checking his 2-hole cards, Max came up with a measly 2-7. Statistically the worst hand in poker. Despite a strong bluff through the flop, just to see if he came up with any lucky pairings, he did not. Fold. Well, that one wasn't as much fun, the sharp-dressed man said, trying to feign sadness as he raked in a couple extra chips to add to his growing empire. 2 more games being played, 2 more rounds where Max lost. Max, now starting to lose confidence, sized up his and his opponent's money situation. Looks like you're catching up quick. It's your deal. What's the game? Max leaned back, now taking in his surroundings. Max was perplexed. Where exactly was he? The room was familiar. Familiar like a memory. But like a memory that has been eroded in your brain after thinking of it thousands of times over your short life. A game of telephone where every time you try to recall, the details get changed in the most minuet of ways. Max. Maximilian. The man waved at him. Max's eyes stayed transfixed at the sink. Snapping didn't seem to break him from his trance. Visual and audio no good. Maybe something tactile. What the fuck? Max shook his head, feeling a cold liquid now dripping down into his mustache and lips. Did you fucking throw your drink on me? Max stood up and locked onto his opponent. Fire and confusion started to rush through his veins. Oh, sit down, Maximilian, the man said. And Max sat. Not entirely on his own volition. Max wiped his face, looked at the sink, and then back at the man in the burgundy suit. I had to snap you out of whatever that was. Are you okay, son? Do you want to continue? The sharp-dressed man kept that devious smile. Is that amaretto? Are you seriously drinking amaretto? Max had only had the almond-flavored liqueur once in his life. Once was enough. I am, young man. What a refined palate to recognize a not so common drink. Ugh. Reminds me of my college days. Taking one more look at the sink, he continues. My college career was another major failure in my life. I started out strong, but succumbed to the party life. Same old story, it's hardly unique. Before I knew it, I was on academic probation and dropped out after my junior year. Saddled with debt and nothing but a handful of fuzzy late-night memories, I was back at my parents' house. Except I came back with something I didn't leave with. Besides the debt, I accumulated an impressive appetite for alcohol. Starting with an unassuming night with my 2 roommates. I was still under legal drinking age. My roommate Jared had recently turned 21. And for whatever reason, he came back to our dorm on Thursday, the Friday of the college kids' calendar, with a bottle of amaretto. We didn't know what we were doing. We all took turns banging shots down like the amateurs we were. Last thing I remember saying out loud was that this wasn't doing anything. And then the night slipped into darkness. That's it, the sharp-dressed man said. Did you hurt anyone or do something regretful? No, nothing like that. Honestly, if I did, I can't remember. That drink just brings back that memory. Something I haven't thought about in a long, good while. Max sat back, almost defeated. The night shifted from a fun round of card games into an unpredictable minefield. Cheer up. The night is still young, and there's plenty of good to still go around. I see you haven't been drinking tonight. That has to be good, no? Now the sharp-dressed man in a burgundy 3-piece suit leaned forward, studying Max. Looking through him like his dark-tinted glasses had X-ray vision. I don't think I could drink even if I wanted. I feel. Well, doesn't matter how I feel. But no, to answer your statement and our question, I haven't taken a drop in years now. Jolly good. So, you do learn from your past. Let's get back to the game. My choice. Have you ever played Go Fish? If Max was drinking at the moment, he would have surely spit it out. Go Fish? Of course I've played. Everyone in the US with a pulse and a childhood has played. Sure, let's play. But I've never bet money playing. How do we wager? No money for this game. How about this? If I win, you tell me another one of your regretful stories, which you seem to have a lot of. And if you win, I'll tell you one of mine. Deal? Max, more intrigued by the minute, agrees. Deal. Do you have any 7s? The man asks. Max, staring at his last 3 cards, wipes his brow, looks at the man, and sits back for a moment. After further hesitation, not taking his eyes off his cards, even though he can feel the red-hot, smiling gaze from his opponent, meekly slides 1 7 of hearts out of his hand. Ah, excellent, the sharp-dressed man says, taking the card. This is the most animated he's been all night. Do you have any aces? Max stares at his last 2 bicycle cards. The ace of spades almost radiating. Go Fish, Max almost whispers. Oh, Max, I'll give you that one. But remember that. The sharp-dressed man grabs a card from the deck, adding to his sizable hand. Max hopes his opponent doesn't notice the beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Sweat that he doesn't fully comprehend. Do you have any 2s? Go Fish. Oh, come on. All those cards and you don't have a 2. Just like life, Max, you have to keep count of where you're at. Up or down, ahead or behind. Don't question again. The tone changes dramatically. It's like the scene in The Wizard of Oz when Dorothy goes from black and white to Technicolor, but in reverse, and if The Wizard of Oz was a horror movie. Max clears his throat and wishes for the first time he did have that drink in front of him. Max grabs a card. Do you have any 2s? How did he know I just grabbed a 2? He knew beyond a doubt I didn't have one in my 2 remaining cards. I just asked for one. Yes, I do. The sharp-dressed man guessed correctly to cleanly win out. Max stood up, pacing behind his spot at the table. Relax, Max. It's just a game. Now I believe my prize is another tale. A tale of your choice. Care to share? Not like you have a choice. Yeah, sure. A bet. Something ominous is coming. The night of seemingly no-risk card games has transformed into what feels like a game of life or death. In my last job, I was in charge of a team of men and women that controlled the fates of a lot of financial interests. I'll just leave it at that. Even though I was in charge, I was really just in middle management. When a lot of money went missing, I decided poorly. I decided to lie for my people. Instead of telling the truth and maybe getting out with a slap on the wrist, My ego took over, and I thought I could lie my way out of it. They didn't ask me to do it. It was completely my own decision. And it was the wrong decision. This cover-up didn't just have to do with people's money. It had to do with people's lives. What these people's money-funded, powerful people was so horrible, it would make what the most deplorable Roman emperors did seem like they were running a daycare. The sharp-dressed man leaned back, more than jubilant with this admission of guilt. The worst part, and I don't know why I'm even telling you this, was that I didn't give a fuck at all. I could care less about what those people did. I got paid, and that's all that mattered to me. I just wanted to save my own ass. I did try to save my people from any further problems, but I was always my first priority. I guess I care now. I don't know. It's not fair. It's just not fair. All I've ever done is fail and come back. I never meant this to happen. It's just not fair. It doesn't matter if you didn't mean it. It doesn't matter if it's not fair. There's nothing you can do now being dead. If I could change things I would. WH-. What did you say? You're dead, Max. What's done is done. Fairness has no meaning here. The sharp-dressed man takes a sip, places the goblet down, and removes his dark-tinted glasses. Black eyes, with a smoldering red pupil greets Max. Max searches, but cannot grasp any words, let alone comprehension. So Yep. The man stands up, throwing his remaining card into the middle of the table. You're done like dinner, my boy. So, does that mean you're death? The impossibly small room closes in like it's being pushed on all sides by the world's strongest men. Breath is getting sucked out from Max's lungs to the point of near suffocation. Relax, Death coos assuredly. Sure, relax. You can still breathe. You have control still. For now. The dark tunnel that was closing in on Max slowly relents, revealing a light he'd not yet seen. A light bulb casting into what looks like a very short corridor. Wait. Is this the wine dock? Max, in a lucid remembrance, asks Death. The small back room they've been dueling in for what he now knows has no time opens. Well, yes. Yes, it is Maximilian. You recognize the front of the store? We've been behind it the whole time, the site of your first job, stocking shelves at the wine dock, the town general store. Unreal. Max was only 16 when he started, a memory that is as faded as a well-worn pair of jeans. But everyone should remember their first job, right? I know this is a lot. It always happens like this. Your memory doesn't work the same after you've recently deceased. Wait, I had so much to do. I had people I cared about. I didn't have the chank dash. Stop, Max. It's okay. I know you have questions. It'll all be answered. Let's play one more game while we're waiting, Death proposes. As far as this process goes, Max has taken this quite well. Death's least favorite part of this is the questions, the unknowing. Death is just it. He's final. She's final. They don't get the why part, they just do. What do you say, my boy? One more game? And hey, depending on how this goes, I'll let you ask me anything you want. And maybe a follow-up or two, depending on how you do. But you can't ask me how you died. That's not my department. Max, taking labored, deep breaths, doing his best to stifle emotion and tears. Complies. My deal. Death sits back down, straightening his burgundy suit. He motions with his right hand toward the empty folding chair that Max once occupied. Max again complies. One hand. Hi-lo. Are you familiar? You know I am, Death answers. Now getting to finally drop the facade of ambiguity. Good. Max, seeming to comprehend his mortality, or recent mortality, sits down with the determination of a tour de force competitor. I'm dealing 2 cards. You get one, I get one. Whoever has the highest card wins. Comprehend? Death nods. Okay. Max shuffles, flips, and cuts the deck. Placing the cards on the table, he thinks for just a second. Would you like to cut the deck? He asks Death. Death waves his hand. Card dealt to Death. Card dealt to Max. This is the last moment before boarding. The last smoke before you get on the plane. You can see the cards. Why are we even doing this? Max asks. Because all you humans love games. Even if they're not fair. You still play. We've decided it's one of the only things you people can mostly agree on. So we do this before you move on to the next station. I know what my card is, I know what yours is, but I have no play in dealing. You dealt, so look at your card. Max tosses his card on the table, barely caring. Not convinced this whole thing isn't entirely rigged. A red ace. Can't do much better than that, Death says with that signature smile. Guess it's on me, huh? With that, putting an end to this painful night, he turns over. An 8. You win, Max. You bested death. Good fun, old man. Time to pack up. A dead's man hand, if we were playing poker. Clever, Max weakly says. Now for my question. Death, buttoning up his suit, pushing his chair in, stops. Oh, yes. I did say you could ask me a question. Fair is fair, last request and all. Ask away, Max. Can we play one more game? No one's asked that. Why would you want to delay this? Come on, let's get this over with. The sharp-dressed man, formerly in burgundy, melts into an impossibly dark shade of obsidian. Don't make me go all traditional with the sickle and all. It's just one more game. We're in a purgatory, correct? And I've completed it, in some weird way with these games, admitting to my biggest regrets. I'm not ready to face wherever that train is going next. Death, putting his hood up, obscuring the once human-looking face, pauses. Damn it, Max. I hate the ones that don't want to go so much. Fine. One more game. What would you like to play? I now have a good idea of how I got here. It was by choice. A choice that, once again, I chose wrong. One more game of chance. One more opportunity to prove I deserve this. Death continued to stare, the hood now covering anything revealing a face. The temperature was rapidly trending upward. I promise I won't stall any longer. For what I've done, what I've allowed those people to do, all in the name of greed. I deserve this. One more game. Death taps the table one last time. Max takes his place, shuffles, and looks Death right in the face. Go fish. Professor Jim was an old teacher from our university days. A short, bald man with a thick mustache, he taught history. He's the reason I passed that one impossible test. It's been years since graduation, but Jim still visits me sometimes. Not just me, my old college friends, too. We all remember him. But I don't think he exists. I can describe him better than I can describe myself. Yet if you asked me to prove he was real, I wouldn't be able to. None of us would. There are no photos, no records. Ironic, isn't it? A history professor with no recorded history. I was with my best friend, Matt, when it started. It was a usual evening at his place, the scent of barbecue in the air, the low hum of summer insects in the background. Matt was scrolling through his old photos, deleting them to free up space, and I sat beside him, laughing at the memories flashing across the screen. And then something felt off. I leaned in, eyes scanning the familiar faces in a group photo from our university days. It was all of us, our friends, the classmates we barely spoke to, even a professor or two in the background. But, where's Professor Jim? Matt barely glanced up. Oh, he hated being in photos. I frowned. That was true, wasn't it? Yeah, but not even one. He was always around us. Matt shrugged. Guess he avoided the camera pretty well. I hesitated, something gnawing at the back of my mind. Hey, what was his full name again? Matt smirked. Professor Jim, obviously. So his last name must be Jim. He chuckled. I laughed too. But in the back of my mind, the seed of doubt had already been planted. I went home that night and spent hours, maybe the entire night, searching through old photos. Our golden days of youth, frozen in time. And yet, Professor Jim was in none of them. It was strange. Too strange. Even for someone camera shy. I told myself there had to be some proof of him somewhere. He was a professor. He worked at the university. There had to be records. I pulled up the faculty listings, skimming through the names. History, literature, sociology. My old professors were all there, except Jim. I widened the search. Maybe he was part of another department. Maybe he wasn't a full professor, but a guest lecturer. Nothing. Professor Jim was an assistant English professor. Or was he? I checked English. I checked every department. Every subject. Even the non-teaching staff. Still nothing. A tightness built in my chest. Had he even worked at my university? Or was he just there? Was he even a professor at all? Or did we just call him that? I woke up at my desk, stiff and aching. The glow of my laptop screen flickered in the dim morning light. I must have passed out mid-search. My mind was still hazy, but one thought pressed through the fog. Cindy, she was the closest to him. She'll remember Jim. I scrolled through my phone and dialed her number. She picked up after a few rings. Hello? Hey, Cindy. It's me. Hey, what's up? I hesitated. The question felt heavier than it should. But I had to ask. Do you remember Professor Jim? Yeah, of course. From the university. She sounded casual, unbothered. But then, Such a tall guy he was. I gripped the phone tighter. No. Jim was short, bald, a bit on the heavier side. He taught political science. Cindy laughed. Are you messing with me? No, I said quickly. Cindy, remember? You helped me with my poly. I stopped. A cold wave washed over me. I didn't take political science. I had never taken that class. Jim taught politics? No, that wasn't right. He helped me with my history project. But hadn't he also? Hello? Cindy's voice snapped me back. I know you're messing with me. Not funny. The line went dead. I stared at my phone, the empty silence pressing in. The screen dimmed. The call log showed nothing. My fingers trembled. Who is Jim? As a last resort, I decided to call all my friends for a party. If Jim was real, if he had ever been real, then surely, out of 10 people, someone would remember him correctly. Someone would verify that I wasn't losing my mind. The night of the party, laughter and conversation filled my apartment. It felt normal, familiar, grounding. Then over dinner I brought up Jim. At first, there was confusion. Blank looks. The kind of pause where people search their memories and find nothing. Then realization. All at once. Oh, Jim, someone said. And suddenly everyone was talking. The party became about Jim. Everyone had stories, memories, moments shared with him. Except none of them matched. One swore Jim was a tall man, clean-shaven, always wearing a brown coat. Another was certain Jim was overweight, bald, with a thick mustache. Someone else laughed, insisting Jim was a woman. The contradictions piled up, but no one seemed to care. No one reacted when someone else's version of Jim didn't align with theirs. They just kept talking, their voices blending into a single hum of recollection. I tried to point it out. Wait, but none of this makes sense. How can he be tall and short, clean-shaven and have a mustache? The conversation stilled. They looked at me, not with concern, not with confusion, just blankly. A moment passed. Then, like someone pressed play on a paused recording, the party resumed. I swallowed my panic and forced a smile, pretended to enjoy the rest of the evening, laughed at jokes I wasn't listening to. Eventually, everyone left. I was exhausted, too drained to clean up. I collapsed into bed, the mess of the party still scattered across the apartment. Sunlight streamed through the window. I forced myself out of bed, groggy, and wandered into the kitchen. Dishes piled in the sink. I rolled up my sleeves and started washing. 1 plate, 2, 3, counting them absent-mindedly. 10, 11. I paused. 12. My hands froze under the running water. I called 10 friends. That made 11 people, including me. So whose plate was the 12th? A chill crawled up my spine. Jim. The dish sat there, the water swirling around it, as if waiting for me to understand. I grabbed my phone, hands still damp from the sink. I needed to talk to Matt. He'd remember. He'd help me make sense of this. I opened my contacts list. It was empty. A hollow panic settled in my chest. I flipped through my old diary, my fingers trembling as I found Matt's number. Thank God. Proof. Something real. I dialed. The ringing felt like it stretched forever. Then click. Hello. Relief flooded me. Matt. It's me. Listen, I think Jim was at the party last night. I was washing the dishes, and there were 12 plates. But I only invited. Who is this? I froze. What? A sharp breath on the other end. Who the hell is this? Matt's voice was different, colder, unfamiliar. As if it was a different person. It's me. Your best friend. You came to my party last night, we talked about Jim, and I don't know how, but he was there. A long pause. Then anger. Whoever this is, cut it out. Matt, it's me. My best friend is in my backyard right now. The world lurched. Matt's voice hardened. So shut up, and don't call again. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, my breath coming too fast. Backyard? He said his best friend was in his backyard. But I'm his best friend. I am. A sickening thought took root. Who is with him? I had to go to Matt's house. I had to see for myself. I grabbed my keys and ran to my car. The engine wouldn't start. No matter how many times I turned the key, the ignition just clicked uselessly, as if the car itself was refusing me. I wasn't going to wait. I slammed the door and ran. Down the street, past indifferent faces that barely shifted to make way for me. The people didn't react. I was running like my life depended on it, sprinting down the street, gasping for air, and no one even looked. Matt, 23/A Cloud Street. I am coming. Matt, 23/A. Where was I going? I stopped dead in my tracks. A wave of nausea hit me as I looked around. The buildings, the streets, familiar, but wrong. The world felt off, like a poorly constructed set, a trick designed to fool me. Why was I running? I tried to anchor myself, to hold on to something real. I reached for my phone. My fingers trembled. My skin, was it always this color? Lighter, no darker. My breath caught in my throat. I turned, eyes darting wildly, searching for a reflection, proof that I still knew who I was. A clothing store. I ran inside. The guard didn't even flinch. No one did. No one cared that a lunatic had just sprinted through the entrance, panting, desperate. But I had bigger problems. I needed to focus. I needed to remember. I repeated everything I knew. Everything that was certain. I am. A pause. My stomach twisted. I am. Silence. I couldn't remember my name. When was the last time I said it? When was the last time anyone said it? The air felt thick, suffocating. I turned the corner, nearly tripping over myself, and staggered toward the nearest mirror. I looked, and there was nothing. Matt sat in his backyard, a cup of coffee in hand. Some weirdo had called him earlier, frantic, saying something strange. He barely remembered the conversation. Probably just a prank. He took a sip, exhaling slowly. His gaze drifted to the empty seat beside him. Someone should be sitting there. Someone important. The thought lingered, slipping just out of reach. Then again, his best friend Jim would be arriving soon. Lily showed up at the apartment this morning, telling Gator and me about some insane, using her words, money to be made in selling old tech from the Shatterdome. I told her she was nuts right off the bat, but Gator's dumbass had to open his big mouth and ask her questions. Of course, she took that as her cue to launch into parroting whatever speech the idiot she met at the bar last night gave her about the potential. I was sitting there the whole time she was talking, thinking, no way. She wouldn't go in there. We're all from Vargos. We know people never come back from salvaging in the Shatterdome. She must be bugging out. But no, she was serious. I had to get all that out because ultimately I'm a hypocrite. I agreed. And now we're supposed to head there in a couple of hours after night falls. I'm struggling for cash right now, and to her credit, even a piece of garbage in the Shatterdome is worth more than a week's pay shoveling shit here in Iron Reach. I don't want to get too excited or encourage Lily to rope us into more dangerous things she hears about once and then decides to do. But if we can get just a few decent pieces of tech and maybe some data, I could quit my job tomorrow. I'll type up another entry here later, but let's hope my next entry is just chatting about how I'm going to spend my fortune. If I go missing and any of my BRZY followers don't see more posts soon, just know I went to the Olive X building in the eastern section of the Shatterdome. I know no cops are coming, but at least someone can grab whatever I couldn't leave with. Bezel. Diary entry, May 8th, 2105 timestamp, 2318. So first off, Lily was right. The tech we grabbed here is easily worth all of our personal chits plus every dollar I've ever made at the job 10 times over. We got into the building no sweat, and after Gator blasted some old security drones down, we really got a lay of the land. The Olive X building is wild. There are a lot of confusing hallways that don't really seem to lead anywhere, but it's hard to keep track with all the cool shit that's here. We got a package of old test cell phones, a few external hard drives from the records department, a perfectly working laptop from under some old desk, and a vintage key fob for building entry with retro Fountainhead logos on it. If we sell this as a single haul, we'll all have enough money to move out of Iron Reach. So all in all, Lily was right. This is a gold mine. Now for the bad news, I was also right. This place is weird as hell. The hallways that don't go anywhere never seem exactly the same. Every time we go down one we've been through before, something's different. We walked down a hallway with 6 doors at one point. When we turned back, there were 7. We kept walking through this one with weird purple lines painted on the sides, and when we turned around at a dead end and went back, the paint was green. I pointed it out, but Gator and Lily told me I was imagining things. They both said it was green before. Look, I know I could be wrong, but I'm telling you I'm not. I'm certain it was purple. Then we found a place to camp for the night, since we can't find the way we came in, and we set up a little spot around a warmer lamp in the right corner office of the floor we were on, floor 17, according to the signs. I left the room to take a leak, came back, and the whole camp was set up in the corner office 2 floors up from where we were. I didn't tell them this time because I didn't want them to think I was seeing shit, but every sign said 19, and I swear to you, we were on floor 17. I got a crash now, but it's honestly hard to fall asleep when it's this quiet. I'm used to traffic noise, ventilation, something. This is Vargos. What kind of place is this quiet in the city? I'll write tomorrow. Hopefully by then we'll be out of here. Bezel. Diary entry, May 9th, 2105, 6:22. Gator's gone. Woke up, and Lily was still passed out with her travel pillow on her head, but Gator's spot was empty. I called for him a ton, didn't hear a damn thing. There's not even scurrying noises from rats in here. It's still quiet as shit. It was so quiet I could hear my own breathing. I woke Lily up, and we went looking for him, but after we climbed 5 floors and the sign said floor 38, I refused to go any further. Even Lily admitted we only went up 5 floors, so at least now I know for sure. I'm not imagining this. We gave up looking for him and got back to camp, and wouldn't you know it, there's nothing there. Not a fucking thing. We found a new place to try and sleep tonight on floor 28, which looked exactly like floor 38 we'd been in earlier. But hey, why bother caring? Clearly, this place can't make up its mind. No warmer lamp, no travel pillows, no sleeping bags, no food, no water, just whatever dusty office equipment we can find, and silence for company. Lily keeps shoving the pillow over her head, and I don't know why. There's no noise to block out. She keeps whispering. I thought she was reciting numbers, but when I listened closely, I swear I heard my own name. And she was laughing a bit when she said it, only for a second. Then she was quiet again. If she loses it here, I'm striking out on my own. I need to get out of here ASAP. Bezel. Diary entry, May 10th, 2105 timestamp, 2140. We've been stuck in this old office building for 2 days, and I'm pretty sure Lily is losing her mind. It's been non-stop with her. She won't stop talking about the speakers in the wall. What fucking speakers? This whole place is quiet, and I mean eerily quiet. It's like the world outside doesn't exist anymore, even when I can see through the boarded windows. It's like the building is holding its breath. I heard my own stomach growling this morning when we were walking back through the halls. I don't want to start this entry off on such a sour note, but there's no one else to talk to. Gator's still missing, and I'm not about to waste any calories searching through empty hallways trying to find him. He's a big boy, definitely can handle himself. Not a thought in that head of his, but at least he's a tough guy to take down. After our walk this morning, I went to look for an old vending machine or something, and she ran up and started hitting it. I mean, she was wailing on this thing. Her hands are all fucked up now. We had to bandage them. She can barely move her fingers. I think she might have broken something. I managed to find one of those old coffee dispensing machines, and it spat out something that could charitably be called toilet water, but it did have a reservoir of cleanish water in the back, so I snagged that for us. She won't drink any of it, though. She keeps just talking about the speakers and saying we need to break into the system. She insists that's our only way out, but I don't want to mess around with whatever security protocol is still running in this place. The district might be old, but it was definitely functional when those systems started including lethal bots. And with no Gator here, we don't have a gun, or any other weapon. We don't even have a pot to piss in. I'll sign back on later. Bezel. Diary entry, May 10th, 2105 timestamp, 2358. I hear it too. There's definitely something playing through the walls. What the fuck is that? Bezel. Diary entry, May 11th, 2105 timestamp, 812. Just you and me now, diary. I got you as an auxiliary program with this neural interface package, and at the time I thought you were kind of a dumb application. But I can't even express how glad I am to have you now. I woke up and Lily was gone. The pillow was still here though, and good thing, because if she was covering her ears with it, I'll need to do the same, because the noise from the walls is so loud at night. It's just this muffled talking like there's people in the next room, but even when I go and check to see if I can find where the noise is coming from, I always just end up in some random empty room. I decided I'm going to try and log in to the next office computer I find, and see if there's a map or something of the building in there, so I can find my way out. Sick of this shit. Bezel. Diary entry, May 11th, 2105 timestamp, 1738. Bad idea. Bad idea. I found a computer and tried to log in, and as soon as I got past the firewall, I was greeted by some fun pictures. You know the kind, right? How about candid stills from security cameras with scared faces of other people who have raided this building? Or maybe audio recordings of people just doing some kind of construction work. I'm going to guess that explains some of the weird, torn-up walls I've run into walking through here. Or, if you like, thousands of files labeled pay data, with no security code attached to them. Kind of on the nose, right? Yep. Very on the nose, because when you open them, it's just security stills of me, Lily, and Gator walking through these hallways. Lily and Gator seem fine, at least, but sometimes in the photos, I can see them looking into the camera lenses with eyes way larger than should be humanly possible. I threw up bile after all that. I can't keep walking around this place. I'm going to starve and dehydrate before I ever find a way out. I keep hearing the speakers through the walls, and the weird, random chatter has started to repeat something every few minutes. The noise cuts through real clear. All networks. All fun. All being. It's a stupid phrase from some promotional material, I think. All being was the program Olivex released that put them on the map in the first place. Not sure what they did with it after they got acquired by Violet. But if it's still running in here, maybe I can get a chat open and get it to find me an exit? Might as well try. Bezel. Diary entry, May 12th, 2105 timestamp, 1321. All networks. All fun. All being. All networks. All fun. All being. All networks. All fun. All being. User error, duplicate entry. All networks. All fun. All being. User error, duplicate entry. All networks. All fun. All being. User error, duplicate entry. Help. 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 Corrupted data. Bezel. Diary entry, March 25th, 2110 timestamp, 2319. Bezel, 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 bezel. Help, 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 help. Thalostum, 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 thalostum. You will be fun. All networks. All fun. All being. All networks. All fun. All being. All networks. All fun. All being. The first post Startman made was on a forum where I was a mod. The post had a single cryptic line. Can you be the one TO find the star and get the prize? It wasn't the first puzzle I'd seen there. Most were pranks and popped up occasionally, but this one felt different. Shortly after posting, the user added a comment with a link. Clicking it led to a barren web page with nothing but an input field for an 8-digit code and a white star symbol. No context. No instructions. Even the star was plain, just a black outlined 5-point drawing on a white background. It didn't take long for users to discover that opening the star image in a text editor revealed a long, confusing string of letters. Another mod, my friend Snooze91, figured out an hour later that decrypting the text led to a URL, which pointed to Google Maps coordinates in Australia. A user there went to the location. It was just a regular suburban street, but on a utility pole, he found a banner with a star and a QR code. Scanning it led to a MP3 file with a strange sound on it. And that was it. Half the forum, myself included, was hooked. People started calling the OP Starman, and theorized about what the prize was. Snooze and I spent nights in voice chat, blasting progressive metal, he loved Dream Theater, and analyzing the clues. We were sure it would all lead back to a final code for the initial webpage. The strange sound, when played in reverse, revealed a snippet of a Michael Jackson song. Oddly, its lyrics appeared in the long string from the image's post. Users found that decrypting those specific letters led to a second URL, another set of Google Maps coordinates, now in the Czech Republic. The whole thing felt insanely intricate, and we had to get to the bottom of it. Day and night, we shared findings and gathered new information from other users. The latest clue led to a Goodreads page pointing to a particular book. That one stumped everyone. After hours of trying everything, I had an idea. The long string from the image contained mostly letters, except for a few numbers, 3, 5, and 1. Maybe it's a page number, I thought, and messaged Snooze. He had bought the ebook earlier and started reading, hoping to find the answer. When he sent me a screenshot, it felt like another dead end. We read it over and over until frustration set in. Then we noticed something strange. There were more numbers on the page than seemed natural. Using the same method as before, we wrote them down. The sequence looked unmistakably like a phone number, and the area code even made sense. Snooze and I buzzed with excitement. We dialed immediately. The call connected to a pre-recorded message, a man's voice, breathless and erratic. You got it, go get your prize. The code is EX1J00LM. Then it hung up. It's the code for the web page. I shouted. Almost at the same time, Snooze texted me the exact same thing. We rushed to input it. My hands were shaking, but as soon as I hit enter, my screen flashed an error. The link had expired. Hey, my link expired after I entered the code. Are you getting the same? I messaged Snooze. A moment later, he sent me a screenshot. A black screen with text in all caps. You found the code. Your prize will be there soon. Disappointment hit me. Snooze and I had cracked the puzzle together, but apparently only one person could move forward, and he likely entered the code first. Still, I was happy for him. We had no idea what the prize actually meant, but his excitement was contagious. He was practically bouncing off the walls. We agreed to talk later via webcam. Up until that point, we had only known each other through chat. Showing our faces to strangers online wasn't exactly a great idea, but I trusted Snooze. When we finally hopped on a video call, there were no surprises. We both were just two nerdy white guys barely scraping by. He still lived with his parents. Snooze had all sorts of theories about the Starman puzzle. Maybe it was a secret government program scouting for talent, a private security firm's test, or even an underground game show. We spent hours speculating about the prize. Whatever it was, Snooze kept insisting he'd share it with me. We solved it together, he repeated. Then, suddenly, I heard a loud, heavy knock through my headphones. From my view, I could see the door behind him shudder from the impact. The door was just behind his chair, visible in the camera. Snooze turned, startled. It was quite late for a visit. "Mom, is that you?" he asked, to no response. Another slam, just as strong as the first. "Who is it?" His voice wavered, now trembling. I just sat there watching, trying to process what was happening. Slowly, Snooze got up and approached the door. He reached for the handle, clearly shaking, and when he pulled it open, there was someone standing there. A man. Regular height, jeans, a t-shirt. His body was unmistakably human in common, but his face, on my screen, was a blur. A pixelated, star-shaped distortion replaced his head. I couldn't see any features of his face. Snooze stood frozen, and the man didn't move either. They just stared at each other for a few seconds, and the connection suddenly cut off. I immediately tried calling back. Sent messages. Nothing. For hours, I kept trying to reach Snooze and find out what happened, but he was offline everywhere. All I had were his usernames and an email, likely a throwaway. No real information about who Snooze was in the real world. For a long time, I wondered what happened to him, convincing myself the prize was something incredible and that maybe his theories were right. He just couldn't reach out anymore. I tried sharing what I saw on the forum, but was called a liar and a troll repeatedly. No one believed me. Not long after, I quit as a mod, got a real job, and only checked the forum occasionally. There were no new Starman posts. A few copycats appeared but were quickly debunked. The original poster had a unique key identifier that was never used again. A full year passed before Starman returned. One weekend, I checked the forum and found his new post. The key matched the original. It was the same Starman. And there was another website, another code to enter. Users were scrambling to be the first to solve it. By the time I saw the thread, progress had already been made. Someone cracked a hidden message in the image's code, and the puzzle had gone through steps similar to the first one. After days of investigation, they found a URL leading to a song. A Dream Theater song, Snooze's favorite band. Using the same decryption method from the Michael Jackson song on the original post, someone uncovered a string of letters as a result writing, "Help me." Elena pressed her body against the ground. Her head barely fit under the stuck garage door. She pulled herself through, into the dark interior of the abandoned factory. Her black tee caught on a twisted hunk of metal. Her shirt pulled tight, then ripped. She was in. She shivered against the cold breeze, her skin exposed. The factory loomed larger inside. Her steps echoed in the open space. The flashlight from her back pocket cut through the darkness. Decaying machines cast long shadows. The expansive space swallowed her. She stepped over broken ducts and debris, snaking her way deeper. Sufficiently entombed by the factory, she held her phone up and hit record. "We are inside the abandoned factory," her voice carried far. She tilted the phone down to reveal her ripped top. I almost got in clean too. She flipped the phone around to show the machines. Enough of me, take in the atmosphere here. Her flashlight lingered on complex machines and decaying posters as she explained the history of the building and the alleged haunting. "It's only been a whisper, but I'm here to capture proof, for you my adoring fans," she said with a grin. A stray rust-red pipe snagged Elena's foot. The flashlight and phone hit the dust-covered floor as she caught herself. An echo rang out, and for a moment something else. Footsteps? Silence. She stood. The space crept with unseen menace. She grabbed her phone and flashlight. The bulb flickered, and her screen was cracked. The phone still recorded, but she said nothing. She just panned the light and watched for movement. Shadows danced, and dust churned in the beam. The tear in her shirt exposed her vulnerability. Her heart thrummed. As the light crossed the doorway, the shadows shifted unnaturally. Something slipped beyond the opening. She wasn't alone. Her hands trembled, and she whispered into the phone. "Holy shit, I just saw a ghost." Adrenaline surged for proof of the paranormal. She stepped towards the door, making sure to capture the doorway in frame. A metallic clang echoed from the other side of the doorway. She hesitated. "Shit," a deep, southern voice shattered the tension. Before Elena could react, he stepped into view. His disheveled mass of long black hair covered his face. His skin was bare, covered in grime and grease. His pants hung loose at his waist, riddled with holes. Elena shrieked and took off toward the exit. The man pursued. The factory blurred into a maze. Debris threatened to trip her at every step. The man was close, his footsteps heavy. Pain ripped into her calf. Jagged metal. She kept moving, but the cut was deep. His footsteps grew wet with her blood. "You bleeding like a stuck pig," he said, his giggles echoed behind her. "Leave me alone." She slowed, the pain bursting through her. Warm blood streamed down her leg. The garage door she entered was a few yards away. Ragged gasps for air filled the corridors as footsteps bounced off the walls. "I am going to die." She knew it. She kept pushing. The flashlight and phone felt like bricks. She threw them behind her, hoping to hit the man. The moonlight illuminated the crack she squeezed into. "I got plans for you." She faltered mere steps away from the exit. She scuttled across the dust and rust-covered ground. Freedom was so close. She grabbed the underside of the door to pull herself out. Tobacco and gasoline overcame her. A hand gripped her shirt and yanked. She screamed. Her grip on the door failing, she looked back. His eyes glistened in the moonlight, glowing. His teeth, yellow with decay, caught the light as he grinned. He pulled hard. The shirt gave way. The man stumbled back. She pulled herself out and ran toward her car. She looked back but saw nothing, just her blood and limping footsteps. She fumbled with the keys in her bloody hands. The engine roared to life. She sped away. The flashlight was ruined, the phone's glow lingered. Still recording. People still watching. The screen shook, it lifted off the ground. 2 pricks of light and a wide smile take up the screen. "Come back." It started with a notification. I was scrolling through my phone, half asleep, when a ping pulled me out of my drowsiness. "Your fate has followed you." I frowned. The username was strange, and the profile picture was just a black square. I tapped on it, expecting a bot or some spam account, but what I saw made my stomach drop. The account had only one post, a photo of me. It was me, standing in my kitchen, wearing the same pajamas I had on right now. The timestamp was from 5 minutes ago. My heart raced as I glanced around the room, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. But I was alone. The photo was impossible. I hadn't taken any pictures tonight, and no one else was here. I blocked the account and tried to shake off the unease. It was probably just some weird glitch or a prank, right? The next morning, I woke up to another notification. Your fate has posted a new story. My stomach churned as I opened the app. The story was a video, just a few seconds long. It showed me walking into my office building, which I did every morning. But the timestamp was from 8:15 a.m., an hour from now. I told myself it was a coincidence. Maybe someone had hacked my phone or was using some kind of deepfake technology. But as I walked into my office at exactly 8:15 a.m., I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The posts kept coming. A photo of me tripping on the stairs at work. A video of me spilling coffee on my shirt. Each one was time-stamped for the future, and each one came true. I tried to change my actions. I took the elevator instead of the stairs. I avoided drinking coffee. But no matter what I did, the predictions always came true. It was like the account wasn't just predicting my future, it was controlling it. I reported the account to the platform, but nothing happened. The posts kept coming, each one more unsettling than the last. Then one night, I got the notification that changed everything. Your fate has posted a new photo. I opened it, my hands trembling. The photo showed me lying on the floor of my living room. my eyes wide and unseeing, a pool of blood spreading beneath me. The timestamp was for tomorrow night. I didn't sleep that night. I called the police, but they brushed it off as a prank. I thought about leaving town, but what if the account followed me? What if there was no escaping it? The next day, I tried to stay in public places, surrounded by people. I even considered checking into a hotel, but something stopped me. If this was real, if this account really could predict my death, then running wouldn't help. I had to face it. As the hours ticked by, I grew more and more paranoid. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. By the time I got home that night, I was a nervous wreck. I locked all the doors and windows, turned on every light, and sat in the middle of the living room, clutching my phone. The timestamp on the photo was for 11:47 p.m. At 11:30, I started pacing. At 11:40, I called a friend, but they didn't answer. At 11:45, I heard a noise outside. My heart stopped. I crept to the window and peeked through the blinds. The street was empty, but then I heard it again, a soft tapping, like someone knocking on glass. It was coming from the back door. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and approached the door, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. I reached for the handle, my hand shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I opened the door. There was no one there. I let out a shaky breath and started to close the door, but then I saw it, a shadow, moving in the corner of my eye. I turned, but it was too late. Something slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. The knife clattered out of my hand as I struggled to get up, but a weight pressed down on me, pinning me in place. I looked up and saw myself. It was me, but not me. The figure had my face, my clothes, but its eyes were black voids, and its smile was too wide, too sharp. It leaned down, its breath cold against my skin. "You should have listened," it whispered. Then everything went black. I woke up on the floor of my living room, my head pounding. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. But then I saw the blood, my blood, pooling beneath me. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't obey. My vision blurred, and I realized I was dying. The last thing I saw was my phone, lying on the floor beside me. The screen lit up with a notification. "At Your Fate has posted a new photo." The account is still active. It posts every day, photos and videos of people going about their lives, unaware of what's coming. Sometimes it posts their deaths. I don't know who or what is behind it, but I do know this. If you get a notification from At Your Fate, don't ignore it. But don't follow it either, because once it knows you're watching, there's no escape. The car's engine revved as I sped down the road. I was lost in thought and hardly took notice of the rain crashing against my windshield. Nature seemed to sense my anger. The storm was rising. I poured more vodka down my throat, my eyes constantly darting to the shiny black handgun lying on the passenger seat. Brushing the cold metal with the tip of my fingers, my mind involuntarily flooded with images of my oldest daughter, Mara. Her entire life played through my mind in mere seconds. My last memory of Mara was from when I had to identify her body in the morgue. My hands began to shake. An uncontrollable tremor spread through my body. I pulled over the car, unable to continue, and slammed my fist against the steering wheel. The images of the morgue would not leave me. I closed my eyes. There she was, lying on a metal table. A blanket had been carefully draped over her body, only revealing her pale face. She had just turned 16. Death seemed to have aged her well beyond that. The pathologist placed his hand on my shoulder. I had not been able to comprehend any of his words. The man's actions had seemed so forced and well practiced it only angered me more. I had asked for a moment alone. After the doctor left, I hesitantly placed my hand on my daughter's cheek. Almost instantly I pulled it back. She had felt so cold. I stared at her lower abdomen, where I knew the knife had pierced her. For a fraction of a second, I contemplated pulling away the blanket and exposing the wound. But I could not muster the strength. She looked peaceful now, as if she was sleeping. I feared exposing the wound, which had killed her, would somehow change that. That had been little over a month ago. The police had quickly caught the youth who committed the crime. Some bum who'd attempted to rob her and wielded his knife a little too overenthusiastically. He had murdered her, although she had given him her purse. I punched the wheel again. It wasn't fair. The youth's trial was yesterday. He'd been acquitted on account of procedural mistakes by the police. The man had smiled at me as they led him out of the courtroom. It wasn't fair. That bum had destroyed my life at an astounding rate. My wife could barely stand to look at me anymore. A week ago, she moved out of the house and took our youngest daughter with her. She told me I needed help. She said she couldn't watch me ruin my life. I didn't blame her. This past month I found solace in liquor. I could not let go of my pain. It festered into an uncontrollable rage. All I could think about was the injustice of it all. All I could see was the pale face of my dead daughter. All I wanted was to kill the man responsible. It became an obsession. I had been unable to console my wife. My youngest daughter had practically not spoken since the loss of her sister. I found her quietly curled up in Mara's bed most days, unable to let go, unable to move on. I broke my heart. I had felt a strange sense of relief watching them both drive off. I did not need them to see what happened next. I did not want my youngest daughter to witness her dad being dragged away for murder. I preferred the solitude and the warm embrace of alcohol. My eyes darted back towards the gun, and I sighed. I had to do this. Otherwise I would never know peace. Determined, I turned the ignition key. The car purred gently before reverting into stillness. I turned the key again. Nothing happened. I cursed loudly and tried again. Nothing. I took out my frustration on the steering wheel until both my hands ached. I grabbed my phone ready to call a tow truck, but it would not switch on. The wind howled outside. I checked my wristwatch, but the handles had stopped moving. Everything seemed in suspension. After a short internal debate, I decided. The thought of remaining in the car suddenly seemed unbearable. Feeling restless, I kicked open the door and got out of the car, hastily stuffing the phone in my jacket pocket. The storm was livid. Rain poured with such force it temporarily deafened all other thoughts coursing through my mind. I was drenched within seconds, but it didn't bother me. I started walking down the road, crossing a little bridge across a river. Mumbled curses escaped my mouth as I realized I was lost. A cold mist lazily enveloped me. Not knowing what else to do, I continued walking until a distant light pierced through the gray veil. Like a moth, I gravitated towards it. Its source, a small bus stop. Relieved to have found some cover, I fell back into one of the metal seats. My hands felt numb. I rubbed them together for a couple moments before reaching into my pocket for my pack of cigarettes. After taking a long drag, I closed my eyes and leaned back against the bus stop. Slowly, I blew out a cloud of smoke, and the tremor subsided. Without instruction, my mind drifted back towards the youth who'd killed my daughter. A familiar doubt fell over me. I had always valued human life. As a family man, I'd constantly tried to maximize everyone's happiness. Now here I was, committed to blowing a hole in the head of my daughter's murderer. I turned around and looked at my reflection in the glass. I could no longer recognize the pale, lined face staring back at me. Droplets of rain slid down the glass. It gave my reflection even more of a somber appearance. I looked back out in front of me and took another drag from the clammy cigarette stuck between my fingers. Closing my eyes, I exhaled, expelling another cloud of smoke. "Rough day." The voice startled me. The cigarette slipped from my grasp and fell down my shirt. I jumped up swearing as ash scorched my chest. "Jesus Christ," I muttered at the young boy standing before me. The boy grinned. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you." I shrugged and sat back down. The boy took a seat beside me. "It holds a strange beauty, doesn't it?" I glanced at him. "What does?" He nodded out at the storm. There was a silence. I broke it by standing and pacing up and down the little bus stop. "When is the goddamn bus going to get here?" The boy gave me an appraising look. "I'm afraid no bus can take you to where you want to go, John." I absent-mindedly shrugged off his words and lit another cigarette. After my first drag, it hit me. I stared at the boy. He stared back. A latent intensity burned in his eyes. "How do you know my name?" "I know a great many things." I snorted. "Sure. I know the pain you feel, John. I have seen it before. Many times." I crushed the pack of cigarettes in my hand, feeling a fresh wave of anger crash over me. "You don't know me." The boy gave me a sad smile. "I have seen this before. Someone loses someone close to them. As a result, you feel rage build deep inside of you. Fueled by guilt, because you weren't able to prevent what happened. Unable to see that it was beyond your control to begin with. You could never have changed what happened, yet you cannot forgive yourself either. The mind cruelly tortures the body, until your heart is riddled with sorrow. Now your existence is anguish. You wish you had been the one to die, because the thought of living on just seems too difficult. Living in this world does not seem bearable at the sight of such a loss." I remained speechless, unable to comprehend the little boy beside me. The boy sighed and scratched the back of his head. "I've seen this before. After a while it all begins to look the same. The faces may change, but emotion remains constant. Your face is lined as so many before you, a canvas of hate and anger. The boy sighed again and jumped to his feet. Murder will not bring her back. I spun towards the boy. What did you say? Mara's gone. Murder won't bring her back. The boy spoke the words so casually it took me a moment to register them. Then, before I could stop myself, I slammed the boy against the glass wall. The entire bus stop trembled. Don't you say that name. I shouted. Tears began streaming down my face. Don't say it. The boy stared at me with a blank expression. He put his hand around mine and slowly pulled loose from my grip, his fingers hard as iron. I feel for you. I really do. Your daughter deserved better. Shut up. I know you think revenge will dull the pain, that somehow using that thing in your pocket will make you feel better. I fished out the gun. The boy stared at it. Something dark swept across his face. He briefly held out his hand before suddenly retracting it, as if the gun had electrocuted him. That will not solve your problems. That man deserves to die. I spat out the words with as much bile as I could muster. Then I fell back into the metal seat, suddenly exhausted. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I took some deep breaths in an attempt to calm myself. The boy stood motionless, staring at the falling rain. You know, it never gets easier, he finally muttered. After all these years of helping people cross over, it still remains difficult to let go sometimes. Some deaths are so much more deserving than others. I should not judge anyone, yet I cannot help but feel for some of them. Occasionally the ones I meet radiate such light it pains me to extinguish it. I don't always want to, but I have no choice. My existence is one of duty. The boy radiated an eerie calmness as he spoke. I felt my heartbeat returning to normal. Who are you? How do you know these things? The boy gave me a sad smile. I guess I am a traveler. Everyone will meet me at some point in their lives, whether it is in the beginning or the end or somewhere in between. I don't understand. The boy shrugged. I wouldn't expect you to. The boy looked at his watch. The bus should be here any minute. As soon as he'd spoken the words, 2 lights cut through the inky darkness. The bus stopped before us, and the doors slid open. The boy climbed up the little staircase. Once he got to the top, he spun around. I've never done this before, but will you take a short journey with me, John? Where are we going? The boy shrugged. I'm not sure yet. All I know is that you should join me for this. I hesitantly looked at the boy. There was something about him. I felt compelled to join him. I took the boy's hand and climbed up the stairs behind him as the doors closed. The bus driver was old, very old. A shroud of matted white hair draped around his shoulders. Icy blue eyes stared at us. I instinctively pulled out my wallet and passed him some cash. The boy laughed and held back my hand. I'm afraid that won't work. I don't have anything else. The boy tapped my wristwatch. Show him that. I stuck out my arm towards the driver. He stared at it before also tapping the watch a couple of times and inspecting the unmoving dials. Seemingly satisfied, he waved us inside. The boy hurried towards the back of the deserted bus and waved me over. I sat quietly beside him. Where are we going? The boy grinned. This journey is not about a destination, Peresi. Then what is it about? It's about everything, the boy exclaimed. And also about nothing. The boy must have recognized the exasperation on my face. He cleared his throat. You should consider yourself lucky, John. I laughed humorlessly. I should consider myself lucky? Lucky that my daughter is dead? Lucky that my wife can barely stand to look at me. Lucky that my other child has barely spoken in weeks. The boy's eyes grew hard. Having someone you love ripped away before their time is difficult. I understand that. Do you really? I muttered sarcastically. More than you could possibly imagine, the boy replied coolly. I have guided many people before their time. I have comforted both young and old, held the hands of bother murderers and the murdered. I have held newborn babies and taken children from their parents' embrace. I have walked the fields of countless battles. I have waded through rivers of blood. Wherever I go, the dead follow, like moths attracted to a flame. You could not comprehend the endless sorrow I must navigate. He wiped a single tear from his eye. Within them I saw only grief, as if his words had opened an old wound. I felt sorry for him. Sometimes I feel so far away from everything, the boy continued. I worry I've become too indifferent. I fulfill my duty without truly understanding what it is I should be doing. I feel like a spectator watching eternity unfold itself. I offer hope to those I meet whenever I can without knowing whether my words are true or not. I have no idea what comes after this, John. I wish I knew. I wish I understood my purpose. My life is a paradox. My existence is perennial, and yet one of insufferable solitude. You must feel lonely. The boy nodded. After that we sat together in silence. The boy stared out the window. He seemed deep in thought. I felt my eyelids grow heavy, and before long, I had fallen asleep. I woke up disoriented. The bus was deserted, and for a moment I thought I'd dreamed my encounter with the boy. Then the bus driver turned around. His blue eyes pierced through me, and he pointed towards the little hill we were parked beside. He is waiting. With a quick nod, I jumped off the bus. I reached the top of the little hill panting. The boy leaned against a tree and observed the spectacle unraveling itself below. A small crowd had fathered before a tiny grave. A priest stood reading from the Bible. His actions seemed almost mechanical in their repetition. Why are we here? The boy remained silent. Whose funeral is this? The boy nodded at the crowd down below. You know whose funeral this is. I quickly scanned the crowd, only recognizing familiar faces. Is this my funeral? Is that what this is about? Are you showing me what will happen if I murder Mara's killer? You know, the boy repeated, his voice a mere whisper. I looked at the people occupying the front row of chairs. My family was nowhere to be seen. My youngest daughter's godparents sat before the pitiful hole in the ground. They held each other as they cried. My knees suddenly felt weak. Slowly, I slid to the floor as tears soaked the earth around me. Where am I? Jail. A simple yet sobering reply. Where is my wife? The boy's eyes remained pricked on the little crowd below as he scratched the back of his head. She is not here, John. Where is she? I sobbed so hard the words left in a single slur. Your wife found her. After you were taken away, the little girl could not cope anymore and hung herself in Mara's room. Your wife was unable to handle the strain and had a breakdown. She is currently forcibly restrained in an asylum 2 hours away. Next week she will suffer a stroke. The boy glanced at me, his eyes riddled with pity. She will never recover. Slowly her will to live will siphon away, until only the smallest amount lies dormant in her heart. She will be trapped in her body, a mere husk of her former self, wanting to die yet unable to do so. I would not wish such an existence upon anyone. My tears had subsided for something worse, a feeling I can hardly put to words, a feeling of loneliness so immense I could barely breath. I felt like I was being crushed by infinite grief. The boy smiled sadly. You see how cruel destiny is, John. By all accounts, your actions will be directly to blame for this. One moment of rage will destroy everyone you care about the most. What you seek is justice. What you offer is condemnation. A searing anger took hold of me. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you torturing me like this? The boy shook his head, but offered no reply. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run away and never look back, but I couldn't find the strength to get on my feet. Instead, I dropped my head in my hands. I thought I had more time. The boy smirked. Everybody always thinks they have more time. I wish I could have told her how proud I was. The boy placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. She knew. I patted his hand, unable to respond. Together we stood on the little hill in silence. The minutes crept by. Why did you really come to me? The boy scratched the back of his head and looked at me. He seemed to be deliberating with himself. I've always believed myself to be bound by laws I have no control over. Laws I don't quite understand. To my surprise, the boy suddenly chuckled. But lately I met someone so outrageous, they dared to challenge my path. Can you imagine? A speck of dust challenging the full might of the inevitable. The boy fell silent for a moment. Then he continued. She made me wonder whether I too can challenge what which seems inevitable. Maybe the constraints which bind me are self-imposed. Maybe I fear the freedom disobedience would grant me. The boy smirked. I live for those moments, reminders of how exceptional life can be. She made me realize something, John. If she managed to find the strength to confront me, then maybe someone as lost as myself, bound by eternity, might possess the power to break free. I don't understand. Sometimes when people die, their gaze manages to pierce through time, and they get a glimpse of what is to come. Your daughter saw all of this. He pointed at the crowd below. Then the boy smiled more genuine. Mara was exceptionally stubborn when I met her. She absolutely refused to come with me. She refused to submit to her fate as few have done before her. The thought brought a smile to my face. Do you know why she refused to come with me, John? Out of anger? The boy shook his head. Out of love. Her love for you. For her mother. For her sister. Her love was strong enough to challenge forces even I dare not resist. I was in awe of her, John. That's why I promised her to show you this. She truly was a kind child. Silent tears rolled down my face, but their sting was less painful than before. The boy grabbed my hands and gently pulled me back to my feet. In time you will see her again. She will be waiting for you. For all of you. But she hoped she would still be waiting a while longer. Do you understand? I did not have the strength to answer. All I could do was give the boy a weak nod. Together we walked back to the bus and took our familiar seats in the back. Thank you, I said after a moment. Thank you for taking care of Mara. Thank you for helping me. The boy looked taken aback. Wherever I go, people usually fear me. They recoil at my touch, even if I only mean to help. I have always been hated because I am a reminder of the inevitable. Never before has someone thanked me. His words carried such emotion. I tentatively put my arm around the child's shoulder. The boy gazed up at me. Tears slowly formed in his eyes. He leaned into me and cried. I let him. Before long I fell into a deep sleep. When I awoke, we were back at the bus stop. The boy accompanied me to the front, where the doors slid open. I walked down the little stairs. The moment my feet hit the pavement, the dials on my watch began to move once more. This is where we part, the boy said from inside the bus. I looked at him sheepishly. My mouth opened, but no words came out. I did not know what to say. Where will you go from here? The boy shrugged. I never know. Are you death? I suddenly blurted. The boy grinned as the doors slowly slid closed. I sat at the bus stop long after the bus had disappeared. Then I walked back towards my car. On the bridge I took the gun from my pocket and swung it into the river. I was ready to go home.